Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry was chosen by death to save the world one last time. Here is short summary. After dying in the Triwizard Tournament, Harry is given one final chance by death itself, to rewrite destiny, stop Voldemort, and save the world, or be lost forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry woke up feeling very confused and with a pounding headache. He seemed to be lying on a comfortable something. Forcing his eyes open, he could see he was in a very dark place, surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands of bright streaks of light that seemed to appear over his shoulder and zip away from him at high speed. They were spears of light. Spears of every color, aiming for the same point. And they just disappeared at a point ahead of him. Harry forced himself to sit up. Looking around, he seemed to be on a small, gray, rectangular platform. He felt no sense of speed, but he was positive he was traveling very fast toward that same point as the light streaks. But just as all the spears of light, and him, reached that small point, instead of plunging into it, Harry felt his platform shunted off to the side so violently, Harry thought he would be flung off. The darkness had exploded into an almost painful bright light. When the spots faded from his vision, he gasped as he beheld the towering, shiny, silvery mountain with a column of sparkly golden light from its top in front of him. The platform stopped abruptly. Looking away from the silver mountain, Harry could see his platform was laying against a bright white rectangle dock-like thing. Fear slammed into him as he saw only blackness around his gray platform, with his white dock thingy, a building in the silver mountain. It was as he looked around in confusion, looking for something that made sense to him, he realized the edges of his platform were crumbling and falling into the blackness of the abyss around him. And disappearing. Bloody hell! He exclaimed as he jumped from the disintegrating platform to the dock, and sprawled the landing as the platform gave way as he started his leap. A heavy, go-o-ong, sounded as he landed on the dock. Harry was working on getting to his feet when he realized he was no longer alone on the dock thingy. Reflexively his hand dove into his robe pocket for his wand, only to find nothing there. He froze, hand in his robe, staring at the person standing in front of him. That person, from the clothes she was wearing, was obviously female. The neon red, shiny fabric was fitted skin-tight to her shapely form. Her head was covered with a tight cowl that trailed like a split set of robes down to her mid-calf, covering the tops of her glittery red boots. And she was wearing a pair of wraparound sunglasses with mirror lenses and fingernails that seemed to move. "Greetings, Soul Returnee." The female spoke in a wonderful, melodious voice. "May I have your name so that I can inform the Soul Commission Return and Placement Service who has returned, and that way we can get a head start on getting you sent to your final reward." "Huh, wah," was the eloquent reply by Harry. "Look, I realize that being thrown up here is somewhat disconcerting, but we need to get you to final processing. Returnees are fairly rare, and I have other things to be doing," the young woman replied. Even without being able to see her eyes, Harry knew she was glaring at him. He was trying to come up with some questions to ask the woman in front of him when. "Come on now," she said crisply. "I got dressed in this rather hideous outfit of, you got that right," he thought. "I think you call them robes, just to try and make you comfortable." She spread her arms and stated, "I don't like how this robe thing makes me look, but it is what the well-dressed witch has been wearing this year. It's supposed to ease you along, give you something familiar for your mind to latch onto." Finally, something Harry's brain could latch onto. "Just what year are we talking about?" he said, grasping at any straw in his confusion. "In your Earth terms, you have died in 2124. Although, I must say you look a lot younger than I would expect for being a 144-year-old man." Maybe it's just mental confusion from your advanced age," she said contemplatively, tapping her fingers against her chin. "Advanced age?" Harry bellowed. "I was killed when I was 14. Wait, how did I know that?" he thought. And with that declaration, a flood of memories cascaded through his mind. Dragons in the first task and the Horntail's tail that gashed his arm and almost took off his head. Grindylows in the Black Lake attacking with claws and teeth. And his narrow escape from them. And the last task. The nightmare. Kill the spare. followed by the same flash of necrotic green that the Dementors made him remember seeing, and the forever sightless eyes of Cedric Diggory staring into the sky. He flashed to being tied to Riddle's father's headstone. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, and blood of your foe. He remembered the Crucios, the pain from being touched by Voldemort. He remembered the farce of a duel before the brother wands locked up and how with the help of his parents and others killed by Riddle, he managed to escape. Now he remembered arriving back at the maze, battered and bloody. But he had, by Merlin, brought Cedric back to his parents. The rest was a blur of him babbling to everyone that, he's back, Voldemort's back, and seeing the disbelief on faces and the voices doubting of his sanity. It was during the arguments that Moody came and took him away from the madness surrounding the third task maze, and walked him to his office in the castle. There he was questioned by the old Auror as to what had exactly happened. Exhausted, in pain, and shaking with occasional tremors, Harry tried to explain all the bewildering, perplexing, and confusing events that had happened to him in the graveyard. He was just starting to wonder why Professor Moody wanted to know the smallest detail as to how the Dark Lord had spoken, how he had acted. Harry could have sworn Moody took great pleasure in the punishments Voldemort had dealt to those who he had accused of abandoning him. He was so very tired. All he wanted to do was get to Madame Pomfrey, get a pain draft, and sleep forever. Suddenly a faux glass on the desk had glowed, and in it, Harry could see the headmaster and Snape charging straight at the glass. Moody had taken a quick glance at the glass, whipped his wand out of his coat, pointed it at the startled Harry, and incanted, Avada Kedavra. And the sickly-looking green light of his nightmares filled his vision just before the ripping pain and darkness overtook him. As the present returned to Harry's consciousness, he realized he was on his hands and knees, weeping as his mind repeated ran through variations of, I died. I'm dead. Keeping his eyes tightly closed in denial, he whimpered, just like Cedric, I wasn't supposed to die. I thought I had escaped. I wasn't ready. I'm not ready. He continued collapsing, rolling down onto one hip. A thought intruded. He had seen the horror on Cedric's face. I wonder if I looked just as horrified. Harry lay there, on the white surface, with all the terrible things that had happened to him that night skittering in non-stop circles in his head. Young man, old man, whatever you are, you must get up. I have to take you to processing. Please get up. Time is running out. Until we get to the center, whenever your return time is, it keeps getting shorter and shorter. We have to hurry. A mind-slugged Harry was in no condition to think or act rationally. All he wanted to do was curl up into a ball and hope that it was all a nightmare and would go away. Please get up. Look, all I want to do is get you to processing and get someone with more authority to take over. You're not supposed to be here. Get up, please. I don't know why you register as still being alive when my download told me you were dead. I don't know why you were not sent to Soul Determination. This isn't my job now, I just want to get you to processing, finish my shift and go home. Harry vaguely noticed the urgency in her voice seemed real. He felt a tug on his arm followed by a scream of pain from his red-garbed companion. Get up. I can't touch you, so I can't lift you up, the young-sounding woman's voice kept harping at him. Oddly, that particular part of her pleadings got through to Harry. Why can't she touch me? He thought. Levering himself up on his hands, he used a sleeve to wipe his eyes and the snot from his nose. He finally looked up at the woman. Girl, who had not stopped begging him to get up because they had to go. Harry peered up at the eyes he could not see because of the mirrored sunglasses. YCA. Harry's voice failed him. He swallowed hard and started again. Why can't you touch me? A thought shot through him. I'm getting like Hermione. Asking questions about everything. Because you're still alive, and I'm dead, and if I touch you it hurts. Really, really hurts, she ranted. Harry stared up at her, his eyeballs bulging and his jaw dropping. But I'm dead too, he said with a voice that had a definite quaver to it. No, you're not, she volleyed back. My data was just updated and you have been redesignated a soul to be returned. What in Merlin's hells is a soul to be returned? He managed to blurt out. I'm not sure how it works. I'm just a greeter. Can we please go? The longer you wait, the shorter becomes the time to send you back, then they blame me for not working, and my time here gets lengthened as punishment. Harry opened his mouth to ask how long she had been there, then closed it. He was so tired of people demanding that he tell them everything about his life. He did not want to become one of them. Harry rolled onto his hands and knees and then carefully stood up. He was surprised to not feel the pain and the tremors that had been coursing through him in Moody's office. In fact, once he stood up, he felt better than he had since he was entered into that accursed tournament. Harry deliberately kept his arms at his side. He did not want to inadvertently touch the girl in front of him and find out she was telling the truth. As soon as he was standing, the girl started rapidly walking towards a building Harry had noticed off to his left. Harry looked at the shining mountain off to his right. Apparently, they were not going there. Wonder if Mum and Dad went there. Harry's instinctive flinch as she thoughtlessly made to reach for him to hurry him along was all that saved her from a painful incident. If her story was true, he thought. It was only about 100-some yards to a small white stone and glass, 3-story, modern office-looking building that had one peculiarity. The upper right corner seemed to waver in its solidity before snapping back whole. As he looked closer, he thought he saw the same corner melt away slightly before reappearing solid again. As they hurriedly walked the short distance, the red-garbed young woman kept urging him to hasten, not dawdle, to walk faster, as she literally scurried around him. She wrenched the building door open, and then almost touched Harry as she instinctively nearly pushed him inwards before stopping herself. Harry stopped cold as he took in the massive crowd of people in lines separated by white velveteen ropes shuffling forward towards some vague opening in the far wall. His escort managed to direct him, without touching him, through a thick black rope she opened, and led him towards a small desk sitting off to the left side. He assumed it was a reception desk, as a little black with white lettering sign resting on its surface said, "Reception." And there was a young brown-haired woman, who for some reason seemed older to Harry than she looked, seated behind the desk. "I've done my bit, note in the ledger that I have delivered this sole returnee to you as fast as possible," Harry's usher demanded. The seated woman made a show of picking up a maroon and buff cloth-bound ledger book, opened it, and with a moistened finger turned some pages to the one she was obviously looking for. She then slowly pulled a fancy fountain pen from loops on its spine and made a show of making a notation on the page. Placing the book back on its spot, she looked up at Harry's escort and said, "There." Satisfied. Harry watched her lips thin as the sunglass-wearing girl was obviously reining in her temper. "Yes," she muttered, spun on her booted heel, and stalked away to the door. Harry was looking at the receptionist like she had grown an extra head. The dark-haired woman frowned at Harry's expression. "Young man, that woman has her particular job as part of her penance. At some point, it will be decided that her probation is done and she will either move up to Elysium or be consigned to the pit for eternity." Harry's mind was still in its stunned setting. He merely kept staring at the woman seated in front of him. The woman deflated a bit with a sigh. "If you have a chance to read any Muggle history, look up Countess Elizabeth Bathory. That young woman, Magda, was one of her handmaidens, and served as a Judas goat in persuading innocent maidens to come to the Countess' fortress for a life of luxury. The Countess was what you call a squib, and she was obsessed with gaining magic. She tried many rituals to obtain the magic she believed she deserved. Bathing in the blood of innocent girls was one of the methods she tried." The woman's mouth quirked to one side. After a couple of years, Magda's conscience made her try to escape. Tried is the operative word. Bathory personally blinded her with red-hot irons. Then she was turned over to be used and abused by the soldiers of the castle until she died. She had just enough atonement in her soul when she died, that she was not sent to the pit immediately. The two were silent for a moment, looking at each other, but not seeing each other. "Annika!" roared a voice out of nowhere. Both of them jumped at the roar. "Potter's back. Again. When he arrives, get him up here yesterday. The universe of his timeline is already starting to unravel. Our building is actually decaying." The pair stared at each other for a moment. Harry in confusion, the woman in fear. "Come," she said, grabbing him by the arm and towing him at a run up the stairway suddenly opened before them. "Where are we going?" A tug on his arm. "What's hap?" Harder tug on his arm. "Damn it. Let go of me. I'm not going another step." All the pain, all the confusion of the last year, all the pressure culminating in Cedric's and then his death finally exploded in Harry's mind. All the ridicule and abuse through the school year, the mind screaming danger of the Tri-Wizard tasks, and the pain. The pain of Cedric dying, the pain of Voldemort touching him, the pain of the Cruciatus curses, and finally the pain of his own death. Harry blew. Yanking his arm out of her hand, he stood there hunched against the blows he expected to rain on him. I'm not going anywhere until someone tells me just where the hell I am, and who the hell are you people? His voice had cracked halfway through his defiant outburst, making him cringe even more. Suddenly, with a finger snap just like Dobby had used, he was floating in midair. Surprised, he started flailing around, but that was restricted. His arm and leg movements felt like he was stretching against rubber bands that kept him from moving fast or far. While he concentrated on fighting his predicament, Harry did not notice he was being floated up the stairs, down a hallway, and was deposited in front of a door where his flailing suddenly banged him into the door. He bounced back and fell on his ass with a thump. He was in this undignified position, trying to stand when the door opened suddenly. When he was younger, Harry had sometimes been able to read some of Dudley's discarded comic books and immediately thought that except for the skin color, the Hulk had come to life. I am not happy to see you, Mr. Potter. This means that you have failed once again to stay alive and fulfill your destiny. The Hulk's voice was as deep as a canyon and as cold as a Dementor. Harry's temper and mad at everything attitude vanished in an instant. Hermione had sometimes said that she wasn't sure Harry had a survival instinct. The Mammoth Man Mountain, who looked to be bigger and tougher than Hagrid, proved her wrong. His skin looked like deeply tanned human skin, and his muscles were piled on top of other muscles. Except for his size, the only non-human parts were his hair, which constantly shifted from light blue to yellow to red as though it was a hot gas fire, and his eyes, which definitely had red and yellow irises of fire. Even the shiny white shorts and singlet looking thing he was wearing looked human. He lowered a hand down to Harry. When Harry grasped it, he was effortlessly raised up to his feet. Come now, Mr. Potter, we have much to do, and unlike most time around here, we have little time available. He looked over Harry's shoulder. Annika, please stay. I will need a runner in order to get all the appropriate forms signed while I get all this explained to Mr. Potter and get his consent. With a 30-pound, ham-sized hand planted against his back, Harry was ushered through the doorway and encouraged to sit in a surprisingly comfortable white chintz with red flowers armchair. Are those lilies? Harry wondered. He was not sure. Lilies were the one flower his Aunt Petunia refused to have in her garden. Muscles Man was rummaging through several oversized file drawers and with surprising delicacy, pulling several papers out and stacking them on his desk. He double-checked several form-like papers and handed them to Annika. Please get the appropriate offices to sign off on these forms. Tell them that this is an Omega-4 exigency, and get them back here immediately. You do realize how urgent this is, correct? The voice from behind Harry actually squeaked as she answered in the affirmative, spun and hurried out the doorway. Man Mountain sat in an appropriate-sized chair behind the light gray desk. He steepled his fingers under his chin as he unblinkingly regarded Harry. Just as Harry, intimidated or not, was about to erupt, the large being began to speak. Harry was surprised at how pleasant he sounded. Mr. Potter, please listen without interruption. The more questions you ask, the more tangents we wander down, the longer this whole thing will take. I will explain everything I think is important to you. No matter how fantastical or unbelievable I sound, everything I will tell you is the truth. I am not that white-whiskered old fool you revere. Do you understand? Harry merely nodded, gripping the arms of the chair tighter in his anger. Who is this monster to talk about Professor Dumbledore that way? Hadn't he seen how the headmaster had always helped him? How he was charging to rescue him at the end of his troubles? He was afraid that if he started he would lose it and start yelling and screaming at the giant across from him. The woman had handled him like a toddler having a tantrum. Man Mountain could probably squash Harry's head between his thumb and forefinger. My name is Urzelkindis. I am your Grim Reaper. He paused as Harry looked to interrupt, and waved a huge finger at him. Mr. Potter. No interruptions. For the vast number of beings, they are born, live out their lives, and at death, their Grim Reaper collects them for judgment. Zip, bang, zoom, and done. Urzelkindis gusted a sigh that blew Harry's hair back. This building is for soul judgment. This is where if your soul has not been completely on one side of the ledger you are judged, and sent to the appropriate reward you have earned according to how you lived your life, your beliefs, and/or religion. Those were all the people standing in the to-be-judged lines you saw when you entered the building. Another pause and raised eyebrows at Harry, who nodded his understanding. Now, this little corner is where we watch over and try to keep alive the souls that fate and destiny have decreed to be invaluable for the health of their respective worlds and dimensions. And you, Mr. Pot. Quote. Zelkindis broke off his increasing, nearing deafening, volume and with visible effort reigned in his temper. Sorry, Mr. Potter, he said to the cringing Harry. But you have become a vexation. A what? Harry managed to mutter. A vexation. That means you, Mr. Potter, are a trial upon my soul, and a stain on my record. I don't know if I will survive this last screw-up of yours and keep my Grim Reaper position, but I really do not want to be sent to a reintegration squad or a destroyed world's soul sorting and maintenance. DWSS and EMM is the worst. You have no idea how tough it is to counsel the souls of beings whose whole world disappeared in nuclear fire within a few minutes. That dimension where Earth was destroyed in 1961 was a nightmare. Zelkindis glared at Harry with his best intimidation and threatening look. Probably practices it in front of a mirror, thought Harry grumpily. Which I do not intend to have to do again for your dimension. Huh, how in hell am I supposed to explode an atomic bomb? He thought. And I wasn't even alive in 1961. Harry wanted at that moment to be anywhere else but in that chair, facing an obviously very upset, large being. Now, you have been decreed by fate to be the person whose destiny is to keep your worldly dimension from being taken over by the so-called Lord Voldemort, who was born as Tom Ridd. Excuse me, Mr. Potter, I forgot that you actually already know him by his birth name. Anyway, Zelkindis picked up his story while he sorted a file thicker than a book Hermione would have considered light reading. Being fated and destined as such, you were given 7 chances at reversing death and continuing on your quest. You, Mr. Potter, have died, died, 7 times in less than 15 years. Tell me, did it feel good or something? You have died more times than the previous record holder. Big Hands shuffled through some papers before pausing. Some guy named El Cid. And even then his followers used his body as a totem to create a victory in his last battle. 7 times. Harry squeaked. He didn't care how unmanly he sounded at the moment. He was frantically looking over his body as though it would show evidence of his deaths. Yes, 7 times. That's all that is allowed. For those of you gifted with extra chances at life, on your 7th death, your soul is supposed to be permanently terminated. But I now see how you've slipped through a never-before-used loophole. And I will use that loophole to send you back where you will make one last attempt to prevent the utter destruction of your world. 7 times, he said, looking like Snape did after Harry failed brewing a potion. Shall I enumerate them for you? Harry's mouth opened and closed several times, but no sound emerged. I'll take your silence as a yes. The first time was when you were 8. You were slow that morning from lack of sleep from your uncle's beating the night before as you left the water closet, and didn't see your cousin's fist coming. You smashed your temple into the corner of the stair rail as you fell. You died from bleeding in the brain in less than 5 minutes. Harry frowned as he remembered that day. Dudley's fist had sent him careening down the steps and he had almost broken his arm when he hit the floor. Aunt Petunia had yelled at him for bleeding on her floor. We had to reset your life by 5 minutes until you were awake enough to almost dodge your ham-fisted cousin. Next, the huge green man continued. Voldemort, or actually Quirrell, killed you in the Forbidden Forest that night that foolish old woman let the gamekeeper take you there. That one took having to stall you and the blonde coward for 10 minutes to get the centaur into position to save you. Third, do you know how messy it is to have to reintegrate a body that has been stabbed by a poisonous fang, bitten in 2, and then swallowed by a giant S? That took some work by the lads over in the revivification department, let me tell you. They cursed your name for weeks. And you were not on my favorites list due to the concessions I had to make to the Phoenix Plane in order to get them to persuade the Phoenix of he who thinks he is the world's greatest manipulator to save your life. Harry looked down at the floor feeling ill. He raised his eyes just as Zelkindis' face morphed from fake jolly to thunderously upset. That, he ground out, was the first time I was graced with a visit from higher management. Due to it being your 3rd death, and your importance to that part of the dimensional universe, they showed up to impress upon me that your constant dying was a black mark on my record. I was also informed they would be keeping close eyes on me. Some of them have up to 9 eyes. Do you have any idea how creepy that is? And my A*S had chew marks on it for cycles. Are you starting to have a smidgen of understanding of just what a trial attempting to keep you alive is? Harry had no idea what to say. Sorry, he mumbled. Then you became what your world calls a teenager. And teenagers are thoughtless risk-takers. Remember how your thoughtless chase of that little winged ball ended with you over 1,100 feet in the air when you fell off your broom due to the Dementors. But Professor Dumbledore caught me. He used a spell that slowed me down and I was barely hurt. Harry blurted. Why yes he did, Zelkindis said, pursing his lips and looking thoughtful. Harry felt a sickening premonition. Suddenly the Reaper leaned forward, frustration rolling off him in waves. The second time he did. After we reset the timeline so he was paying attention to the game. Instead of politicking with some invited ministry department heads in his special stadium seating box. Hulk Mountain shifted to looking thoughtful again. You looked almost peaceful lying in your water-filled crater despite having broken every bone in your body. Harry almost puked. He glared at Harry. That was your number 4 death. The 5th. The feather-brained, part-horse was too late to rescue you and your friend. The werewolf tore you and one of your true friends to pieces. Very messy and very painful. Try to take better care of her from now on. Wah. Who? What? Oh. Number 6 occurred only a few months ago. Once again you managed to get bitten in two. This time instead of being poisoned, you were fire-roasted first. And let me tell you that the reintegration squad was making nasty noises about having to get parts of you out of a large carnivorous animal's stomach for the second time. They were upset and it took some actual threats to make them do their job. Zelkindis thunderously stared at Harry for a nervous-making moment. And finally, we have your murder at the end of that stupid tournament. I'd bet that shocked that meddlesome, old bumbling fool. He gave that Death Eater, Polyjuice as his old friend, lots of freedom hoping that Crouch Jr. would lead him to the weak Voldemort that the fool planned to kill for the glory of the greater good. His own glory actually. The mendacious fool was absolutely convinced that the prophecy meant that you and Voldemort were the only ones who could kill each other unless the other had died. Harry jumped in. Why do you keep calling the headmaster a meddlesome fool? He's helped me loads. Without him, I'd probably be D. Harry just stared, forgetting to close his mouth. Zelkindis leaned back and almost seemed to smile. Hogwarts. The safest place in Wizarding Britain, he rumbled. Yet it has almost killed you 10, maybe 12 times. ANND, actually killed you 7, oops, my bad, only 6 times. He looked at Harry quizzically. Tell me, what kind of bedlam house is your esteemed headmaster running? A staring contest seemed to develop. Actually, Harry was not trying to outstare Zelkindis. He was lost in his thoughts and the flame-eyed, tan-skinned being was in front of him. Dumbledore had gotten him away from his hated relatives for 10 months of the year. Harry owed him, didn't he? Wait a minute, Professor Dumbledore had nothing to do with getting me to Hogwarts. When he sent Hagrid to take me to Diagon Alley, I remember Hagrid said I'd been put on the list for Hogwarts by my parents right after I was born. Of course, then Hagrid forgot to tell me how to get on the express. Yeah, but he makes me go back to Durscoban every summer holiday. Why? He always dodges making an answer when I ask him. Why does he, I mean he's only my headmaster, get to tell me where to live during holiday? Big and Ugly here has a point, Harry thought to himself. Even Hermione has started to mention how all the bad coincidences seem to occur to me. Even if she and Ron always, or used to, hop right up and charge with me as I got in trouble. I don't go looking for trouble. Why don't the other 300 kids have trouble finding them as much as it finds me? Except Ginny, of course. That wasn't her fault. Zelkindis cleared his throat. By the way, if you are the boy of prophecy, destined to square off against Riddle in a sorcerer's death match, why didn't your esteemed headmaster, the man who tells everybody he is your magical guardian, get you any special training? Have you been taught any special spells, or had special tutors that might keep you alive during your fated duel of the century? Oh, and Mr. Potter, do not stare Mr. Big Ego Dumbledore or Snape the Stalker in the eye. That is how they read your mind. Avoid that silly little twinkle the head idiot has that draws you to look him in the eye, and stop trying to show how tough you are by staring back at Snape when he's tormenting you. A bit of advice. Meeting your account manager at Gringotts will be most useful. The goblins will not be friendly, they will not, like, but if you make it in their interest, they can be very helpful. To continue, Mr. Potter, we've had most of this conversation before. However, because you don't remember us speaking to each other, exactly where we are now, does not mean they did not occur the last 5 times. As much as I would like to continue with our chat, we are under considerable time pressure. Your assumed, sort of death this time is changing the temporal fate stream so much that its decay is reaching even into this dimension. There are parts of this building that as we speak are disintegrating due to the stress of the dimensional time stream shift. Harry rose out of his introspection. I've been getting reports that this last death has created much greater problems than foreseen. Therefore, we are in a hurry. He handed Harry a thin sheaf of paper pages that had printing on them and said, we need to get down to the Hall of Returns. Now, read those papers on the way, and try to memorize them as much as possible. When you leave us, you will not be able to take them with you. If you have not read it, or you fail to remember it, whatever it is will disappear from your memory. Zelkindis guided Harry around the desk and into a hallway behind the office. They quickly walked down to another room that had a large piece of silvery equipment in it, and a round white table with 4 white chairs. Hulk Mountain pointed to the table. Sit and study. You have only a few minutes. Remember, what you forget after reading or don't read about, you will not have to help you on your return. Don't get bogged down in all that other stuff that doesn't relate to killing Riddle. The great muscled monster, as Harry decided to think of him now, crossed over to a large wraparound desk with a bunch of electrical-looking stuff that Harry has no idea of its purpose, and with surprising delicacy started pushing buttons and flipping switches. Harry started reading the machine-printed sheets. Harold Harry James Potter, son of James Charles Potter, and Lily Marie Potter née Evans. Born July 31, 1980. My real name is Harold. What the? Harry just stared at the printing. Special magical abilities. Parcel language. Now what? Does this mean that the reason I can talk to SS is because of my parentage? Not from the scar Riddle gave me. Blocked magical abilities. Friend to animals maternal. What's a friend to animals? Partial metamorphagus. What's a metamorphagus? Magical power, 60% blocked. A block. I have over half my magic power blocked. Merlin be damned, how did that happen? Liabilities to the full potential of client. Mail redirection ward. I know what that seems like, but what does it do? Tracking charms on personal belongings. Who would do this to me? Where are they? An illegal blood-based tracking charm has been placed on client. I don't know what this is, but Hermione will tell me. Maybe the answers were on the next page. Which he flipped to. Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as self-proclaimed Lord Voldemort. No, really. Thought that was a die after finding out secret. Born December 31, 1926. Death, unknown. Prophecy interference, Horcruxes interference. Prophecy. Is that what I think it is? Attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. September 1, 1938, to June 29, 1945. Head boy. Cup for special services to the school award, 1943. Yeah, I know, Ron talked about polishing it. Maybe with some smarts, I can get Hagrid his wand back. Known Horcruxes. What the hell is a Horcruxes? Possessed diary. Dark green with initials, upper right corner. In possession of Lucius Malfoy. Diary. Is that what the diary that possessed Ginny was? A Horcruxes. Is that what a Horcruxes does? Turns you to the dark. House of Gaunt, head of House Ring. Last Gaunt residence. Locket of Lord Slytherin. Gold with green jade, S. Black residence. Can Sirius help? But what can I tell him? Cup of Helga Hufflepuff. Gold, goblet shaped. Decorated with badgers. Gringotts. Diadem of Ravenclaw. Gemmed diadem with very large sapphire. Hogwarts. Detached soul fragment. Maintained in container Harold J. Potter. Removal recommended. Shard will allow Riddle to access, and influence, H. Potter's thoughts. Fragment will kill container via magical and life force drain if T. Riddle is killed after. All other Horcruxes are destroyed. Kill the container. But that's me. Harry stared at the last sentence, shocked to his core. Did this mean he had a bit of Voldemort in him? Oh, yeah, Parseltongue. No, that was maybe from his parents. Now where would my scar? He thought as he slapped his hand over his forehead as though to keep it from exploding or attacking him or something. The paper's words were getting blurry as he unconsciously started panting as a prelude to a full-blown panic attack. I have had a piece of Voldemort's soul in me. Harry's gibbering thought was barely coherent. Merlin, if anybody found out and blabbed, the Ministry would probably kill me to get rid of it. I've seen how corrupt Fudge is, and since Malfoy and his Gold are such good friends of Fudge, it would be the perfect excuse to kill me. Hell, he'd probably let Draco parade my head around Slytherin House. Potter, we don't have time for your angst and self-pity. Now study those papers or you'll end up being sent to a very uncomfortable place when you get murdered again. Came the bassoon voice of Erzelkindis. F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** fragment or the blocks on my magic power any of the other times. Of course I keep getting killed. I've got part of Voldemort in my head, and somehow I can't use half my magic power. Are you people crazy? My best friend told me that repeatedly doing the exact same thing, time after time, expecting different results was a classic sign of insanity. Silent pause from in back of him. A low-owing pause. Keep reading, came the growl back. I have to get this exactly right or you will end up only the great ones know where in the time stream. Harry looked over his shoulder and saw the larger-than-Hagrid man had already returned to his, whatever he was doing. With a grimace, Harry returned to the papers. Sole Commission Return and Placement Service Recommendations for Harold James Potter. Recommendation 1. Learn Magical Art of Occlumency. Defense Against Mind Reading Legilimency by A. Dumbledore and S. Snape. If they find H. Potter to be a soul-revived returnee he will be forced to reveal, and then obliviated of, all future knowledge. What the hell? Snivellus and Dumbledore have been reading my mind. So, that's how that bastard knows just which of my buttons to push when he's writing me in class. But, why shouldn't the headmaster want to know what's going to happen and stop it? Harry sat and stewed for a few moments. Recommendation 2. Claim inheritance of being Lord Potter at Gringotts. Claiming the lordship of the most ancient and most noble house of Potter will grant him his head of House Ring. Head of House Ring will provide some protection. From S. Snape and A. Dumbledore. Mind reading. Lord Potter. I'm a lord. How in hell did that happen? Do I get a castle or something? Some place I can live. Away from Durscoban. Remembrance of those wonderful 3 weeks in Diagon Alley in his previous life flooded through him. Recommendation 3. Remove soul fragment from Scar. Gee, great advice there, guys. Doesn't everybody want to keep part of a Dark Lord in their head? The splitting headaches whenever he's near are just a thrill in themselves. Preliminary bonding with soulmate via osculation will cause removal. A knowledgeable magical cursebreaker can also remove the fragment. Wait, what? Bonding. Soulmate. What the hell is osculation? Cursebreaking. What the foo? Quote. Recommendation 4. Destroy all Horcruxes prior to allowing T. Riddle to regain a solid body. Stress to H. Potter that T. Riddle must have corporeal body before execution to allow for soul to pass to us for final judgment. So, Tommy can't be sent to hell without these Horcruxes thingies being destroyed. What in hell are these things? Recommendation 5. Expand number of friendships and allies. Impress upon Mr. Potter that he should not try to save the world all by himself. This one is going to be tougher than it sounds. I remember all too well how many of my classmates turned against me in second year and again after that. Thrice be damned goblet spit my name out. Wankers. Every bloody one of them. The freeing of Godfather Sirius Orion Black would be very useful. No shite. Another way I could get away from oh so loving relatives. The freeing and rebonding of the house elf known as Dobby will be very helpful to the returnee. Great. First, he almost gets me killed by Uncle Vernon. Then he almost kills me on the Quidditch pitch. But he did get me the gillyweed that let me compete in the second task. Possibly, the little ratbag would be useful to have around. Maybe if I lay some groundwork with Hermione, she won't kill me for having ends *Avenue Dobby. Spew could show up early. Removal from returnee body of long-term wit dulling potion and curiosity suppression charm is allowed before return. Oh, shite. Does that mean what I think it means? I'm going to have to let Hermione know. Maybe she could tell me I'm wrong. Stress to the returnee that 7 deaths are the maximum allowed, and leads to soul destruction upon 7th death. i.e., no afterlife allowed. Does this mean no meeting my parents if the rules that run this place beep? The recommendations is put forth in these documents are deemed accurate and in compliance of Elysia Infernal Pacts numbered approximately 104, 453, 687 and 797 tilde. As regards temporal travel adjustment for adjudged soul returnees. Attested by C. Hammurabi, G. Solon, C. Justinian, W. Blackstone. Who the hell are these clowns? Done, came the rumble of Urzelkindis' voice. As soon as the paperwork gets here and you sign it, we will send you back as far as the collapsing time stream allows. Any last questions? Harry was desperately trying to bring his whirling thoughts under control. Oh, how he wished Hermione was here. She would know what questions to ask. He was becoming scared that by not asking the right questions, he would miss something really important. What are the infernal pacts? Urzelkindis actually stared at Harry goggle-eyed. All the problems you have and that is what you ask. Harry just stared back. He was not sure if he was actually curious or if he was channeling Hermione because it was such a Hermione question to ask. Desperate, life-threatening, soul-returning, messing with time trouble, and she would want to know why now. Why this time do I finally get some help? Why not before? Maybe they are insane. Harry grimaced while keeping up his staring. Contest with the Man Mountain. Great. Someday I'm going to report to Hermione that the cosmos is run by beings crazier than the Tri-Wizard Committee. Urzelkindis snorted and shook his head. Very well. The pacts are beyond ancient in history. They are far, far older than wizard kind on your world. They literally state that we, the good types, and them, the bad beings, will not interfere directly with the sentient beings on a planet's surface, subsurface, or planetary atmosphere. To break the pacts means open warfare between the guardians of Elysia and the demons of, and the controllers of, well, literally hell. Should open warfare return, we would lose the beings of many worlds in multiple universes, as their worlds would be scoured down to bedrock instantly during any fighting. The best explanation I can give is we are involved across the universes in a giant game of Go. 5. If you want an explanation of the strategy of what I am talking about, get either. He paused, obviously having to recall something. Su Li or the Chong girl to explain the purpose to you. Vastly oversimplified, the more worlds we turn to the light, the more, and easier, it is to influence the desired outcome on the same worlds in other nearby dimensions. Unfortunately, it also works the same for the dark side. 6. Urzelkindis' eyes took on an intenseness that had them starting to glow. The dark may not have broken the pact when they had a minor minion slip knowledge of some long-buried, arcane magic to your version of Wizard Riddle, but they bent it enough for us to bend it right back. Hence this opportunity for you. When Harry noticed that the being was lost in his fervor, he bitterly exclaimed, so that's all this is to you. A game. And I am one of your pawns. I've been sacrificed 6 or 7 times, and you still can't get it right. How in hell do you expect a pawn to checkmate a Dark King? The large being refocused his look back on Harry. Mr. Potter, we do not look upon you as a pawn in some giant multi-universe chess game. In fact, I deliberately did not use your world's game of chess as an analogy for that very reason. At that moment they were interrupted by Annika barging into the room with a pile of papers. Next time you send me off to beg for something to be done by upper management, I'm going to strip you to component parts and send you to the 7th circle until you can reconstitute yourself. The large humanoid glared at her. Oh, they took pity on you, she continued with a smirk. They hardly complained about kicking the time ratio up to Omega-4 status. We should feel the difference about now. The three of them suddenly felt as though an all-encompassing weight had suddenly surrounded them, trying to compress them under its mass. In spite of obviously looking uncomfortable at whatever had occurred, the pair of non-human denizens in the room looked relieved. Okay, Harry spoke up. Will someone explain what just happened? What happened, Mr. Potter, is that upper management agreed that we were in an emergency where literally minutes count, and slowed our relative time to your universe reality, giving us more of an interval to solve the predicament your supposed dying for the 7th time has created, was the very large man's reply. It makes everyone feel uncomfortable, so its usage is rare. It also tips off everyone that something very, very important is occurring. And the demons of hell do have spies, he continued. I have configured the return system to place you back during the summer before your second year at that madhouse you attend that is laughingly called the premier school of magic, and safest place, in magical Britain. Harry had to fight down his rising panic. Okay, I get you think. Hogwarts is a joke, but why are you sending me back to the summer when my oh-so-beloved relatives imprisoned me in my room, almost starving Hedwig and myself to death? And it was Dobby's fault. If the Weasleys hadn't rescued me, the two of us might have died. 1. Zelkindis' forefinger arose, because you need to have that house elf meet you. You really have little idea as to how powerful those little creatures are, and how helpful to you they can be. Getting him freed from the disgusting humans that possess him now would be a great mercy to him and a tremendous boon to you. 2. Basilisk venom is one of the few methods of destroying a Horcrux. Remember there are 5 of them on your list. Remember how you killed the diary. A venom-impregnated goblin-forged blade will work also. Any idea where to get one of those? Hagrid's cleaner-cut, much larger brother, except for the fiery hair and eyes now wore a huge smirk. Oh, thought Harry. Does he mean the sword of Gryffindor? I can do that. Wait a minute. Are they infecting me with insanity here? That stupid S killed me twice, and ate me once last time. Are you two nuts? Harry ranted. That basilisk ate me once and killed me during my second chance. If it hadn't been for Fawkes, I would have died the second time also. Zelkindis waved his hand in dismissal. Ever hear of a boar spear? Ever enlarge something? Harry stared blankly back at him. And you claim to be a wizard, the Mountain of Muscle drawled in the most resigned and disgusted tone Harry has ever heard. The being changed his tone. Look, due to our side believing that sentient beings should have free will, we just cannot gift you with amazing powers and give you foreknowledge of coming events. We also, for example, cannot tell you who to be mere acquaintances with, or true friends with, or who will aid your cause selflessly. And while I'm thinking about it, spend some of that money you have to buy yourself some decent clothes. You obviously have no idea what confusing messages you send to your schoolmates because you are known to be the heir to an old, powerful magical family, yet everyone knows you wear clothes that look like you got them from a rag bin. Between your clothes, you're being afraid to talk to people, and that fame whore by association who jealously wants to be your only friend, nobody knows how to approach you. Your nodding acquaintances and other students who do not know you have no idea how to treat you as you constantly send mixed messages. Every time you seem to be friendly and approachable, that red-headed, backstabbing. Quote. The Mountain of Muscle man took a deep, cleansing breath. Look, Mr. Potter, you have had 6 attempts at doing things your way, and you ended up here every time. Could you please try it our way this time? A chime rang through the room. For Belnudix. Harry could hear the urgency in Zelkindis' voice as he rapidly spoke. As the report stated, we can remove the wit-dulling potion and that curiosity-killing charm from you. Say, yes, now. Harry could not think of a reason to say no, so he shrugged and nodded his head. Also, I am going to make you immune to the favorite curse that arrogantly foolish headmaster of yours uses, obliviation. The man-mountain carefully and gently placed a hand on either side of his head and murmured something. Harry, who had been expecting pain or something, felt a slight tingle behind his eyes. Sign that last sheet of paper and let's get you out of here. We are out of time. Zelkindis' voice held a sense of urgency as he removed his hands from Harry's head. Wait a minute, I didn't even sign a contract with that stupid goblet and it buggered me anyway. I'm not signing until I read it. Mr. Potter, I swear to you your signature is to merely cover my A*S that you are being allowed to keep your memories this time when you are sent back. Remember, I promised to tell you the truth. No lying or prevaricating allowed. Harry stared at him for a moment, sighed, grabbed the last page of the pile, snatched up the pen, and signed the paper. Enough. Mr. Potter, please stand on that red dot on the floor there. Harry did. Please read your notes one last time. Your departure time is approaching. Remember, find your soulmate, kill the Horcruxes, kill Tom Riddle. Live a long life. Have lots of babies and grandbabies. Become happy. That's your job. Easy peasy, squeezy. Harry, frantically trying to memorize his sheets, never raised his eyes, and gestured with one hand. And his middle finger. Do not tell anyone about this experience. If they do not have occlumency, or good mind shields, Snape or Dumbledore could read their minds and that would lead them straight to you. And believe me, that nosy, interfering old idiot will then obliviate them, and try to obliviate you, all the way back to drooling babyhood. The only one you can tell is your soul mate. She will get automatically protected when her mind gains a linkage with yours. Zelkindis' hand clap echoed through the room. Oh, by the way, your soulmate Wong Oh. And in a literal flash, Harry was gone, leaving several sheets of paper to waft to the floor. After a moment, Annika turned to Zelkindis. Nice screw up there, big guy. Informing him who his soulmate is was kinda important. With no answer forthcoming, she continued on, why didn't you tell him the curse he ate removed the soul fragment from his head? The answer was low and gravelly. First, he never noticed, and second, because it will still be there in his almost 12-year-old body. Causality demands he is in the same condition as he was at that point the last time his soul was in that body. He continued, it is also the technicality that let us send him back. He technically did not die. His soul was not the one removed when he was struck by the curse. You mean he has a, get out of killing curse-free, card? She asked. Wait a minute, she continued, sounding puzzled. Then why did he end up here? He couldn't have unless. Her eyes widened in shock. You and Gurklis must have scammed the system. How, and better yet why, did you interfere? If hell ever finds out. Why should they? Was the reply. Proper procedure was followed to the letter. Once the error had been discovered, of course. So, you get to put him into a situation where he can now succeed in his destiny, she stated. Yeah, but on the negative side of the ledger, he's going to hate being scrawny and short again. What will happen when the realization sets in that he is the chosen one? The being upon which, unknown to them and him, whole civilizations are unknowingly relying on to continue as they are and not fall into the darkness. She added thoughtfully. The large being slowly nodded his head in reflection. You may think his burdens are heavy now. If he had lived another 3 years, the senile acting fates had decreed a destiny that would have weighed him down heavier and harder. You know, they're starting to seem beyond not caring about what they weave into his tapestry coming to fruition. I think I'll write a memo to upper management to find out if anyone is checking up on their doings properly, Zelkindis said thoughtfully. A small smirk grew on his face as he looked at Annika. I did cheat a little. First, I muddled up his memory of that Diggory boy being killed. Oh, he will still remember it happened, but the horror of how ruthlessly it occurred will be lessened in his nightmares. He does have 2 possible problems with his scar. The first is that after Riddle gets a body, he could use the connection to pull Potter's memory of everything that happened here. And if not removed before Riddle's final death, the soul fragment will beep all of Potter's magic and then his life force away from him to try to feed them to Riddle in an effort to keep him viable. On the upside, if he learns how to use it, the fragment in his scar will lead him to the soul pieces in the Horcruxes. I couldn't make it a freebie and tell him about it. That would be against the rules. But if he notices the ability, and develops the talent to use it. With slightly lightened souls and slight smirks of conspiracy, the 2 beings turned and left the room to take up their work again. Harry woke up as someone banged on his door and screeched at him to get up and start breakfast. He was half awake, pulling his clothes on when memories of his death and being prepared for his return assaulted him. He stumbled into the closed door, banging his head painfully, as his own mind assailed him. His remembrance was not like some vast wave crashing over him. It was more of an attack of big, squishy balls that burst on impact with his brain. It took at least 5 minutes as Harry staggered to the loo, took care of business, and then made his way downstairs to the kitchen. Running on auto-point-me, he set about preparing and cooking a dozen eggs, rashers of bacon, a huge skillet of fried potatoes, and the beans with mounds of toast demanded by the grotesquely overweight Vernon and Dudley Dursley. Doing his chore by rote nearly became dangerous as his almost 12-year-old body was not as coordinated, or as strong, as he had been after the training he had done in his failed bid to survive the Tri-Wizard tournament. If he had dropped the heavy fried potato skillet, he would have gotten a hiding from Uncle Vernon. He wasn't going to wait around in an attempt to get some leftovers for his hungry stomach. But, suddenly he remembered part of what had happened before Dobby had appeared in his room. While washing the plates and wiping down the counters and stove, he managed to filch a bit of bacon and crumbs of sausage the doubly rotund duo had somehow missed on their plates. Aunt Petunia graciously gave him 2 dry pieces of toast for his breakfast. As soon as you're done cleaning up, get upstairs and stay there. I have things to do, and I don't want to see your worthless carcass until you start dinner, the shrill, grating voice of Aunt Petunia directed him. Before Aunt Petunia changed her mind, Harry hurried back up to his room. It was only now to his relief he noticed his door did not yet have the mass of locks on it, or a cat flap in it. He was greeted with a ruffling of feathers and a soft peck sound from his very first magical friend. He sighed to himself as he scowled at the lock on the door of her cage. Uncle Vernon had locked her cage the afternoon they got back to Privet Drive because he did not want any of the neighbors to see the unnaturalness of an owl flying near the house. Harry quickly gave her half a piece of toast and the few bits of meat he had pilfered. The semi-starved owl gobbled the bits down. Harry's nearly overwhelming frustration almost had him getting his wand to Alohomora the lock open when his memory kicked in. He could not get her out until Dobby's appearance. If he could not stop Dobby from dumping the cake on the wife of whoever they were, he needed a clean wand if he was going to use the letter from Mafalda Hopkirk of the improper use of magic office as a way to get free of the Dursleys forever. If he fought the charge, he should get an investigator of some type that maybe Harry could guilt into getting him his Hogwarts stuff out of the house and a trip to Diagon Alley where he could stay. Harry's escape plotting ran out as he sat there, staring at nothing, overwhelmed by those last frantic memories of the third task, Cedric's death, his cruciatus torture, his escape, followed by his death. He then morphed into his memories of trying to absorb all the stuff his Reaper had wanted him to learn and remember. Fear rocketed through him as the thought that he would forget those things on the papers that he had to remember. Forgetting any of the items could become fatal, and worse, letting Snape or Dumbledore know that he remembered them might be just as fatal. Hurriedly, he jumped up and sprang to dig his hidden Muggle-style notebooks and cheap, salvaged bureaus out from the loose floorboard under his bed. Rushing to his rickety, oft-repaired table, he almost broke his barely functional, shakily repaired chair as he hastened to start writing. As he flipped open a tattered notebook to a blank page, he was trying to remember the first sheet of the notes handed to him. Suddenly he could remember the list as though he was looking at it. Harold James Potter. That's right. My name is Harold. Wait a moment. Why didn't Sirius or Professor Lupin say anything last year to me about being Harold with a dimmer, a nickname of Harry? Blocked abilities. Friend to animals. Partial metamorphagus. Magical power, 60%. I've got no idea what a metamorphagus is, but I bet I know what magical power blocked by 60% means, he thought savagely. Parcel language must be a fancy way of saying Parseltongue. And a friend to animals. Wonder if that's why I seem to understand Hedwig, and usually can get friendly with most dogs and cats. That stupid Ripper that Aunt Marge brings here being the exception, of course. Suddenly a fragment of memory swam into his consciousness. It was like looking at something he had read somewhere. Oh, wow. Harry sat there in shock as the rest of the reports from the Soul Returnees stuff seemed to appear in his mind's eye as if he was reading them. Quit marveling at how well you suddenly remember things and start writing, a voice in his head that sounded remarkably like Hermione exhorted. And so, Harry did. Hunched over the rickety table he wrote everything he remembered, and many things he thought he remembered. He wrote about every conversation he had with Erzelkindis and the few words Annika had said. Another burst of inspiration had him writing down every name of every person he could remember that Voldemort had called to the Riddle Graveyard just a few days ago. Well, it was a few days for him. Then he took his recollections and spent the effort to list them out in some type of order of importance. Hermione would be proud of me. First, was getting to Gringotts. If he was interpreting all this correctly, Gringotts was the key. Becoming Lord Potter would get him emancipated, and therefore no returns to Durscoban. Ever. I don't care what Dumbledore says. All I have to do is delay long enough to get Sirius free and he will make sure I never have to come back here. And if he could get some type of Potter ring, he would keep Snivellus and Dumbledore from reading his mind. Which if they did, according to upper management, for some reason that escaped him at the moment, they would obliviate him of anything he had learned to help him fight Voldemort. Was it like the time Turner Hermione used last year, or next year, actually? Did Dumbledore think Harry would mess up time? But wasn't Harry's knowledge of how to fight Voldemort, especially knowing about those Horcruxes thingies, good? Why would the two of them do such a thing? Dumbledore. It all seemed to circle around and return to Dumbledore. And the greasy bat. And when Snivellus was being unfair to everybody, except Slytherins, Dumbledore always backed the potions professor. As usual, when Harry had a big question or a lot of small questions, he automatically thought of Hermione. All he had to do was contact Hermione and then they both could start looking for some answers. That was when real life came crashing down on Harry's head. He did not know where she was right now. His 14-year-old self could not remember where she might be right now. He started looking frantically around his room to see if she had sent a letter that might tell him where she was. If she was home, Harry figured he could take the night bus over to her house. The panicked search only lasted a few seconds. He suddenly remembered Dobby, that rat bag, was intercepting all his mail as part of his campaign to keep Harry away from Hogwarts this year. Wait a moment, what am I panicking for? Hedwig will find her as long as she is in Europe. And even if everything goes wrong with the cake again, she won't be locked in here with me to starve. In fact, Harry suddenly remembered that he had not checked on the date to find out how soon his birthday would be. If Dobby didn't listen to him and got him in trouble anyway, Harry was going to Scarper that night. The morning would be too late. That was when Vernon had the window bars installed and put all the locks on his door. In his mind, he was 14, almost 15 now, and he was bound and determined not to be intimidated by the Dursleys into starving to death again. He may not have seen much of it, or experienced only little of it, but there was a whole great world out there that he wanted to see and be a part of. Dying beeped. And he was done with letting the normal Dursleys keep him away from it. Yeah, and Dumbledore too. A problem would be that everyone would see him as a scrawny 12-year-old. Skinny, undersized children were given few freedoms in the world. He was sure Hermione would help him. If he told her he wanted to learn about all the stuff he had just let slide last year so he could fool around with Ron, he would have to fight to keep from being drowned in books. However, he was positive he could rein in her over-the-top wanting everybody else to want to learn everything tendency. He was going to have to be careful though. She could always tell when he was lying or not telling her the whole truth. He really didn't think he had become a more accomplished liar in 2 years. He was mentally almost 15 and his best friend was a 12-year-old, second-year student who could still probably get better marks in fourth-year classes than him. As he thought about her, he remembered her running the length of the Great Hall to give him a flying Hermione hug after her release from the infirmary at the end of this year. That damned S would not get her this time. He was not going through having his heart torn a little more every day he sat with her when she was petrified. Harry stared at the beginning of his list, not really seeing it as all the other thoughts spilled through his mind. Dobby. He is the first of the problems I will have to solve. Later on, how do I get Malfoy to give him clothes? Gringotts. Find out about Lord Potter stuff. Find out how much gold I have. Find out if I can afford to pay to have the fragment removed. Can I afford to have the blocks removed from my magic and still have enough money to pay for a room at the Lakey for a month? Maybe they can tell me whatever a metamorphagus is. Find some way to get Sirius out of Azkaban as soon as possible. How do I catch the rat? How do I keep the rat alive? How do I get Sirius out of Azkaban before making an alive Pettigrew public? Sirius said he was surprised no one had assassinated him while he was stuck in there when we talked in his cave this year. Or, 2 years from now. Whenever. Find out what occlumency is and how to learn it. Make more friends. How? I have Hermione and Ron. And maybe Neville. He never joined in claiming I was crazy or going dark. Ron though. I remember how he attacked Hermione when Sirius sent me my firebolt. And how he constantly harped on it for weeks. I was stupid to go along with him for so long. Then his jealousy and resentment against my being picked by that damned goblet happened in 4th year. And that was only months ago to me. Harry shied away from those thoughts. He would think about it later. Find out what a wit-dulling potion was. Although he was willing to bet what it did and who had given it to him. Snivellus for the potion, and if he was not supposed to find out anything about his heritage, Fumbledurk for the charm. What was a curiosity suppression charm? Again, Harry thought he knew what it was, but maybe Professor Flitwick would give him an answer when school started again. Further work was interrupted by Aunt Petunia again banging on his door and telling him to get to the kitchen and start on dinner. After hiding his writings, Harry headed downstairs with a small detour to see the calendar that told him his birthday, and therefore the big client dinner was the day after tomorrow. His birthday. Although that would never be mentioned by his relatives. That meant he would be worked like a serf on the lawn and flower garden and cleaning the house like a South Avenue for the next 2 days. And Dobby would be here then. How was he going to get Dobby free without letting Ginny run rampant again, and getting Dumbledore thrown out of the castle? Harry could think of no other way to get Mr. Malfoy into Hogwarts with Dobby. Right after dinner, Vernon grabbed Harry as he was heading up to his room. Now listen, boy. Tomorrow I want the exterior of this house to look as though it could win first place in the Little Whinging House Beautiful contest. The lawn will be totally smooth. The garden will not have a single weed in it. All the flowers will be trimmed. The sidewalk will be broomed clean and the front steps and porch will be scrubbed. The windows will sparkle and you will wash the front of the house. Got it? Yes, Uncle Vernon. Harry trudged upstairs, gave Hedwig some tiny meat scraps he had managed to swipe while cooking, and flopped down on his bed. How am I supposed to get time to think, Hedwig? They keep me so busy, I can't plan anything, he complained bitterly to his owl. Hedwig banged her beak on one of the bars of her cage. I know, girl. I think I might have a plan. In 2 days, we will either be free of this hellhole forever, or I'll be in so much trouble that if Dumbledore has to save me, I'll have to do whatever he says, for like, ever. Harry went to bed early as he knew that tomorrow he would have to work until he dropped from exhaustion. Despite his efforts, he had trouble falling asleep and woke up several times during the night. Fortunately, the hazy nightmares about Cedric dying in the graveyard were not terribly vivid. Unfortunately, the memories of being crucioed and fighting for his life were terribly vivid. Harry was just grateful that his memories of being killed did not appear as nightmares yet. Unfortunately, he also figured the operative word was, yet. The banging on his door with his aunt's usual screech to get up and cook breakfast jolted him awake at dawn. The day that followed went as Harry predicted. He did the front yard mowing, broomed the grass clippings, weeded the front yard flower beds, then did the house and porch washing as they faced south, and later on in the bright summer sunshine, the area would become unbearably hot to work hard in. The side flower beds were trimmed and weeded, followed by the rear yard work. Harry wondered if Dobby was watching like last time, although he was doing the work a day earlier than the first time. Wait a minute, what had changed so that Vernon had him doing all the same work a day earlier than he had 3 years ago? He worried at the thought all day but had no answer. By dusk, Harry was totally drained. He had missed dinner due to working, so Petunia gave him a slice of cheese between 2 stale crusts of bread and ordered him out of the kitchen. Harry gave half the cheese to Hedwig and collapsed into bed without undressing. The next morning followed routine. Banging, screeching, and breakfast jerked both Harry and Hedwig out of their sleep. Hedwig banged the bars of her cage and barked in startlement. "Keep that ruddy bird quiet," roared Vernon, happy to start his day by bullying his nephew. 2. After breakfast, Petunia halted Harry from going back to his room. "You are going to clean the stairs, the hall, and the bathroom. And you had better be done by noon if you know what's good for you. I want the Masons to be able to eat off that floor," she snarled nastily. "Oh, and use the small scrub brush on the tile of the loo. I want those tiles and the grout to gleam." Harry knew that the only reason for the small brush order was to make Harry work harder. The brush size would make no difference in the cleaning. Once Dudley had left the house, Harry started by getting the cleaning supplies from the kitchen. Normally they would be stored in the cupboard under the stairs, but Harry knew that since returning from Hogwarts, his trunk with his wand, all his books, school clothes, and even his faithful Nimbus 2000, had been locked away from him as though he would use its contents to murder the Dursleys in their sleep. 2 hours later, Harry was ready to start on the bathroom, but first, he sneaked in a quick shower under the guise of cleaning the tub. After that, he quickly finished off the sink, tub, and commode. Only the tile floor was left. However, older and smarter Harry had a trick up his sleeve. Reaching into the cabinet under the sink, he pulled out a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. 15 minutes later, he was done and the floor sparkled. And with no chlorine smell for Aunt Petunia to yell at him about. He very carefully sat and enjoyed his quiet time as his aunt did not expect him to finish so quickly. He unhurriedly rearranged the towel cabinet so as to look busy if Petunia managed to sneak up on him. He used the time doing the mindless task thinking about what he was going to get Dobby to do for him. And surprising himself, he actually came up with a few plans. At noon, he gathered up the cleaning supplies and went back down to the kitchen. His aunt merely pointed at a sandwich with real meat, and told him to get to his room and stay there. Half the ham went to Hedwig. He shoved a finger between the cage bars and tried to scratch her a little. Think positive thoughts, girl. With some luck, we will both be free of this place later tonight. Harry lay in his bed and tried to get some rest. He was hoping to have a long night ahead of him. Just before the Masons arrived, Vernon gathered everyone and had them rehearse their parts in his bid to impress Mr. Mason into giving Uncle Vernon the large order of drills he was positive this dinner would get for him. It was the same speech he had given before and Harry ignored most of it, although he tried to look attentive when Vernon told him to not make any noise or else. Harry remembered what the or else had done. He had almost lost Hedwig, and that was something he would never forgive. Dismissed back to his room, Harry again tried to relax and not appear to be waiting for Dobby to show. In a burst of inspiration, Harry decided to sit at his desk and write a pair of letters. First to Ron to tell him there had been a problem with his mail, but it was sorted now. In his letter to Hermione, he explained that his mail had been intercepted, and he would tell her all about it later. He asked her to feed Hedwig all the owl treats she could eat and possibly a bunch of bacon in the morning. He read it over and added 2 more things. Look after Hedwig if she stayed, and begged her not to tell anyone that he had problems at the Dursleys. He would explain that later also. After all the anticipation and worry, the appearance of Dobby in his bedroom was anticlimactic. Harry just knew when the ragged little elf arrived. Not wanting to set off the hair trigger punishment reflex in the elf, Harry turned slowly in the rickety chair to where he felt Dobby was standing and said, "Hello, who are you and why are you here?" That produced a squeak, followed by Dobby appearing gradually into sight. "I is Dobby the house elf, oh great and noble Harry Potter," squeaked the diminutive big-eyed, floppy-eared magical creature. Harry looked at the little elf. He was wearing a filthy, threadbare pillowcase with ragged cutouts for his neck and arms. Actually looking this time, Harry could see the scars and burn marks on Dobby's hands and ears. Harry decided to test the waters, so to speak, to find if his memory of tonight was accurate. "Very well, Dobby. You are a house elf. Why are you here?" "I is here to warn the great Harry Potter that he must not return to Hogwarts this year. There is a plot to make the most terrible things happen at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." 2. Again, Harry decided to follow the semi-remembered script. "But I have to return to Hogwarts. You don't know what it's like here. They hate me here. I have to go back. I have to see my friends. My only friends. Friends who don't even write to Harry Potter," said Dobby slyly. 2. Gotcha, thought Harry. "Wait a minute, how do you know my friends haven't been writing to me?" said Harry, frowning. Dobby looked down at his shuffling feet. "Have you been stopping me from getting letters from my friends?" Harry gritted out from between his teeth. "After all, I have to sound very angry with him. I need to sell him on the idea that if he doesn't do what I want, he's potion ingredients." "Dobby has them here, sir," said the elf, pulling a thick wad of envelopes from the inside of the pillowcase too, as he stepped back as though he expected Harry to lunge at him. Harry did not move. He did not reach out to grab the letters. He merely leaned back in his chair and smiled. It was not a particularly friendly smile. It was more of a devious, "I own you now," smile. "House elf Dobby of the House of Malfoy, we have a lot to talk about." Dobby's eyes bulged even further out as he turned a particular pasty gray and the bundle of envelopes fell from his suddenly nerveless hands. "That's right, Dobby. I know you are the Malfoys' house elf. I know that your master, Lucius Malfoy, is planning on trying to kill students at Hogwarts this year. I plan on stopping him." Harry slowly leaned forward. "Honorable Dobby, of the dishonorable House of Malfoy. Do you promise to help me, Harry Potter, to keep the students of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry safe from the monster Lucius Malfoy plans to unleash upon them?" Dobby froze motionless. Harry waited a few moments. "Yes or no, Dobby house elf? Which is it to be?" Dobby nodded his head so rapidly that his ears practically flopped over his eyes. "And in return, I, Harry Potter, pledge to do my utmost to free the house elf known as Dobby from the House of Malfoy before the end of school next year." Harry did not notice the faint bluish-silvery glow that surrounded him with that statement, but Dobby did. The elf's eyes grew even larger. Harry carefully leaned back in his desk chair again. Carefully, because if the bloody chair broke now, it would ruin the aura of an all-knowing Harry Potter he had worked hard to project. Dobby stood frozen in shock. His only movement was a slight twitching of the tip of his right ear. Harry also waited motionless. If this ploy did not work, killing the diary, without being killed by the basilisk, was going to be a lot harder. And Harry had no more deaths to use up. It took almost 2 minutes for the shock of the great and noble Harry Potter not only knowing who his master was, and then saying he would do all he could for Dobby to become free, to wear off. The first sign that Dobby's mind had returned to Harry's room was he rapidly blinked, then threw himself forward and clutched onto Harry's leg while loudly crying in happiness. Harry suddenly remembered the oh-so-important business dinner schmooze going on below him as the little house elf's joyous wails increased in volume. "Dobby, stop. If my uncle comes up here I will be beaten." Instead of stopping, Dobby raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "No one hears us outside of the room now," he sobbed into Harry's pant leg. It took a further 5 minutes before the crying, sobbing, and clutching quit. As soon as he felt he had the house elf's attention, Harry started to lay out his plan that would hopefully end in freeing Dobby. "First, I need to know if you can perform elf magic that the Ministry can't trace. If they detect any magic use performed in the house, they will blame me and get me in bad trouble. The Ministry cannot detect house elf magic unless the elf intentionally wants them to, great and noble Harry Potter," was the reply. Harry smiled in true contented fashion for the first time. "First, Dobby Elf, I need you to get my trunk and all my things from the locked cupboard beneath the stairs without my relatives finding out." Dobby nodded sharply once and disappeared. He reappeared only a few seconds later with Harry's trunk and broom and floated them to the other side of Harry's bed. Harry immediately opened it up and dug out a bag of owl treats. "Thank you, friend Dobby. Next, I need Hedwig's cage unlocked." Harry stuffed the bag into the cage. Hedwig started her imitation of Ron eating. Harry shuddered. He noticed the lock had disappeared. Harry smirked. Let them wonder what happened to it. Pulling his invisibility cloak, and a school cloak that he donned from his trunk, Harry put the now small cage in it and told Dobby to shrink the trunk to pocket size and remove the school crest from the cloak. Putting the shrunken trunk in a pocket, Harry said, "Let's talk, but not for long. I have to get to Gringotts soon." 15 minutes later Harry was done. Dobby agreed with the plan. Hedwig burped and then glided onto Harry's raised arm. Harry scratched her as the snowy owl rubbed her head against his cheek. "Right girl. I need you to deliver this letter to Ron, then this second letter to Hermione, then hunt some food. I'm going to Gringotts and after that, I have no idea where I'll go. Stay with Hermione. She'll take care of you." "All right." With a nibble on his ear, she was off through the now open window, and Harry turned around. "In my world, we shake hands when an agreement is reached between two people," Harry said, stretching his hand toward the house elf. In wide-eyed wonder, the little gray elf reached out with his hand and when grasped with Harry's, he followed along with Harry's up and down arm movement. As soon as Harry finished and let go of Dobby's hand, the little elf rushed him and Harry had to spend another 5 minutes listening to how the greatest and noblest Harry Potter would even treat a lowly house elf as a person. Additionally, he had suggested leaving a bespelled pillow in Harry's bed that would groan and moan as though he was sick. Harry knew Petunia would not enter his room to nurse him, so the illusion would last as long as elf magic allowed. "I guess we are done, Dobby house elf. I'm going to fly to Gringotts now, and if you would lock the window after me so my loving relatives wonder how I got out, I would appreciate it." Dobby gave what sure looked like an elf smirk. Dobby has better idea. He touched Harry's Nimbus 2000 and it shrank to pocket size, then it, and the cloak he gave Harry were put into a robe pocket. With that, he touched Harry, and with none of his usual problems with magical travel, Harry was standing in front of the doors at Gringotts, bathed in the setting sun's rays. A stunned Harry turned to thank Dobby, but he was not there. Bemusedly, Harry shrugged his shoulders, walked up the steps, paused to read the admonition against thievery, and stepped through the doors into the still open Goblin Bank. Happy birthday to me, I guess. Bemusedly, Harry shrugged his shoulders, walked up the steps, and stepped through the doors into the still open Goblin Bank. Happy birthday to me, I guess. Once in the lobby, the space looked the same as he remembered from 3 years ago. His time. Harry saw the lobby floor was less crowded and with fewer tellers working on the high benches behind their windows sorting coins and jewels than he remembered. He had to wait behind 2 others before standing in front of a grumpy-looking goblin who looked as though he wanted to be shot of the whole day. "What?" was the nasty-toned voice from above him. In fact, Harry had to stop some distance away from the counter as he was now too short to see the seated goblin at normal adult range. "I need to make a withdrawal, convert some of the money to English pounds, and I want to see someone about my account." "Key." Harry dug for a moment in a robe pocket and handed it to the goblin, who examined it closely. Handing back the key, he told Harry to sit over on a bench against the rear wall until a cart driver came for him. The driver, he said, would take him to his account manager after he had been to his vault. The wait was short, and the ride was as much fun as he had remembered from his first year. After giving his key to the goblin, he watched as with much gear whirling and clanking, the vault door opened. The pile of gold looked just as large as it had seemed in his first year. When he wondered aloud as to where he was going to carry a mass of galleons, the cart driver sold him an official Gringotts money bag, non-summonable, non-switchable, feather light, and expansion space charmed. "Will hold up to 2,000 galleons and will not let anyone else remove money from it, for the paltry sum of 4 galleons. Harry handed over 4 galleons, and put up with the goblin's smirk, as he figured he had just been nobbled, but he didn't want to leave the vault empty-handed. And soon after shoveling a mass of galleons into his bank bag and another wild cart ride, he was taken along several dark-walled passageways to an elaborately carved wooden door made from some type of black wood. The goblin made a gesture that caused the door to sound as though someone had knocked on it. After a moment, the door opened and without a word, the cart driver waved Harry inward. As the door closed behind him, he took stock of the room. Many very sharp and pointy-looking weapons adorned the wall behind the large desk made of what looked like the same wood as the door behind him. The other 2 walls he could see were shiny black, but plain, and contained the light sconces that brightly lit the office. An old, scarred, nasty-looking goblin dressed in a Muggle-inspired, dark gray pinstriped 3-piece suit, was seated behind the desk. The red cravat he was wearing was the only color in the room. The mean-set, black eyes in the scarred visage seemed to find Harry wanting. Harry was silently pointed to sit in the right-hand chair of the 2 sitting in front of the desk. Without a preamble, the goblin started talking. "My name is Tongwaripper. After severe trials against several other claimants, I was awarded the position of account manager for the Potter family over 70 years ago. For decades, your grandfather, Fleemont Potter, and I made great strides in accumulating wealth for the Potter family." The goblin paused. The pause continued as his glare increased. "Unfortunately, when he died 14 years ago, the family's financial responsibilities fell to your father, James Potter." Harry was getting worried. The goblin's rant seemed to be gathering steam. Hagrid had said that goblins were not the friendliest of creatures, but this seemed beyond anything even Zelkindis had said about how goblins acted. The teller at the counter had been rather curt, but business-like. "Do you have any idea how much Lord Fleemont and I worked, and sweated, to put enough galleons in your family vaults and profits on your investment sheets vaults?" Harry thought. "Doesn't that mean more than 1? For me to become a senior account manager? Do you have any idea the prestige and financial rewards I reaped from that promotion?" Tongwaripper seemed to try to rein himself in, but apparently failed, as his voice kept rising when he started speaking again. "Your grandfather and I were a measly 12,732 galleons, 9 sickles, and 14 nuts away from me being promoted to overseer account manager, which you, in your ignorance, do not know, is a huge step up in both monetary and societal rewards. Most unfortunately he died, and your sire stopped taking my advice, and even delayed taking up his lordship. Then he started wasting his inheritance, giving it away to that feckless group of wand wavers Dumbledore the profligate sponsored against the usurper. Do you have any idea what it is like to have the chance to move up into the Gringotts elite, and then not only have it snatched away but then have the gold in the vaults you invest from sink to such a level that I was demoted back to a simple account manager who now has to additionally work on several far less prestigious accounts? Do you?" he snarled. The by now very angry goblin was standing behind his desk, leaning over it towards Harry. "Shite," thought Harry. I finally get away from Vernon and end up with the angry at everything goblin equivalent. From somewhere, Harry gathered up a bit of backbone and said, I am willing to listen to your advice. But, you are going to have to figure some way to keep me from having to return to my Muggle guardians. If they knew I had money available to me, they would steal it down to the last canute. Which would see my account slide further down further even though I have no idea what the account manager levels mean. Bah, hurtled from across the desk. You're already on thin lava crust around here. You have ignored all the owls I have sent to you for a meeting. And now you say you have Muggle guardians. Only Muggleborn have Muggle guardians. And you, Mr. Potter, are not a Muggleborn, came the bitten-off statement from the seriously upset goblin. Are you wanting to add the presumption that the man named as your magical guardian has left you ignorant of your obligations as a Lord of House? We do not like Albus Dumbledore in these halls, but even he could not legally keep you in ignorance of the heritage of your family. What the? How is Dumbledore my magical guardian? And why did he never tell me he was? True, but he can do it illegally. And he has. The statement just popped out of Harry's mouth. Harry tried not to quail in his chair as the heavily breathing goblin glared at him balefully. Slowly straightening in his chair, Harry tried to keep his trembling from showing in his hands as he spread them. I have never received an owl message about my account, nor any requests, or demands for any meetings with Gringotts, he stated flatly. Your quarterly vault statements all had a note saying I was interested in meeting you along with your guardian, growled the obviously annoyed goblin. If Erzelkindis had not made it very clear to him that going to Gringotts was supremely important to getting free of both his lard hog-imitating relatives, and a meddlesome headmaster who seemed to be able to run all parts of Harry's life, he would have cowered away from the enraged account manager and left the office. However, since his visit to the Deathlands, Harry had decided to keep the Harry with backbone and cheek personality around. He was tired of being resigned to the fates seeming to constantly mess with his life. Time to push back. Harry widened his eyes for that, I'm innocent, look. I don't understand. I am here now and available for any such meeting you want to have as long as it is not harmful to me. And I see no reason to include my supposed magical guardian in this meeting. Why should I include him when apparently he has not done anything for me? It had been a long 3 days after his return, with Harry and Hedwig trapped by the small-minded stupidity of his relatives. Exhausted as he had been during his mind-numbing chores, it was the first time he had really thought about why he was where he was, and how had he gotten sentenced to the privet prison of Derskaben. He had not liked the conclusions he had come to. Everything he had read from upper management, or been told about by Erzelkindis, pointed out that Headmaster Dumbledore had hidden his family history away from him. Had hidden his money away from him. Was controlling who he was friends with, and was it Snivellus, Dumbledore, or a combination of the two, that had him influenced by potions and spells? Potions and magical-type drugging that as far as he could tell were to keep him ignorant and pliable. He desperately wanted to talk to Hermione to see what conclusions she would draw. Unfortunately, he did not think she would see the pattern the same as he had. She was only 12, and Harry remembered at that age she still had her almost unhealthy respect for those in authority. Especially Dumbledore and McGonagall. They were why she talked the hat into sorting her into Gryffindor. Tongueripper peered at the scrawny, underfed-looking boy in front of him. If he took the boy at his word, then Albus Dumbledore was not performing his duties as the boy's guardian. The reasoning was thin, but perhaps it would be in his interest to listen and possibly get the young lord access to his vaults. Perhaps even his lordship. The problem would be that it would be easy to get the young Potter recognized as the heir Potter. But, getting him acknowledged as such would still leave him controlled by his magical guardian, Dumbledore. Declaring him Lord Potter would be tougher. Much tougher. Gringotts could not just declare him to be the House Lord. But if it were possible, young Potter could become independent of the duplicitous old wizard. It had become enshrined in treaty law after the last fight for freedom that the goblins would become the arbiters of any house that was willing to use them as holders of their succession protocols. If they were used so, their rulings would be held as having primacy during succession disputes. Most non-gullible houses would end up using the non-bribable Goblin Bank as their primary succession dispute resolution. Ministry workers and even solicitors were biddable to change documentation with the proper amount of gold offered. It had to be done very carefully because if the loser wanted revenge, assassination was the preferred method. The problem he had with young Harry was that there was no Potter succession protocol on file with Gringotts. Additionally, Tongwaripper had tried years ago to get a copy of the Potter protocols from the Ministry and had been informed the Potter parents' will and house protocols had been sealed solely on the word of the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore. The goblin's gaze suddenly sharpened as he now stared at the young heir. The pattern clues were tenuous, but Tongwaripper was beginning to believe them. And maybe, just maybe, Heir Potter could activate the Potter vaults, and with their gold available, Tongwaripper could start the long climb back to Gringotts' respectability. Harry had no idea what was going on in the goblin's mind, but he saw his eyes had widened just a bit, and he thought maybe he had been successful. "Mr. Potter, it is late, and you have caught me unprepared for a lengthy session. Perhaps you return in the morning and we can start fresh. Is that acceptable?" Harry thought it was a great idea, but tried hard not to leap at it like a Kneazle kitten at a string. "Due to my age, could I get an employee to actually rent a room at the Leaky Cauldron so no one wonders why young Harry Potter is by himself in the alley?" "Done, Mr. Potter. I will have someone meet you in the lobby." With that, the goblin pressed a spot on his desk, and after 2 quiet minutes broken only by the scritch-scritch of some writing tool used by Tongwaripper, a young goblin entered the office and took him through the hallways to the lobby. There, after changing many galleons into pound notes, Harry met a nondescript man in a dark gray cloak, who as they walked down Diagon Alley, told Harry to wait just outside the alley entrance as he entered the Leaky Cauldron. 5 minutes later, after trading 2 galleons for 4 sickles change, a key, and a room number, Harry was sitting in a booth wolfing down a thick mutton stew and half a loaf of bread for dinner with butterbeer for washing it down. Feeling uncomfortably overstuffed when he was done, he casually made sure no one was watching as he went up the stairs to his room. He was surprised to find it was the same room he had, or would have, or now might have, next year after blowing up Marge the Barge. But as he was not going to be there next summer, he would not have the satisfaction of blowing up the vile woman. Last time he had been terrified he would have his wand snapped and be expelled from the wizarding world. Now he figured he could beat the rap. Harry had a bad moment as he took his trunk out of his pocket, set it on the floor, and went to tap the lid with his wand to enlarge it. He froze, staring at it on the floor. This would be performing underage magic. Not accidental magic, such as blowing up Marge, but deliberate use of magic outside of school and under 17. He thought back to several of the discussions that had happened in the common room during his last 2 years. Finding out the purebloods could use some minor magic at home because the Ministry made the assumption that it was the adults. Performing the spells had caused some hard feelings for a while. The Muggle-born participants in the discussion had loudly made their unhappiness with the situation known. Those from magical households merely shrugged their shoulders and said that's the way it was. So, now Harry had to decide. Would all the adults here in the alley, and especially in the Leaky, screen him from however the Ministry tracked his magic? Being wrong would probably see him back with his relatives again, and Dumbledore would probably tighten his leash. Harry tapped his trunk, watched it enlarge, sat on the bed, and waited. And waited. After 15 minutes, the pressure of his worry lifted. As long as he wasn't seen casting magic, he now figured he was safe here in Diagon Alley. A quick change into his ragged sleep clothes and Harry lay on the bed. He thought he might be too excited to sleep, but he considered he had had a successful day. He was away from the Dursleys and with a bit of luck, he would be Lord Potter, able to tell Dumbledore to stick it where the sun don't shine, and never see his relatives ever again. That was such a pleasant thought that the exhausted, full of food Harry was asleep before he knew it. And once again, dreams of kill the spare, while present, were seemingly distant and not quite a nightmare. The bright sunshine, coupled with his wand vibrating loudly on the side table, woke Harry the next morning. A quick pass at his morning's ablutions, a hearty breakfast wolfed down, and he entered Gringotts just before 9 o'clock. Harry slowly walked over to a well-dressed goblin seated behind a light-colored wood desk by the back wall of the lobby that Tongwaripper had told him to approach this morning. "I'm here to meet with Account Manager Tongwaripper," Harry said quietly, working hard to keep any hints of nervousness out of his voice and posture. The goblin nodded and pressed a symbol on his desk. Just as Harry was wondering what to do next, a young goblin popped out of a door hidden around the end of the teller counter and after exchanging some goblin speech, turned to Harry and with a heavy accent said, "Follow my." It was heavily accented English, but the intent was clear. Harry had never considered before that English was a second language for goblins who wanted to work at the bank. Apparently, some goblins had problems with learning a second language just like humans. After following his guide through a series of hallways, Harry found himself in front of a familiar heavily carved black wood door. And again, at a gesture from the goblin, the door sounded as though someone had knocked upon it. As it opened, Harry was gestured inside. The room was as last night, except the rapidly writing Tongweripper's desk was covered with file folders, parchment rolls, and a peculiar-looking wide, shallow bowl. He decided to sit in the same chair as last night. In less than a minute, the goblin laid his looked-like-a-dragon fang pen down and looked across at Harry. "Mr. Potter, today we will go through the parchment work needed to have you declared officially as heir Potter. I also have the accounting of your family's vaults, your trust vault, company shares and ownerships, and family properties. Come here to the desk. Cut the palm of your hand and put 13 drops of blood into this basin. Here is the knife to be used. The cuts are painful but self-healing." Harry stood with the knife poised over the palm of his left hand for a moment. He was no stranger to pain, but doing it to himself. Come, Mr. Potter. Time is money, and this potion has a short potency span." Harry dragged the glistening, silver knife across the palm of his hand and directed the blood that ran out into the basins. Silvery liquid. As soon as the 13th drop hit the liquid, it changed to a bright red. Tongweripper handed Harry a damp cloth hand, that when he rubbed his palm, it stopped the pain, the bleeding, and left no scarring. The goblin then submerged a pink parchment in the liquid and prodded it down into the potion with a golden-colored rod until it all was submerged. Tongweripper carefully pulled the parchment out of the basin by a corner. As he did, it seemed to dry immediately. Harry noticed. Laying it down on another parchment, the goblin then used a golden pen to write, "Harry James Potter," with golden ink in the lower center. Nothing happened. Tongweripper growled out some goblin words that Harry suddenly knew were not for polite company to hear and rewrote the name. Again nothing. Inspiration struck Harry. "Account manager, perhaps if you were to use my correct name, your magical parchment would work." Tongweripper whipped his head up to attempt to set Harry on fire from the power of his glare. "If you write Harold, Harald James Potter, maybe then it will work." The goblin looked surprised, before quickly writing Harold James Potter on the pink parchment. As Tongweripper sat muttering in goblin to himself, Harry watched hungrily as golden lines began to connect his name to golden script names. First his parents, then his grandparents, then ancestors. The only one Harry recognized, besides his parents, was the unusual name of Fleemont Potter from Tongweripper's rant last night. But they were all now his family. He had family beyond his spiteful aunt, his abusive uncle, and their baby hippo-sized son. The generations revealing stopped abruptly at only 5 generations. At Harry's look, the goblin stated that this particular test was much less expensive than a full test that would run back as far as goblins could trace wizarding bloodlines. This test had already cost Harry 50 galleons, 1,750 pounds. Lucky for him, the cost of this test would be automatically borne by the Potter vaults. Otherwise, the cost would have been his alone from his trust vault. 2. A full test, if Harry wanted one in the future, would be 200 galleons. 7,000 pounds. The bloodline test verifies you are Harold James Potter, son of James Charles Potter and Lily Evans Potter, stated the goblin formally. For some reason, Harry thought there was a sharper undertone of dislike when he said his mother's name. Tongweripper handed Harry a small box. Place the ring on the middle finger of your right hand. When he opened it, he saw a gold ring with what seemed to him to be a large, rather crudely cut dull red gemstone surrounding a glassy black stone with a gold P set in the black stone. He placed the ring on the middle finger of his left hand. The band glowed blue for a moment as it resized itself to his finger. Then a swirl of mixed red and gold visible magic flowed around his hand. Very good, heir Potter. The family magics have accepted you as the proper heir. After you sign some of the parchment work required by the ministry, I want you to go down to your vaults and find out what your access is. I actually do not know if you can get into all your family's vaults, and if it is possible to perhaps remove some objects. I do not know if you will find anything such as a copy of the protocols or wills that I badly need. It's possible there might even be wizarding portraits of some of your ancestors. I do know you cannot remove any money or valuable jewelry. At this point, he pushed 3 pages of parchment toward Harry and handed him a short, black feathered quill to sign with. The first sheet is for vault access by the Potter heir. The other 2 are ministry forms that have to be filed to notify them you have become the heir Potter. And any correspondence they send you should be addressed to heir Potter, of the most ancient and most noble house of Potter. What if I do not want the ministry to know I have officially become heir Potter? Harry questioned. The Goblin account manager froze in confusion at Harry's question. Heir Potter, what possible reason could you have for not wanting the ministry to acknowledge your new status? Harry paused as he marshaled his thoughts. Account manager, as I have said, if my Muggle guardians ever found out about my inheritance, they would work very hard at stealing all of it. Secondly, if Headmaster Dumbledore is truly my magical guardian, then he has obviously not been performing his duties properly. Harry knew he wasn't, but didn't know how to give that information to his account manager. You are not happy with Headmaster Dumbledore, and neither am I, he continued. And I believe that as soon as he finds I have become heir Potter, he will find some way to restrict my access to my vaults, and probably restrict allowing you to use Potter gold to start investing for profits once again. Harry then stared hard at the goblin across from him, willing him to understand that having word flashed to Dumbledore would likely mean a bad ending to Harry's drive for independence. I believe I understand your problems, young heir. There are methods to keep your heirship from being spread about the ministry. We shall use one, Tongueripper replied thoughtfully. Another way to preserve secrecy is to hide your heir ring in public. All heir rings can be willed into invisibility. Concentrate on making it disappear. Harry did so and was surprised as the ring faded from sight in just seconds. He could still feel it, but could not see it. To make the ring visible again, concentrate on it reappearing. Harry did, and it did. Tongueripper grunted, bringing Harry's attention back to him. Heir Potter, this is called a blood quill. It will use your blood as its ink. We use it here for the most important documents to prevent fraud, as a magical blood signature cannot be faked in any way. It will hurt briefly when you sign your name with it. Harry shrugged and went to start signing the first sheet. Suddenly he stopped. If his real name was Harold, how was he supposed to write his signature? He could see Tongueripper starting to glare at him and raised his hand in the universal sign of, "Stop, I'm thinking." Nobody knew him as Harold Potter at the moment. The whole magical world thought he was Harry Potter. Harry focused his 1,000-yard stare and found he was peering straight into the eyes of his account manager. Drawing all the adult gravity he could muster, he asked, "Account manager Tongueripper, as the inheritance test has shown, my true name is Harold. And that Harry is actually a Dimoon, is not my actual name. It is a version like Rick or Rich for the name Richard. To my knowledge, you and I are the only persons alive who know this." Person. That is an interesting term for a young lordling to use, flitted across the goblin's mind. My question is, how do I have to sign this official, ministry family inheritance document and still have it be legal? I do not want my true name to be known by others at this time. For you know, and I know, the ministry cannot keep anything secret. Harry carefully placed the quill down and peered at Tongueripper. The goblin meanwhile had something that for the first time was not a look of animosity or anger at Harry on his face. It took a whole minute of silence before the goblin spoke. The blood quill uses your blood as a magical identification. Unless there is intent to defraud using the signature, it will accept Harry James Potter as your identity. However, to avoid giving Dumbledore any chink in your armor, perhaps you should sign as H. J. Potter. I thank you for informing me of your hidden true name. Upon your ascension to Lord Potter, you will have to use your name as given to you by your parents. I will keep your information private until then. Harry nodded, picked up the quill, and studied each form intently. They seemed to be what Tongueripper said they were, so he signed H. J. Potter 3 times. By the last signature, the back of Harry's hand was burning. As the parchment was gathered by Tongueripper, he passed Harry another cloth and told him to rub it on the back of his hand to heal it. The goblin passed him a flap-closed folder stuffed with parchments. Try to study and understand as much as you can about your financial records. If you find anything useful, or even possibly useful, in your family's vaults, bring it here tomorrow morning at 9:30. Your pardon, account manager, but I have a meeting planned for tomorrow. The day after, however, will work. A surly grunt from the parchment-studying goblin was the only response. A moment later, a cart driver entered the office and Harry followed him down to the cart line and loaded himself on board for the ride to his trust vault first. This cart driver was a little less polite than the other drivers he remembered. "Key," was all he said before opening the door. This time, instead of hastily scooping galleons into his bag as fast as possible, due to nerves or because he felt he was embarrassing the Weasleys, he looked around the vault closely. Nothing. The vault was bare except for the large pile of gold. Noting the driver had gone back to slump in his cart, Harry tried something that just occurred to him. "I am Harold James Potter," he said quietly. Nothing happened. Harry shrugged. He had hoped, but actually expected nothing. A long, swooping ride later, the cart stopped in front of Vault 23. The doors were huge, 12 feet tall at least, Harry figured. And were elaborately carved. This time the cart driver showed Harry where to place his hand to find out if the vault would open for him. Placing his hand where shown, a small, unexpected sting bit him in the palm. 3 seconds later, with much clanking and groaning that bespoke of lack of use, the left-hand door opened partway. Just enough for Harry to edge into the room. Well, this is different, he thought. Instead of piles of gold, there were piles of furniture, rugs, tapestries, clothes, paintings, and more furniture. As he looked, he noted the piles were sorted into open-sided wood boxes that protected the couches, chairs, and tables from damage from whatever was on top of whichever. Also, books. Lots and lots of books. I'd lose Hermione in here for a week, he thought. And the only way I'd get her out would be by carrying her because she would pass out due to lack of food and sleep. He noted the lack of dust and absence of rot on the cloths. Goblin or Potter preservation charms. I wonder which. Just in case, he repeated his full name in the vault. Again, nothing. As an experiment though, he picked up a book to take out. Rather thin, with a brown leather cover. Charms for the Charming, he noted on the binding. Maybe Hermione might be interested in reading it. He made it to the door before the book suddenly flew from his hands back to the desk it had been sitting on. Exiting the vault, a slightly disappointed Harry let the goblin close the door. After all, he was so small, again, he grumped, that he just let the experienced goblin do his job. The next vault was just around the corner, but from here he could see deeper into the cavern depths, and there was a sleeping, whitish-colored dragon down a level and a couple of 100 feet away. I come in peace, dragon. No fake egg stealing today, he thought. After getting his hand pricked again by the door, it groaned and clanked while opening. The noise was loud enough that it set off the dragon, which spent several minutes roaring and shooting swaths of fire around it to scare any intruders. Great, now a roaring dragon gives me a headache, he thought, feeling a faint throbbing building in his forehead. The small mountains of gold were the first thing to strike him. Tongueripper thinks I'm poor. How can I be poor with this huge amount of gold? He started to reach into his pocket where he had put the parchment work Tongueripper had given him, but stopped himself. He could look at it later. As he looked closer, he could see some of drawers, a collection of shiny, sharp, and pointy weapons that a goblin could appreciate, along with several suits of metal armor, and some that looked like colored leather, with scales. Wonder if that's dragonhide armor, he thought. Hermione said while we were studying to save me from the dragons in the first task that one of the uses of dragonhide was spell-resistant armor. An urge to look deeper in the vault had Harry walk between several wardrobes. There, on a white stone plinth, stood a white stone lectern that Harry felt drawn to. Reaching it, he saw a slim, maroon-colored journal sitting on the lectern. A stylized P was embossed on the cover. He went to open the cover. He felt a small prick to his finger and a small drop of blood was absorbed by the cover. Before the pages was a folded piece of parchment and a stuffed oversized bulky envelope. As he looked closer, he wondered how the parchment and the overstuffed envelope let the cover lay flat with all that inserted underneath it. He shrugged. Magic. Opening the folded letter, he started reading. Dearest Harold, if you are reading this, then your father and I did not hide from Voldemort as well as we wanted. Since we are dead, it means that we were betrayed by a person we thought was a true friend. We were hiding under a Fidelius charm, before you were born due to a prophecy about you and Voldemort. Albus Dumbledore convinced us of two things. First, was to leave the heavily warded Potter Manor and hide in a place where he said no one would know where we were. Second, as Sirius was too well known, we should use someone else as secret keeper. We chose our friend, Peter Pettigrew. Since we are dead, then he is the one who betrayed us. Was a rat animagus. Your father says, kill the rat. The point of this is, too many coincidences have occurred lately, and they all involve Albus Dumbledore. Do not put your trust in the man. Whichever family you ended up living with from the list in our wills, be discreet and try not to let AD have too much influence in your life. With all our hearts, Lily and James, your loving parents. It was many minutes before the tears lessened, and Harry could see again. How messed up is this, he thought. Thanks to having died 7 bloody times, I now know there is a prophecy. I knew Sirius as my godfather, and I already know about the rat. Zelkindis and upper management have certainly implied that Dumbledore is not working in my best interests. I was beginning to think they were right, and now my parents are telling me the same thing from their graves. Opening the envelope, Harry found a pleasant surprise. The protocols for ascension to lordship of the House of Potter spanned 2 sheets of parchment. Tongueripper would be pleased, I hope. Another sheet had a letter signed by James Charles Potter attesting to the fitness of one Harold James Potter to become Lord Potter. Hope that's one of the protocol's requirements. A 4th sheet had a huge smile break out on Harry's face. Tongueripper is thinking like an adult, a banker with banker ambitions. This is so much better than anything else in this vault. And finally, copies of the Potter parents' wills. Didn't Tongueripper say that no one knew what was in my parents' wills because they had been sealed by the Wizengamot due to Dumbledore demanding it? Harry stepped on the temptation to start reading all these sheets right there in the vault. The want to talk to Hermione was almost a physical knot in his. But to her, this was only after the Philosopher's Stone adventure. She didn't have 3 more years of the Basilisk, Dementors, the tournament, and the vivid remembrance of his death, that was coloring Harry's reactions to his life here and now. She was the most brilliant person he knew. She was the one who never abandoned him. Never. And now he could not talk freely with her, plan with her, or plot with her. He had to keep a huge secret from her. Harry suddenly felt more alone than at any point since he boarded the Hogwarts Express as a first-year student. While walking back to the Leaky Cauldron, he found himself wanting Hedwig to find him so he could send another letter to Hermione. He really needed to see and talk to his best friend, not Ron. Harry managed somehow to get back to his room without being identified and swarmed by any of the witches or wizards currently in the alley. He first threw himself down on the bed, but somehow he found he could not concentrate on the planning he was positive he had to make. Dragging his Muggle notebooks from his trunk, Harry had the thought that he was going to need a better trunk that would be more secure. He now had secrets, and his current, cheap student model was not going to work anymore. Especially in a dorm room where Ron Weasley casually assumed that what was Harry's was his also. It was not an urgent item, he hopefully had time, but it would earn a place on his list. First, Harry pulled out the book he had found in the family vault and opened it once again. The letter from his parents he put aside for later. He then stared at the will of James Charles Potter. It took several minutes for Harry to master himself and not break down into tears. A little leakage was not breaking down. It wasn't, he insisted to himself. Opening the will, he skimmed through the pages of legal language that he figured all wills contained. On the last pages, he saw that his parents had set a 10,000 galleon £350,000 bequest to his godfather Sirius Black to take care of Harold for us. Raise him to be a fine man and show him how to prank for fun, and well, more fun. Professor Lupin was given 5,000 galleons also with the admonishment that he was to buy some decent robes, you old wolf. And you cannot give the money back as we are obviously dead. To Peter Pettigrew, we would leave you 5,000 galleons. Except that, if we are dead, it is because of you. Peter Pettigrew is the secret keeper of our cottage in Godric's Hollow, which is hidden under a Fidelius charm. If we are dead, he betrayed us. Our choices for magical guardians for our son are as follows. First, Sirius Black, Godfather by the Godfather ritual enacted on August 5, 1980. Next, Frank and Alice Longbottom. If they are unavailable, Amelia Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Remus J. Lupin, family friend. Take Harry and leave Great Britain. Return when it is safe. Edward and Andromeda Tonks. We provide a sum of 15 galleons per week to be paid to his guardians to help defray the expenses of raising our son. Under no circumstances is Harold's guardian to enter him into a contracted marriage. Also, he is to have no contact with the sister of Lily Evans. Potter. Her name is Petunia Dursley née Evans. At the age of 15, he may initiate contact with them. We strongly urge caution as the sister and the husband are aware of magic but hate magical people. Harry sat motionless and stared at the formal parchment. Moving like an automaton, he looked at his mother's will. Except for substituting the words, her, for, the, when describing Petunia, the wording was the same. Moving very carefully and very deliberately, Harry put both wills away in his trunk. He next sat on the bed and worked hard at not throwing a screaming fit over the absolute, complete cauldron melting potions disaster that seemed to be his life. The more he thought about his plight, the angrier he became until he literally had to grab his head to keep his skull from exploding. Or was he working on keeping from curling up in a catatonic ball until someone found him? Harry did not know which. After a time that seemed forever, his eyes drifted to the writing desk, and he cautiously stood up. Seating himself at the room's small writing desk, Harry pulled out the folder given to him by Tongwaripper. Something to do, he thought. Something to do. Because he figured it was most important, he dug through the sheets and scrolls until he found the listing of the Potter properties. Potter Manor, Gloucestershire, Cotswold Hills, Fidelius Charm protected. Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow, Herefordshire, Ministry of Magic Monument, not habitable. Potter Mediterranean Villa, Villefranche-sur-Mer, in stasis. Potter's Cay, Bahamas Islands, unplottable, position unknown, status unknown. He owned a manor. And nobody knew where it was. Harry remembered from a talk with Sirius while visiting him in his cave during the Triwizard about Godric's Hollow and the Fidelius Charm and that it needed a secret keeper. Just don't pick a rat. Secret keeper. He had to find the secret keeper. Suddenly his mood crashed. How was he to find the secret keeper? He kept staring at the parchment as though trying to will it to tell him how to find the secret keeper. Suddenly, as though an invisible hand was writing across the page, writing appeared. The Potter Manor can be accessed at the gate in the stone wall 1,640 feet north of the intersection of Clay Pit Lane and Kiln Trail, Ironstone, Gloucestershire. Harry had found his secret keeper. His mother had been the secret keeper for his family's manor. Harry was almost dancing around the room as his mood swung up to elation. If no one knew the address and only Harry could find it, not even Dumbledore would be able to find him. After he had calmed down, he started reading a list of properties the Potter family owned and collected rent from. He was surprised to read that several of them were places he knew. Tomes and Scrolls, the Trunk Shop, and a dozen others in Diagon Alley. He even owned 6 rented-out buildings in Hogsmeade. Just then, there was a familiar tapping at his room's window. Looking up, he saw Hedwig's golden eyes staring at him. That had been quick. Opening the window to let his favorite girl glide in, he then rummaged in his trunk for an treat. "Hi, girl," he said, stroking her while she perched on the foot of his bed. "I'm going to write a note to Hermione. Feel up to a quick return trip." The stare and sharp peck that followed gave Harry the understanding that his owl believed her chick was an idiot, and she was going to have to give him remedial training. She turned her back on him and calmly started on her treat. All right. Just get that note ready." 5 minutes later, after a quick drink from her owl cage bowl, the snowy owl sailed out the window, headed for Hermione. Harry watched out the window for a minute before returning to the desk and its piles of parchment. Next was a list of companies the goblins said he owned. Far Equatorial Imports seemed to be a tropical plant and potion ingredients supplier, the Yosh. P. Mentioned company appeared to be a large supplier of magical cloth to clothes makers in magical Britannia and the continent. There were several small-ish sounding companies on the list. The most interesting was the all-about armor firm. Harry could see he needed to find the sheets that would tell him what income all these rents and owned companies paid him. Next was a parchment titled Business Income, listing companies that the Potters owned part of, and or collected a percentage of the profits from. Last was the Sleek Easy Company, which was one Harry had heard of from Hermione in their 4th year. She had given him the impression the products worked very well but were expensive. Appended was a shorter list of companies or individuals who were paying off a business loan or a private loan. There was a shorter list of those who had quit making payments. There was a scrawled note from Tongueripper on the last that he should be prepared to decide after who or where to send the Gringotts Debt Collection Group at their next meeting. Harry's grin was feral. He remembered some of the names on the list from the graveyard as Voldemort had chastised his followers with crucios and scorn. He had never heard of them before, but a group of goblins dedicated to tracking and collecting debts owed to goblins. Some invisible creature with cold feet must have walked down Harry's back from what he felt, and the shivers that followed, after reading that note. Harry's attention and enthusiasm for plowing through the confusing financial statements that were his heritage were both waning rapidly. With fortunate timing, Harry decided, Hedwig showed up again. She had a note from Hermione saying that he could come to visit tomorrow. Since it would be Sunday, her parents would be home, and she wanted them to meet her best friend from school. As Harry had requested, she had written her address. With his non-knowledge of geography, he had no idea where Crawley was, except it must be close by to London because Hedwig had returned so quickly. Harry was confused thinking about going to Hermione's. He missed being with her during the holiday. They were together all the time at school. She helped him with his classwork, was the smartest person Harry knew, and she was very brave. To 12-year-old Harry, it was only a month ago when they were trying to keep the Philosopher's Stone away from Voldemort, she had saved them all twice. Once when they were trapped in the Devil's Snare, and then she solved the deadly riddle that let him get through the flame trap to try to keep the stone out of the hands of I Don't Need a Nose. And that didn't include saving him from the curse Quirrell had used on his broom during the Quidditch match. To 14-year-old Harry, she was the one person who never stopped supporting him no matter what happened. Through the whispered accusations of being the heir of Slytherin, to his being exposed as a Parseltongue, to standing in front of him and defying the mass murderer, Sirius Black. Suddenly, he shuddered as he remembered Zelkindis saying that his true friend had died with him that night in the forest when the werewolf killed them. Wait a moment. If Hermione had died, how had she returned for 4th year? That thought had Harry's brain stuttering to a halt. He knew she had been there 4th year. She was the reason he had survived the Triwizard Tournament. She had planned, plotted, nagged, and cajoled him into learning the many spells that had kept him alive in the tasks. He was trying to understand what could have happened, although his brain was refusing to process his thoughts in a rational manner. The memory of how beautiful she looked in her periwinkle blue dress at the Yule Ball popped into his mind. That memory made him realize that he had to work at remembering what she looked like now, which was 3 years ago to him. Right now, she was just a cute, bushy-haired, knobby-kneed, somewhat gangly, 12-year-old, and Ron was still his friend. Ron. What was he going to do about what his first friend had turned into? Right now, he was only a couple of days away from being rescued by Fred, George, and Ron in the Ford Anglia enchanted by their father, Arthur Weasley, because Ron was worried something was wrong with Harry. Harry stared into the distance as he relived those wonderful days at the Weasley home, the Burrow. The house was perhaps the finest example of lack of logic in the wizarding world that Hermione ranted about frequently. But Harry did love that house. He actually had only stayed there for parts of 2 summers over 3 years, but every moment was a moment he was not with his relatives. They flew on brooms, practiced Quidditch, messed around, had lots of guy talk, and had eaten huge tasty meals made by Ron's mother, Molly Weasley. Those days had been great. He was wool gathering. Back to his problems with Ron. Zelkindis did not like Ron. Zelkindis seemed to regard his friend as someone not to be trusted. Harry was puzzled. Yeah, sure, Ron had been the reason Hermione had been in the girls' bathroom when the troll got into the school, but he had helped rescue her. In 2nd year, he had stood with Harry through all the air of Slytherin garbage his schoolmates had dumped on him. And despite his fear of spiders, had followed Harry to the Acromantula colony in the Forbidden Forest. But in 3rd year that seemed to change. All the flaws that Harry wanted to overlook in Ron's personality seemed to suddenly burst forth, and now Harry could look back and remember them all. That's interesting, he thought. I'm remembering things much clearer than I used to. Before they even reached the castle on their first Hogwarts Express ride, Ron had been unrelenting in his prejudice against Slytherins. He had mocked Neville for his having a toad, that from someone who had a common rat as a pet. And he had described Hermione as mental, that one, and then derided her for months. His being particularly after the charms class where even with her help, he had failed to levitate his feather, driving the rejected girl into crying in the bathroom where the troll almost killed her. This year would be the good year. Although he was often derisive of her abilities and harped constantly about what she wanted them to do, there were no outright assaults on her intelligence or her bookishness. Of course, she had been petrified for what seemed like half the sodding school year. Harry stayed with her constantly, talking about classes and homework. Ron quit visiting the infirmary after 2 visits. It was their 3rd year when the return of what Harry was beginning to think of as possessed Ron occurred in full force. Christmas Day, and the argument with Hermione over her telling McGonagall that Harry had a new firebolt sent to him by a person unknown, brought Ron the right foul get out in force. Of course, to protect him from that death-eating, mass murderer Sirius Black, McGonagall had confiscated the broom to have it tested for curses. Hermione's motives were good, but her method was terrible. And Ron had immediately declared war on her over a broom that was not even his. After a while, Harry knew he was being a fool for continuing to follow Ron's ire over the incident. Ron seemed to want to make a permanent breach with the completely apologetic girl who admitted she had gone about the problem in the wrong way. Especially since the broom was returned before the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, no harm was really done. And as weird as it seemed, there were days Harry had thought Ron still blamed the other two for the loss of his pet rat Scabbers, even though he knew the rat was the animagus Peter Pettigrew, the man who betrayed Harry's parents. 4th year. Harry had been stunned, bewildered, and then angered by what he considered Ron's betrayal of their friendship after Harry's name was spat out of the Goblet of Fire. Nothing he could say would change Ron's mind that Harry had nothing to do with his being entered into the tournament. He may have given a very Ron-ish, half-hearted apology after the first task, but then immediately went back to pushing to occupy all of Harry's time with hanging out with his best mate, Quidditch talk, and chess. The struggle to get free of him so he could practice for the next task had Harry wondering why he had accepted the redhead's half-arsed apology. He didn't do a bloody thing to help him survive any task. That thought set off the remembrance of how Ron had known about the dragons being sent to Hogwarts and not said a word suddenly spiked Harry's ire. And at the Yule Ball, once again Ron had been such an ass to Hermione, she again was left crying in the castle after he got done berating her. She had been beautiful, vivacious, and having a great time. Ron could not stand her being anything except a beaver-toothed, bushy-haired, know-it-all. Because he now knew he had died, and was being given a chance to reset his life, Harry was at this point wondering what he had ever seen in the Pillock. He was insensitive, callous, jealous, lazy, pushy, and took rejection of his biased views as a personal attack. Walking on eggshells was a quickly developed skill for dealing with the redhead. Hermione had been pushing him also. But she focused on getting Harry skilled enough to survive Hogwarts, which morphed the last few months into getting Harry skilled enough to survive the next Triwizard task. And he had survived. Until another trusted adult turned traitor and finished Voldemort's work against the Potter family. Sorry, Mum. Sorry, Dad. I know I'm back again, but it feels like I failed. I'll try my hardest this time. I won't be a lazy Ron follower. I will be nicer to Hermione. I will be a better friend to Neville. After all, we could have been raised like brothers. But what do I do about Dumbledore? Everybody he seems to have touched died or was taken away from me. Being emotionally wrung out, Harry just sat at the desk staring at nothing for some time. Becoming aware of the world again, Harry noticed the afternoon was passing. He needed clothes, robes for Diagon Alley, and some Muggle clothes for seeing Hermione and meeting her parents. Moving slowly as though recovering from an illness, Harry double-checked his trunk for the robe Dobby had created for him but could not find it. The transfiguration must have worn off. He found nothing acceptable to wear except his school uniform, and that he knew would draw attention to him. Time to take another chance. His school robe, he concentrated very hard. Intent as everything, he then transfigured the robe into something more generic looking, complete with a hood. He was not sure that it now looked stylish, but it no longer looked like a Hogwarts robe. And that was what he wanted. He still felt under pressure of being discovered, so he quickly changed the sizes of his Dudley hand-downs and then the color of his shirt to dark green and his pants to light gray and left the room. With his hood up in the heat of summer, Harry drew some stares, but he thought they were just idle curiosity as he walked up the alley to Madame Malkin's. Once inside he dropped his hood. The fitting area was empty. That was not surprising as the Hogwarts rush was still weeks away. Harry slicked his hair down over his scar and hoped. A shopgirl entered through the back curtain. "How can I help you?" she insipidly inquired. Harry worked on giving her a friendly smile as he said, "Hello, I need a wardrobe. By that I mean my Hogwarts uniforms, and whatever you think I need for being dressed as a fine young wizard. Shoes included." Harry paused and then continued, "I also need a good set of Muggle clothes as I will be out with Muggles tomorrow evening." Being a commissioned shopgirl, the young woman returned Harry her best friendly smile as she toted up in her head how the slow sales day had just become a winner. It was an exhausting hour and a half later that Harry left the store no longer looking like a refugee kitted out from the Christian charity bin. Which he had been. The shopgirl had even shrunk his packages for him to carry in his pocket. He now had both regular and school robes of better cut and material than average. They had growth and resizing charms and automatic warming and cooling charms. In the summer's heat, he was now appreciating the latter as he headed over to the trunk shop in his new shoes. They were so comfortable, he had binned his taped-together trainers before leaving the store. Best of all, he had a flat, brimmed wizard's cap that covered both his distinctive hair and his scar. Entering the store, he could see a large array of trunks in the store. Just then a cheerful-looking portly wizard bustled over. Not seeing any parents yet taking in the stylish casual wear of the young boy in front of him, he immediately decided on professional mode, rather than salesman mode. "Greetings, young wizard. My name is Barnabas Weddlesgate, I'm the owner of the trunk shop. How may I help you?" he inquired. "I need a better trunk than the basic student model my minder picked out for me last year," Harry replied. "Fit and finish will be important, but security of the contents will be paramount. I grow tired of having my dorm mates assume what's mine is also theirs," he emphasized with a raised forefinger. The slightly raised eyebrows gave away the startlement that statement produced. Harry made a sudden decision. Willing his air ring into visibility, he showed it to the older wizard. "Herr Potter," said the visibly startled owner. "I make the finest trunks in all of Britannia. I can charm one of my trunks to disable anyone who tries to get into your trunk. It might be a bit drastic to kill one of your dorm mates for theft, but it can be done. I cannot abide thieves." Harry had to grin at the man. "Mr. Weddlesgate, while that last idea does have merit, I shall have to forego that pleasure as it could possibly upset my remaining other dorm mates. However," Harry said with an exaggerated compassionate look, "if the first time does not perform the required discouragement, perhaps something that zaps them with a small lightning bolt." A positively evil smirk crossed the shop owner's face. "Perhaps a smaller bolt the first time and a knock them out zap the second." Harry thought for a moment. "My chief suspect is rather thick. Maybe 3 gradations, the second leaving him barely conscious." "Done, Herr Potter. Shall we pick out the trunk you want, and apparently need?" Half an hour and 15 galleons, 13 sickles later, 550 pounds. Harry was the owner of a fine-looking, European black alder heartwood, stained to resemble Brazilian rosewood, with hard-wearing, gold-plated fittings, theft-protected trunk with a lock keyed to your magical signature, with shrinking and resizing charms as commanded with a touch of your wand. Mr. Weddlesgate smirked at Harry. "Since there is no spell needed to spark the resizing, it will not set off the underage magic detectors." Harry thought the polished black and dark red wood trunk with gold-colored fittings was one of the most striking things he had ever seen. "This, Herr Potter, is a fine 3-compartment trunk. If you tap the lock for compartment 1, it will look like a standard Hogwarts student trunk. Compartment 2 is a wardrobe and changing room. This is where you want to keep any of your finer family crest robes if you are trying to keep your becoming the air quiet," the older man said, laying a finger alongside his nose. Now the tradesman was positively beaming. "And finally, down the spiral stair, is compartment 3. This I will set up to be your private study. 2 desks, bookshelves, locking file drawers, a small loo, and a comfortable couch for a quick, quiet kip if needed. And finally, both the closet and study are warded against the ministry tracking underage magic performed in the compartments." Also, as I said, the 3 taps to enlarge or shrink the trunk will not register as magic on the ministry detectors. The shop owner smiled beatifically. Harry returned it with a large smirk. Mr. Weddellsgate told Harry he would finish his charms work, and he could pick up his trunk first thing tomorrow morning, and promised to keep both Harry's presence in the alley, and the taking of his airship quiet. Harry went back to the Leaky Cauldron, quietly had a word with Tom the barman, and paid him the 5 galleons for his room for the next 3 nights, and then added 5 more for dinner tonight and breakfast in the morning delivered up to his room. If anyone asks, I was never here, he whispered, tapping the side of his nose, and getting a gap-toothed grin in return. The extra was for Tom's silence about seeing Harry alone in the alley. He figured he had been pushing his luck hard today, and was afraid not having been recognized was not going to last. Up in his room, he broke out his paperwork again. He had read the wills, and seen the part where Sirius was made his formal godfather. He had no idea what the ritual meant, but it had to be important. Yet if it was important, why had Sirius not mentioned it to Harry during one of their admittedly few talks before Moody killed him? But, who could he ask? He needed someone steeped in wizarding lore. All the stuff Muggleborns and Muggle-raised like himself had never learned about, or worse, never learned just how ignorant they were. Neville. Harry had a feeling that he was going to become much better friends with the shy boy. Time to make another list. Who to approach about learning about the world of wizards? Neville. The diabolical duo twins. Percy Weasley may be the best bet. Hufflepuffs before they think I cursed Justin Finch-Fletchley. Cedric Diggory, maybe. Susan Bones. Before Cedric gets picked in 4th year. If I can keep my eyes off her developing. Ravenclaw. No one. Slytherin. No one. He stared at the list, appalled at its short length. 4 years, almost 40 months, in a boarding school in one of the remotest places in Scotland, and this was the sum of people he could maybe be more than casually friendly with. 4 years of learning nothing about the world he had been thrust into except wizards and witches were Quidditch fanatics. He knew about Hogwarts, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, Wizard Tents, and that was it. Oh, he knew the Minister of Magical Britannia was a corrupt, ass-covering politician. He had seen the idiot throw Hagrid into Azkaban because the Ministry has to be seen doing something. Then, he was willing to murder Sirius with his key on sight order to the Dementors because the Ministry had illegally thrown his godfather into Azkaban, and now he was an embarrassment to the Minister. Also, he was friends with Lucius Malfoy. Enough said. Harry no sooner entered his room when he finally gave in to his aching want and opened his mother's journal. He found himself getting sidetracked and lost in his thoughts as he gained knowledge of his mother. Her writing was perhaps the neatest, easiest reading quill work he had ever seen. The journal was one she apparently started after becoming married to his father. Her plans for her and James's life were laid out so logically that even Harry could track them with no problems. His mind drifted sideways, wondering if Hermione's constant planning was anything like this. It was as 1979 began that the war started to dominate her writings. The number of friends who died and people she knew who disappeared grew sharply. She started writing about how frustrating it was to, in her words, put down a Death Eater only to have him revived and back attacking her and James within a few minutes. Since Muggleborn and their families seemed to be doing most of the dying, Lily's writing became harsher and more critical of some order that Dumbledore led. Harry ascertained that this order was fighting Death Eaters whenever they could but was using only non-deadly and non-lethal spells. They were losing the fights, and they were losing people. He read that his mum was about to resign from the order so as to be able to start using more damaging spells against her opponents. Harry stopped reading, lost in thought when he reached the part where his mother had found she was pregnant. Her happiness and sheer joy cut through the foggy despair of the previous entries. All the plans she was making, all the things she and James would teach Harry, tumbled over each other for several more pages. And then the joy redoubled when her best friend, Alice, announced she was pregnant also. The next several pages were filled with his mom happily fantasizing how the two babies were going to grow up best of friends. Sirius and Alice would be Harry's godparents, with Lily and Thorvald, apparently Alice's younger brother, being the godparents for the Longbottom baby. Harry was so surprised he stood quickly, knocking the chair over. Neville was his sort of godbrother. His mother was Harry's godmother. Where was she? For that matter, where was Neville's father? As Harry thought, he realized he could never remember Neville talking about his parents. After chasing his thoughts around in circles for a few minutes, he finally picked up the chair and sat down at the desk, and started reading again. The pages quickly returned to despair. Dumbledore told them there had been a prophecy. One that might end up applying to her unborn son. A prophecy. Possibly about me. What in hell did it say? Did Sirius know? Did Remus know? And who in hell told Dumbledore about a prophecy? The next pages were full of discussions and arguments that went on about what to do. Lily was all for leaving and losing themselves in the unknown of Australia or New Zealand. Even the Makusa would be better than staying on a small island with a maniacal madman tearing it apart in his frenzied search for the prophesied one. If they left early enough, Voldemort would never know when her son was born, and therefore if he was born, as the 7th month dies, only his parents would know. Oh, shit. My birthday is the 7th month dies. Desperately, he worked hard at not thinking about this last. He knew if he started wallowing in guilt now, he wouldn't leave the room for a week. And he had things he had to do. Back to the journal. James refused to leave. Evil must be fought. If it is not, it will take over the world. As a compromise, Lily had James start giving her a chunk of the money he was giving Dumbledore for his bird club. Harry did not understand the reference. Dumbledore had a bird-watching club that took tens of thousands of galleons to support. What the? Much of that gold, she immediately turned in for United Kingdom pounds. Nearly 30,000 galleons were converted. Gringotts gouged them a very hefty 20% for doing the exchange, but Harry found a scrap of paper and a biro and did the math. And then stared at his results and then redid the multiplication, and was stunned again. His mother had hidden about £840,000 somewhere in the Muggle world. 1981 rates almost $1.3 million. Well, that would explain why Tongueripper seems to carry some dislike for my mother. Losing 30,000 galleons from the vaults under his control probably pissed him right off. Especially since father was shoveling gold from the vaults to Dumbledore at the same time. A knock at the door heralded the arrival of dinner and Harry put his reading on hold in return for filling his stomach. Being away from the Dursleys was such a filling experience. Besides, he had forgotten about lunch and was now very hungry. After dinner, he returned to his journal reading. Somehow mother had created 8 brokerage accounts of around £100,000 each. What's a brokerage account? The accounts had varying amounts of risk. Harry was not sure what that meant. So Harry had no idea if any of the money was left. The remaining money had been invested in a precious metals brokerage account or had been used to buy actual gold and silver. This time she had written down that the bars of metal were in a safe deposit box at a Manor office of Barclays Bank. Was that like a Gringotts vault? He wondered. The next page had a list of banks, brokerage firms, addresses, deposit amounts, contacts, and account numbers. Harry, having been taught nothing about finances, was almost totally befuddled by the rows of lists and unknown accountings. He paused his work with a sigh. Back to relying on Hermione again. The problem was, he was getting peeved at having to dump everything onto her. He was 2 years older than her, and he was still vastly more ignorant of the practicalities of life. He had promised himself to work harder and goof off less, but that did not help him right now. Harry ended up being a very frustrated wizard who had trouble sleeping that night. He was trying hard not to blame his being born as the reason his parents were killed. Sunday, August 2, 1992. As Harry staggered off the night bus a few houses away from the address Hermione had sent him, he was grateful that he had reminded himself not to eat a large breakfast. Harry had remembered that the night bus could transfigure a full stomach into an empty one partway through the trip. He had already been busy this morning. He had picked up his new trunk and purchased 2 new Dragonhide backpacks that had Featherlight and space-expanding charms on them. One of them he had brought as a gift to his friend. After all, if she kept loading her book bag with books that weighed a ton, she would probably cripple herself before graduation. Besides, the backpacks were Dragonhide. Spell-resistant Hybrida and black Dragonhide. If anybody cursed them in the back, they should bestow some protection. And Harry knew of at least one blonde ferret who would curse a person in the back. Following the pavement along the road, he stopped to admire the house sitting on the left side of the cul-de-sac. It was of Victorian style with 3 floors and what looked like a basement. Painted a pleasing light blue, with several shades of gray trim and white highlights, it was an understated hallmark of a successful owner. It was miles ahead of number 4 Privet Drive in looks and character. And much larger also. The well-landscaped front of the house was tasteful, not gaudy with the proper amount of flowers for beauty, but not an overwhelming amount of maintenance. And the lawn was a brilliant shade of green. Harry could see Vernon and Petunia immediately fawning all over the owners, people they knew would be their social betters. Someone had been looking for him as he was only halfway up the entrance walk when his best friend launched herself out of the front door. He barely had a glimpse of her swinging bushy hair before a hugger missile impacted him hard enough to knock him on his back. Fortunately, he twisted sideways in between the backpack and his head landing in the grass, he wasn't hurt. Although if she keeps squeezing me I'm going to pass out from not being able to breathe. Hermione, need, Brea, he managed to gasp out. He didn't think she had heard him over her rapid babbling about how glad she was to see him and what had happened, and how did he. Suddenly she popped up off him, and as he gasped in a deep breath, he stared up at close range into the madly grinning face and sparkling chocolate brown eyes of his best friend. Oh, how he had missed her this summer. He wasn't sure which was worse, being at the Dursleys or not seeing Hermione for 10 weeks. Harry thought she must have realized she was sitting on him, actually straddling his hips, in full view of the neighborhood because she blushed and suddenly stood up. Then while still carrying on her one-way conversation, yanked him to his feet and started towing him up the walkway towards the still open door. Mum and Dad aren't back from church yet, but they'll be back soon. I didn't go because I was waiting for you. Would you like tea, and some biscuits? How did you get here? Did you have breakfast? I don't cook very well but we could have toast and some cereal. Mum said we would probably go out to a restaurant after they got back. Do you like Indian food? Or Chinese? Or Italian? I like Italian, but we could go wherever you like. And the torrent of words faded away as she took a good look at Harry. He was dressed in nice clothes. For the first time, she was seeing him in a set of clothes that was not his school uniform that actually fit him. Black slacks, matching shoes, and a dark green button-down short-sleeve shirt that matched his eyes. Those brilliant green eyes that could look right into her soul. At least that is what went fancifully through her mind, as she had sneaked a read of some of her mum's trashy romance novels this summer. The blush that accompanied those thoughts was spectacular. She quickly turned away but kept hauling him down the hall to the kitchen. Harry could see the kitchen was airy and well laid out with modern quality appliances of the brands that would have had Petunia green with envy. He was directed to sit at the clean-lined, light wood table with 4 matching fabric padded chairs, but he could tell the table was expandable with a leaf to fit at least 6. He sat down and watched as Hermione bustled to make tea and put some biscuits onto a plate she placed on the table. The teapot was poured into mugs instead of cups because, as Hermione said, little teacups with saucers are for more formal occasions. All right, Harry. What was the deal why you weren't getting any of the letters Ron and I sent earlier? Did your guardians not let you write or something? You said you got it sorted a couple of days ago. Does that mean we can get answers to our letters now? Harry thought about what he could say. It wasn't their fault that my mail was not delivered. I've gotten rid of the blockage and Hedwig will bring any letters back to me from you. She gave him the gimlet eye as he once again evaded any questions about how he was treated by his relatives. The net effect though, was 2 youngsters sitting, sipping tea, nibbling biscuits, and having trouble restarting their conversation. Harry finally hit upon what he figured was a safe topic. Didn't you tell me your family is going abroad for a holiday again this year? Even though she knew he had deliberately diverted her, her face lit up. Yes, we are driving to France and Italy starting early Friday. Mum and I both want to see several of the museums in northern Italy, and Dad wants to tour the southern wine regions of France. We're all hoping to get some beach days to go swimming. The warm water of the Mediterranean Sea is so much better than the cold water off the beaches of England. I wish you could come with us, Harry, she ended wistfully. As much as he would have liked to go on holiday with his brainy, bushy-haired friend, he really was going to be busy trying to get out from under his meddlesome headmaster's thumb. He gave her a lopsided grin and said, "That sounds like fun, Hermione. But my relatives would never let me go anywhere I might have fun, and I don't have a passport." Even though she knew it was impossible for her best friend to go with her family, her face still fell in disappointment. There is a bright side to my visit, though, Harry almost whispered to her. I have some parchment that I am having trouble understanding and I need help. Hermione's demeanor immediately perked up. Parchment work. Complicated. Something new. Some way to help Harry. She was practically quivering like a bird dog on point. She had finished her homework for the holiday weeks ago, was almost through her third-year textbooks and into her third reading of the second-year textbooks, and was down to reading her mum's trashy romance novels to keep total boredom at bay. He reached into his backpack and took out the folder that he had received in Gringotts showing all his magical world assets, properties, and monies. His vault valuations were not included, and his mother's accounts were not included. He wasn't paying attention to the avid look she gave his backpack as the large Gringotts folder and rolls of parchment came out of a space too small to hold them. I can only understand less than half of this stuff. Help me, he invited while making puppy dog eyes at her. Of course, Harry, she responded while sitting down and starting to gather the sheets by some categories that made sense to her. This was the kitchen table tableau that Hermione's parents walked in on 10 minutes later. Hermione tackling piles of 10 years' worth of banking parchment with her usual single-mindedness, with Harry perusing some parchment work of his own while sipping tea and biscuit nibbling. Hermione didn't even notice the approach of her parents. Harry stood up and quietly introduced himself to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. They both recognized him from the descriptions in Hermione's letters both from school and yesterday's nearly delirious happiness that he would be visiting tomorrow. They in turn looked upon a glasses-wearing, green-eyed, short, scrawny, messy black-haired boy who was dressed well and was acting very politely towards them. The two were undisturbed by their daughter's behavior. They had seen it before as she obsessively threw herself into some interesting project. The three quietly walked into the parlor and Mrs. Granger broke the ice asking Harry, "What did you bring her that she's working so hard on?" Harry went with his rehearsed story as to how his parents' wills had finally been opened, and he was having trouble understanding it all. He probably needed a solicitor for some of the stuff, as he thought of it, and things like what his income was now, what would he have to do when he came of age in 5 years, and things like that. It took another 15 minutes of his explaining lordships, goblins, and neglectful magical guardians to the Granger parents to get them to understand part of what he was saying. When he was done, he watched as the two of them looked at each other and without words seemed to come to an agreement. Mr. Granger politely asked if Harry would let him take a look at his stuff, along with Hermione. He reminded Harry that he and his wife ran their own business and were used to complicated financial statements. Harry pondered Mr. Granger's offer of help. On one hand, he wanted as few people as possible to know what he was doing. On the other hand, he needed help from people who would not go running to Dumbledore. The downside that he could see from accepting Mr. Granger's help was if Dumbledore himself visited the Granger house looking for Harry, he could easily read both his and Hermione's mind. The good news was they would be on holiday in Europe until a week before September 1st. If he trusted them, it was going to mean letting another of his secrets out. "Sir, I need a promise from you and Hermione about my stuff, all right?" The two of them returned to the kitchen where Harry first gently touched Hermione's shoulder. She unconsciously swatted his hand away as though it was an annoying fly. He then had to actually shake Hermione's shoulder to get her attention on him. He waved his hand over the parchment-covered table. "Hermione, I need you and your father to promise me that you will not tell anyone else about all this. Especially if Professor Dumbledore ever comes here looking for me, do not, repeat, do not, look him in the eye. He is a mind reader, a skilled legilimencer. That means if you meet his eyes, and are thinking about me, he can pluck," Harry made a grab between her eyes with his fingers and thumb, "your thoughts right out of your mind." "Harry, why would Professor Dumbledore want to do that?" Hermione stated, puzzled. "Because where you see a great leader of the light, I see an interfering old man who takes far too large an interest in anything I do. Including forcing me to stay at my relative's house during school holidays." Harry replied. Harry could see from her expression that maligning her revered authority figure was about to send her off on a not needed right now rant. At that point Harry held up his hand. "Hermione, please, no more. I don't want to have this discussion right now. Now, all I want is some simple explanations about what all this parchment is trying to tell me. No arguing now, please." Puppy dog eyes. Puppy dog eyes only work on me once a day, Potter. And you've already used up your quota, she snapped, obviously upset with him. She glared at him for another 10 seconds before relenting, but said, "You know, you will tell me all about this later, right?" Harry sighed and slowly nodded his head. At that moment, Mrs. Granger entered the conversation. "Are we going to eat now, or shall we leave in about an hour after you two have done some work on Harry's finances?" Later, and an hour, and a shrug from Harry, had Mrs. Granger making more tea. If Hermione hadn't been so intrigued by the parchment sheets, she would have recognized the danger signs. Gathering the tea tray, she took Harry back to the parlor for a very polite, yet thorough interrogation about what Hermione had written home about in her letters. It started gently enough. How had they met? "Oh, so you two weren't really friends until some large creature almost attacked my daughter in a women's loo in the school." Harry had been afraid exactly what Mrs. Granger was doing would happen. In fourth year, Hermione had casually dropped that she heavily edited her school stories at home because what parent in their right mind would send their sweet, darling daughter to a school where 12-foot-tall or 70-foot-long child-killing monsters roamed the hallways? Not to mention vicious, three-headed guard dogs, killer vines, flocks of keys programmed to stab you to death, murderous chess sets, and poisoned potion puzzles. Since she had yet to meet a basilisk, acromantulas, dementors, a crazed prison escapee, or dragons, she didn't have to not tell her parents about them. Harry had promised himself he would do his damnedest that she never would. His problem at the moment was that he and Hermione had not coordinated their stories. He was rapidly becoming scared he would blab too much, or be so obviously lying about the happenings that occurred at Hogwarts, that the Grangers would start grilling their daughter to get the truth. Yes, Mrs. Granger. The monster had been let into the school by a teacher who had been possessed by an evil spirit. The school gossip was that a spirit used the troll as a distraction so he could steal a magical artifact from the school. Apparently, the spirit needed the artifact to regain a real body. None of his students know what artifact he was after, but that's really not surprising. We are only know-nothing first years, and Hogwarts is a school that has been teaching magic and has had wizards and witches doing magic in it for more than 1,000 years. Stuff has accumulated in the school over all those years. Stuff I'll bet no one even knows about. What's that, ma'am? Oh, what happened to the professor? Well, the story that made the rounds is that when he was caught by the teachers, the spirit abandoned him, and when the spirit left, he died. Some magical thing. Hermione might know more about that sort of thing than I do. No, ma'am, I don't think being in the magical world is more dangerous than our normal world. But we've so far only seen Hogwarts and Diagon Alley. I'm sure that London has places you would not want Hermione and me want to be after sunset. I mean, Knockturn Alley is supposed to be like that, so we wouldn't go there. Could you excuse me, please? I kinda want to see what Mr. Granger and Hermione have come up with. Harry thankfully was given a small shoe wave by Mrs. Granger, and grateful to escape, he sped into the kitchen where Hermione and her dad were talking about interest payments. Harry sat patiently off to Hermione's left side. He saw Mr. Granger suddenly look up as his wife entered the room. "Don't spend too long on those accounts. You can get back to them after we come back from the restaurant," she said. "She's right, sweetie. We can come back to this later. Let's go take your boyfriend out to eat," Mr. Granger decided. "And while we're there, I can give him my 'you hurt my little girl, I'll hurt you worse' spiel. I've been practicing it for years." "Dad ddee." Hermione wailed. "He's not my boyfriend and you'll do no such thing." She was trying to glare a hole in her father. Despite blushing so red, Harry feared she would pass out from lack of blood to her brain. Hermione and her father gathered up the parchment sheets and rolls in an order that made sense to them, and everyone watched with expressions of wonder, amazement, or in Hermione's case, excitement, as Harry placed them into his backpack that was obviously too small to fit the folders and rolls into. "Harry Potter," she growled. "You will explain where you bought that backpack and how you just made it work like that." "I bought in Diagon Alley, and magic is involved." Harry smirked at her cheekily and immediately moved behind her mother to keep her from retaliating to his teasing. Harry could see Mr. Granger move quickly towards the front door as he could not completely hide his laughter at his frustrated daughter. When the two preteens were seated in the back of Mrs. Granger's car, a really nice silver-colored, Series 5, BMW saloon on the way to the restaurant, Hermione said in a low voice to Harry. "Those are very nice clothes you have on today, Harry. Why don't you wear clothes like that at school? I know we wear our uniforms most of the time, but your, casual muggle clothes are usually somewhat more ill-fitting. Did your aunt take you shopping?" Harry pondered for a moment. He should have realized that his friend would notice his improved apparel, and being more inquisitive than a cat, she would want to find out what had happened. "No, Hermione. My aunt would never spend this much money on me. I bought these clothes at Madame Malkin's in Diagon Alley. I have very few pounds sterling, so after paying for the tube, I couldn't afford to go shopping in the Muggle world. I took the tube to King's Cross Station and walked to the Leaky. Stopped at Gringotts for some gold, Malkin's for some clothes, and the Wizard's Outfitter Company for my backpack. When I gave the teller my vault key, he told me an account manager wanted to meet with me. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, why would an account manager, whatever they are, want to talk to me? Anyway, that's where I got all that parchment. He was quite put out with me for not having come to see him on my 11th birthday. Apparently, that's a big deal at Gringotts, and in their eyes, my magical guardian has not been performing his duties properly." "You have a magical guardian?" Hermione said in a puzzled tone. "Yes," he replied. "My account manager told me all Muggle-borns have to have a guardian in the magical world. While we are at school, it is usually your head of house." "But you're not a Muggle-born," she said, leaping upon the difference quickly. "No, but I am Muggle-raised. And Gringotts is upset that Dumbledore strongarmed himself into being appointed as my guardian, and then sealed my parents' will so no one knows what provisions they had made, or guardians they had planned." Hermione worried at her lower lip as she followed his story, and since the goblins at Gringotts had dared to criticize her idol, Albus Dumbledore, that was what she reacted to. "Why did the goblins want to see you on your 11th birthday? I mean, we've been told how important it is for being able to get a wand and learn about magic, so why did they want to see you about money on that day?" she demanded. "Thank you, Hermione. That's exactly what I wanted you to say," Harry thought. "It's like being a Muggle-born and not learning about even the existence of magic until you're 11. Don't you feel disadvantaged compared to Malfoy? He's been around magic all his life, and remember how he brags about having cast spells and brewed potions before coming to Hogwarts. Let's face it, he just knows things about the magic world we are struggling to learn." The expression on Hermione's face showed the subject had crossed her mind and her disgust at the unfairness of it. Harry continued, "The same thing applies to the finances of a most ancient and most noble house. If my dad had been alive, I would have been getting simple instruction in finances as soon as I could add and subtract. At the moment, all I know is profit is good, losses are bad. And right now, I do not know how to figure which is happening." He could see the two adults in the front seats were trying hard not to look like they were eavesdropping, but they were. Harry frowned as he continued. "And if Professor Dumbledore was, and is, too busy to teach me this stuff, then the goblins say he should have hired tutors for me. And that is one of the reasons why they are unhappy with him," Harry finished off. Hermione was obviously deep in thought. After a few minutes, she said, "I think you should write Professor Dumbledore a letter asking him to make a start on your financial education before we get back to school." Harry had an answer ready. "Hermione, if he has not done his duty as magical guardian for the past 3 or 4 years, why do you think he will start now? He already has 3 full-time jobs, which I might add he collects full-time pay for. How should I expect him to make time in his schedule for tutoring?" This last made her bottom lip shredding even more violent. Harry was starting to fear blood was about to appear. At that moment, Mr. Granger spoke up. "Harry, would it be all right if Hermione and I tutored you after we get back from holiday? I mean, a bit over a week is not an education, but we should be able to show you the basics." Hermione became happy again as she looked at Harry, and then begged him to say, yes. Harry thought about the offer for a few moments and not seeing a downside, said he would. Hermione gave a medium-strength squeal and then tried to hug him as best as their being in seatbelts would allow. The rest of the trip, and Harry's introduction to wonderful Italian food, was spent talking about school, classes, instructors, and goings-on. They were both careful to not talk about inept teachers, Quirrell, sadistic bullies, Snape, or the insults and slurs casually used by purebloods against those they believed were of lesser status. After they all returned to the Granger house, Mr. Granger and Hermione spent time showing Harry what they had been doing earlier, and while not nearly complete, their analysis of what some of the properties, companies, and investments had been doing over the past 11 years. They explained their work was not nearly complete, but the totals were adding up in his favor and nothing seemed to be drastically wrong with his accounts. It was about an hour into the explaining when Hermione saw her well-learned indications that Harry was starting to suffer from information overload and called a halt to the session. Her father agreed, and a few minutes later, with a pleased young girl leading the way, the two youngsters went for a walk in the darkening backyard before Harry had to leave. Harry was not even aware they were holding hands as they walked. Hermione was hyper-aware that they were. "I have to be at my relative's for dinner," he said, working at keeping up the appearance of living at home, even if he never called it that. "Can you come back soon?" asked Hermione. Harry could hear in her voice the hope he would answer, "Yes." "How about Tuesday? I'm meeting with the goblins tomorrow, and it will be early enough I won't be interfering with your getting ready to travel." Hermione's face lit up with a large smile of satisfaction. She was going to have her best friend's attention all to herself for another whole day. Tuesday was going to be a very good day in Hermione world. The next morning, Harry was up and about early. He wanted to get his Gringotts visit over with so he could visit his manor. He had carefully gone through every sheet of parchment to see if he had missed anything he thought important. He was still internally debating whether to just give the mass of bookkeeping to Tongueripper and let him deal with it. The goblin account manager certainly seemed to be driven to make a profit anywhere he could. Harry wasn't sure if Tongueripper was the goblin Norm, or if he was just the banker equivalent of Alistair Moody. He had also thoroughly read the Potter Protocols of Accession, the permission letter from his father, and fought his way through the legalistic boilerplate of his parents' wills. He even speed-skimmed through his mother's journal to see if there was any help in there. While eating breakfast in his room, he was smiling at the remembered execution of a well-done prank as he left the Grangers' neighborhood yesterday. Hermione had refused to let him leave her house alone as she was dying of curiosity as to how he had gotten to her house earlier. She had become more stubborn about walking with him the more he refused to tell her. And the more he tried to let her leave by himself, the closer she glued herself to him. She refused to let go of his arm as the pair strolled past the entrance of the cul-de-sac and when Harry found a secluded section of road. It was only after the prank had occurred to him that he was able to relax and enjoy the last half of the stroll with his best friend tucked into his side. Stopping in the lengthening evening shadows, he turned to her and said, "Here we are. It's time for me to go." With that, he snatched his wand from his pocket and raised his hand over his head. A few seconds later, as Hermione was about to explode with condemnation at seeing him expose his wand in Muggle public, the garish purple night bus arrived with a bang, startling her so much she jumped, clutching at Harry for protection. After telling the conductor to wait just a moment, Harry pried Hermione off, whipped off his backpack, plunged his hand into the main space, pulled out another, matching backpack, and thrust it into her shocked arms. Taking further advantage of the confused girl, he gave her a quick, hard hug and a key on her cheek, and bounced onto the bus. Looking at her, she appeared completely confounded. One hand was touching her cheek, her mouth was doing a fish gasping imitation, and her eyes were wide and staring. He told the conductor, "Let's go," while fishing out the needed 3 sickles for his fare. And with another bang, the bus had left the still stunned girl standing on the curb path. Oh, yes, he was going to pay, and probably pay dearly for that stunt, but it felt so good to have put one over on his brainy friend. His dad and Sirius would have been proud. He hoped. Smiling, he left his room, with his new robes and his new cap covering his trademark hair and scar. Harry was still smiling when he walked into the bank. He waited only a few minutes for an escort as he was expected. "Good morning, Account Manager Tongueripper," Harry said as he stopped in front of the office's black desk. "I spent yesterday doing my unprepared best to sort the information you gave me. From what I can tell, you are doing a good job and I see no reason to change your stewardship." Harry stopped talking and waited for the goblin to respond. "Thank you, Herr Potter. Have you decided which defaulters on debt you wish to send the Gringotts debt collection group after?" Not yet, account manager, responded Harry. I want to check further to see if some of these debts might be a disguised gift with no repayment expected. Tongueripper nodded. Is there any other business you wish to conduct today? Yes, Harry replied, handing over the protocols for ascension, the letter from his father stating his fitness to ascend to the Potter Lordship, and the wills of his parents. He did not hand over what he considered the most important sheet. He then sat back in his chair and gathered all his hard-won 14-years-old patience around him. He was determined not to fidget in front of the none-too-friendly goblin across the desk. It took Tongueripper almost 10 minutes to read all 4 documents and make copies, handing the originals back to Harry. Then it was his turn to settle back in his chair. You do realize, Herr Potter, you fulfill all but one of the requirements needed to ascend to your lordship. Yes, replied Harry. I will return here at the 9th hour the day after tomorrow to continue the search for the missing item. Will there be anything else? Since your parents' wills state that Sirius Black is your sworn godfather, do you know what that means? The account manager flatly questioned. Harry now had to lie. Or at least fake ignorance. No. Except where is he? Why is he not my magical guardian? Did he get killed also? Is that why I'm stuck with Dumbledore? You truly are the most ignorant heir to a lordship that I have ever encountered or heard about in my lifetime, asserted Tongueripper quietly. The goblin visibly reined himself in. A sworn godfather cannot cause harm to come to his godchild through action, or allow harm to their godchild through inaction. 2. The penalty would be the instant loss of his life. The magic of the oath would kill him immediately. So, Voldemort killed him. Harry made himself sound unsure. No. He is in the wizarding prison of Azkaban. He is the person blamed for leading the usurper to your parents' house that night. Yet he still lives. If he had done as the ministry claims he has done, he should have been dead before he hit the stone. The bait has been taken. Now, with a bit of encouragement, thought Harry. Putting on his best confused, but earnest, face, he continued his thought aloud. Wouldn't the account manager for the Black family know if he's guilty or not? Or something. Perhaps, the goblin stated. However, we are a bank, not a legal service. We cannot go about challenging ministry laws and traditions. For that, you need a solicitor. Tongueripper eyed the scrawny, near muggle born in front of him, and after a moment sighed. 1 moment, and spread the bloodline test parchment on his desk. In only a few moments one name drew his attention. He showed the name to Harry and started explaining. Andromeda Tonks née Black, wife of Edward Tonks, a man at the epicenter of one of the great wizard scandals of a couple of decades ago. Refusing to follow her older sister into an arranged pure-blood marriage, Andromeda Black had run off and married a muggle-born wizard named Edward Tonks, who over the years had developed into one of the best healers in Wizarding Britannia. In spite of being disowned by the Black family, she had studied law and had become a renowned solicitor with a reputation of being unbribable. And she was a family relation. That should keep her unbribable in Harry's favor. Tongueripper gave Harry a scrap of parchment with the Tonks solicitor's address on it. Young heir, it would be very useful to you to find if Mrs. Tonks could recommend someone to become your house steward or find you a facilitator. You badly need someone familiar with the way the world of wizards works. Can I hire Gringotts to be my facilitator? You seem to know everything that is going on around here, Harry asked hopefully. Tongueripper answered in that gravelly, growly voice he had. We at Gringotts do not do that work. We are a bank. We keep vaults, pay interest, offer investment advice, and settle inheritance questions. We are not a solicitor's office, a travel service, or a government document agency. Harry nodded his head thoughtfully when a random thought skittered through his brain. Isn't Ron's older brother Bill a cursebreaker for Gringotts? Don't they rob tombs of gold and treasure like that cool guy in the movie? He internally shrugged and made as though to leave, then turned about as though he had changed his mind about something. Account manager, should I make contact with the Black account manager? To see if he knows anything about this Godfather stuff. No, young heir. I will apprise him of the possible situation, Tongueripper replied. Perhaps the two of us can find a solution. Monday afternoon, August 3, 1992. Harry was back in his room at the Leaky Cauldron after visiting Gringotts, wistfully staring at the sheet of parchment in his hand. There might be further bits of help his mother could give him in the future, but at the moment, this bit of parchment was going to be hard to beat. 14-year-old Harry, unlike 12-year-old Harry, had traveled by Flo and Portkey. Admittedly, all three occurrences had been very bad to completely disastrous in his second and fourth years, so nervous trepidation was the order of the afternoon. This very important parchment sheet from the front of his mother's journal were his instructions on how to turn his heir ring into a Portkey that should take him to the Potter Manor. Sort of. At least close by. He made a point of clearing all the furniture in the room off against the walls, leaving a large open space for his return. It seemed silly, but he was not sure how he would be returning to his room. He checked that he had his wand, wallet with Muggle money, Gringotts bag with wizarding money, and a couple of wrapped corned beef sandwiches and a tin cup in his backpack. He had no idea if there was food where he was going. Hermione would be proud of him. He was planning. His nerves were leading to him stalling, which made him angry at himself. Gryffindors forward, he thought, and stalked out of the pub, and to the alley's designated apparition point. He didn't know whether a Portkey from a room at the Lakey Cauldron would be noticed or tracked, but why take the chance? Reaching his left hand to grasp the ring on his right hand, he said, "Historic roads, take me home." He immediately disappeared in a whirling flash, spinning through the ether to a spot a couple of 100 miles away. His landing was normal. He went sprawling into the grass along a dusty macadam road that had a fenced forest along one side and a grain field of some type along the other. As he picked himself up and started brushing off his pants, he looked to his right. Nothing. Just a road disappearing in the distance. He looked left, and there was another road crossing his road. He walked over to it and looked around, getting his bearings. It's noon-ish. If I put the sun at my back, I should be walking north towards that gate I need to look for. Putting action to words, he started walking along the road in the hoped-for direction. He started counting his paces, as he had figured that 1,640 feet would be about 820 paces at his newly reduced size. He was wearing the same Muggle clothes he had worn to Hermione's, and with the summer sun beating down, he was soon feeling hot. He stopped to pull his floppy gray wizard's cap from his backpack, and that gave some relief to his baking skull. The road he was walking on had a tall grass field on the left and a dry stone wall that was taller than him on his right. He was over 500 paces when he lost count due to being startled by several large birds exploding out of the tall grass to fly away from him. He briefly panicked about the lost count, but soon managed to convince himself that his pacing accuracy probably wasn't that good anyway. A few minutes later he found a rusty old black iron gate in the wall between a pair of brick and stone pillars with a truly massive padlock and chain holding the gate closed. It resembled the written directions. Looking closely at the lock he could see the depression his mother had written about. Taking his heir ring, he mated it to the depression in the padlock. A muted flash and the chain disappeared as the gate swung open. After Harry walked through, the gates closed and the massive chain and padlock appeared once more. With a shrug, he started up the rough, weedy, unimproved two-track that was almost closed off by the encroaching trees. He had walked about 100 yards when he felt some sort of a magic field wash over him. Immediately, the rutted path became met a smooth crushed stone drive. In the distance, through the trees, he could vaguely make out a building to his left. Deciding against heading directly for the building, he soon lost sight of it as the drive curved right. Another couple of minutes' hike suddenly had him appearing in front of what Harry could only think of as a palace. The manor had 3 stories that he could see. The front showed 2 long, massive wings that stretched over 100 feet on either side of the doors. The walls were made of fitted, worked stones in various shades of gray. There were dozens of large, white-painted windows everywhere. The graveled drive swept around in a curve to the left in a circular driveway that led to the main doors. Harry could almost imagine a carriage and a pair of matched horses dropping off some distinguished visitor. The arched main doors were a dark blue painted wood with a heavy visible, yet matched grain, maybe 12 feet in height and almost 10 feet across. Instead of rushing to the doors, Harry just stood there for several minutes soaking in the sights before him. This was where he had lived for most of his first year of life, and now he was returning. The trees and shrubs were roughly pruned. The emerald lawn was trimmed, the drive was without the holes of neglect and was bordered by cut stone curbs to keep the always invasive grass at bay. The fountain in the center of the circular drive was dry but looked clean. Now that he was actually here, his nerves were tempting him to delay his final claiming of heirship by continuing to walk around the house on the part of the drive that followed along the right side of the house around towards the back. With a thought of, "We've been Gryffindors forever," he walked up the 8 steps to the large doors. He contemplated the 2 large bronze griffin-shaped door knockers. Well, I don't own the place. Yet, he thought. With that, he raised up the right-hand knocker and rapped it sharply on the door twice. He waited, then waited some more. Just as he was about to make another plan, the right-hand door opened and a house elf appeared in the opening. Suddenly, the elf shouted, "Master Harold! You're back!" And with that the elf surged forward and clung to Harry's leg, babbling happiness to it. Another elf appeared in the doorway opening. This one was more restrained. "Master Harold, it is good to see you have returned to your home." The elf spoke with dignity. "My name is Ypres. I am your butler, major domo, and yard maintenance person." It seemed from his clothes he had been fulfilling his yard duties when Harry arrived. He detached an obviously female elf, who was dressed as a maid from a BBC period piece, away from Harry's leg. "This is Pima. She is the general maid, and the designated lady's maid for your wife." "But I don't have a wife," he said in almost desperate confusion to the pair. The only house elves he had met were Dobby and Winky. They were nothing like this pair. For some reason, Harry thought Ypres looked tired and careworn. Pima seemed younger, yet now that her first flash of happiness was gone, she seemed more dull and tired, her cheer a bit forced. "At your age I should hope not," stated Ypres archly. Mistress Lily would be most disappointed if, to use her words, some gold-digging harlot had managed to get her hooks into you at your age. Harry just stood there in shocked surprise at the words of his house elf. For a wild second, he even thought from the way Ypres had talked, his mother was still alive. "No, that's impossible," he realized. "Would young master like some tea?" Ypres inquired. Yes, I would," replied a still trying to gather his wits Harry. The 2 elves led Harry through the house to the back where most houses had their kitchens. The first thing he noticed was an inlay of a griffin rampant on the entrance floor. It almost looked like a very realistic painting covered by glass. On the wall across from the door was a rendering of what Harry assumed was the Potter crest. It showed a golden griffin with a sword in a raised forepaw, and crossed wands over its back. When examined closer, there was a stylized, triangular-shaped mountain, a stream, and a collection of clay pots and plates under the raised forepaw. Some Latin phrase arced over all. "Siempre contra los opressores." 1. As he walked, the fit and finish of the interior screamed quality and old money. Every surface was clean and the stone floors were clean but not polished. The rugs looked clean but aged. Harry did notice that all the paintings were asleep and many of the Everlast wall sconces were not lit. He was led to a small alcove just off the kitchen and was seated by Ypres at a small circular light yellow painted wooden table that had 4 matching chairs. Tea and biscuits appeared a few seconds later. After pouring tea, and adding cream, Harry settled back to let his brain catch up as he admired the view of the garden through the windows. After a couple of minutes, Harry came to a decision. "Ypres, Pima, please come out here and take a seat." The 2 came out of the kitchen and when Harry gestured at the chairs, Ypres snapped his fingers and the pair of elves were sitting on high stools that brought them to a natural sitting height for the table. Harry noticed that Ypres was now clothed in a butler suit. A glass pitcher of some dull green liquid came into view that they poured into cups and took a sip with looks of satisfaction as though it was fine tea. "I can only stay for a few hours. I have to leave before certain people, who do not have my best interests at heart, begin to wonder where I have disappeared to," he said. "What do I have to do for the manor to keep its secrets? I believe there is a Fidelius charm on the property to keep wizards out, and I assume something else keeps the muggles out." The questioning look he gave the 2 house elves was answered with nods. Ypres then said, "Master Harold needs to recharge the wards soon. They are so weak, they did not tell us you were here." "Yes, that will be important. I will soon have a nosy old coot who will try very hard to keep me from returning here. He is powerful, and I have a growing feeling he does not have my best interests at heart. If he does not interfere, I intend to bring a guest with me tomorrow about time for morning tea." Harry stood and backed up, spreading his arms to his sides. "To help me not get trapped by that one whose long, crooked nose has not been broken enough, I need you to check me for tracking charms. I've been told you will find some." Ypres jumped down from his stool and started making slow passes with his hands over Harry's body. Harry saw a bright, light blue glow from the upper left of his glasses. Damn it. Gotta remember to get new glasses too. When Ypres was done, Harry grabbed his backpack off the floor and started taking things out of the pockets. He enlarged his trunk and emptied it onto the floor. He took his invisibility cloak out of a side pocket and held it up. Ypres restarted his hand waving again and more light blue spots glowed. When the elf was done, Harry was astounded by all the tracking charms on his stuff. Glasses, comb, hairbrush, toothbrush, hand mirror, wristwatch, non-enlarged old-school trunk, wand, and to top it all off, the cloak had not only a tracking charm but what Ypres called a see-through charm. My father's invisibility cloak and that white-whiskered wanker just had to mess with it. Harry fumed. That's the only way the cheater could see through it. A seething Harry then enlarged his old trunk and Ypres did his magic again. The interior lit up like a fireworks show. Quills, inkpots, folders, every first-year book, almost every article of clothing, including holy socks. Double-sized Dudley belts, school shoes, his Weasley Christmas jumper had 3 trackers for Merlin's sake. That fake grandfatherly old bastard. Harry was raging by now. Magic was rolling off him in a steady stream like lava from an erupting volcano. Master. Ypres jumped in front of Harry to get his attention. Please stop, Master. If you keep going you will exhaust yourself and you will not be able to perform the duties you need to perform, here, now. Harry worked at using his hard-won 14-year-old Tri-Wizard mind-calming skills 15-year-old Hermione had drilled into him. 10 minutes and a cold butterbeer later, Harry was back to sitting in the alcove again while Ypres removed most of the tracking charms. Leave some on, and put them in a box the charm cannot be found through, Harry had instructed. I'll use them later as decoys to make him think I'm where he wants me to be. Meanwhile, I get Hermione to learn, and teach me, wizarding detection and removal charms. Until then, Ypres, is there any way you or Pima could come to Hogwarts and check me for trackers that might get attached to me when I'm at school? No, Master, the senior elf looked wretched. We do not have permission to enter the castle wards. An elf bound to you personally could when called, but we are bound to the Potter family and do not qualify. That's all right, Ypres. It may take a while, but I think I might have a solution to the problem in a few months, Harry said. Meanwhile, what was it you said earlier? I have to do something while I am here. Yes, young master, you must take over the head of house duties, the suddenly majordomo-suited elf replied. Come with me to the Lord's study. You have work to do. Following his majordomo up the central grand staircase to the 2nd floor. Then turning left down that corridor, Ypres stopped at the second elaborately carved door on the left. Suddenly, Ypres stood tall and still. Master Harold, only the Lord of the house or if the Lord is not available, the heir may enter this room. Our Pima cannot enter it alone, even for cleaning. You must enter alone, and I will try to guide you to perform the duties you must to take control of the estate. First, open the door. Since your magical signature is unfamiliar to it, it will take a blood sample. Who invented all these blood identifications? Some family that has a demented mosquito on its coat of arms. Thought Harry. Carefully, even though he knew it would not help, Harry lightly grabbed the door handle, and as predicted, he felt a small jab into his hand. With a small delay, the door swung open on silent hinges. With trepidation looming in his mind, Harry slowly eased into the room. Ypres' voice came from the doorway. Stand in front of the portrait of the griffin and take out your wand. Now, do precisely as I say, young master. He slowly walked up to a painting of a snarling griffin rampant, of approximately 5 by 4 feet. The eagle front of the beast, the beak, talons, and feathers looked amazingly lifelike. The rear lion part of the body had the tanned fur, rear legs, and tail of a lion. After licking his suddenly dry lips, Harry nervously asked, I don't suppose you want to tell me what will happen if I mess this up? No, young heir, I do not. However, do not touch the frame with your hand. Now, tap your wand on the following parts of the griffin. The upper claw of the raised foreleg, followed by the top of the head, then the tuft of the tail, and lastly the chin. Harry managed to do all 4 taps without missing or adding an extra rap, and with a soft click, the portrait unlatched and opened slightly. Harry unthinkingly reached to swing it open. No, yelled Ypres. Do not touch the picture's frame. Harry had frozen at the loud instruction just a fraction away from touching the gilt frame around the picture. Oops. Young master, carefully use 2 or 3 fingers to touch the griffin, and only the griffin, and push the picture back until it clicks again. Harry complied. Now, young Master Harold, came Ypres, voice again. Using a finger, reverse the order of the wand taps that unlock the guardian. Chin, good. Tail tuft, good. Head and now top claw of, very good. This time the portrait, picture, guardian, swung open all the way. In the recess was a vertical bronze cylinder, about 4 feet across, with a stone sticking slightly out of the top, rose to shoulder height. The cylinder walls were about 6 inches thick, and the polished, blue-flecked black stone was covered with softly glowing runes. Take the knife there on the side and slice the palm of your hand and rub the blood all over the top of the stone, came the instructions. Gods damn it. Blood for this, blood for that. Small wonder that British wizards always look pale and unhealthy. They never have enough blood in their bodies. Grabbing the small, black glass knife, Harry winced as he slit his left palm, and then trying to ignore the pain, he smeared his blood all over the top of the stone. The runes seemed to greedily beep in his blood, so he kept rubbing more and more blood over the now softly thrumming stone. The stone seemed to keep asking for more, and Harry kept giving, his whole world narrowing down to rubbing his blood on the stone. Suddenly, the voice of Ypres registered in his consciousness. Enough, young Master Harold, enough. Please go to the desk and remove the large book from the second drawer down. Staggering like a confounded hippogriff, a bleeding Harry complied, flopping the book onto the desktop. The book automatically opened to a page. On it was a list of names of those allowed to enter Potter Manor. Fumbling for the large, elegant, red quill that appeared between the pages, Harry had to focus hard on reading the page in front of him. He felt as though he was going to pass out, but the need to get this, whatever it was, finished drove him on. Seeing the neat row of names, Harry asked Ypres, "What do I do now?" "Run a line through those you want to remove from access to the estate, then either leave or write in the names of anyone you want to allow or bring here." "Right. Albus too many middle names Dumbledore, a line. Sirius Orion Black, he stays. Remus Lupin, too beholden to Dumbledore. He gets a line until he proves differently. Others may have been listed for guardianship in the will, but until he knew better, they all got a line." When he reached the end of the names he carefully added, Hermione Jean Granger, Neville Hacken Longbottom. In placing the quill in the book, he closed the cover and put the book back in the drawer. "Master Harold, please close the picture again." Harry did so, and he could see the wardstone sinking down just before the picture closed. "Will Master Harold give his majordomo permission to enter his study?" asked Ypres. For some reason, this seemed to be a formal request, so he responded in kind. "The elf, Ypres, majordomo to the House of Potter, is granted entry into the master's study." The little elf walked into the room. It was a dignified walk, the type of walk that showed he was an important elf. "First give me your hand." When Harry complied, the elf waved his hand over it and the bleeding stopped. Next, the elf handed him a red liquid-filled potion vial. "Blood-replenishing potion for you, young master." After Harry had grimaced the potion down his throat, he rested a minute before Ypres cleared his throat. "Lord Potter, it is time for you to call for your ring. You have shown you are worthy of the Potter Lordship by taking control of the Manor Ward Stone, and control of the Ward's permission book. Those 2 trials were the final requirements." "How?" Harry asked. "Concentrate and call the ring to you," was Ypres' reply. And that is what Harry did, pouring all his concentration into the summons. Suddenly his left hand middle finger felt heavier. Harry opened his eyes and there on his middle finger was a large, dark gold and red gem ring, with the Potter crest worked into the gem in gold. He glanced at his right hand, and his fingers there were now ringless. Harry suddenly screamed in pain as every nerve in his overloaded. He felt as though he was being ripped in two before he collapsed onto the floor as consciousness left him. Harry woke up on the study floor feeling very tired. He looked around the study for perhaps a couch to lie on for a few moments. "Lord Potter," came the calm measured voice of Ypres. "Please come with me. You have one last duty to perform." Mentally cursing duty, a tottering Harry followed the elf back through the hall, down the stairs, and into a parlor with a magnificent view of the front lawn and gardening. There, just as he was about to flop onto a comfortable couch that was seductively calling his name, Ypres said, "Lord Harold, place your right hand on my head and your left hand on Pima's head, and recite the following. I, Lord Potter, reaffirm the bonds of House Potter with the house elves known as Ypres and Pima." Harry did so, and as he finished, the thought he might be so tired he was hallucinating. The two elves glowed with a pale green light, and seemed to expand and fill out, losing that worn, tired look. At that moment, his vision went gray and he collapsed boneless onto the couch. Ypres waved his hands and wriggled his fingers, both straightening Harry out, and conjuring a blanket over his body, and a pillow under his head. He turned to Pima. "Master is very powerful. Master James and Mistress Lily had put a bind on his magic, but donning his House Potter Lord's ring has broken the binding. He would be powerful if he were a fully grown wizard. Come, we now have enough strength to properly clean the house now. We will let him sleep until dinner." It was a very groggy Harry that awoke to the gentle voice saying over and over, "Master Harold, you must wake up. It is time for you to go back to your other place. Master Harold, you must wake up. It's time." Harry finally managed to wave an arm enough to shut off the annoying voice. He was struggling to sit up when his memories flashed back into his consciousness. The house elves, the tracking charms, the Potter study, the house elves, what had the house elves done? Slitting his sticky eyes open, he could see at least one part of his memories were accurate. The large lord's ring of the House of Potter was still on his left hand. Groaning, Harry managed to swing mostly upright on his second attempt. He could see Pima standing in front of him. Apparently, she had been his alarm clock. "Would Master Harold like some dinner before leaving?" she inquired. Harry's stomach growled in response. All that magic he had used that afternoon had left him ravenous, he realized. Standing, he let Pima lead him to the kitchen alcove again, where a generous serving of roast beef, smashed red potatoes with gravy, and young peas with small pearl onions were plated for him with an ever-filling glass of milk. Tucking in, Harry ate while looking out over the back garden. When he started looking closely, he could see the telltale signs of minor neglect. Some shrubbery needed cleaner trimming, some flower beds had small weeds, and parts of some paths had grass encroaching at the borders. By the angle of the sun, he could see it was early evening. A quick check of his broken strap wristwatch confirmed that it was getting to be time for him to be getting back to the Leaky before Tom started wondering and worrying where he might be. The last thing Harry wanted was people wondering to other people where he was, and what might he doing. "I have to be going," he said. "Ypres, can you take me down to the gates so I can signal for the night bus? Would Master Harold prefer for me to take him back to where he is staying?" "You can." "How?" wondered Harry. "By Elf Pop. It is our version of Wizard's Apparition," Ypres stated. "I've heard of Apparition, but what is it exactly?" Ypres then had to launch into a 5-minute explanation of Apparition, how wizards could travel from one place to another very, very quickly. "So, you say you can take me right into my room at the Leaky Cauldron from here? All right, how are we going to do that? If Master has everything in his backpack, all he has to do is touch my hand, and concentrate very clearly on where our destination is and what it looks like." Less than 2 seconds later, Harry was standing in the middle of his room at the Leaky. "So, that is what Dobby did. That was brilliant, Ypres," he said. "Remember, Master Harold, if you need me or Pima, just concentrate on us and speak our name. We will come to you." And with that he snapped his fingers and disappeared with a very small pop. A tired Harry Potter contemplated his room. To do a bit of homework to keep Hermione happy or sleep? That is the question. Harry decided he could do a bit of his summer-assigned homework. Dragging out his Transfiguration text and his assignment from his backpack, he settled down at the small desk and worked for almost an hour before succumbing to his weariness, and after changing into his sleep clothes he was asleep in less than a minute after laying his head on the pillow. Tuesday. Harry awoke early next morning. He had plans to see Tongueripper and to find a solicitor before he went to Hermione's house. It was a shorter morning than Harry had allowed for. When Harry showed Tongueripper his lordship ring, the goblin had merely growled something incomprehensible and handed over a pair of to-be-signed-in-blood parchments, said they would be filed, then quietly buried. "At the ministry we need 1 month of secrecy," was growled out, and waved him out of the office. Exiting the bank, Harry was somewhat lost as he had no idea how to find the solicitor mentioned in his parents' wills. Looking down the alley, he saw Flourish and Blots just opening for business. Maybe they have a business guide for the alley. Kind of like a block of flats directory. He wondered. It turned out they did, and for 4 sickles, 10 nuts, Harry had a Diagon Alley business compendium, complete with maps of the alley and its branches. He found Corder, Hostetler, and Tonks, solicitors, to be just down the alley, tucked around the corner of one of the alley's small, offshoot cul-de-sacs. Entering the office, Harry walked up to the well-into-middle-age woman with a McGonagall-type bun seated behind a desk. When she asked what business he had there, he gave his name and asked to see Mrs. Tonks. The immediately flustered receptionist almost knocked her chair over, jumping up and disappearing through a door in the wall back of her desk. Less than a minute later, she returned with a tall, regal-looking woman, dressed in black with silver-trimmed robes, with dark brown hair caught in a loose, but elegant bun, and piercing gray eyes. Those eyes raked Harry up and down. Apparently, he'd passed some sort of test, as her voice was quite neutral as she spoke. "Solicitor Andromeda Tonks at your service, Mr. Potter. Would you please accompany me to my office?" Harry accompanied her through the door, down a short hall, and into a gleaming dark brown wood-paneled office. In front of the large desk were 3 comfortable-looking brown leather chairs. In one corner was a small seating area with 2 of the same chairs, with a large sofa grouped around a coffee table, with each piece of furniture having an end table. Having waved Harry to the center chair, she then asked permission to draw her wand. Harry nodded, warily gathering himself to jump aside if the wand was pointed at him. Tonks pointed her wand at an unusual light blue geometric glass-looking sculpture sitting on the right corner of her desk, and a blue-colored spell shot from the wand, impacting the sculpture, and the resultant ricocheted rays of the spell shot into every wall, the ceiling, and the floor. Replacing her wand within her robe, she said, "The office is now proofed against any spying or scrying spell known to exist. That means that anything you say here cannot be heard by anyone but me. And after you hire me as your solicitor, I cannot speak of your business to anyone else. My oaths of office will punish me most severely if I do so." At that point, Mrs. Tonks leaned forward in her chair and just regarded Harry for a long minute. "I am almost 15 years old. I do not have to fidget every time someone does not fill the air with their voice," he thought, forcing himself to remain still and return Mrs. Tonks's look evenly. The solicitor apparently decided that silence was not going to get Harry started. "Mr. Potter," Tonks began, "it is most unusual to have a 12-year-old come alone into my office. Are we waiting for your guardian to arrive?" "No," Harry replied. "I am the person who wants you to become my personal and family solicitor. I was given your name by my account manager at Gringotts and a secondary recommendation by my parents." Harry quickly decided to be a bit open with Madame Tonks. "I have a problem in that I was completely ignorant of magic until I received my Hogwarts letter after my 11th birthday. And my so-called magical guardian has done absolutely nothing to help me learn about my family, the government, or magical culture. Therefore, I have decided I need lots of help before I do something that brings attention to the problem of my ambiguous magical guardianship and starts a fight between all those who want to control me." Harry reached into a pocket of his backpack that was sitting on the floor next to his chair. Removing copies of his parents' wills, his accession to the lordship of the Potter house as attested to by Gringotts, and the paperwork dealing with his rentals, companies, and holdings, he passed them over the desk to Mrs. Tonks. After a short, but intense perusal of the parchment work, the older woman raised her furious eyes to Harry. "I now understand why you want to hire me. You do realize that some of your work will have to be pursued very carefully and circumspectly, as both the ministry and those that run the ministry will not want this litany of travesties of justice to come to light." Harry nodded slightly. "I want you to do all the legal work associated with my house. If we can come to an agreement, you will be the House Potter solicitor. You will do all the legal work needed to keep the carrion eaters off my young, tender body as I learn the many, many things that my supposed magical guardian was supposed to have taught me." Harry was on a roll now. "I want you to keep the whiskered wonk's long, crooked nose out of my business. I want you to figure out ways to get started on freeing Sirius Black. And I want a muzzle put on those unauthorized, Harry Potter and the This Edition's Monster, 2 books. However," he said after a pause, "most of the actual work will have to be performed after I have returned to Hogwarts." Harry willed his head of house ring into visibility. Gringotts informs me that a lunar month must pass before my claim as an underaged head of house will be incontestable. From the look Andromeda gave Harry, she was impressed. Very well, let me get a copy of our standard client contract, and as soon as we sign it, I will keep all your secrets and do your bidding to the best of my ability. Mrs. Tonks stood and leaned over his desk with her hand extended. Shaking hands with Harry, she said, Lord Potter, I believe I will be happy to work with you, and my husband will be demanding I get you over for dinner soon. You have no idea how upset he was with the old fool when all my attempts to become your guardian were foiled by his twinkly eye, and his, for the greater good, dragon dung he spewed as he said you needed to be kept safe. Less than half an hour later, he walked back down the alley with a signed contract naming Corder, Hostetler, and Tonks as his retained legal representatives. He stopped at the Leaky Cauldron, went up to his room, changed into his muggle clothes, then transfigured them into casual robes before cleaning up his room, putting everything into his backpack, and going downstairs. Well, Tom, thank you very much for taking care of me during my visit. But I have to return to my house now. This should take care of any charges I have left over, he said quietly while leaving 10 galleons on the bar. Having Tom think of Harry as a very good customer was all good in Harry's book. With a slight wave, he stepped out through the door onto Charing Cross Road, raised his wand, and in less than a minute, he was silently cursing as the night bus flung him around as it performed its usual antics. Physics. We don't need no stinkin' physics. While the bus was immobile, dropping a witch off, he removed his earlier transfiguration on his clothes and was ready for the Muggle world. Slinging his backpack over a shoulder, he stepped off the bus where he had boarded it 2 days ago, and as the bus took off with a bang, he started walking towards Hermione's house. Suddenly a bushy-haired, t-shirt and jeans wearing bundle of leaking, angry, sparking magic stepped out of the shadows with her magically fizzing finger pointed right at his nose. Harry was trying not to go cross-eyed looking at the sparking tip of her finger as a voice so upset it was the coldest he had ever heard hissed, Harry James Potter, I am so angry at you. And you're late. Tuesday, August 4, 1992. Suddenly a short, bushy-haired, t-shirt and jeans wearing bundle of leaking, angry, sparking magic, stepped out of the shadows with her magically fizzing finger pointed right at his nose. Harry was trying not to go cross-eyed looking at the sparking tip of her finger as a voice so upset it was the coldest he had ever heard hissed, Harry James Potter, I am so angry at you. And you're late. Wait, I can explain. He hastened to exclaim. The fact that her finger was sparking like a wand tip about to release a curse was scaring him. Even as a second year, he knew she had knowledge of a frightening array of spells. If magic was about intent, she was upset enough to not need a wand to cast. Oh, you'll explain all right. A spark jumped the gap from her fingertip to Harry's nose and it felt like a minor electrical shock. Just not here in public. With that she grabbed his wrist with surprising strength and started towing him down the curb path. Hermione, no. Harry expostulated, tugging against her grip. Stop. You know I don't like people grabbing me when they're angry. Hermione stopped, let go, and tears started filling her eyes in an instant. The instantaneous personality switch caught Harry off balance. Oh, Harry, she wailed. I'm so sorry. I know better, but... Yes, Hermione, you do know better, he said gathering her into a hug. Since they were both at the same height at this point, he ended up against her neck. While she tucked her chin over his shoulder. They stood joined thusly for a couple of minutes until Hermione pulled back. Thank you Harry for forgiving me. I just worked myself up into a strop worrying about how you were doing all this, and what about your money, and... Harry stopped her with a finger laid vertically across her lips. We'll sort it later. Right now, maybe we should get some privacy at your house before someone tells your parents you're snogging strangers in the middle of the neighborhood. Harry James Potter. We were not KKKing in the street. The instantly tomato-red 12-year-old spluttered. Of course not, but from certain angles it might have seemed that way. You'll become the neighborhood's woman before you become a teenager, replied Harry with one of his lopsided grins. Potter, you prat, she said latching onto his arm and starting towards her house again, albeit at a slower pace and with a flushed face. By the way, when do you become a teenager? September 19th, if you must know. 3 minutes later the duo was in the Granger house kitchen waiting for the tea water to boil. Harry could tell that being civil during the wait before she could begin the coming interrogation was a strain on her patience. As Harry could hear the kettle was about to boil, he decided upon distraction. "What do you think about your backpack? Reckon it'll have enough room for all your books this year? I haven't had a chance to experiment with mine yet because I've been busy with going to Gringotts and oh, bugger, I shouldn't have said that." She just gave him a toothy grin as she plopped a large, porous tea caddy into the teapot and poured the water to fill it. "Guess we're not having high tea today. Somebody's in a hurry to get answers. Oh, well, her mum brings good biscuits home." Tea was poured into mugs with added cream, sugar, honey, or added to taste, and biscuits having the first nibble marks were as long as Hermione was willing to wait. "Well, you going to spill, Potter, or do I have to get rough?" She spoke with the minimum of decorum. Harry sat back, blew on his tea, and took a cautious sip of the hot beverage. He was deliberately winding her up. He suddenly realized he found teasing Hermione a lot of fun. Yet even in his newfound discovery, he also understood that going too far, and her revenge could be painful. "Meh, the way things have gone in my life, danger should be my middle name." Harry decided upon being serious. He was in his mind only a week after the shocking murder of Cedric Diggory. That was something he had to change. And being frivolous with someone who was a true friend was not the way to treat her. Hermione knew enough about Harry not to pry too deeply or ask really personal questions about his life just because she felt he owed her an answer. Even if he was going to lie. "Several things have happened, Hermione. Some of them I've already told you about. Somehow, an owl from Gringotts Bank delivered a letter to me asking if I was going to come to the bank on my birthday to claim my lordship of House Potter. Apparently being an orphan means I can make the claim at 12. When I went down to the family vaults, I found the wills of my parents. I found how to become Lord Potter, and I found the list of people who were supposed to be my guardians." At that point, Harry raised his left hand and willed his lordship ring into visibility. Hermione leaned over the table to examine it closely. After the pause, he continued. "Would you believe there are half a dozen people listed as possible guardians, and 2 relatives listed who my mother stated categorically I was never to be allowed to meet until I was 15 years old. Never mind live with them for the last 11 years. Her eyes widened in horror. She had added the facts, and gotten the correct, rotten answer. "And worse," he continued, "the reason I've been cursed to live with my ever-hateful relatives is that the headmaster of a school I didn't even attend decided I had to live there. And then the bastard language, Harry. Had my parents' wills sealed so none of my parent-approved guardians could find out about or challenge the placement he made." Harry's eyes were filling with moisture. His vision was so blurry he couldn't notice that Hermione's eyes had the same problem. "The second thing I found was I have money. Enough money that I never should have had to wear my cousin's cast-offs. They are usually not rags cause the baby hippo outgrew them too fast for them to wear 'em out, but a belt I have to wrap around twice to make work. Pants I have to roll up 5 times so I can walk without tripping. Shirts whose cuffs flap in the breeze. I'm tired of it. Third, I found that I actually own some houses that I can live in. And I'm going to live in one starting tonight." Harry decided it was time to stop, and took another sip of tea, before raising his eyes to look at his friend. All he really noticed were 2 tear tracks running down her cheeks before she jumped out of her chair and sprinted over to him and plopped herself crossways on his lap as he engulfed him in a fierce hug. He could feel her shudder as she tried to control her crying. He finally managed to understand what he was hearing because her voice was so muffled by being buried in his. She was saying, "I'm so sorry, I should have mumble and maybe you could mumble and lived mumble." Harry just held her, ignoring the wetness that was soaking through his t-shirt. When she finally wound down, he still kept holding her. And while he was doing that, he decided that being hugged by, and holding, Hermione was one of the more brilliant things he had ever done. As Hermione finally wound down, Harry could tell when she realized just where she was sitting and what she was doing. She slowly released him and stood up. "Sorry, Harry. I should not have done that." "Why?" he replied, trying to look perplexed. "I'm not a close enough friend to hold you if you're having a good cry." "Prat," she said with a watery smile as she turned and went to the sink and proceeded to run cold water into her hands and scoop it onto her face. A quick pull on a drawer produced a small towel that she blotted her face with. "So, do you have any plans to solve this problem?" At the moment, you're rather young to be living on your own without any guardians, she stated while leaning back against the sink. How do we plan to fix that? Harry noted the we. First we go look for another place for me to live. Want to come along? It should only take the afternoon, he said, grinning at her brightly. And I understand there is a library there. Hermione grinned back just as brightly, her eyes avid, but then her face fell. I can't leave the house without telling my parents. They would ground me for life if they thought I was sneaking out. Harry kept his grin going. Call them on the telephone. You know it's easier than trying to flow call their office. Hermione snorted. Harry thought he had almost goofed by admitting he knew the Grangers were dentists and had their own office, but remembered it had been a topic in the kitchen and at dinner Sunday. Tell them I've invited you over and you'll be back for dinner. 30 seconds later Harry could hear one side of the conversation from the telephone in the hall. Yes, Mum, I'm sure, we'll probably take the bus. Yes, that's how Harry got here Sunday, love you too, Mum. All right, Harry. How are we getting there and do we need to eat lunch before we go? We'll leave in just a minute, and we'll get lunch there. Ypres, Harry called in a loud, clear voice. And waited. When you don't want to look like a fool in front of your friend, girl. Even 5 seconds seems like forever. A small pop, and an accompanying small shriek of surprise from Hermione, and Ypres stood in the middle of the kitchen. Master Harry, you called for Ypres? His butler-suited house elf asked. Harry went on one knee in front of the hazel-eyed, gray-skinned elf. Can you take both of us to the manor? Ypres is still recovering and does not yet have the strength. However, I can take you one at a time, the sage-looking, uniformed elf said. Very good. First though, please check my friend for any tracking charms like I had. Ypres waved his hands over a startled but intrigued Hermione. No light blue glowing spots appeared. That's sorted. Okay then, Hermione, you will go first and just wait for me at the entry. Oh, and if you see Pima, please don't scream or anything. Ypres here will have me with you in just a minute. All set. Good. Hermione clasped his hand, and the house elf, with Hermione in tow, vanished with that signature small pop. Less than a minute later, Ypres reappeared and after a short talk from Harry about not calling him Harold, transported Harry to the house entryway where Hermione was still standing, looking around with wide, confused eyes and a sagging jaw. Oh, boy, she sure is cute when she's flustered, he thought. Seeing her confusion, Harry stepped over and gave her a one-armed hug so he could look where she was looking. At that moment, she was looking at what Harry figured was the Potter crest opposite the main door. Without looking at him she said in a small voice, Harry, what is this place? Harry figured she was allowed some confusion. After all, she had thought she was going to Harry's house, that they were going by bus and nothing had been mentioned about little gray-skinned people. Girding his loins, he started explaining to her that this was his house, the bus would have left them with quite a walk, and the little gray people were his magical retainers. That explanation worked for him. Keeping Hermione, who tended to hit her rant button when something in the magical world did not fit her muggle worldview, calm and accepting, would make his life a lot less stressful and happier for the nonce. Please, Merlin, I don't want to SPEW this early. As to where we are, he said in an exaggerated, nose in the air, Ponswy manner. We are at my ancestral family house, Potter Manor. I had intended to take the bus, but it's a really scary ride and we would have had a 15-minute walk to get here. The person who brought us here is Ypres. He's a house elf. Her look was a question all by itself. You mean you haven't seen one before? They are quite, common. No, not common. It's like you don't see them but they're always around, Harry trailed off. Ubiquitous. Hermione supplied. Yeah, that's it. There are lots of elves at Hogwarts. I thought that you had seen them around sometime or knew about them 'cause you know everything. Harry caught her face as it fell and cursed himself. He quickly turned her and wrapped her in a hug. No, Hermione, you are not a know-it-all, he said a bit desperately. I just mean that you are very smart and have worked very hard at learning as much about the magical world as possible. I, on the other hand, have been a lazy sod, carelessly learning as I go along. If it wasn't for you and Ron, I honestly think they would have kicked me out for academic and wizarding stupidity last year. At that point, he loosened his hold on her so he could look her in the eye. And without you, I probably would have made Quirrell's year by falling off my broom or made Snape's year by dying from poisoning in the flame-guarded potion puzzle room. He then buried his head in her hair and hugged her again. This is wonderful. How come I let those stupid Dursleys keep me from doing this the other times around? He suddenly became aware that his shoulder was getting damp again. Startled, he pulled back to look her face to face again. He was dismayed at the tears running down her cheeks. Hermione, what did I do? Is it some? He was cut off by her quickly shaking her head in denial. Suddenly Harry felt something being placed in his hand. It was a handkerchief. He immediately handed it to his crying friend, who after using it to clean herself, tucked it in her jeans pocket. Ha! Happy tears, Harry. She snuffed her mucus-filled nose before continuing. I've never had a friend before who actually complimented me on being smart, who doesn't take advantage of me being smart, and seems to actually like me being intelligent. They stared into each other's eyes until Harry got slightly uncomfortable. Come on, let's find out about my house. I've seen almost nothing so far. Ypres, Pima, he said quietly. The two popped in front of them. Would one of you take us on a tour of the house? He said looking at both of them. On second thought, Pima, you can be our guide. Comma. His head swiveled to his right. Ypres, just a bit ago you said you were recovering. What are you recovering from? When Ypres did not answer promptly, and Harry glared a little bit, the somewhat tired-looking elf then started speaking. When Master James and Mistress Lily left here over 11 years ago, they took most of the magic that embodied Potter Manor with them. We house elves need wizards and witches to give us some of their magic by performing spells on the estate that we can claim as nourishment. It does not have to be much, but some. There has been no magic performed in this house for over 11 years. The wardstone was weakened, the connection to the ley lines was weakened, and the wards needed more magic to keep them from failing. And because of all that, we slowly weakened. Cody, who was the general fixer and the estate groundskeeper, was old when your parents left. He did not survive the drought of magic. He was placed with honor in the Potter Elves' resting place. Harry and Hermione stared at each other in dawning horror. One of the elves had magically starved to death because Harry had not been able to visit. Pima and I have been forced to expend only the minimum of energy to keep the estate from becoming dilapidated. We kept hoping you would return and save Potter Manor, and you have. Your release of accidental magic 2 days ago was like a dying elf in the desert being doused with a barrel of water. There was so much magic we could only absorb a quick amount before we had to stop. If Master would be so kind, if he and Mistress Hermione were to gift us with some power, it will speed our recovery immensely. A quick glance at Hermione had her nodding in agreement. What do we have to do? Harry asked. Place your hand on the top of my head, and Mistress Hermione, please do the same to Pima. They did, and Ypres continued. Now push your magic out of your hand like you were casting a spell. But, we haven't learned how to do that yet, a suddenly disconcerted-looking Hermione asserted. Do not worry, Mistress Hermione, Pima said in her higher, definitely female voice. It will feel natural when you try it with us. The two humans stood, trying to push their magic down their arms. Pima was right. Harry could suddenly feel something that swirled and swept through his body coalesce and sweep down his arm and flow into Ypres. After only a few seconds he also instinctively knew when to cut the flow off. In literal seconds, the two humans watched as the house elves grew about 6 inches taller, put on some body mass, and their skin suddenly had a healthy glow rather than the dull, lifeless tone it had had before. And the now happy elves were smiling. Thank you, Master, thank you, Mistress. We now will be able to clean the house, take care of the grounds, and serve you without issues. Harry stopped them with a slight frown on his face. You two will not try to fix everything at once. The only places I need cleaned are the kitchen, my room, a loo, and the library. I do not want you two overtiring yourselves. That's an order. Now, who is taking us on a tour? We will have lunch in an hour. Who will do which? With a quick glance, Ypres became the children's tour guide, Pima the lunch maker. They found the house was a giant, C-shape enclosing a courtyard garden. The ground floor left of the entry was where the huge ballroom and associated escape parlors for those tired of dancing, music, and being overly polite to people who were invited due to protocol in the first place, Ypres explained dryly. To the right were the family visiting parlors, the kitchen, the breakfast nook, the small family dining room, and the large banquet room. On the second floor, the left or north wing had only one room because of the vaulted ceiling in the ballroom below. That room was the library. The south wing was for guest rooms, sitting rooms, and bathrooms. The third floor had immediate family bedrooms, studies, en-suites, ladies' rooms and the humongous master suite. Hermione was starting to get antsy. She'd been promised a library, and by Merlin, Harry had better produce. Harry had sneaked a quiet word with Ypres to make the library the last room on the tour. He knew that once she saw the library, all bets on whether she would even answer to her name were off. Harry had to hide his snickers as his book-loving, information sponge friend had an actual hyperventilation attack at seeing the riches before her. Harry was positive it was only her weakness due to lack of oxygen that allowed him to haul her back to the kitchen alcove for some food. She was going to need her strength later. After a simple lunch of potato and leek soup and ham and cheese sandwiches, Hermione immediately pestered Harry into heading back to the library. Ypres popped in when they got there as he had said he would show them how the library worked. Hermione was again in her vision of paradise. Tall bookshelves positively crammed with books, tables with comfortable chairs, more comfortable-looking fabric armchairs, and leather couches scattered about, all with lighting just right for easy reading. Large, almost floor-to-ceiling windows and lighter-colored woods contributed to the open, airy, welcoming feeling of the room. Ypres led the way over to a white marble plinth that was topped by a dark brown wood lectern with an open book, quill and inkpot sitting upon it. Hermione was immediately standing in front of the lectern, eagerly perusing it for clues to its use. Master Harry, Mistress Hermione, this ledger is set up so that if you want to find a book on a particular topic, you write the topic on the page. The books that match your search will glow in colors as you walk by their shelves. Hermione couldn't contain herself and interrupted. But then I would have to walk by every shelf in the library, looking for glowing books, she grumbled. Ypres merely stared at her for a moment until she started to fidget when she realized she had interrupted him as he was speaking, or worse, trying to teach her something. Sorry, she said, hanging her head. Quite all right, mistress. As I was saying, your mother, Lord Potter, did not like the method of finding books that was being used when she arrived here with young James. He continued. She spent months creating charms and applying them to the books in the ledger. She said it was a modified Dewey Decimal System. As you see on the list on the right, Potter Family History, Estate Management, and Quidditch are in the section labeled 0049. Potions and Alchemy are 600 to 699, and Magical History and Geography are 900 to 999. The proper shelves are labeled on the end. Harry could see that Hermione was practically combusting. She had instantly understood what young Lily Potter had done as she was very familiar with the Muggle system used in libraries. And now that he looked for them, the labels on the ends of the shelving were obvious. Ypres again held up a hand. Before you go charging off, mistress, I have more to impart. The easy way of finding books is to write the subject in as much detail as you want in the ledger. For example, writing, magical fungi, in the ledger will give you a list of books, and what their decimal shelf location is. The glowing dot on the left of the book title is keyed to how informative the book is on the subject. Mistress Lily told me it was keyed to visible colors. Red and orange are a poor match, yellow and green are better, but mediocre matches. Blue and purple glows are the best, and as I said earlier, those books will glow their proper color as you walk near them. Is that understood? Books you put on the tables will be returned to the shelves overnight. She nodded. With the words, I am done, mistress, Hermione was off like a coursing hound let off her leash. She literally bounded into the rows of shelves and disappeared. Ypres looked to where she had disappeared. I recall your mother acting the same way the first time she entered here, he said looking at Harry. Harry just gave him a half smile and shrugged. Which shelves carry the family history books, Ypres? He said. He really had nothing else planned for the afternoon, and the thought of learning about his family had suddenly hit him strongly. Over there, master. 00 to 49. Harry thanked him and started walking in that direction. It was hours later when Harry re-entered the library looking for his missing friend. He found her easily enough. She was curled up on one of the couches holding a tome that rivaled her beloved Hogwarts, a history, in size. There were two other books on the low table in front of the couch. Hermione, it's time for tea. And we have to leave before your parents get home. I would hate for them not to allow you to come over again. For a moment, she clutched the large book to her as though afraid he would take it from her. Apparently returning to the real world, she sighed and placed a scrap of parchment she had found somewhere in the pages as a bookmark, got off the couch, and laid the book on the table. As she approached him, he crooked out his left arm in the approved fashion of the yet-to-be Yule Ball and asked, "May I escort you, milady?" She looked down at her t-shirt, jeans, and trainers, glanced back up at him, and with a devilish grin looped her arm through his and said, "Lead on, kind sir." Walked in a stately, measured fashion, he led her through the house to the courtyard garden. With his learn or be in trouble eye, he could see that the flower beds and pathways had only received minimal attention. Only just enough to keep the garden from becoming a wilderness. In the shade of a perfectly sized and shaped shade tree, there was a small, circular, black, wrought iron table, with a tan stone top. The two chairs sitting almost side by side, matched the table's color, except the seat cushions were cloth. A tea service and a sterling silver tower server with scones and muffins, and jam and clotted cream, sat on the table. Continuing his gentleman's demeanor, he pulled out a chair, then pushed the seated Hermione up into position. Sitting himself, he internally grinned as she in turn made a high-class production of pouring the tea and handing him his cup and saucer. Nibbling on a muffin in his left hand, while taking occasional sips of tea from his right, Harry started to relax and enjoy himself. He could hear the chirping of birds, the buzzing of insects and the faint rustle of the wind through the garden's leaves as he stared at nothing in particular. He lost track of the minutes sitting there at peace with the world for the first time in his memory. He came back to himself and remembered that he had a guest. He looked over at Hermione and saw she was looking at him. He looked at her with a clear, "What?" plastered on his face. "Harry, you've never held my chair for me before. Ever." Harry had a puzzled look on his face as he remembered pulling her chair out and seating her several times. "Oops. Those are memories from 4th year. I've just made a cock-up of it. Explanation, I need an explanation," he thought in a panic. "Really?" he stammered, his face flushing. I guess I just wanted to act like a gentleman because this manor is my house now, and you are my first guest, and I wanted to show you how honored I am that you are my first guest," he babbled in a rush. He could see that he must have said something right as her eyes moistened, and her lips started quivering. She stood up from her chair, took a step to his chair, grabbed his arm, stood him up, and enveloped him in a strong hug. Harry lost track of time as they stood there. Getting hugs from Hermione was definitely getting near the top of things he wanted more of. After an unknown while, Hermione returned to her seat. And the tea time relaxation continued. Later, a short walk in the garden used up the last minutes of time they had. The pair strolled into the kitchen and Harry asked Ypres to take them back to the Granger house. This time, he grabbed both their hands, and one minor disorientation later, they were standing in the Granger kitchen. "Thank you, Ypres. I'll call you when I'm ready to return to the house," Harry said. It was only a short time later when the two adult Grangers walked in to find two kids watching the Dark Crystal movie VCR tape. "Hello, Harry," said Mr. Granger. "We didn't expect to see you here." "Sorry, sir," he replied. "I just couldn't let her make the trip alone." Hermione giggled. Harry looked at her wide-eyed. He had never heard Hermione giggle. Like a real 12-year-old. The surprised look set off more snickers from his cute, bushy-haired friend. Mrs. Granger chipped in with that since they were leaving in 3 days, and didn't want to leave food that would spoil, they had brought Chinese takeaway for dinner, and did he like Chinese? Like the Italian food a couple of days ago, Harry was enchanted by the new flavors and textures of eating non-standard British food. One of the things he found out was that something called General Tso's chicken sent him reaching for his water glass, as he was entirely unused to any type of spicy hot flavor to his food. By the end of the meal, he decided some spicy dishes were quite the dining experience. Next time he had a chance, he was going to order it again, he told the Grangers. Dinner was done, the few dishes washed, dried, and put away when Harry thanked everyone for dinner. "Before I go, I want to do 2 things, he said turning to Hermione. "Do you think your parents would like to meet 2 magical creatures?" Getting 2 hasty affirmatives from her parents, Hermione looked back at him, practically glowing with excitement. "So, Harry thought very hard about Hedwig joining him. They could actually tell by the intense look on his face that he was calling something. Not 1 minute later, there was a pecking at the parlor window. When Hermione opened it, the beautiful snowy owl glided in and took perch on Harry's shoulder. "Hello, girl," crooned Harry. "Did you miss me?" The bird returned a grumbling bark as Harry stroked her B***East feathers. "You know Hermione, and these are her parents. I don't know if you met them when you brought letters to Hermione. If for any reason any of them needs a letter sent, you can take it for them, okay?" Each of the three received a long, appraising look from the owl's intense amber eyes, followed by a snuffled "Preck." The Grangers were mildly impressed with how the owl reacted to Harry. They had only seen her briefly when Hermione used her to carry the note that invited Harry to the house last weekend. They had been at work during other owl mail deliveries. "That's my girl," said Harry affectionately. "Now, wait a minute. Ypres," spoke Harry. And to the Grangers' wide-eyed astonishment, the now dignified-looking majordomo popped into existence in the parlor. "Lord Harry called?" he asked with a bow. "Yes, I did. I need to introduce you to the parents of Hermione. This is Mr. Hector and Mrs. Helen Granger," he said, indicating the adults. "If they, or Hermione, ever feel that they need you for any reason, you are to answer their call. Is that understood?" finished Harry. "Of course, Lord Harry," he replied and then proceeded to give a small bow to the other three. "Now that that's sorted, it's time to go back to the manor, Ypres." He switched his attention up to Hedwig still on his shoulder. "Well girl, do you want to come with us, or do you want to fly if think you can find the manor now that I know where it is?" Harry suddenly had the feeling he had committed blasphemy. She cuffed his head with her wing as she launched herself to fly out of the window they had forgotten about and left open. "Guess she says she can," sounded a rueful Harry who was rubbing the back of his head. "This is one of those days when I'm pretty sure Hedwig believes she purchased me that day in Diagon Alley, not the other way around." His attention returned to the wide-eyed, not quite processing it all Grangers. "Once again thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Hermione, I reckon I'll see you when you return from holiday." He barely got the last out, before he was positive he was being squeezed by an 800-pound gorilla determined to crush his ribs. The distinctive scent of Hermione's hair put paid to that idea. "You better come get me the day after we get back," she said quietly in his ear. She stepped back, and with a smile, Harry touched Ypres' shoulder and with a pop, they were gone. Harry woke slowly. Somehow his subconscious must have told him to feel safe in his bed last night. Even though it was early, Harry did not mind. He was used to getting up early and being about his day. Maybe the remembrances of the Dursleys forcing him up early to continue his unrelenting work at their house was not good, but it stood him in good stead at Hogwarts. Both he and Hermione were among the early risers. Especially after Ron had deserted him when his name was ejected out of the Goblet of Fire, and Harry decided he was under no obligation to make sure the red-headed git made it down to breakfast before classes. He lay in his bed and slowly made up a mental list of things to do today. Get a letter off to Mrs. Tonks about finding a facilitator to do things for him, and keep the managers of the Potter businesses and rental properties honest. Spend some time on a letter to Hermione answering a lot of her unsaid questions about why he was suddenly bad-mouthing Dumbledore. That thought stopped him suddenly. Why was he thinking of writing her a letter? The answer, she had not asked any questions about the manor, the elves, or elf apparition in spite of having visited the manor, been introduced to the elves, and being elf, popped, to the manor and back to her home. This not demanding to be allowed to scoop from his brain any knowledge he had that she wanted was so un-Hermione-ish, that Harry briefly wondered if he had offended her in some way. SPEW popped to mind, and her single-minded determination to prove she was right in her crusade for elvish freedom. Refusing to dwell on something he had no answer to, he switched to deciding if he should try to access those brokerage accounts set up by his mother, and if so, how to go about it. Maybe when the Grangers returned from holiday. Somehow he had to plow through the accounts to possibly get an understanding of what appeared in his mind to be an ungovernable empire. And after he got his personal money problems sorted, what was he going to do about 1. Pettigrew the rat, as Scabbers the rat, and 2. The diary and basilisk? Oh, and while he was thinking about it, he had better write Ron to keep him from wondering if anything was wrong at the Dursleys. A rescue that found no one to rescue could scupper all his, avoid Dumbledore's notice, plotting. At that moment, his seeming all-knowing Snowy Owl glided into his room as though he had called her. "Sorry, girl," he scratched her. "I'll have to get some breakfast before I start writing letters. Tell you what, let's go and see how much bacon Pima has cooked this morning." Suits. With a bark, Hedwig flew through his door that had suddenly opened for her, and disappeared. Well, that was different, he thought, staring at the now open doorway. Putting on slippers and donning a dressing gown, Harry walked through the brightening house to the kitchen alcove. 3 fried eggs, some bacon, a couple of bangers, fried potatoes, and some wake-up Darjeeling tea overfilled his dursely shrunken stomach, and he was ready to start the day. He swore Hedwig ate as much bacon as Ron would have. Later in the library, he wrote his letter to Ron, saying that he was slowly doing his homework, his Muggle relatives were being nicer, and he would see him for shopping in the alley before school. He tied it onto his eager owl's extended leg and watched her glide out, headed for the kitchen and the owl post window. Apparently, she really wanted to go on a mail delivery fly. The letter to Solicitor Tonks he decided to write in the formality of the Lord's study. There he found copies of letters to a solicitor firm, Scroom, Wedded, and Howe. Having Ypres bring him his backpack, he looked at his Diagon Alley business map. He searched the index and the little cul-de-sacs leading off the alley, but never saw the firm mentioned. However, the letters gave him the form of how to write to Mrs. Tonks inquiring about the possibility of vetting and hiring a house facilitator. He decided to push the name of Remus Lupin, a close friend of his parents, for the post. However, he stated he did not want the House of Potter mentioned to Lupin. He had no idea if being the House of Potter facilitator would interfere with his being offered the teaching post next year, but Harry decided he needed someone who would believe him about Sirius besides Andromeda Tonks. When he was done, Ypres popped in and coached him through how to seal an official letter using his Lord's ring. As a sudden thought struck him, Harry asked if there were any House Potter male owls. "There used to be, young master, but with no mail to carry after your parents left, they turned feral and left one by one. There are none left." "Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to wait until Hedwig returns," Harry said, mild disappointment in his voice. "There are other ways, young master," returned his majordomo. Mistress Lily was not a conventional witch. For example, there are other ways to deliver wizard's mail besides an owl. You can open a flow connection and pass the envelope through the fire to another person's hand. There are pay-to-deliver owls in Diagon Alley, but they are mostly for long international mail that would exhaust a regular mail owl. Lastly, you can have Pima or I deliver the letter to its recipient. The dignified elf paused for a moment. She also taught us how to send and collect mail from the Muggle Royal Mail Service. Someone has kept paying the rental on a post office box in the city of Bristol. I remember she was sending and receiving 1, sometimes 2 non-magical letters per day just before she and Master James moved to their hiding place. We have only emptied the box when we had the energy to pop over to Bristol, the ashamed elf said, looking down at his feet, embarrassed that they had somehow failed Harry and the Potter family. We are supposed to take any letters received and place them on a special table in her office room. The table makes letters in the month of November from magic. The letters tell the receivers to sell small amounts of something worth about 5 galleons and send the Muggle money to a Muggle bank. She said it was to keep the greedy government from taking over the accounts due to lack of activity. Harry looks at Ypres, Ypres looked at Harry, and neither had any idea what her statement had meant. Would you go and check the mailbox now that you have recovered most of your energy sometime today? Harry asked kindly. Not now, later perhaps. If Hedwig doesn't get back soon, I'll have you deliver this letter to Mrs. Tonks. Harry had missed the fact that a long trip to London would take more energy than a short pop over to Bristol. At that point, Pima popped in and announced, "Time for a filling morning tea, Master Harry. You are going to have to eat more so you can grow as big and tall as your father. Those bad people you lived with did not feed you enough. Come now." And with those words, she started towing him out of the study towards the kitchen. Harry spent up until lunch working on his Gringotts accounts. When that had him tearing his hair out, he suddenly found himself missing Hermione desperately. And she hadn't even left for holiday yet. To yank himself out of his developing funk, he switched to his mother's journal. Ypres informed him that his Letter had been delivered to Mrs. Tonks. The journal was becoming his guide to the world that had been hidden from him before. How much of that hiding was deliberate on someone's part, and how much was by accident, was the question. With only Hermione and Ron as his close confidants, he was handicapped in learning much about the society he had only learned even existed when his Hogwarts letter was delivered by Hagrid. The whole Weasley family seemed to regard the pure blood part of society as something to be ignored unless it directly affected them at the moment. In fact, when they used Ron as a guide, most of his facts were right, but unless directly pressed for an answer, he never volunteered any information about the wider wizarding world. Harry grimaced as he thought about the "you'll be next, mudbloods" satisfaction rant from Malfoy that was due this upcoming Halloween. And that reminded him that he would have to get the diary away from Ginny before it sank its evil into her mind. Grabbing a biro and a pad of paper out of his backpack, he needed to find another desk to work at. The Lord's study was just too stiflingly formal for him to feel comfortable in. He wrote down all the dates that things happened this year. Diagon Alley trip. Oh, great Merlin. This was the year of Gilderoy Lockhart. Halloween with Sir Nicholas' death day and the message on the wall, having his arm deboned, Colin being petrified, being outed as a Parselmouth, Finch Fletchley and nearly headless Nick petrified later. Ah, the Acromantulas. Then worst of all, Hermione, and what's her name? Oh yeah, Penny Clearwater were the next victims just before the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. He figured he could ignore the Slytherin match Rogue Bludger from Dobby. They were working together this time, right? The Basilisk. What was he to do about the Basilisk? Let it be. Try to kill it. Get the Ministry to kill it. That would probably get a lot of people killed, but Riddle would never be able to use the S for killing again. Harry loathed to admit it, even to himself, but the Basilisk made him afraid. With his restored memories from Erzelkindis, he now remembered it had killed him once and Harry knew it had killed him again. Did he really think he was going to do better the third time? Maybe a bigger question was, would the Hat and Fox be there to save him? What did Man Mountain mean about a boar, one spear? And Engorgio? Harry wrote all this down and suddenly realized that he didn't want loose sheets of paper lying around in his trunk or desk. Calling Ypres, he asked if there was a blank journal in the house. Upon being told, there is not, he decided to get one. It would appear that a trip back to Diagon Alley was in order. No sooner had Harry decided on that trip, than Hedwig glided silently into his study, a parchment tied to her leg. Harry was surprised Ron had answered him. On opening the letter, he saw it was from Hermione. How did she? Harry twisted to look at his owl perched on the back of his chair and apparently ready to read Hermione's missive over his shoulder. She then shuffled impatiently and double-barked at him in an obvious, "Get on with it." Dear Harry, I find I am short of a travel reference or two about Italy. So, I want to ask a huge favor of you. Can you take that monstrous purple bus here tomorrow and then show me how to get it to take us to Diagon Alley Thursday, late morning? And then back to my house. I will buy us lunch and ice cream at Fortescue's as bribery payment. Your friend, Hermione. P.S. Where does Hedwig put all that bacon she eats? Is Ron her mentor, or something? Harry had to chuckle at her Ron reference. In spite of alternating between missing his first friend and wanting to dislike the right foul tosser he had become, Harry suddenly realized he was feeling lonely. And with Hermione leaving, it was only going to get worse. He wrote a quick note back and after more bacon pulled from under Stasis' bribery, the snowy owl took flight out the kitchen window. It was late enough for afternoon tea, which he had in the garden, under the shade tree. The peace and quiet helping to settle his thoughts. He was not surprised that his thoughts settled on Hermione and then realized he was smiling as he thought about her. Harry reread his notes for the year, then spent the last of the afternoon working on his potions homework. His reasoning for doing it was, it would please her that he was actually doing it, and it seemed to make her happy to check and correct his homework. Although, with almost 3 extra years of potions classes tucked away in his brain, he figured she would find little to correct. Thursday morning, Harry was up early, had a filling breakfast, talked with Ypres on the Diagon Alley plan, put a final polish on his homework, and made copies of his homework for Hermione to edit before having Ypres elf pop him to where he now considered his night bus stop. Briskly walking to Hermione's house, he knocked and waited. He was still surprised when as soon as the door was opened, he was gripped in a firm hug. "Thank you for coming, Harry. I do want to get some books to take with me, but I also wanted to see you again before I leave." They stood for a moment longer before Hermione reluctantly let him go. As he followed her into the house, Harry explained why they would need a light, open cloak to blend in with the alley crowd better. In fact, he stated, he wished he knew how to apply a disguising glamour to himself. He could see that his friend was skeptical about his saying how people reacted to him. He also was losing some of his fear of discovery. But he still asked her to change her distinctive hairstyle to maybe a bun, or something. Taking a few minutes to go upstairs and twist her hair tight against the back of her head, she gave him a, "Will this do?" look and a twirl as she returned. Checking to make sure that she had not eaten in the last hour, Harry led her to his designated bus stop, and after donning his wizard cap, he raised his wand. Within 15 seconds, the great purple triple-decker bus came to a hissing halt next to them. 3 sickles, almost 11 pounds, later, and a destination of Diagon Alley, Harry hustled Hermione into the bowels of the bus, cramming both of them into one armchair. "Harry, what are you doing?" she exclaimed in her, "I'm shrieking, but doing it quietly," voice. Harry didn't get a reply off before he wrapped his right arm around a grab pole and the other around his suddenly squirming friend. The squirming and quiet shrieking was replaced by an eardrum-piercing yelp of pure terror as the bus took off with its requisite bang. Harry was now wrapped up by a land-going octopus. He had to work at separating the sensations. Her head was buried in his neck, her panting breath hot against his collarbone. Both arms were clutching her to him like the mentioned octopus, and her jean-clad legs were clamped around his left leg. A minute later, the bus slammed to a noisy, steaming halt, and an elderly wizard staggered off. Hermione was just becoming cognizant of the quiet and lack of motion and had started to loosen her terror-strength grip, when with a bang, the bus was back in its insane motion, straining Harry's grip on the pole that kept them from flying backward with the other furniture and reactivating octopus avatar Hermione. There were 2 more stops before the Not Stan Shunpike conductor announced, "Leaky Cauldron, all out for the Leaky Cauldron." The pair joined half a dozen others in disembarking on shaky legs onto Charing Cross Road. They trailed everyone else into the pub and let those not needing a tipple to ease the trauma enter the alley first before pulling out their cloaks and wizarding up. By dint of sheer guilting his friend about having to carry her books the whole trip, Harry managed to get some writing supplies, order another 2 sets of Muggle clothes from Madame Malkin's, stock up on all treats at Ilops, and then almost silence Hermione for the rest of the trip by having his friend Mr. Weddlesgate demonstrate a 3, 4 and 5 compartment trunk for Hermione. The shock of not knowing about the possibility of having one's own small apartment in a trunk left her brain awhirl. It must have been quite a whirl, Harry reflected as she never noticed him pulling out his alley guide and taking her to a pair of small bookshops off the main alley that had the travel books she was looking for, and he found a pair of books on occlumency. He knew what was occupying her usually able to multitask brain to the virtual exclusion of all else. It was the dream of having a private study space all her own. No need to put up with the noise and interruptions in the common room or the library. Hermione did not come out of her introspection until Harry sat her down and pushed her chair in at a table at Fortescue's. After ordering a banana split, no sprinkles, she was a dentist's child after all, and Harry ordered a 3-scoop strawberry boat, with sprinkles, he said smirking at her. He got no reaction to his teasing back. Must be her brain has returned to thoughts of endless solitude in her trunk with endless books available, he thought. Nope, that was wrong, passed through his mind as he closely peered into Hermione's eyes. Right now, they were preternaturally calm as she looked back at him. Now that he was looking closely, he also realized her eyes looked tired, as though sleep had been hard to come by for a couple of nights. He should have realized she was taking everything he had done that did not fit into the Hermione knows Harry universe from last year, and distilling it down to questions for him. What had Harry totally puzzled was that she had not demanded immediate answers to what she had observed. That was so unlike his Hermione of 4 years that he had first been puzzled, then relieved, and was now bewildered as she was acting so out of character. Harry was fighting mightily to keep from showing his panic. What he had been dreading for a week was finally happening. Just not in the way of his wildest speculations. Yet unlike last month's Hermione, she was not glaring at him and demanding answers in that oh-so Hermione-ish, I know what's best for you way that was second nature for her. Interesting, she commented dryly. Usually by now you would be literally looking over your shoulder for a way to escape me and my questions. I almost always can get you to tell me what you are hiding, except for how your relatives treat you. And even then, what you don't talk about is informative. Now absolutely dumbfounded by his friend's calm behavior, Harry kept trying to get his brain to sort out what had suddenly changed Hermione's behavior between the first 2 days he had seen her and today. Sunday had been pure as he knew her at 12 Hermione. Tuesday, she had been a trifle off her usual behavior when faced with a new Harry Potter situation. Yeah, she didn't demand immediate answers, he thought. Well, she's doing that today. Or was she? She hadn't berated, nearly bullied, him into supplying answers. In fact, it occurred to him, she was still silently watching him closely, yet without a hint of irritability that he was not spewing forth every secret he possessed. Playing for time, Harry asked, what exactly do you want me to confess to? He actually winced as he rambled. That was so lame. Without saying a word, she raised an eyebrow at him, calling him on his silliness. Harry tried to speak several times, yet nothing came out of his mouth. He couldn't tell her the truth, he had been given a higher power's imperative that he could not speak about it to anyone. Anyone. Except my supposed soul mate, he thought. Whoever and whatever that is. Upper management is just like every other flipping adult in my world. They never give me any information or answers. Hermione was still gazing at him from across the small table. Suddenly he thought of a lifeline. More like a small thread, but he would take anything he could get right now. You're right, Hermione, he said slowly, thoughtfully, and quietly. I have learned a lot of things besides my money and investments that Gringotts has shown me I have. He scrunched up his face as he looked her directly in the eye. Remember, if Dumbledore or Snape ever looks you in the eye as I just did, they could, and would, read your mind of whatever you were thinking about. If you were thinking about me, then they would know my secrets that you know. I can't afford for them to know my secrets. And I will confess that there are more secrets than you have probably listed in your mind. I'm sorry, but until you can block them from your mind, I have to keep my secrets. The look of disappointment on Hermione's face just about broke Harry's heart. He could not take it anymore. His soft-voiced, Hermione, there is one thing I can tell you. I discovered that I was dosed last year with a wit-dulling potion and a curiosity suppression charm. I don't know why I'm being a target for these attacks and I do not know for sure who is forcing them on me, but, the fact that I am no longer under their influence is one of my secrets. He looked away from her. Perhaps you could help me find a solution to keep whoever it is from giving them to me again. Still keeping her face expressionless, she gave him a curt nod. Seeing he was not thawing in her ire, he tried one last ploy. This book will help you with the mind-obscuring magic I told you about, he said, handing her a copy of Mind Arts for the Artful. You have 2 weeks where this could be part of your nightly reading. Her expression did not change as she took the book and casually flipped through a few pages. Harry was back to fighting rising panic now. Hermione Granger did not casually flip through the pages of a new book that promised new magic to learn. This was not the Hermione he was used to after 4 years. Maybe after 1 year, he could have shrugged her attitude off as puberty, a female thing, where he just didn't know her outside of school. Yet, his mind circled back to Sunday's visit to her house. That had felt like pure 12-year-old Hermione. Maybe you can sit down and answer my questions while I am gone. Writing one's problems out often clarifies the problem. Perhaps by the time I get back, you will be able to tell me what is going on, or why you cannot tell me what is going on, she quietly proclaimed in the most adult-sounding voice he had ever heard from his friend. Harry's throat was so tight he could not talk, so he nodded in what he hoped she took as agreement and as a peace offering, silently handed off a sheaf of parchments with most of his holiday homework to her. She just as silently tucked them into a pocket. I think I'd like to go home now, Harry, she said, standing up and turning towards the leaky cauldron. Harry followed her. Harry woke Friday morning without the usual contentment that he had gained in only a few short nights spent in sleep at Potter Manor. He had trouble falling asleep and had been restless all night as his brain refused to quit thinking about his strangely acting best friend. Of course, I've been acting very strange also this week, he observed to himself. Again, his thoughts drifted to Hermione. Hermione had told Harry of her family's driving schedule, and from the height of the sun, he guessed that the Grangers were about ready to board the ferry to France. He wouldn't see her for over 2 weeks. He was ambivalent about that. The bad news was he was missing her already. The good news was she was not there to badger him about the changes she had seen in him. With a sigh, he rolled out of bed to start his day. After a filling breakfast, Harry was seated at a table in the Manor's library, once again trying to make sense of the mass of parchment from Gringotts. He finally, he thought, had imposed some understandable order on the information. Investments, talk to the Grangers. Rentals, concentrate on payments and double-check with Tongweripper that the payments are as agreed. Ownership agreements were going to need Tongweripper to simplify some of the contract language to fit Harry's education level or become very good at explaining the complicated contract language. Loans and mortgages. That was the current part of his income he had the most trouble with. Again, maybe Tongweripper might help. His mother's brokerage and gold investments in the normal world were a real sticky problem. How was he going to prove he was Lily Potter's heir? He had no idea and finally concluded that Solicitor Tonks or Remus was going to have to help him. Harry was willing to bet a large bag of galleons that Tongweripper and Gringotts would not be rushing to his aid for this problem. Time for another list. New trunk, check. New clothes half check. A place to live big check. Getting his money sorted sort of check. Everything else was unchecked. Soulmate, Horcruxes, and new friends was going to have to wait for school to start. Even reminding himself that it had only been a week since he had left Durance Vile at the Dursleys, he was still depressed. Walking around the castle had always been a good method of coping when he was depressed, so Harry decided on a manor tour. He dropped into the kitchen for some fortifying tea and biscuits, then started walking. He sort of remembered where everything was from his tour with Hermione. He carefully toured the dining room, banquet hall, and the 2 visitor parlors. He was working on figuring out how many people he could fit in each when it occurred to him that his 2 elves could add room, or subtract furnishings as needed. Crossing the entryway, he spent some time examining the griffin under glass, as he had named the realistic-looking bas-relief under the transparent covering in the floor. He then ambled into the cavernous ballroom with almost a score of round tables and a huge wooden dancing floor with a band platform on the left. He was left shaking his head at the 4 parlors available for guest use. Who would ever throw a party big enough to need all this space? He was startled by the industrial-sized loos in 2 of the parlors. The one meant for women was much larger than the one for males. He next hiked up the marble main staircase and explored all the guest rooms and en-suites and sitting rooms, trying to commit the layouts to memory. The Lord's study and the library, he gave a pass. 3rd floor. Over the north wing were the family bedrooms. The master suite and 2 air bedrooms overlooked the courtyard. On the other side of the hall were another 4 bedrooms, all with en-suites and a pair of large suites for. The south wing was a hodgepodge of guest suites, nurseries, play and game rooms, art and sewing rooms, and what looked to Harry, after a close examination, to be a tapestry-creating room. The attic seemed to be merely a larger space than the attic at the Dursleys' house. It was just as filled with junk, though a lot less dusty. He had journeyed to the top, now to go to the bottom. The basement was a dark, gloomy place until Ypres popped in and showed Harry how the lights worked. Harry could see a small armory with old-time weapons, an archery range, what looked like a gym, and a dueling platform. Walking deeper, he found practice rooms for weapons and dueling, complete with what seemed to be animated practice dummies. He pondered the weapons on his way out. He had the feeling he was forgetting something, but could not pull it to the forefront of his mind. The afternoon he spent on his homework, as he hoped something would happen to otherwise occupy his time later. But if he didn't have his homework done for Hermione to check, he would be the target of her displeasure. And frankly, Harry admitted to himself, he did not want to add any more actions that would get further on her bad side anytime soon. He soon finished his potions homework with some help from the library. That ledger search book was great. He made a note to buy Hermione the 3 books that had glowed bright purple at Flourish and Blotts while gathering his student supplies in Diagon Alley. 4 days passed with Harry proudly finishing up his homework, getting some spell practice in the basement, donating more blood to the Wardstone, and getting impatient with the way time crawled while Hermione was gone. His calming, safe feeling of sleeping in the manor was slipping away as scenes from the fight in the graveyard with Riddle started invading his dreams. Not even having a lunch chat every day with Ypres and Pima about his parents and grandparents was enough of a distraction. Sure, he was learning all sorts of things about his parents that Lupin had not mentioned when he was the Dada professor. And Sirius had not had very much time to talk during their few encounters, but he was missing her. The fact he had not pursued this new information about his parents for 3 years after he was given the photo album by Hagrid was now grating on him. Curiosity suppression charm, EH. Who did he know who kept fobbing off his requests for information with vague platitudes that he would accept because it was the mighty leader of the light pronouncing them? In desperation, he wrote short, "Hello, my summer has been busy, how has yours been?" To Neville and, of all people, Susan Bones. He figured the odds were 50-50 as to whether the Bones heiress would be interested or suspicious about his motives for writing her. He was somewhat short of sleep today, as last night he awakened after a memory nightmare of the long fall before dying from the sudden stop as he hit the ground of the Quidditch pitch with the damned Dementors chasing him down the whole way. He much preferred the memory of passing out during his fall and waking up in the infirmary. This dual memory stuff truly beeped. Then an owl passed through the wards. Seeing it, Harry figured it was from Solicitor Tonks. Harry had learned how to set the owl intent wards to accept mail from Longbottom, Bones, Gringotts or Tonks owls, and Hedwig. Apparently, specifically granting certain people permission to owl contact you allowed their owls to deliver mail to you, even through mail redirect charms and the Fidelis charm. The letter was from Solicitor Tonks and was to inform him that she had made contact with Mr. Remus Lupin and there was a meeting set for tomorrow in his office at 10 o'clock in the morning, and Mrs. Tonks wanted him to be there. The work on Sirius Black incarceration was going as slowly as expected when both secrecy and entrenched interests were involved. She also wrote that someone had tipped her off that Lucius Malfoy would be very interested in knowing if anyone was attempting to investigate Sirius Black. Harry called Ypres and told him what was happening tomorrow, and for him to pick a robe set for him that was casual but of good quality. Also, there is a good chance that they would have a visitor soon who would be staying at least until the start of school. Ypres also reminded him that he had not looked at any of the mail delivered to Mistress Lily's postal office box, and with a snap of his fingers, several envelopes appeared on the desk he was using in the library. "Is this all?" he inquired. "I would have thought that 10 years' worth of mail would have, well, more mail." Ypres again snapped his fingers and suddenly a large pile of envelopes, appeared on a table that appeared next to his desk. The pile was so large that only magic was keeping the envelopes piled on the table, rather than in a heap on the floor. Sighing, Harry looked at the smaller pile of most recent post on his desk. Checking postmarks, he opened up the oldest letter in the not inconsiderable pile of just this year's mail. It was from an investment firm called Goodfellow, Stromberg and Pers. There were several sheets of paper inside that were a mass of big, financial people are the only ones who understand them, words. However, there were also 3 graph-type charts. One showed a gain of over £14,000 in the account over the past 12 months, another showed the account had more than doubled from £100,000 to almost £202,000 since 1981. Another was a chart on yearly return on investment since 1980. Great flame farting Merlin, he thought, if Mum's other accounts had done as well, I could have somewhere near £2 million sitting in various places in the Muggle world. He started to rip the next envelope open when a sudden thought struck him. He had given Hermione and her parents a mass of documents and financial statements, and it had taken an afternoon to sort it all out before anyone could start working on making sense of the stacks of parchment. He was going to have to be smarter this time. This time he would be dealing with probably a dozen or so account managers, not just one grumpy goblin. And to the Muggle world, he would be a 12-year-old kid, not a lord of a distinguished house. Again, he looked at the massive pile of decades of post to his mother. It is going to take forever to get this sorted by account or firm, he thought. Suddenly, inspiration struck. It was the inspiration of desperation, he realized, but still. Calling Ypres, he indicated the pile on the table and asked, "Can you sort these by the company that sent the letter? Can you maybe put them in a long, shallow box sorted by company and date sent? And put the newest letters at the front." "Of course, master." Ypres seemed to pause for a moment as though gathering his magic, then raised his hand and gave two finger snaps. Suddenly there was a flurry of envelopes swirling around. But through the swirl, Harry could see long, shallow boxes filling with neat rows of post. Suddenly, the swirling mass was gone, and with a few tapping sounds the last few envelopes fell into place. With a bow, Ypres was gone. Harry looked at the tabletop. There were now 13 rows of mail in their own box trays, some trays shorter than others. It took Harry a moment to realize that the number was probably deliberate. 13 was considered a powerful magical number by wizards and witches. He could foresee a Muggle shopping trip in his near future as he had no idea of how to magically sort large masses of paper in a way non-magicals could use. He was going to have to purchase over a dozen, thick 3-ring binders, subject separators, and a paper punch so he could organize the boxes into something that might be familiar to the Grangers. Harry was sitting in a small room adjacent to Mrs. Tonk's office, nervously sipping tea. He was tired and out of sorts. His anxiety about this meeting had kept him from falling asleep, and when he finally had, a nightmare of him being back with the Dursleys had woken him up, and he wasn't even sure he had fallen asleep again, or merely occasionally lightly dozed. At the appointed time, Remus Lupin entered her office through the door being held open by the elderly receptionist. Mrs. Tonks stood as the tall man walked forward into the room. Harry was closely examining his not yet former teacher through a one-way magical window the solicitor had created in the wall. He looked mostly as Harry remembered. Tall, yet stooped, thick brown hair that was prematurely streaked with gray, with many small scars and nicks littering the visibly weathered skin on his face and neck. His brown robes were almost as shabby as they would be in a year. Apparently, the goblins had not yet informed him of his inheritance from his parents' will. Still, his light brown, almost amber eyes showed his intelligence. Harry had put some hard thought into how to approach his to-be former professor. Despite having spent a lot of the second half of third year in Lupin's presence, the man had not been particularly forthcoming about his relationship to his parents. Only at the frantic near disaster that the capture and escape of Wormtail had produced, had Harry found out how close Remus Lupin and Sirius Black had been to James and Lily Potter. That reluctance on Lupin's part to be more open to Harry that year now had the effect of making him more wary of the werewolf. The nagging feeling that the man had seemed to abandon his supposed friend Sirius, and been downright close-mouthed about Harry's family, meant his remembered interactions with Lupin now seemed off to the time-returned wizard. All these thoughts had formed the way he had now chosen to deal with the Marauder. He was going to treat him as an unknown person who might have been close to his parents since he was mentioned in the will. And Harry had plans to make sure the scarred man could not reveal any of his secrets to Albus Fumbledurk. His little farewell speech as he was leaving the castle almost 2 years from now showed a gratitude verging on worship of Fumbledurk for the 7 years of a Hogwarts education, and giving him the job of Dada professor in Harry's third year. Harry's thoughts had wandered into the territory of wondering if the headmaster's manipulations in his life had included persuading Lupin to remain distant from Harry. Harry remembered the unmitigated acceptance he had given to the man back then, happy with the dropped crumbs of knowledge about his parents. No longer. First, Harry remembered how he had to ask him to teach him the spell that could save his soul from the Dementors. Harry had realized a few days ago how he had reduced himself to begging to be taught the Patronus spell by one of his father's supposed best friends. Second, the information that Lupin had in fact killed him and Hermione was a big blot on his copybook. Forgetting to take his wolfsbane that night had turned the usual gentle soul into the S**Avering, killing monster feared in all of Britannia. Among the after-effects of his journey to Limbo, to the almost afterlife, was the memory of the pain felt as he was literally shredded by the werewolf's claws and teeth during his 5th death. After all, they had allowed him to keep all his memories. He could only imagine the terror Hermione must have had as she died horribly also. Thankfully her memory of the rending teeth and claws must have been removed by upper management just as his had been when the werewolf had caught them the first time around. Harry's memories of talking with Lupin had just about convinced him that the werewolf was a microcosm of Britannia wizardry's near worship of the headmaster. Harry almost snorted at the thought Lucius Malfoy was probably an exception to that constant adulation. Small pleasantries were exchanged as tea was poured. Harry did not bother to hide a grin as Remus' eyes kept flicking around, trying to pry more information from any clues in the office. Andromeda, straightening up unobtrusively, signaled that the polite preliminaries were over. Mr. Lupin, my client has need of a facilitator. He also has need of a seneschal of the family and a tutor. I have been given your name as a friend of his parents. Lupin obviously perked up when friend of the parents was mentioned. Before I go any further, I will demand an oath of secrecy from you. My client insists on this as a pre-employment interview provision due to many people being much too interested in his activities. This oath will keep you from revealing your prospective employer is even looking for someone to fill these occupations. Unless he gives you explicit permission, you cannot even mention this job even to people you feel you can trust implicitly. She then passed over a sheet of parchment with the oath written upon it, which he quickly perused. Seeing no trickery or vague entrapments in the oath, the wizard carefully took his wand out of his robe, held it vertically before him, and stated his oath in a quiet, but steady, voice. A light blue glow from magic surrounded the wizard as the oath was acknowledged. Mrs. Tonks then handed him a thin light brown folder. Opening the folder, Lupin settled back in his chair to read the contents. The few sheets with his proposed duties were read in 2 minutes. The final parchment, which listed his salary, including his bed, board, a clothing allowance, and a monthly supply of wolfsbane, startled the older man, although he quickly brought his startlement under control. How in Merlin's name had the client known he was a werewolf? I see that there are no names as to who my prospective employer would be. Remus asked quietly. He was working hard to keep himself under control. Some stranger knew far more about him than he wanted anyone to know. That is correct, was the solicitor's reply. As I stated earlier, the employer does not want it discussed freely that he is even looking for a facilitator. So, oath first, then employer's identity. Her face became very blank. I will add that I believe he is not paranoid. There truly are people out to get him. That frank admission left the man blinking hard a couple of times. Again, an oath was read by the wizard and again acknowledged with a surrounding glow. It was at this point the concealed door in the wall opened and in stepped Harry, who proceeded to walk slowly towards the stunned man. I believe we met a long time ago, although I don't remember it, Mr. Lupin. My name is Harry Potter, and I have seen you listed in my parents' wills as a friend of theirs. The youngster had to fight to keep a huge smirk off his face at the sight of the slack-jawed, confounded, sagging in the chair marauder. As a prank he could never admit to, it was one worthy of his father. As he sat down in the remaining chair, the shock he could still see resonating through the ware's mind made him decide to carry the conversation. As you have surmised, I am a rather paranoid individual. Explanations as to why will have to wait until later. What I am hiring you do are all those many things that a head of house would normally perform if he were an adult. At that point, Harry held up his hand and willed his Lord Potter ring into visibility. The startlement and confusion grew deeper on the face of the older man. No one is going to take me seriously right now. Harry waved his hand across his front. I mean, look at me. I'm short, scrawny, and know absolutely nothing about being a lord, or how to act in the wizen maggot, gamete, or whatever. He didn't see Madame Tonks smothering a grin at his faux pas. Harry gave Lupin a moment to look closely at him before continuing. I guarantee you that there will be at least one politically powerful voice raised against me being emancipated due to my head of house and lord status. And others who will believe they could possibly end up as the controller of my future will probably pile on. So, at a minimum, I need someone to arrange for me to take lordship lessons, and I need to do some important business in the Muggle world. Are you familiar with being in the Muggle world, Mr. Lupin? During some talk in the common room last year, it was brought up that werewolves find it almost impossible to work in the magical world due to the prejudice against them, and therefore have to take work away from the magical world. Harry regarded him curiously. Can you move freely in the Muggle world? Remus John Lupin was still attempting to gather his scattered wits. Out of all he had planned, or even dreamed about how his first meeting with Harry would go, what was actually happening was beyond even the strangest scenario. Yes. I have held several jobs in the non-magical world. Very good, said Harry. That was the answer expected given your furry situation. My mother's diary says that you were the most intelligent of my father's friends. I am hoping that means you will be able to serve as a tutor. Many subjects taught at Hogwarts are not presented as well as the premier school of magic in Europe should be doing. Harry found he was hoping his acting was creating the misdirection that his mother's grimoire was how he had found out about Lupin's furry little problem. With a slight body shiver, Harry shook off his moment of introspection. How many days until you can start? Lord Potter, do you truly understand the probable backlash that you will face when my furry situation becomes public? And it will become glaringly public, as the lord of a most ancient and most noble house employing his eyes cut over to Madame Tonks, werewolf in almost any capacity will certainly be discovered if your enemies dig hard enough. Harry shrugged. Right now, I value two things. Loyalty to the Potter family and work competence. Again, when can you start? The 15th. Excellent. I'll have Gringotts set up an account for you at Madame Malkin's. Make sure she sells you good quality or better clothes. You will be representing my house in public from now on. You will need to project my family's wealth and stature in magical Britannia. Dress to impress, and act as the deputized agent of the powerful Potter family, and everyone will believe you belong. However, no house crests are to be worn until further notice. Madame Malkin's lips are not always sealed properly, and a reactivation of an almost dormant house would be great gossip material. Second, go to Gringotts and claim your bequest from my parents' will. Harry paused and looked thoughtful for a moment. Contact Solicitor Tonks on the 15th and she will give you a letter with directions on how to get to my house. So, I will leave you to sign your contracts with her today, and I will see you then. Harry stood and offered his hand. As a still bewildered Remus stood and shook his hand, Harry had one last thing to say. Mr. Lupin, pay particular attention to the clause that informs you that if you ever tell Albus Dumbledore or anyone who would carry word to him, as to where I am, or what I am doing, that mistake will result in the clause being activated. I do not care that you feel you owe him after he allowed you 7 years of Hogwarts education. There will be no second chance. Good day, Mr. Lupin. With that, Harry walked unhurriedly to the door and left the office, not seeing the shock on the old marauder's face at the hostility towards Albus Dumbledore. With his exit, Remus turned his stricken eyes upon Mrs. Tonks and asked, surely it cannot be that bad. Every time I tried to get him to let me see Harry, Albus said he was happy and well taken care of. The boy who just walked out of here is definitely not happy, looks malnourished, and certainly seems to have developed severe trust issues. What's happened to him? Mr. Potter does not speak of his past situation. I can only guess, Mr. Lupin, and I do not like the directions my guesses have taken me. Now let's get your contract signed. My take on the situation is that young Lord Potter needs all the help he can get. Harry managed to exit the offices before stopping and leaning against the building to take deep shuddering breaths as he willed his nausea down. Again, he was exposing himself to discovery. Moony was a supposed friend and ally, but Harry felt in his soul that he needed all the time he could get to strengthen his position that as a lord, he was an adult and not to be under anyone's guardianship. Straightening himself up, he reminded himself that he was to have dinner at the Tonks house tomorrow evening. Harry had attempted to politely decline the invitation, but Madame Tonks had trumped him by asking him when had he gotten his inoculations against the various wizard-specific diseases. Dragon pox could still kill, and spattergroit could disfigure one's face for life. Or had he been given a true physical examination before attending Hogwarts? In fact, were his Muggle inoculations up to date? Harry had given her a blank look. No. Well, she had stated, isn't it fortunate that my husband is a healer at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and can take care of all those items in the strictest confidence. After all, you do not want anyone to be able to claim your lack of medical care shows you to be incompetent and in need of a guardian. We will expect you at 6:30. Casual Muggle is the expected dress, she finished off in a no-nonsense, let the adults take care of this tone of voice. It was a few minutes before 6:30 when Harry was ejected from the fireplace in the Tonks parlor in a tumbling slide across their polished lightwood floor. He lay there for a moment cursing magical travel. That trip had been worse than his messed up original diagonally flow trip to Borgin in Burks's Shop of Many Horrors years ago. Or this summer, actually. Whatever. Maybe the fireplace at the Lakey Cauldron was at fault. I see we shall have to work on your flow arrival skills, Cousin Harry. Young lords are expected to be competent in all forms of magical travel. Your lack of training is obvious. Harry, who at that point was lying on his back, peered up at the upside-down solemn face of Andromeda, who was womanfully almost suppressing the mirth shown in her eyes. With a sigh and a groan, and a hand up from Mrs. Tonks, Harry gained his feet, which allowed her to quickly charm the ash from his clothing. Taking the open robe he was wearing over his black slacks and dark blue button-up shirt from him, she exited through the entrance archway just as a brown-haired, tall man with a smiling, open, pleasant face entered, passing Andromeda. Advancing on Harry, he extended his hand and introduced himself as Edward Tonks, healer, and the husband of the finest solicitor of our time. Harry Potter, student, and friend of Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of our age, he replied, shaking the man's hand. That answer took the male Tonks by surprise. Harry noted before the man broke out into chuckles. Andy told me I was going to like you, Lord Potter, he said. Please, at the age of 12, I find it both a mouthful and painful for everyone to keep using that title. Especially among family, or at least relations. Please, just call me Harry. The older man looked thoughtfully at Harry. And please call me Ted. Everyone else does, he continued, but raised his voice. Dear, which one of your relatives makes young Harry part of the Black family? His grandmother, Euphemia, was a Black from the Cephas Black Cadet branch before marrying Fleemont Potter, came the recognizable voice of Andromeda Tonks through an archway behind Ted. Bring him into the dining room, please. Dinner is ready to be served. The three of them sat at one end of the table for 6. Ted sat at the head of the table with Andromeda to his right, and Harry on his left. Short snippets of work tales, or family foibles, and a few stories of their daughter's Auror training, were told as Harry worked on decorously at eating as much of the delicious roast lamb, gravy, potatoes, parsnips, and peas with pearl onions, as he could without being a Dudley about it. Afters were scoops of Gilderberry chocolate ice cream Mrs. Tonks had brought home from Fortescue's, drizzled with chocolate sauce. Harry started to help with the cleanup as the meal ended. He was promptly scolded and informed invited guests were not expected to help with dinner. She chivied him and Mr. Tonks out of the dining room back to the parlor. They there spent the next half hour apprising each other about Hogwarts classes and teachers they had or classes of years ago. Harry found it interesting to see a bit of Hogwarts history from Ted's Hufflepuff perspective, and then 15 minutes or so hearing about a Slytherin house, when Mrs. Tonks was a Hogwarts student. And while it had always been the house of ostentatious hauteur concerning ancestry, while she was there was when the house truly began its descent into pureblood fanaticism, complete with the whispers of a rising Dark Lord. Harry actually was sorry to have the talk end. He had been getting more and more nervous as he knew that when the conversation stopped, his physical exam would begin. Especially as he knew Healer Tonks was probably about to ask Harry questions he really did not want to answer. Mrs. Tonks smiled at Harry in a way that signaled the end of the conversation. Since Ted here is a street Mungo's healer, I'm sure you would want for him to examine you to make sure all your inoculations are up to date. Harry, for his part, didn't want Healer Tonks anywhere near him. He was so close to being free, the last thing he wanted was someone who, while trying to protect him, might get him entangled with the authorities. Step into my office, Harry, Healer Tonks said as he led him to a door just left of the front door. The doorway opened into a small-ish room with a desk against the left-hand wall, a cloth-padded covered table opposite, and shelves with rows of potion vials sitting on them. The only 2 chairs in the room were the desk chair and a small armchair to the side of the desk. The healer turned towards Harry. Please remove your clothes down to your undershorts. You can hang them there in the corner, and lie on the examining table on your back, he said while pointing to some wall hooks near the foot of the table. As Harry made a reluctant start on disrobing, Ted made a show of sitting in his desk chair with his back to Harry, fiddling with some parchment sheets. At the moment, in his Healer Tonks mode, he was attempting to allay some of Harry's skittishness. He had carefully and discreetly been closely watching the very young Lord Potter throughout dinner and the talk afterward. He was disturbed by what he had seen. Young Harry had many of the hallmarks of a boy raised in an abusive home. Verbal and/or physical, was the only question left in the healer's mind. Ted had been keeping an ear on Harry, and when he heard him finish squirming around on the examination table, he stood and walked over to the boy. Malnutrition, that was obvious, he mused, looking closely at the front of the recumbent boy's body. Every rib and his shoulder bones are prominent. His hip bones protrude and his belly is shrunken. Some of those lumps showing on his ribs indicate badly healed cracks and breaks. Feeling Harry's intense gaze on him, he looked him in the eyes and spoke. Lord Potter, I am going to run a series of diagnostic tests. It will take a few minutes, and I will be using that dictaquil there, to make a record for your medical file, a copy of which I will send to Madame Pomfrey so she knows if there is any continuing care she needs to follow up with for you. Hold still now, he finished, starting to wave his wand in intricate patterns over Harry's prone body, starting at his feet and moving up. All Harry could see were occasional, subdued soft lights that flickered over him. He saw Mr. Tonks pause and spend extra time along his right ankle, his left forearm, and on his forehead at his scar. He was growing more nervous at each pause. He also repeated a series of complicated wand movements over his. The ankle was the one that always ached since Aunt Marge's dog, Ripper, had leapt up and bit down on the ankle trying to pull the boy out of the small tree he was frantically climbing to escape the crazed bulldog that his sadistic owner doted on. Harry remembered hanging on for his life as that stupid dog had refused to let go for long, endless minutes. The worst part of the whole episode had been that he couldn't even scream from the pain of the dog hanging by his teeth from his ankle. If he had drawn the attention of the neighbors, Vernon would have given him a hiding that would have hurt a lot worse. His left arm had been broken when Uncle Vernon had twisted it while throwing him into his cupboard when he was 8. Harry still had no idea why he had been blamed for something that had happened at his office. Harry thought little of the attention the healer paid to his scar. After all, everybody paid attention to his scar. It never really bothered him, except as a constant reminder of his dead parents, and the fact that it burned and became so painful that he had nearly passed out when he had twice been near Voldemort in first year during Quirrell's possession, and months ago in the graveyard. Oh, yeah, Dementors seemed to be drawn to his scar, too. Another story I'm going to have to keep straight, he thought. It seemed a lot longer than a few minutes when Ted said he was done and Harry could sit up. The healer stepped over to the roll of parchment the dictaquil had been writing on and stared at it for several minutes. You can get dressed, Harry, he said absently over his shoulder. Reckon I'll start with the easy problems, Ted thought. I would have expected more scarring, the healer mused. Except for the obvious dog bite wounds on his leg, he has few abuse scar marks on his back or arms. His hands, however, remembering how the boy had leapt to perform the dining table cleanup, he spoke without looking at Harry again. Harry, what sort of chores did you do at your relatives' house? Always refer to them as relatives, Andy had said. He never, ever calls them family at our meetings. I did cooking and cleaning and gardening mostly. Cooking. Did you do a lot of cooking? Yeah. I started cooking breakfasts when I was 6. Did the garden have lots of rose bushes? Oh, yeah. Aunt Petunia always wanted her garden's roses to be the envy of the neighborhood. How long did you have a cast on your arm after it was broken? Not very long, Harry said so quietly Ted barely heard him. The fact was, the Dursleys had never taken him to a hospital for any of his injuries. The picture was in focus now. Verbal and mental abuse certainly. The physical abuse was a lot subtler. Ted was sure that the dog bite, the radially fractured arm, and the rib cracks and fractures were mostly accidental. Drink or temper probably, and could be explained away as accidents to any authorities. The hands, however, said differently. Ted was one of the rare street Mungo's healers who would treat the Muggleborn and squibs who worked in the few manual labor jobs the magical world still had. And Harry's hands resembled theirs. Hard, calloused, with almost uncountable nicks, scars, and burn marks. In his case the obvious was magnified by what Ted was sure were at least a dozen bits or pieces of thorns or wood slivers still embedded under the skin. The healer sighed as he scrubbed a hand down his face. Looking at the sitting Harry squarely, he spoke. Does your leg hurt all the time? Harry looked away with a quiet, yes. All right, I can give you some potions that will repair the tissue damage, destroy some lingering infected abscesses, and give you exercises to strengthen the tendons that took damage. I'm surprised the Muggle doctors didn't put some stitches in the larger skin rips and punctures. Harry merely kept looking at his knees where they hung over the edge of the examining table, but his body was starting to tense like a long bow being drawn. Your arm I can fix with a bone-mending potion, followed by a bone-strengthening potion, and that should remove the pain from there also. The slight relaxation and look of relief on the boy's face told him his diagnosis had been spot on. Your hands, I can do two things there for you. I have some skin healing salve that rubbing on your hands will make the scarring virtually disappear. Also, you have some foreign bits of plants under your skin and a couple of them are rubbing on some finger tendons. Get the bits out, and another one of your sources of nagging pain will go away. As for your ribs, repairing them is going to be tricky, but doable. They will have to be carefully vanished and regrown one at a time. We just can't disappear your rib cage in one go. It would kill you because your lungs would collapse. But the good part is we can do that over a year, if not longer. No rush for them. At this point, Ted stopped to reorder his thoughts. You have 5 further problems, he continued, ignoring Harry's flinch. And I believe 2 of them were affecting your health. First, you had a binding on your magic core restricting the amount of magical energy you could use for spells. It was a standard 1/4 restriction on your magical strength, and it's fairly common. Parents often place one upon children that have large or destructive outbursts of accidental magic. However, another binding was placed only about 4 years ago and also was not removed when you started attending Hogwarts. However, there is evidence that the original binding to your core was removed a few days ago. Can I assume you have felt an increase in your magical power, in your ability to cast spells easier? Harry sort of shrugged. He had been performing very little magic when not at the manor. However, that second binding placed upon you is a problem. A 40% binding on your magical core. That is the one placed about 4 years ago. Ted's mien turned thunderous. Not releasing the bindings last year is not against the law, but it is against custom and would be considered a huge black mark against your guardians by society. The healer took a moment to calm himself. Harry, on the other hand, was thinking that upper management was both wrong and right. Having his lordship ring had removed the binding on his magical core as they had written, but there had been a second one not removed. Harry had an instant of wondering if that was why accepting the ring had been so painful. The ring had lost the power struggle with the second binding. Ted was continuing on. There is a second part to the second binding that is most unusual. It is a binding on your magic core restricting the amount of magical ether you can gather, and I have never seen one personally before. It is a restriction on how fast you can refill your body's magical core. It's not only an unusual curse charm, it's regarded as a punishment to the child it is placed on because they are too powerful. Again, it was also applied 4 years ago and not removed when you started attending Hogwarts. I've heard whispers of such a thing being placed upon younger sons who were suspected of being more powerful than an older heir. Some families are absolute nutters when it comes to who gets to ascend to the head of the family. Harry froze in place as though petrified. He had to reconcentrate on Healer Tonks to keep from jumping down from the exam table to be able to pace. You also had a third binding on you that affected an area of your brain that is usually associated with some type of magical ability or family magic gift. It also was removed a few days ago. Fourth, your scar concerns me. It scans as an area of very dark magic, yet it doesn't read as curse residue, and that it still looks recent bothers me. It's almost as though it is a curse that didn't quickly affect you. Harry could not help himself, and gave Ted a look of, "Are you kidding me? Everyone and his idiot relatives know how I got this scar." Ted snorted. "No, Harry," he said kindly. "You don't understand. You have the only scar from a supposed killing curse anyone has ever seen. Part of the curse's mystique is that it leaves no marks on the victim." Instant memory flashed through Harry as he remembered Cedric's face. It had had a horrified look upon it, but no marks. "Has Madame Pomfrey talked to you about it?" Quote. Harry shook his head mutely and watched as the healer sat back in his chair and gazed at Harry's forehead with distracted interest. "I wonder if I could get a Cursebreaker to take a look at your forehead," he mused. Harry again wondered if he could get Bill Weasley to keep his secrets. Ron had bragged lots of times his oldest brother Bill was a Cursebreaker for Gringotts and had told a bunch of stories about the Weasley family's visit to see him in Egypt before 3rd year. "Right, Scabbers." Hearing Healer Tonks speaking up again, Harry snapped his attention back to him. "I can remove the first part of the remaining binding on your magical core tonight if you want, but you will have to promise not to use magic for 2 days. From the strength of your bound core, the release will leave your magic unstable and unreliable for at least that long. For example, if you try a shaving charm, you're liable to curse your face off. Your core refilling curse I would rather have removed by a senior curse specialist at St. Mungo's. As I said, I've never seen it before. Oh, Ted said, snapping his fingers. I got so distracted I almost forgot the two minor charms on you. One is a male redirect charm, and the other is a mild avoid me charm. The first is possibly a blessing, as the boy who lived probably should receive more fan mail than Duran Duran. Seeing Harry's utterly confused look, Ted sighed and said, have you ever gotten letters from fan girls, such as my daughter, on your birthday? The blank look from Harry was proof to the healer that the ward existed. The avoid me charm is a mild notice me not charm, Ted continued. People see you, notice you, can even talk to you if sufficiently determined, but are dissuaded from casually approaching you. Very obscure charm. It was applied some years ago, but refreshed last year. Not sure if it was ever considered in favor. Healer Tonks straightened up in his chair. My professional recommendations are we remove the core binding tonight. I'll get someone to remove that vile core refill binding. I'll discreetly check around for someone familiar with curse breaking. The mail redirect ward you might want to keep, and from what little that closed-mouth solicitor of yours has told me, we keep the avoidance charm. At least until school starts. Sound like a plan? Harry thought for several seconds before slowly nodding his head in agreement. I think I know a curse breaker who would work on my scar in secret. I'll talk with you about it later. Also, could you please give me my medical exam report? I promised to give it to Madame Pomfrey, but not as soon as we get to school. I wonder if this is what Andy means. He sounds paranoid, but she understands why he acts that way. Very well, Healer Tonks said, nodding his head. Let's get to business. First, you get to take this bunch of horrible tasting immunization potions against wizarding diseases, 2 shots against muggle diseases, then I'll remove those pesky thorn bits, and finally, we'll remove that remaining core binding. Harry was so worn out that he hardly remembered calling a Potter elf to him at the Lakey Cauldron after Mr. Tonks had side-apparated him to the dingy old pub. With a small pop, Pima appeared before him and had him elf-popped to Potter Manor before he said anything. The swaying Harry was so exhausted he didn't object. Reaching into a robe pocket, Harry pulled out a small wooden box. A tap with his wand, and it enlarged. These are potions I am supposed to take. The green ones I take at breakfast and dinner. The purple one is to be with my lunch. The red and sparkly red ones I have to drink for the next 2 days. They are to fix some old injuries I have. Place the lotions near my bed as I will use them before sleeping. In spite of the early hour, Harry then proceeded to slowly climb the stairs and barely undress himself before collapsing into bed. Hand lotion would have to wait. Mrs. Tonks had told Harry that Remus Lupin would be at the Lakey Cauldron at 9:30 Friday morning. It was a somewhat surprised man who was apparated into the main entrance hall by Ypres. Welcome, Mr. Lupin, to Potter Manor. Ypres, please check Mr. Lupin for any tracking charms. The majordomo waved his hands across Remus' body and got 2 faint blue glows. The charms are at least a year old, young master, said Ypres. They have become so weak they would probably not be tracked through the wards. We take no chances, Ypres, Harry said. Destroy them. With another wave of skinny house elf arms, the glows disappeared. Harry addressed a confused-looking Remus. Ypres will check all your belongings that you brought for trackers when he takes them to your room. Turning, Harry led the bewildered-looking man to the kitchen table. Pima instantly had mugs of tea and a biscuit and scone tower in front of them. The pair sat sipping tea for a moment before Harry began to speak. The checking for tracking charms will be done every time you or I return to the manor after we've been in public. The elves are insanely busy trying to catch up with the upkeep of the manor, so it might take them a few moments to respond to you and check you out. Remus looked thoughtful at that comment. Perhaps I should keep the small flat I've rented off Diagon Alley. That way I don't have to keep returning here with the possibility someone who wants to keep tabs on me has tagged me. After all, now that I know what to look for, I can scan myself at the flat. Amber-colored eyes looked into brilliant green eyes. He has Lily's eyes, he thought. And they look just as determined as hers could when she was motivated. Shame we don't have the pair of communications mirrors your father and a close friend of his used to have when we were at Hogwarts. They worked a lot like the new mobile telephones work for muggles, except you could see who you were talking to. Harry grabbed the obvious lead in with both hands. Was that friend Sirius Black? At the time he was, came the bitter reply from the suddenly tense man whose eyes suddenly almost seemed backlit by an eerie glow. Having opened my parents' will has led me to ask certain questions, Harry said almost musingly. Did you know that Sirius Black was named my godfather through some sort of ritual or something? The old marauder just stared at Harry for a long moment as his jaw sagged open. He looked like he was about to recover his voice when internally evilly grinning Harry continued. Yeah, my account manager at Gringotts seemed surprised that he was still alive because having betrayed me to Voldemort should have seen him die, he said. Harry made a quizzical-looking face. You know anything about that sort of stuff, Mr. Lupin? Remus finally found his voice. But, that's impossible. Everybody knew that he was the secret keeper for the spell that kept your parents hidden from Voldemort. Really? Harry replied looking puzzled. In the bequests section of the will, my father mentioned that if they were dead, someone named Peter Pettigrew was a traitor and that he had sold them out. Wait a moment, he said, raising his hand in the "don't argue with me" position. Ypres, please bring me my copy of my parents' will from the study. 3 seconds later, the Potter elf majordomo handed Harry the sheets of parchment that were the last will and testament of his parents. It took Harry only moments to find the bequests page, have Lupin cast a Geminio spell on that sheet, and hand the copy to the soon stunned-looking Lupin. Why don't you head up to your room, make sure your stuff is put away to your satisfaction, and meet me down here for lunch when we will go over my list of what I think you need to do for me, and I want you to be able to add to that list. The worldview-shattered man slowly started following Ypres out of the kitchen towards the main stairway. And he was the smart marauder. He thought, maybe all my future knowledge of him is going to be useless. As my mum wrote, the four of them had been inseparable, so I hope that translates over to Uncle Mooney being someone who will become a friend. I need friends. And I need competent adults. Both are something very hard to find. Wednesday came all too fast for Harry. He had told Ron that he would meet them at the Leaky Cauldron at 10 o'clock in the morning for their Hogwarts shopping trip. Harry had been looking forward to today as when he got his hands on that diary. It meant nobody was going to awaken the basilisk, and he was not going to have to go down to the Chamber of Secrets and try to kill that damn snake that had technically killed him twice already. He was grumbling to himself as he was waiting for the perpetually late Weasley clan to arrive. One of the reasons for his disgruntlement was the clothes he was wearing. He had dredged up a set of the baby whales, 5 sizes too large, hand-me-down pants and shirts to wear under his open robe for the trip, complete with some attached tracking charms, so that no one would question him about why and how he had gotten nice clothes, and Fumbledurk would happily know where he was for the day. He especially did not want Molly Weasley to notice and alert Albus Dumbledore to Harry having money and wearing nice clothes. That comment by Erzelkindis about Mrs. Weasley wanting Ron and Ginny to be his only friends at Hogwarts had sat heavily on Harry's mind. He was confused by it. He was such a fair-weather friend, and even after the chamber, she was too shy and fangirl starstruck to approach him. Mrs. Weasley's co-conspirators were rather inept. Yeah, well, how come you never noticed it the first time around, smart guy? He thought. Monday at a meeting with Gringotts, he, Remus, and Tongueripper all agreed he needed another 3 weeks before his elevation to being Lord Potter would be unable to be reversed by current laws, and Fumbledurk's supposed magical guardianship would be gone. And the last two agreed that any moves to have him removed from his lordship after that would probably see the Wizengamot vote him out of his chief warlock role. It had taken Remus almost half an hour to get Harry to understand that the powerful lords of houses would never allow any outsiders to have a say about who, and how, inheritances were passed on within a house. And whether they were light, dark, or neutral, they would band together to firmly stomp anyone who suggested otherwise. Including Dumbledore. And, in less than a month or so, Harry was going to join that very exclusive club. And almost every one of the members would want to get their hooks into Harry, for their own use, or to separate him from Dumbledore. The next day, Remus made a virtually unending list of ways the more unscrupulous would stalk him. Potions of control and submission. Charms of confusion and compulsion. Letters with compulsions layered into the writing. Letters that had the parchment soaked in controlling potions or poison. Cleverly worded letters offering their daughters, or possibly their sons, in marriage, yet the wording would be used to control him. daughters, or sons, could be ordered to seduce Harry so there could be an at-one-point marriage ceremony. And love potions would have him thinking the whole idea of marrying that girl would be the greatest idea ever. One of the last things he told Harry was that if he got a girl pregnant, he probably would not be able to find work or do any type of business in Britannia after Hogwarts, assuming he was not expelled. He would have to marry her. Not should marry, had to marry. The social and monetary penalties would be so severe, his family would be ruined and, to top it all off, there was no divorce in Britannia's wizarding culture. He would be stuck with the conniving bee, which for the rest of his life. The noisy entrance of the Weasley family through the floor, fortunately, blew away the self-pitying thoughts Harry was having. Percy had come through first, with his shiny ever-present sixth-year prefect badge on his robe. The twins were followed by Ron and Ginny, then Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. After the round of happy greetings, with the twins happily verbally abusing Ron and Harry, and Percy when their mum wasn't watching, or Ginny blushing neon red every time Harry caught her looking at him, Mrs. Weasley said, "All right you lot, while Ginny, your father and I go to Gringotts, and get Ginny her school supplies, you get over to Flourish and Blotts and we will meet you there just before noon." The woman then turned to Harry, "Dear, why don't you give me your vault key and I'll get you enough galleons to get your Hogwarts supplies." "No bother, Mrs. Weasley, I was dropped off here early, so I already went to Gringotts." Harry looked at her brightly, as though he had done something to be really proud of. "I only took 15 galleons from my account, although I've heard the defense books are going to be right expensive this year." Harry was, of course, lying through his teeth. The 100 galleons £3,500, $4,700 he had taken, and then converted over half of into United Kingdom pounds, was not the main reason for his prevarication. He was not going to give his vault key away. It was his vault, and this time he would not so trusting as to give access to the gold his parents had left him to any demanding person who thought they should have access also. Especially since he had never gotten his key back last time. But, he still had to play the earnest, hapless waif to the oh-so-good friend of Albus Dumbledore. The woman would rat him out in a heartbeat if she thought it was for his own good. Or if Fumblefurk had told her to keep an eye on Harry and report back to him later. Which Harry was willing to bet had happened. Harry had no idea what was going to happen, as without the diabolical duo and Ron having decided to secretly rescue Harry from his relatives, would he have spent time at the Burrow this year? Or would the poor, traumatized, he needs time to heal, so let's keep Harry isolated after Quirrell's death, plot have lasted all summer. Mrs. Weasley plastered on a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Harry, dear, I'm not sure why Dumbledore allowed you to keep your vault key. I'm sure your parents would want an adult minding your finances, and then you wouldn't have to put up with those nasty goblins treating wizards like dirt beneath their feet." Harry appeared to be in deep contemplation, then raised his eyes. "Sorry, Mrs. Weasley. But, this key is the only thing I have that belonged to my parents. I'll be keeping it." Harry very deliberately did not mention he also had his father's invisibility cloak or his mother's grimoire. He had a feeling her knowledge of either or both would lead to a tirade about how irresponsible it was for him to have it, and that he should give them up immediately. The insensitive red-headed harridan's jaw was working as she tried to come up with some counter-argument, but after a few moments, she huffed, and latching onto Ginny, she stomped away towards the alley and Gringotts, followed by her husband. A quiet, "Wow," from one of the remaining Weasleys had Harry turning back to them again. The twins looked at each other, turned back to Harry, and started. "You know, Harry, I don't think I've ever seen someone refuse Mum and then be able to cut her off from starting a good rant against them for not doing as they were told." Fred ended. Trying to shake off the twins' ping-pong speech delivery, Harry merely repeated himself. "This key is something my parents had created, and then they probably touched it. So, you see guys, it truly is the only thing I have of my parents." At that reminder of what Harry had really been through, a pall settled over the group. Realizing that a despondent Harry was not what he wanted Ron and the others to pass on to Mrs. Weasley. Especially, because if Ron thought about it, he knew about the cloak. And might tell her just to make her stop harping about, poor Harry. After all, she might persuade Fumbledurk to make Harry stay at the Burrow for the last weeks of summer. And that would be disastrous. Harry searched for a distraction. "Do you think we could stop at the Quidditch supply store window?" he said as a distraction popped into his head. "If we make sure to leave by 11 o'clock, I'm sure we can still have a quick look at our class books before your parents get back." Even Percy only grumbled a bit as the gaggle of redheads hurried through the crowd of shoppers to the all things Quidditch shop and gathered around the window looking longingly at the gleaming broom mounted there. Ron moaned in a way that Harry had only heard him use when talking about food. They quickly saw this broom was labeled Nimbus 2001. The redheads all devolved into a raucous discussion that was quoting various Quidditch magazine articles about how it was several miles per hour faster, but it turned slower than a 2000. Acceleration was where every one of the boys was quoting a different story as to how much the new broom actually accelerated faster. The discussion grew heated. Everyone agreed that this upgraded broom was merely to whet everyone's appetite for next year's expected brand new model. Harry tried to get the group to head for Flourish and Blotts, but no one wanted to move. It finally took Percy telling his brothers that he was headed to the bookstore, and when Mum got there, and they weren't there, the trouble they would be in, the lecture she would give them, and the extra chores Mum was sure to assign, would be all their own fault. With great reluctance and dragging of feet, the three youngest Weasley boys shuffled into Diagon Alley's premier bookstore. They had just spotted the adults when the sudden squeal from a bouncing, pointing Ginny brought everyone's attention to the huge poster showing the roguish smile, gleaming teeth, and perfectly coiffed blonde hair of Gilderoy Lockhart. And buried near the bottom of the poster was, signing autographs from 12:30 to 4:30. Harry had been reading the Daily Prophet, so he knew today Lockhart was signing books at the bookstore. It was Mrs. Weasley who had planned the trip so as to get Lockhart to sign his autograph on her copy of his latest best-selling book, and Harry had bet that piece of history wouldn't change. His planning this time had been that instead of just dumping his collection of gifted books into Ginny's cauldron, he was going to offer all Lockhart's books to Ginny when during a search for a diary he had purchased earlier in the day, the diary was found in her cauldron where Malfoy had cleverly hidden it. A diary that he would say was, accidentally, lost during the scuffle between Mr. Weasley and Malfoy Sr. Since Harry wanted the confrontation between Mr. Weasley and Malfoy, he purposefully, instead of by chance, allowed himself to be seen by the blonde writer Ponce, as opposed to the Malfoy Ponces, and seemingly reluctantly was dragged into the photo session. During the session, with great fanfare and bombast, Lockhart grandly announced that he would be this year's Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Then very publicly, and personally, gifted him the entire collection of Gilderoy Lockhart books. Harry was staggering under the weight of all the gifted books towards Mr. Weasley and Ginny when he was relieved to hear the pureblood Pratt's voice speaking loudly to him. The famous Harry Potter, Draco sneered. Can't even go into a bookstore without making the front page. 1 PG, 61, HP and the Chamber of Secrets, J.K. Rowling. The meeting devolved from there nearly as Harry remembered. Ginny got insulted for defending Harry, Ron was stopped from punching Draco by Harry, who had to drop his gifted book collection doing so, while Mr. Weasley was holding back Fred and George from physically joining the fray. Well, Arthur Weasley. 2 PGs. 61 and 62, HP and the Sorcerer's Stone, J.K. Rowling. The sneer in the elder Malfoy's voice showed his son was but a pale imitation of his father as he attempted to copy him. Lucius, said Mr. Weasley, nodding coldly. Busy time at the Ministry, I hear, said Mr. Malfoy. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime. He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. 3 PG. 62, HP and the Sorcerer's Stone, J.K. Rowling. Obviously not, his sneer running full force. Just as Harry remembered, the insults escalated until Malfoy's final insult of, and I thought your family could sink no lower. Ginny's cauldron was knocked over, spilling some of her books out, as the fight started. Shouting and yells abounded and bookshelves thundered down. It mostly occurred as Harry remembered, even ending with Hagrid breaking the fight up by pulling the two fathers apart. And then the finale. Still holding Ginny's used Transfiguration book, Malfoy dropped it back into her cauldron, pulled himself away from Hagrid's grip, and with Draco in attendance, swept out of the bookstore. Harry paid little attention to all the talk about how the fighting had gone. He was fixated on helping to find Ginny's books, and Lockhart's books, and replace most of them in the cauldron. While he was doing that, he was frantically trying to find the diary that was supposed to be in the cauldron. Where was the diary? He had been frantically looking through the books in the cauldron, and then around the cauldron. He had just widened his search when an employee of the bookstore waved his wand and all the books and shelves that had been knocked over or strewn around the floor started flying through the air. Harry stood there in stupefaction as the shelves suddenly straightened. Books went from lying scattered on the floor to flying onto the shelves where they were supposed to be, leaving the area neater than it had been before the fracas. Stunned and speechless, Harry could think of nothing to say to the young man who had just ruined everything. And he could not think of anything else to do except to start digging into the books in Ginny's cauldron again. That diary had to be there. It just had to. Handing his tall pile of gifted books to Ron and Ginny without a word, he started pulling out every book in the cauldron, even giving their interiors a quick check, while the two redheads looked on in bewilderment. The search only took a minute. Nothing. Ron managed to finally get over his surprise at Harry's actions. Harry, mate, he asked, sounding very confused. What you looking for? Harry just stared at the small pile of books he had pulled out of Ginny's new cauldron. Finally, giving himself a shake, he said dully, I found a blank journal or diary of some kind and I bought it thinking I had never had anything like that before. I somehow lost it in the scuffle, and now I can't find it. It was a story he had made up on the spot, but it felt right somehow. He really was despondent about losing the diary. Don't worry about it, mate. You can just get another one. Harry was about to snap a reply when Mrs. Weasley bustled up and announced they were leaving after that disgraceful, public set too. Harry, you should come with us to the lakey. We can make sure that your relatives pick you up. Thank you for thinking about me, Mrs. Weasley, but because of Lockhart grabbing me, I still need to get my potions supplies, some quills and inks, and get new school uniforms, Harry said with a determined, yet plucky smile. I must be having a growth spurt. Last year's school robes are too small. For me. Harry followed the Weasley clan down the alley until he reached Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where he said his goodbyes and entered the clothing shop. Since he had just bought all new clothes there 2 weeks ago, he had no real need to be in the store, except it made a good excuse to be with the Weasley family on the way to the alley's entrance and then leave them. Mrs. Weasley had fussed over him, but Harry assured her he would be home before dark. And he would, too. Except he was going to Potter Manor. Not Privet Drive. Besides, he had already made plans to return to Diagon Alley with Hermione when she got back. She was going to have to hurry to get her school supplies bought before school started. Since Mrs. Weasley was watching him like a hawk, Harry entered Madame Malkin's. After ordering another school uniform and another pair of those oh-so-comfortable shoes, Harry, confused, perplexed, yet fixated by the events in Flourish and Blots, unthinkingly let his feet carry him back to the store. There he once again stood where the fight between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley had occurred. Seeing all the books now neatly arranged by topic, suddenly gave Harry an idea. Maybe if he was lucky. He proceeded to hunt through the store until he found the employee who had used the spell that had neatly set the books and shelves back to normal. Finding him, he walked up and in an odd voice said, "Could you tell me what that spell was that you used to fix everything after that fight today? That was an amazing bit of spellwork, and my girlfriend kinda likes marvelous spells. Could you show it to me?" The young man's demeanor went from annoyed to puffing up and preening a little. That was the return to as before charm. I learned it during my 6th year. It's a charm to make everything as it was before things got all jumbled up. We also use it to return books to where they are supposed to be, as many people misfile books, or are too lazy to put them back on their proper shelves, he said with his posture showing he was hearkening back to being a badass, spell-slinging Hogwarts student for a moment, instead of a clerk in a bookstore. The wand work is an anti-clockwise 3-circle, increasing spiral with a left sidewise flick at the end. The incantation is, Redire ad priorum locum. Like this. Harry pulled his wand out of his pocket and moved it as described. Yes. Tighten the spiral a bit, because if you make it too large, you need to pour more magic into the spell to make it work properly. Harry quickly did a few more practice spirals and incantations without pushing any magic into the spell. Thank you, Harry said with a smirk as with his offhand, He brushed his hair away from his scar. You can tell your friends that you taught Harry Potter a new spell today. Now, could you tell me where you keep blank journals and diaries at? He politely asked the shocked young man. The stunned bookstore worker vaguely gestured and muttered. 2 aisles up, turn left, and about halfway down. With a bright smile, Harry nodded and followed the directions where he did find what he had asked for. Now, if Merlin grants me some luck, maybe the diary ended up here after that spell. After all, it is a diary, and maybe it ended up in the diary journal section. Even if it wasn't here before. There did not seem to be any rhyme or reason to the order of the section on both sides of the aisle. Young girl prancing unicorns on the cover diaries were mixed in with large, square spellcrafters' notebooks, and every type of journal, diary, and notebook in between. Harry was ignoring the other person in the aisle as he was fixated on trying to spot the distinctive green fork binding of Riddle's diary on the shelves in front of him. He was starting to get a headache. It was centered on his scar. In fact, he realized, it was the same pain he remembered from being near Professor Quirrell 3e, no last year. It was not as bad as in the graveyard with the revived moldy shorts last spring. Or 3 years from now or whatever. I wonder, he thought. Hello, Harry Potter, came a soft, musical voice from behind him. Harry whipped around so fast he almost tripped over his own feet. As he recovered, he ended up staring into the silver-gray eyes of a little wisp of a girl with long, wavy B***owned hair. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Luna, Luna Lovegood, and I'm very pleased to meet you, except you have the worst infection of floating black shigolies around your forehead that I've ever seen. Usually, I only see them around the arms of dark wizards. Something about arms and dark magic spurred a memory in Harry from 4th year. Her gaze seemed to get even more innocent. Are you a dark wizard, Harry Potter? I don't think I've become a dark wizard, a thoroughly confused Harry muttered. Most peculiar, she said, now concentrating on where his scar was. Your scar radiates a blackness that shigolies gain energy from. Maybe it's from that killing curse when you were a baby. But, why does your forehead blackness have a black string running in that direction? She queried, pointing over Harry's right shoulder. Huh, exclaimed Harry, staring at the girl before spinning around to look where she had pointed. It took a few moments, but then suddenly he could also feel where the diary was. Almost in a daze, he started towards where he felt the book was. With each step, the throbbing in his scar intensified. Harry was trying to think as he struggled to force his way to the diary through the pain that was almost as strong as that which had driven him to his knees in the mirror room first year. Suddenly a feeling of calmness and goodness flowed into him. He realized that the girl, Luna, had grabbed his hand, and the feelings that were helping him were coming from her. At his look, she merely smiled. You looked like you could use a hand, she said guilelessly. He was now thoroughly confused but turned back towards his quest of finding the diary. Another couple of steps, and he could see the green-bound diary sitting on a shelf about eye height. Feeling he was close enough, Harry pulled and raised his wand. Accio, Tom Riddle's diary. The volume did not even twitch. Shit, he made it non-summonable. Now what? I really do not want to touch that accursed thing. Here, Harry Potter, you look like you need this more than I do, the spacey-sounding B***owned said, handing him a newspaper of some kind in her other hand. Harry stood for a moment and fought to think through the pounding in his skull. He tried to claw the memory out. It was during their research on the third task when Hermione told him about a transfiguration spell she found that would have cut off the diary's energy flow that was killing Ginny and feeding the energy to Voldemort. Harry had spent a few minutes fooling around with the wand movements and incantation, but left off as it was not a spell he would need in the maze. Harry stared at the paper, then tapped it with his wand and muttered, Texer Argento, et Serico, while pouring his intent into the transfiguration. That was the great revelation of 4th year transfiguration. Concentration, visualization, and intent were the absolute keys to a successful transfiguration. Harry suddenly had a tightly woven silver and acromantula silk bag large enough to fit the diary in. He carefully turned the bag partly inside out, gingerly grabbed the diary with it like he was wearing a glove, and pulled the diary off the shelf. Carefully, he then pulled the bag into proper shape, covering the diary completely, and folding the top closed. A sticking charm to keep the top from opening, and Bob's your uncle. He had poured a lot of magic into the transfiguration, and the resulting weariness had him sag slightly. That was a very interesting transfiguration spell, Harry Potter, came the airy voice of his admirer, distracting him from the fact his headache was lessening rapidly. That was a very evil-feeling book, but you seem to know what you are doing. I'm impressed. Now that the crisis was over, Harry took the time to look at the girl who had just helped him with the fight against the Horcruxes thing that upper management said he should destroy. He had no idea how to do that without a basilisk venom-dripping fang. Or the sword of Gryffindor infused with basilisk venom. Zelkindis had said the sword of Gryffindor infused with basilisk venom would work like a basilisk fang. But to impregnate the sword with venom he would. Harry had been concentrating so much on acquiring the diary, he had skipped right past the now horribly shocking realization that he was going to have to either incapacitate or kill the huge-arsed basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets if he was to have a method to kill off the other Horcruxes things with basilisk venom. Harry Potter, are you alright? You look like you're about to pass out. Now that the crisis was over, Harry took the time to look at the girl who had just helped him with the fight against that Horcruxes thing that upper management said he should destroy. He had no idea how to do that without a basilisk venom-dripping fang. Although Zelkindis had said the sword of Gryffindor infused with basilisk venom would work like a basilisk fang. But to impregnate the sword with venom he would. Harry had been concentrating so much on acquiring the diary, he had skipped right past the now horribly shocking realization that he was going to have to either incapacitate or kill the huge-arsed basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets if he was to have a chance to kill off the Horcruxes things. Harry Potter, are you alright? You look like you're about to pass out. Harry just blinked owlishly at the wayfish girl. She was dressed in a sleeveless, swirly bright yellow summer dress that was down to her mid-calf. Her wide-eyed look of wonder or puzzlement was unchanging as Harry stared back. No, he somewhat stuttered. I just used a spell I've been practicing and it's too advanced for my power. It kinda drained me for a minute there. If you say so, she answered back. However, that book must be quite bad. The dark Shigolis left your scar to swarm the book before you put it in your bag. Nice bit of transfiguration, by the way. The girl was sort of cute, Harry noticed as he continued staring at her. And she continued staring right back. Harry suddenly got the feeling he was trying to outstare a cat. Crookshanks. The remembrance of the ginger-haired, half-Kneazle familiar that Hermione loved, had Harry cursing himself for a fool at having forgotten about him. He was jolted out of his thoughts by Luna's voice. I'll be leaving now, Harry Potter. Perhaps we can talk again when we get to Hogwarts, the girl said in an airy voice. Are you going to Hogwarts this year? He asked, feeling like an idiot as soon as he spoke the words. She had a book bag over her shoulder. Oh, yes, she said with a large smile. I will be in first year. I am very excited to be going to Hogwarts. Perhaps I can be friends with Ginny Weasley again, and meet other people also. Bye. As Harry watched Luna walk away, he burrowed into his memories and came up blank. For any times he seen the girl with Ginny. Her first year he could understand with Ginny being influenced, and then controlled by the diary, the soul piece would not have wanted anyone to be close to Ginny who might have alerted someone that something was wrong. The problem was, he also drew a blank at noticing Luna in his third and fourth years. Harry promised himself this year he would pay more attention to see if there were others like him who had no or few friends in the chilly stone halls of Hogwarts. Purchasing a journal for his use, Harry left the store, and after a short stop at the magical menagerie, had Ypres pop him home. After Ypres popped him back to the manor, Harry asked him if there were any hiding places in the manor. He explained that he had something that was so valuable that he did not want to put it in his Gringotts vault. Ypres said there was and took him to the basement and led him to a patch of fitted dark gray stone wall. As Ypres waved his arms the wall dissolved and in its place, an old-fashioned non-magical looking safe appeared in the dueling room. Ypres explained the safe was hidden by elf magic so wizards would never find it, and it took Potter blood to open it. Gah, he thought. More blood-letting magic. The peculiarity of the safe was that it was almost walk-in size, being 5 feet tall, 4 feet wide, and about 3 feet deep, with some foot-wide shelves on the right-hand side. As he pawed through the shelves, he found a sack of galleons, a small sack of loose gems, and some paper money that looked old to Harry. On the left-hand side was a sword. For a moment Harry thought he was looking at the sword of Gryffindor. However, the lack of gems around the hilt told him it was not. Harry took the sword from where it was hanging to look at it. It was heavier than it looked, and he had to put some muscle into picking it up. It was a plain sword with some minor nicks and dings visible along the blade as he examined it. It seemed slightly longer than Gryffindor's sword and somehow older. The blade looked to be well over 3 feet, probably 3.5 long, and could use some polishing of the dull metal. The edge though looked sharp, the cross-piece was heavy-looking, and the balancing ball on the handle end, the pommel, was large and heavy. It must be an ordinary sword, he thought. If it was goblin-made, the blade would still be shiny. Pity. It would have a step towards solving the "how to kill the other Horcruxes" problem. Harry shrugged, and muscled the sword back on the pegs that supported the cross-piece, or as he found out later, the quillons, and kept the point off the floor of the safe. He then placed the transfigured weaved silver and silk bag on the floor of the safe. Suddenly, the sword started vibrating. While Harry stared at it, the sword began to shift on its holding pegs, the point seeming to want to be near the Horcrux's bag. Harry went wide-eyed as he realized it was trying to attack or stab the Horcrux's holding bag. Working hard not to get stabbed, he snatched the bag back out of the safe, and as he got 4 or 5 feet away, the sword stopped moving. Intrigued, Harry stepped forward, holding the bag in an outstretched hand. For all he knew, the sword would fly out of the safe to try and get at the bag. At about 3 feet away the weapon started to vibrate again. Harry again retreated. Well, this isn't working. Something has to go. I assume that sword must have some value to it besides vibrating near an evil object. But, I need to keep the Horcruxes safe from discovery. Sir Kay, Knight of Round Table. He stared at the sword a bit longer, then pitched the bag into the safe floor and grabbed the sword before it began moving around. Hoisting it up, he shoved the safe door closed, and headed towards the room that Ypres had explained was the armory where Potter family weapons had been stored for hundreds of years. Finding a circular rack that contained several swords stored on their quillons with the point down, he placed the sword partially hidden in the back where it blended in with the other saved family weaponry. Great. If that sword was sensing the evil in that Horcruxes, I've found a way to identify them. And all I have to do is carry around a great ruddy sword all the time. That thing is heavy. After checking with Ypres that the door to the safe was closed, locked, and hidden again, he wandered back into the armory. He had not paid any attention to the basement yet, except to tell Lupin that he would like to have some Dada practice before school started again. They had done a revising of first-year level spells and had started on second year yesterday. There was quite a collection of nasty-looking pointy spears, sharp-edged swords, a couple of great battle axes, maces, things that looked like small pickaxes, sledgehammers, and literally dozens of daggers and knives. As Harry looked around he suddenly remembered something Man Mountain had said while berating him for being pig-ignorant the 2 times he went into the Chamber of Secrets to fight the basilisk. What did he say? Something about a boar spear. Wonder what a boar spear is. Harry suddenly smacked himself on his forehead. He was willing to bet he had 2 solutions to his problem. 1. Ask Lupin. He would probably know. 2. His mother was Muggleborn. She probably had a Muggle dictionary somewhere in the library she had rearranged. The days of August had been disappearing off the calendar. The week of Harry's visit to Diagon Alley was filled with tutoring by Remus Lupin, focusing on Dada, charms, and occlumency. But other subjects from first-year classes were revised with an eye on making sure Harry was prepared for his second year at the Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft. Remus was surprised at how well Harry performed all his first-year spells. Harry might be terrible at history of magic, mediocre at astronomy and decent with herbology, and ill-taught at potions, but he appeared to be a prodigy at spell work. He just needed some ages. He was powerful, but seemed to recover from spellwork slowly. The two had ripped through the first-year class revision in the 2 days before his Diagon Alley with the Weasleys trip. Thursday and Friday had Harry learning a slew of second-year Dada and charm spells and even had him turning out an exceeds expectations level strengthening potion that was in the second-year curriculum. For next week, Lupin had him brew another second-year potion, reading ahead on the brewing of a shrinking solution, and other third-year potions. He was positive that with Lupin's coaching and detailed explanations about why certain interactions occurred between ingredients, he would brew another successful potion. Harry was debating, even though he already knew which way the flipped galleon would land, to ask Hermione if she wanted to join him for a class or two. She was returning from her family vacation late tomorrow, and he was hoping to see her Sunday, and if pushed would admit to wanting to see her every day until they left for Hogwarts. Harry had the rest of his facilitator's time filled by having him research all the companies the Potters owned and the properties that they had rented out. He did not want him visiting any of them now, as he figured word of a Potter assuming heirship or lordship would get around the small, gossipy magical community, and eventually get to Bumblefuck's ears. Bad things could then happen. Harry knew he was being petty, but thinking up new ways to mangle Dumbledore's name amused him. But after Harry was at school for a week, and his lordship untouchable, then Lupin could start truly earning his pay. In the meantime, Harry was channeling Hermione. Again, he was writing down a list. Sunday, ask Hermione and her parents to come to Potter Manor for spell practice, show off to them what she has learned at Hogwarts, and do some planning over dinner for the Grangers to teach him some basic accounting. Monday's planning was for a full tutoring day. Harry would bet his inheritance that his friend being able to study and use magic would make it the best day of the summer for her. Maybe cooking dinner for two dentists who would have spent a frantic day catching up at work could get him extra, friend of their daughter, points. Tuesday would be shopping in Diagon Alley day. The place would be busy with school shoppers, but Harry, while looking at his alley directory, had found a shop that sold eyewear. He wanted her along to help pick out some new glasses, and he was planning on, accidentally, introducing her to Crookshanks. The next 2 days would be a repeat of the last, with another Diagon Alley trip on Thursday. Harry wanted to avoid the heavy crowds that would be shopping in the alley that weekend and give Hermione lots of time to be with her parents over the weekend before the Hogwarts Express separated the family for nearly 4 months Tuesday after next. If there was one thing he remembered about her, it was how desperately she missed her family in their early school years. As he looked at his list, he felt proud of his rudimentary planning. A sudden thought brought it all crashing down. She was going to want answers. Harry was not sure what the questions would be, but she was not going to like most of his answers. Saturday afternoon, Harry sent Hedwig to Hermione's house with the invitation to visit the manor, with a tour and dinner provided for her parents, and to bring her wand because he had a surprise for her. He told her that she could tell her parents they would be traveling by magic, just as she had for her visit. He also made a point of telling her he now had an adult as facilitator for House Potter living at the manor with him. What time would she prefer Harry and his retainers to show up? Hedwig returned with a note just as Harry was getting ready for bed. He read the note, in Hermione's distinctively neat writing. Dearest Harry, it took some time for me to convince my parents to travel with your retainers, rather than drive to your house. By the way, you never did tell me where it was located. 1:30 would be convenient for your arrival. Your friend, Hermione. Harry spent the next 2 hours overanalyzing every word in the note. He finally dropped into a restless sleep where basilisks and snake-faced monsters pursued him, and desperately needed strong tea the next morning to clear his bleary head. After breakfast, Harry and Lupin retreated away from the cleaning like possessed house elves to the basement where he worked on his second-year charms and transfiguration spells. They broke at 11:30 for a light lunch and to get ready for their visitors, which included a shower for the sweat-soaked Harry. At 1:29 exactly, Harry, Ypres, and Pima appeared with a small pop in a secluded corner of the Granger house backyard. He then led his little friends to the back door and knocked. It was a surprised-looking Hermione who yanked open the door, and once she got over her surprise at seeing him, she pulled him into a signature Hermione bone-squeaking hug. "Oh, Harry. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be here this way. I thought you would just appear in the kitchen or at the front door." "Oh, where are my manners? Hello, Ypres, and hello, Pima. How are you today?" Harry had to fight a grin at the dumbfounded look on the two elf faces at being so politely addressed. The majordomo recovered first. "We are well, young mistress. Thank you for inquiring." She excitedly led the trio through the kitchen, where both elves looked around in wondering curiosity at the modern appliances, to the parlor where her parents were standing in expectation of their arrival. The first thing Harry noticed was how tan and fit all three Grangers looked. Apparently, their vacation had been relaxing for them. Hermione was dressed in a mid-calf, swirly pink and purple skirt and a white sleeveless blouse, and the adults were dressed in what Madame Malkin's shopgirls would describe as Muggle upscale casual. Mr. Granger led the approach to greet their visitors, greeting Harry first and shaking his hand. A hug from Mrs. Granger, and then everyone turned to the short, gray-skinned pair with Harry. Harry suddenly realized that he had to do some introducing, as the two were his responsibility because he had brought them. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I hope Hermione had told you about my retainers that have maintained Potter Manor since my parents passed away. I believe they are magical people despite being labeled as magical creatures by the Wizarding Ministry. The being spoken about duo looked at their master in unfeigned amazement. Harry placed a hand on each elf's shoulder and said, although you have seen him before, this is the House of Potter's majordomo, Ypres. This lovely person next to me is Pima, chief housekeeper, cook, and baby Harry sitter. Regardless of his trust level in Remus Lupin, the man had told a string of tales involving his parents and what their life had been like. Part of the tales involved newborn baby Harry. Harry didn't know house elves could blush, but parts of Pima's cheeks turned pinkish. He turned back to the trying to look composed Grangers. I thought we could go a bit early. You see, I have another problem I need help with. And it was Harry's turn to blush with embarrassment as he looked at the floor. The adult Grangers were manfully suppressing grins of amusement. Hermione looked eager to be whisked to the manor to start work on another Harry project. Oh, I almost forgot. I have hired what is known in the wizard world as a facilitator. He was a friend of my parents, and part of his job is to watch over me. He is someone who can also function in our Muggle world also. His name is Remus Lupin, and he will be answering any questions you might, will have, and, well, maybe now you will feel better that I'm not some weird kid who lives all by himself. Harry managed to look both Granger adults in the eye as he spoke. Mr. Granger gathered himself back together first. All right, Harry, how are we going to do this? Hermione has told us it is something like the transporter in Star Trek. Harry looked thoughtfully confused. Like on the telly, Harry. Hermione chirped up. Dunno, he replied. I wasn't allowed to watch the telly. That confession stopped the Granger family cold. To relieve the instant awkwardness, Harry jumped in with an explanation. Hermione, Mrs. Granger, just put your hand on Pima's shoulder. Mr. Granger, if you would do the same with Ypres, we will go. You won't even realize we are gone before we get there. Everyone did as requested, and suddenly they were all standing in the Potter Manor entryway in front of an expectant-looking Remus Lupin. Harry, who suddenly found himself upright, had been kept from sprawling across the entryway floor by quick action by Ypres, who somehow surrounded him with magic that held him vertical. Ah, Mr. Lupin, allow me, and proceeded to make all the introductions around the group, and finished with, would everyone like to step into the parlor for an early afternoon tea? That way, the tour can end at the basement, where we can stop and let Hermione give you a demonstration of some of the magic she has learned at Hogwarts, followed by dinner. Hermione was so eager, she was almost bouncing in her chair with a huge smile on her face. After the usual superb tea spread from Pima, host Harry informed everyone that the tour of the manor should take about an hour and a half. With a smirk on his face, he allowed that estimate would change if they couldn't make Hermione leave the library. However, he followed up with a devilish grin. As I said, she may actually might pass up the library in favor of some real-life spellcasting. Oh, what a thorny decision. That earned him a blush and a fake shoulder whack, which he flinched from, by the young girl present. Hermione paled markedly as she realized what she had just done. Pretending nothing untold had happened, Harry looked at his majordomo, Ypres. It would be a good idea to make the library the last place on the tour. I understand Mrs. Granger is as much a book fanatic as her daughter. Ypres managed to keep his solemn demeanor. I shall perform that difficult task you require to the best of my ability, Lord Potter. Harry gave Ypres a slight squint-eyed look. Ypres stared blandly back. Well, at least he called me Lord Potter, not Lord Harold. That would have opened a whole new cage of Cornish pixies. The title had been noticed by all the Grangers, who seeing Harry look uncomfortable, refrained from commenting. Remus broke what was becoming an uneasy silence by turning to the Grangers and saying, Hector, Helen, shall we go? A turn to Ypres, Lead on Majordomo, at which point the five turned and started following the house elf down the hall towards the grand ballroom. Harry was surprised that a third tour of the manor did not leave him yawning in boredom. Apparently, Helen Granger was an art aficionado who was quite knowledgeable about many of the artists whose paintings lined many of the hallways and rooms. She was not sure but speculated several of the paintings were thought to be lost or missing in the regular world, and if authentic, could be quite valuable. It was a bit startling for the adult Grangers to see some of the paintings slowly moving. As Remus explained, the wizarding world could create paintings that moved, and could actually converse with people as long as the topics were limited to what their worldview was at, or prior to, the time of the painting. He said if you asked the right questions, you could get first-hand accounts of history, although the most famous events that people want to hear about, usually did not have a person there who became a wizard painting. Or events that took place before the origination of the magic needed to infuse the paint with memories of the subject being painted, which took place in Italy in the early 1300s just as the Renaissance was starting. He also added that since the manor had not been inhabited by wizards or witches for over a decade, the magic that had to infuse the paint used in the paintings had not been replenished by the potters using magic in the manor. Therefore, the infused magic had faded away and the portraits had become dormant. With magic being performed in the manor once again, they were slowly regaining their magic-induced consciousness. Harry ended up promising that any Potter non-secret journals or diaries he found that could be read by non-family members, he would let Mrs. Granger borrow. The two females were fascinated by the background and history inherent in the manor. The three males reacted differently. Mr. Granger liked the furniture and stories. Remus was getting reacquainted with a place he had visited in the past. Harry was soaking in everything. He was enthralled that he now was learning about his family history, that he actually belonged to a family that was older than Hogwarts, and that the family had been well known before he became the boy who lived. He wasn't sure if he should be excited or humbled by the dawning knowledge that things other than being known for his scar would be expected of him. For the rest of the tour, he found himself fading into his mind with dozens of what-if scenarios. When the group got to the library, the men found a comfortable nook and talked quietly about no particular topics. The two female Grangers swooped between the book catalogue on the lectern and the shelves. Ypres had told Harry earlier that he had magically hidden any texts liable to be dark or family only, and they were not in danger of being cursed by such books or scrolls. The two had been raiding knowledge from the library for over half an hour when Harry, with admitted trepidation, called a halt to their seek and examine explorations. The glares, growls, and clutching of tomes he was prepared for. After all, he had been Hermione's friend for 4 years and was thankful she did not yet realize she could cast spells in the manor. He was mostly sure she wouldn't curse him, but he had never gotten between Granger women in a fantastic, filled with wonders, new library before. So, he hastily proceeded to remind them that she was supposed to show her parents some of what she had learned at Hogwarts. Her school of witchcraft and wizardry. Harry had just waved his magic wand. An eager Hermione started towing her mother out of the library, headed somewhere. It actually took her a couple of minutes to realize she had no idea how to get to the basement. Harry found that being 20 seconds behind an upset, impatient, and embarrassed Hermione had him subjected to a glare that promised either he fixed this or the wrath of Hermione would descend upon him. The glare didn't really bother him. She had glared at him before. What was making him nervous was the way her hand kept twitching toward the pocket he knew her wand was stashed in. It did not help that everyone else found the situation hilarious and the three adults were fighting mightily to keep snickers and laughter from breaking past their lips. As Harry grew close to she who heightened her glare and her lip-twitching mother, he slowed his gait down to a comfortable stroll, increasing the reactions to his approach from both females. He eased up next to Hermione, crooked his left arm out, and said, "Milady, would you care to join me?" Harry was wagering that the only thing keeping her from putting him in a body-bind hex like she had done to Neville a couple of months ago was the presence of her parents, that and the now pounded into her reflex that using magic out of school would get your wand snapped. The change from ready to brawl Hermione to a pre-teen with society skills occurred in about 2 seconds. "Why, thank you, milord," she cooed in a deliberately melodious voice as she looped her arm through his and stood tall and straight. An escort would be truly welcome at the moment. It was Harry's turn to blush as she completely reversed the scene he had been enjoying, albeit nervously, just a moment ago. The instant reversal had caught the adults flat-footed also. The looks exchanged by her parents were eloquent in promising some heartfelt conversations later that evening. Lupin thought for a moment he had seen the reincarnation of Lily Potter. Many had seen her stubbornness and temper, but few had witnessed her ability to leave off both in a heartbeat. The three adults followed the young pair towards the basement as Ypres left to go help prepare for dinner. At the bottom of the steps, he turned right. The basement they entered was no longer a dark and gloomy place. Several windows had been magicked into the space, giving the illusion of real windows mimicking the weather outside. Many bright clusters of forever candles dispelled any remaining gloom and shadows. The basement was surprisingly deep. Harry had figured the ceiling was 14 feet high. The first room they entered was a spell practice room with a raised magical dueling platform off to the left. The back door led to the armory and its associated weapons practice area. After a quick peek at the pointy weapons, they all ended back in the spell and dueling practice room. Harry ended the walk near several practice dummies off near a corner. "Mr. Lupin, would you please call out the first-year spells for us and Hermione will demonstrate them for her parents." Harry blinked. He didn't know it was possible to draw a wand that quickly. Lumos. And Hermione's wand visibly lit up despite the bright lighting of the area. Defindo. And the piece of parchment Harry had thoughtfully provided for her was sliced in two. He had salted the room with props, as Lupin had done for him a week ago. Incendio. A pile of conjured logs caught fire satisfactorily. Wingardium Leviosa, Alohomora, Colloportus, and Reparo were demonstrated. Harry also had her cast a few more advanced spells that he knew she knew. Petrificus Totalis, Locomotor Mortis, Leg Locker Curse, which Harry volunteered to be the target for. He reckoned it would be more impressive that way rather than on a dummy, Flipendo, and Finite. As the others watched, Lupin proceeded to teach a second-year disarming spell, Expelliarmus, to student Hermione as her parents watched. After 15 minutes of coaching and attempts, with Harry again as the target, she succeeded in ripping his holly wand from his hand, although she did fumble the catch, having it clatter to the floor. It was a broadly smiling, a bit tired, slightly sweaty, with more frizzle in her hair than usual Hermione who was hauled off by her mother to freshen up, while the man had a drink in the small friends and family parlor off the entryway near the kitchen. Hector was caught flat-footed by the quality of the whiskey those odd-looking gray retainers brought him. Within minutes of the women having rejoined the menfolk, Ypres announced dinner. The small family dining room now had a circular table with 5 place settings. Hermione sat on Harry's left, Hector to Harry's right, with Lupin next to him, and Helen between Remus and her daughter. The elves had produced a veritable feast. Rack of lamb, with mixed mashed potatoes and parsnips, cauliflower cheese, mushy peas with butter-fried onions, and sliced carrots. Some dark red wine has been provided to the adults with the meal. When asked about the wine the adults were effusively praising, Ypres said it came from the Potter winery in France. The conversation was varied and light for most of the meal until during the sticky toffee pudding dessert, Harry asked the Grangers for a favor. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I hate to impose but I have another of those financial problems, except this time it is in our world, the Muggle world. If I could impose on your time for tonight I would appreciate it. I only have a week before returning to Hogwarts to try and understand just what my mother left me. Also, if you would let her, Mr. Lupin has allowed me to invite Hermione into the classes he is tutoring me in for this week. And we can take her shopping for her school supplies Tuesday and, if she forgot anything, Thursday. That way you don't have to take off work to go to Diagon Alley during the week or fight the horrible crowd that will be shopping in the alley this last weekend before school starts. I've been told it'll be worse than Harrod's 2 days before Christmas." Harry was so nervous, as he rushed through his query and explanation of why they should say yes. For the first time that day, he sounded like a 12-year-old asking the adults for a big favor. Everyone who glanced at Hermione saw her face alight with eagerness. Learn new magic. Practice spells. Of course, spending a week with Harry was a huge bonus not to be mentioned. Her smile actually broadened as she followed that thought. I will also get him to spill to me what is going on. These dreams are driving me crazy. Lupin was the first to speak. Hector, Helen, I'm sure you wonder how Hermione can cast magic when every Muggleborn has beaten into them that casting spells away from school is grounds for having their wands snapped, their magic bound, their memories changed, and then being thrown out of the magical society never to remember it again. He paused for a moment. The answer is twofold. First, I am a registered tutor with the Ministry. It will be assumed either I am the spellcaster, or I am teaching a class. Second, the first reason really doesn't matter, as the wards around this manor will not allow the Ministry to learn that anyone is casting magic inside the house. With a wolfish grin he continued. Third, the magical detection net, with vast unfairness, is concentrated around Muggleborn residences, not out here in the middle of a magical desert. The other four looked shocked at that statement. It's true. He expanded on his declaration. The Ministry, which is run by purebloods, has rigged the system so they are never monitored. Any magic perceived from where they live is always performed by adults in their eyes. So, at least for a week, we can level the magical playing field, he finished with a smile at Hermione's parents. The look on their daughter's face told them what she wanted the answer to be. After holding one of those conversations with their eyes that longtime married couples can have, Hector said, "We will have to talk about it." Lupin dipped his head. "Fine. While you are doing that, why don't I give these two a short lesson in charms while you talk in the parlor?" Now that he had seen the dynamic between Harry and the friend he had talked about non-stop for a week, Lupin was willing to discreetly help push the relationship as much as possible. Today was going to be a good day was the first thought that flicked across Harry's mind when he was fully awake. Today was his trip to Diagon Alley with Hermione, and he was looking forward to the surprise he had for her. Uncharacteristically, he lay in bed and replayed Sunday evening and yesterday through his mind. Sunday evening after dinner, he had gotten the agreement of Hermione's parents to allow her to spend the next week with Harry being tutored in magic by Remus Lupin. They had also agreed to let her accompany them to Diagon Alley for her school shopping. Harry had made big boyfriend points by pointing out that this would allow them to spend the coming weekend and Monday relaxing together instead of fighting through the mob of shoppers in the alley before she was whisked away by the Hogwarts Express on Tuesday not to return until nearly 4 months had passed. When the Granger parents expressed worry over allowing two pre-teens to wander through London and Diagon Alley, Harry assuaged them by stating that Mr. Lupin would go along as an adult watchdog for them. After that, Harry introduced the Grangers to his brokerage accounts and safety deposit box in what he thought of as the normal world. They didn't make much headway because Hector agreed that without organization, they were likely to miss something important. He also thought that the large 3-ring binder idea was good, especially if Harry added separation tab sheets every year or two in each company's binder. Mr. Granger also said that he was working on becoming proficient in computer spreadsheets. Harry and Lupin were clueless, but the three Grangers all nodded heads in agreement. They started babbling in an almost foreign language about Excel 2.0 and a new program called 3.0 that was due out soon and how it would make accounting easier in the near future. And that's what Harry's stuff was, accounting on a large scale. Mostly due to curiosity, Hector had Harry open 3 of the last statements that were from brokerages that he had heard of. He avoided the one firm he dealt with about his and Helen's retirement account. Some quick math in his head told him Harry had made a decent guess as to what his accounts were worth if the 3 were an example. Assuming £100,000 starting amount, the opened examples had 2 accounts well over £200,000, and the third was past £250,000. Harry could see Mr. Granger was looking thoughtful as he carefully made sure the letters were placed in the proper queue, in the proper place. Hector deferred from making a suggestion as to how to get identified as the inheritor of the accounts until they had a handle on what they were looking at. He added he would talk tomorrow with his dental practice's solicitor for some possible help. Monday, he had been elf-popped by Ypres to Hermione's house just as the 2 dentists were leaving for their practice. He promised to have her back by dinner, and he would provide a nice dinner for all when they returned. After all, their first work day back from vacation would probably be hectic. After quick hugs, her parents were gone and the 2 pre-teens stared at each other. "Oh yes, Harry," his bushy-haired friend said to him, peering intently into his eyes. "We will be having our discussion about what has happened to you." Harry visibly gulped. "Just not now," she continued. "I have recently developed a burning interest in becoming a hotshot spellslinger." With a small gesture, she drew his attention to what looked like a toy American Wild West gun holster strapped to her belt and down her jeans-covered thigh. However, this holster held a wand. And with a move worthy of some American Western movie, she drew and had the wand pointed at him far faster than he could have dug his out of a pocket. She smirked at him. And some intense practice is just what I need to take you down. Is that a threat, Granger? He said, raising his eyebrows in query. His friend was a powerful, knowledgeable witch, but Harry had had 2 bindings released off his magical core in the last week. Lupin had been amazed as he had started almost destroying targets and damaging target dummies before he managed to get control over his newfound power. Her reply was a calculated smirk. What are you? Only about 2 weeks of practice ahead of me. I'll catch up AAND, let's say Friday, I thrash you in a dueling contest, and then I get all my answers. ULP, Harry thought. This is going to take strategy and guile. Neither of which I have. I could trickle feed her some information throughout the week. She is going to be horribly disappointed on Friday. She has no idea removing the bindings on my magic core has more than doubled my magic strength. I'm probably more powerful than I was back in 4th year. A still smiling Hermione turned to Ypres and said, "Can we leave for the manor now, please?" "As you command, young mistress," he replied with a small bow. And reached out and grabbed both youngsters' hands, and with a pop, the Granger house was empty. The day was one of revelations. Harry thought he had seen an intense Hermione in class before. Particularly in Transfiguration or painstakingly working on a finicky potion for Snape when he was being an even worse bastard than usual. She paid attention to Lupin's teaching of the second-year wand movements and spell results for charms as though she was trying to beat the knowledge directly out of his brain. They then moved on to the practical. Her intensity did not lessen by a jot. She ripped through the early second-year charms, hexes and jinxes like a witch on a mission. Which she was, Harry thought grimly. Sometimes when she was watching him perform the same spells, her intense concentration on every little wand movement was almost frightening. Morning tea was a needed respite. The 2 students had been burning through a lot of magical power while casting and were getting fatigued. Remus was surprised at the amount of power the pair was displaying. Their stamina needed work, but he could show them how to improve. Lupin's history of magic lecture was about the formation of the Wizengamot. And the how and why it had been formed to supersede the original Wizards' Council. She made copious notes and then had him repeat his list of recommended reading material so as to ensure she had them written properly. Harry had been surprised that she took all her notes with a biro and a legal-size pad of paper. Harry found himself swept up in her wake as he realized he was going to have to work hard to keep up with his friend. 4 years of the Ghost Bin's dreary, droning Goblin Rebellion lectures had ill-prepared him for a real intellectual class. Lupin had worked him on Dada and charms last week, and he had coasted along using his 4 years of extra experience, and his unleashed core to provide masking, while he had fun tossing spells around. Harry was uncharacteristically quiet at lunch. He was pondering what Hermione had shown him about giving his all in a class. He thought about the vow he had made to his parents that he would improve. He would be more studious. He would be better. Harry had to pull his thoughts away from self-examination as Lupin started to run them through a long class in Transfiguration. Beetles to Buttons was the first Transfiguration McGonagall would set for them, Lupin had informed them. After that would be turning a bird into a water goblet. Harry wanted badly to be quicker at the transformation than Hermione. He had done this successfully 3 years ago, and he was sure he could ramp up his intent to perform the spell perfectly, yet, if he did that, what message would that send to her? Or worse, it might be a huge clue as to Harry being a sort of time traveler if he was to suddenly breeze through the Hogwarts beginner's spells. And finally, why did he have this sudden urge to be better than her? He had always wanted to impress Hermione, but to suddenly prove he was better than her. Where had that come from? Harry once again became distracted from his own transfiguration effort watching Hermione ramp up the intensity of her concentration as with every attempt, her beetle was becoming more button-like, until suddenly there was a perfect, shiny, dark brown button sitting on the desk. Even with a slight shoulder sag from magical weariness, her smirk of success lit up the room. "Very good, Hermione," exclaimed Tutor Lupin. "Do you think you could teach that level of concentration and intent to Harry? He seems to think that Dada is the end and be-all of his classes." The others don't seem to interest him much. Lupin's enhanced hearing barely caught the muttered, "Boys," that the girl uttered. He had to fight a grin as Harry had apparently heard her also and blushed bright red. Embarrassed, Harry spun towards his beetle and pointed his wand. His intent was sharp, his magic was gathering, his mouth opened to say the incantation when his brain kicked in. If I perform this right now, the right way, both of them will know something is wrong. What can I do? His sudden loss of concentration saved him. The beetle turned into a shiny, brown button but with 6 tiny, pincered feet sticking out from the sides. Close, but not a working button. It was a relieved Harry who turned to the other two and said, "Oops." The first genuine Hermione smile of the day graced her face, and she edged over so as to be able to watch Harry more closely. It took Harry 2 more tries before he was successful with the transfiguration. After the afternoon tea, during which Hermione quizzed their tutor why the spell's incantation mattered, Harry listened but was lost most of the time. After tea, Lupin moved on to second-year charms. Again, Hermione went into superhuman concentration. The engorgement charm and the immobilis freezing charm were perfected and left in the dust. It was time to take Hermione home, and Harry was feeling amused as he watched his best friend acting as though she had been hit with a cheering charm. Somehow, giddily happy was a 2-word term he had never associated with her. And seeing her like this made something tighten in his. Ypres popped them into the Granger residence about an hour before the dentists were expected home. Harry went to the kitchen to look through the refrigerator and cupboards to see what was available for dinner. It turned out Harry had guessed right in that there were few supplies as the Grangers had not wanted anything to spoil while they were on the continent. And they had spent Sunday at his manor instead of grocery shopping. A quick word with the little elf, and 5 minutes later a basket appeared on the kitchen table. He never saw his little helper but said, "Thank you," to the area anyway. The basket contained what he had asked for. Langoustines, mussels, brown shrimp, and angel hair pasta for the main course. Butter, garlic, and heavy whipping cream for the Alfredo sauce. Harry had read the recipe for what he wanted to cook, but had known the Dursleys would never have eaten such foreign muck and then abused him for wasting food. He leaned through the kitchen doorway and asked Hermione to telephone her parents and see if they could bring some ice cream for dessert, and please have them give him about 30 minutes warning before they were expected to arrive home. The boot camp of cooking his Aunt Petunia had subjected him to now showed in smooth, practiced moves. Hermione sat on a stool at the kitchen island and watched with growing awe. Harry set the butter and garlic to cooking, then worked in the heavy cream and Italian seasonings while continuing to whisk. A bit of salt, some pepper, a touch of garlic and the sauce was set aside to thicken. Very lightly salted water was set to boil for the pasta, shrimp, and mussels. Another pan was prepped for braising the langoustines. It was then she noticed her parents had arrived in the kitchen. Harry said they would have 15 minutes to freshen up, then dinner would be served. The adults quickly complied. The aromas filling the house were giving them an appetite. The drained pasta was dumped in a warm bowl, and a pan for melting butter took its place. Just watching Harry gave Hermione a good idea as to what serving bowls would be needed for the dining table. As the Grangers came back and sat, the 2 youngsters brought everything to the table. Harry explained the Alfredo sauce was mainly for the pasta but any of the seafood could be dipped in it. The melted butter was for the seafood and the wedges were for those that liked fresh on seafood. As they tucked in were astounded as to how a simple-looking dinner could have such complex flavoring. Harry didn't see the glances around him as he ate the repast as a seafood Alfredo dish, with occasionally simply dunking a mussel in the melted butter for the taste. The simple triple vanilla ice cream for afters was perfect as far as Harry was concerned, and he made his appreciation known. In haste, the food-contented Grangers expressed their thank yous about how great the dinner was and it was the perfect meal after a stress-filled, hot summer's day. Harry looked uncomfortable accepting the praise. Hector could not contain his curiosity. "Harry, how did you learn to cook so well? Did your family pay for cooking lessons?" The instant stillness of his wife, daughter and Harry alerted him that he had said something wrong. Harry broke the silence by carelessly shrugging his shoulders and saying, "I learned by cooking for my relatives for the last, 5 years." He did not raise his eyes off the table as he spoke. Hector was struggling to defuse the situation he had created when Helen bailed him out by asking Hermione what she had learned today. There followed a detailed description of all the wand movements and incantations they had learned. And the formation of the Wizengamot was good for another 10 minutes of explanations. Afterward, Helen shooed the others out so she could clean up. She had to practically throw Harry out by the scruff of his neck as she loudly stated that the person who cooks does not have to clean up. In the parlor, Hector told Harry that he had talked that day to a solicitor friend, who told him the odds were great that the contact person, who could turn Harry into a real inheritor in the real world, was probably buried somewhere in the mass of paperwork from around 11 years ago. "Don't forget those binders tomorrow," he exhorted as he went down the hall towards his office with 2 weeks' worth of the dental business post in a basket. The two youngsters settled on the couch in front of the telly, and with nothing that excited them showing, they settled for a Beeb nature show about the Serengeti Plain in East Africa. It was the most relaxed Harry had been around Hermione since his first visit to her house. The two sat close together. Not touching, but a 10-pound note would have had trouble sliding between them. At the end of the show, Harry reluctantly concluded he should best head home. After reconfirming that he would arrive just as her parents left at 8 o'clock, he called Ypres and after a quick Hermione hug, vanished with the house elf characteristic, pop. Between his chewing over his memories of the day's magic classes, the stress of wondering when his friend was going to drop the hammer on him, and his excitement at getting her surprise present in the alley tomorrow, Harry had trouble dropping off. Harry was slow to wake and slow to prepare himself for the day. It took a hurried eggs, sausage and toast breakfast with 2 large mugs of strong tea to get him functioning. Grumbling, he donned his overly large baby whale castoffs with suitable tracking charms attached and tucked his flat wizard's hat and a modern open front cloak into his loose waistband. He decided against taking his backpack as it was a noticeably quality item. If he needed storage, he figured Hermione would rent him space in hers. He double-checked with Lupin, who patiently told him for the 4th time he would be waiting for them in the leaky cauldron and would trail them in disguise to help if there was trouble. At 5 minutes before 8 o'clock he had Ypres pop him to Hermione's backyard. She must have been looking for him as she opened the door before he and Ypres made the door. A hug from Hermione, a wave and nod from her leaving out the car park door parents, and Hermione was ready to go before Harry reminded her that few shops were open before 9. He suggested tea here rather than killing time in the occasionally dodgy leaky cauldron. From the way she sometimes looked like she was about to say something, then visibly reined herself in, Harry could tell his time of interrogation was nearing, but not yet. As he looked at her this morning, he had an epiphany. Her white shirt and white, black and red calf-length skirt, and shoes were of quality, yet understated. She was like the wristwatch she wore that she kept continually checking. Slim black strap, simple oval black and silver case, and face, yet a quality piece, built for years of use. It could be noticeably dressy or disappear when teamed with casual clothes. Finally, he relented and called Ypres to pop them to a grungy alley a short walk from the leaky. Waving at Tom as they walked through, they donned their overrobes before opening the wall and entering the alley, headed for Gringotts Bank to allow Hermione to change her English pounds into Gringotts galleons. As they were leaving the bank, Hermione looked a bit puzzled. "Harry, why are you, and I, not disguised this time here?" "Simple. This time I don't care if I'm seen. I'm just another student gathering his school supplies with his best friend. I'm fairly sure Dumbledore will allow me 1 visit per year with my friend to Diagon Alley." He noticed her slight frown at his once again casual antipathy towards one of her Wizard World icons, Albus Dumbledore. That it was his second, public, trip didn't worry him. He was sure the shopping with his friend excuse would fly. Hermione needed everything. Potion ingredients, new ingredient knives, a supply of self-inking quills, lots of parchment, then extra parchment, then ink, even color-changing ink. And it all disappeared into her magical backpack. Madame Malkin's was a shop she had to visit due to outgrowing last year's school uniform. They would have to return in an hour to pick up her purchases due to how busy the store was. Harry managed to get her to go with him to Ollivander's. The siren call of Flourish and Blots was becoming overwhelming to her, but Harry promised it would be a quick visit. There were no other customers as the pair entered the shop. "Ah, Mr. Potter, 11 inches holly and phoenix feather. Miss Granger, 10 3/4 inches, vine and Charonwell red dragon heartstring. What can I do for you today?" "Sir," Harry explained, I seem to keep getting into situations where I need my wand in a hurry, but getting it out of my school robe pocket quickly is dodgy at best. Is there anything you can do for me? One of these days Malfoy is going to get the drop on me, and I don't know if I'll be merely humiliated or hurt badly. He's a bully that for some reason really hates me. The old wandmaker looked Harry in the eye for several moments. Perhaps I can. What did you have in mind? What Harry wanted was one of those forearm wand holsters that Aurors had. He'd seen them during third year on Aurors guarding the alley against his escaped godfather, Sirius Black. After the World Cup where his wand had been literally picked from his pocket by some Death Eater, and used to cast that terror spell into the sky, Harry wanted an Auror holster. One from which no one could summon his wand away from him. I've heard some of the 6th and 7th year purebloods talking about a forearm dueling holster. Apparently, it is something that lets you get your wand out really fast, he said, making his voice into a question. And, I want one for my friend here. Being my friend has pasted a target on her back also. Again, the appraising stare from the Ollivander, before he turned and shuffled towards the back of his shop. Harry, I don't need another holster, she said, gesturing to her hip, this one will work just fine. And I designed it, she finished archly. One, he replied, it will work all right, but it looks like a muggle contraption. 2, you're going to have to sweep your uniform robe out of the way as you reach for it. If you button your robe or cloak for warmth, your wand might as well be in your trunk. Very good, Lord Potter, came the voice of the wandmaker that they had not realized had returned. Everything you said is true. Harry was stunned speechless, panic rising as Ollivander's greeting registered. Do not worry, Lord Potter. I will not tell anyone that you have ascended to your lordship. Turning to the now tremendously intrigued and therefore slightly flustered young girl, he continued, although I must commend you, Miss Granger, for having given a thought outside of normal about the quick access to your wand problem. They noticed he had returned carrying 2 leather contraptions in a wooden box, his aged hands arranging the objects on the counter. Bare your wand arms, please, he said. Both youths were wearing short-sleeved shirts, so shrugging off their robes effectively bared their arms. Grabbing the buckled and strapped contraptions, he expertly placed them around both forearms, buckling and tightening straps. As he finished with Hermione, he started his lecturing. These are silk-backed, dragon hide, junior Auror grade wand holsters. Note this double row of buttons. The small ones regulate how fast the wand ejects into your hand. Left is slowest, right is fastest. Tap them with your wand and they will regulate how fast the wand slides into your hand. The larger buttons have another use. Complete disillusionment of the holster by tapping the dark one, and making the holster non-summonable by tapping the white button. First, place a cushioning charm on the floor next to you. Now slide your wand, handle first, into that tube of hide along the inside of your forearm. Yes, Miss Granger, the wand is longer than your forearm, but it will fit. Doubting glower. It's called magic for a reason, Miss Granger. A red-faced, suitably chastised Hermione inserted her wand into the holster. Harry did the same. Now, both of you. First, twitch your hand like you were tensing to grab your wand as it slides out of your holster. That move tells the holster to launch the wand towards your hand. Now you have to grab the wand as it quickly slides out of the holster past your hand. Both of you show me what you think is your hand twitch that will impel your wand out of your holster. Not bad, Miss Granger, but curl your little and ring fingers a little less. Lord Potter, you need to curl your whole hand a bit more. After a few more minutes on the mechanics of getting the holster to launch the wand, the old man had them take their wands and tap the left-handmost button in the row of 5, and reinsert the wand into the holster. Point your arms down, and twitch. Both wands ended up sliding through the too slow-to-close hands before plopping onto the cushioned floor. That is why you practice with a cushioning spell under you, cackled the old wandmaker as the two picked their wands up off the floor. So's you don't nick or chip your wand when you drop it on a hard floor. The two kept practicing under Ollivander's watchful eye for the next 5 minutes. Hermione never did catch hers. Harry managed to barely snag his wand with his forefinger as the practice was concluded. The wandmaker's last words followed them out the door. Practice, practice, practice. The average Auror needs 5 hours of practice before consistently catching his or her wand. Then start using the higher speed wand launches. By the time you can consistently catch your wand at button 5, it'll look like your wand just appeared in your hand. And listen up you two, drawing your wand is not a spell. Is that understood? Outside the door, Harry checked the box. It had a short manual, 2 types of dragon hide polish, silk cloth cleaner, and several soft cloves. He showed the open box to Hermione, who was lackluster in her approval. Harry reckoned she was still upset about her 6-hex wand holster being found wanting by Ollivander. Harry had not told her about another unscheduled stop. Spectacular Spectacles was barely legible on the sign before a narrow stairway leading to a small shop over the outfitter's shop. A kindly-looking middle-aged witch greeted them, and after introductions, inquired as to what they wanted. Harry explained that he had never been taken to an eyewear shop and wanted to replace his oft-repaired, ill-fitting, and frankly ugly glasses with something new. Hermione watched enthralled, as instead of the weird-looking, hung from a swivel ocular measure mundanes used, the witch cast some spells over Harry's eyes, pointed her wand at a set of very plain glasses, and muttered a spell. She then placed the glasses on Harry and asked if he could see that collection of colored dots on the wall over there. It took Harry a few moments to comply as he was staring all around at the suddenly non-blurry office. He then looked at the 3 rows of colored dots. The top row was red, the middle row green, and the bottom row was black. The dots became smaller from left to right. Yes, he started. I can see 3 rows of 1, 2, 9 dots. Excellent, the pleased witch exclaimed, clapping her hands. That means you have perfect vision. Now, I understand you are the youngest seeker for Hogwarts in a century. How about I make you 1 pair that are legal to play Quidditch with, and another pair with some, shall I say, interesting enhancements. The pair left the eyewear shop with Hermione wearing a pleased smile. Harry had asked her advice on which glasses looked good on him, and she was delighted that he had picked a pair of rounded rectangular, silver wire-framed glasses that she thought he looked dishy wearing. The smile became a feral smirk as the bookstore was the next stop. Harry was smiling and looking all around at the sharp clarity of the magic transfigured lenses in his old glass frames. He planned on keeping his old pair until his big Lord Potter reveal. Zelkindis would be pleased. He would be putting on a show in a little over a week. He could pick up his Quidditch legal pair Thursday. He would send Hedwig for his everyday pair in a little over a week. His purse was lighter by over 17 galleons, but Harry thought they were well worth the money. With Harry exclaiming, onward to the bookstore. A focused, determined, almost possessed demon took Hermione's place as she strode through the doorway, and Harry, who found himself abandoned. He also had several books he wanted to purchase, 3 for Hermione on potions, and some other books about the Gizermot, magical careers, and products of magical Britannia. It was during his browsing of the bookshelves, he kept running into or meeting some of his classmates. He stopped in front of a somewhat surprised Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, and politely inquired about how their summer had been. His 14-year-old brain managed to not ogle the developing auburn-haired Miss Bones, and politely excused himself after spotting Neville in the crowd. And then chatted with him about his summer with his greenhouse. Next, a few pleasant minutes with the Pottle twins. Padma was pleasant, Parvati was giggly, and their mother seemed pleased. Then, surprising himself, he managed to actually carry on an admittedly short, but non-confrontational, talk with the Slytherins' Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. It was after his talk with the very pretty, but stiff-acting B***owned and her sober light brunette-haired friend that Harry decided to stand in a quiet corner, faking he was reading some book, and have a minor nervous breakdown. Even at the lofty age of almost 15, and all the girls had been only 12-year-olds, talking to them without becoming tongue-tied, especially since they had been in pairs today, had been a strain. But, at school, with all the inter-house rivalry and incessant gossip, having just a friendly, nonsensical meeting chat was almost impossible without it being wrongly interpreted, badly repeated, and completely misunderstood by 90% of the student population. And the teachers were no better. He remembered how Professor Sprout had become decidedly unfriendly after his supposed cheating stole Cedric the Hufflepuff's glory. Wonder how she felt after he died. He thought bitterly. Anyway, Hermione's time was up, and they had to get Harry's binders and folders to organize the Muggle side of his money. Girding his loins, he went in search of his bushy-haired friend, hoping she was sated enough to leave the alley for a while. After some pleading persuasion, Harry managed to get her out of Flourish and Blotz because they had to do money management shopping. Retreating to a private corner of the leaky cauldron, Harry was able to call Ypres to take their purchases and wizard clothes to Hermione's room in her house. The duo then walked to where they could hail a cab and Hermione instructed the driver to take them to the nearest Office 1 superstore. A short ride left Harry 11 pounds lighter, but when they entered, he was in a store the likes he had never seen before. Before him were dozens of computer towers with monitors, keyboards, and printers. And they all looked better than what Dudley had. A score of comfortable office chairs and modern-looking desks. Boxes of printer paper, more writing and drawing stuff than he had ever imagined. Hermione led him to an aisle labeled, School and Office Supplies, and Harry found his nirvana. There were notebooks. Brand new, not mostly Dudley destroyed, notebooks, with covers, and crisp, unmarked lined paper. New pencils, with unused erasers. New pens, whole, with no chew marks, or with a part broken off. Expanding organizing file folders. Folders with storage pockets for subject organization. And then, Hermione pointed out the 3-ring binder area. He was almost panting in excitement looking at 4-inch, 3-inch, 2 1/2 inch, 2-inch, and down to even 3/4 inch. And all in colors that Harry had forgotten about existed in Muggle school supplies. It took Hermione showing up with a store trolley to bring him back to the present. Harry grubbed into his pocket and pulled out a wrinkled piece of parchment with 13 lines drawn at different lengths. Showing Hermione, he arbitrarily assigned the 6 longest lines a 4-inch binder, 3-inch to the next 4, and 2 1/2 for the remaining 4, and excitedly started to pile them into the trolley when a gentle hand was placed on his arm. Harry, you do remember wizards have a duplicating spell. Why don't you get Mr. Lupin to duplicate some of those binders? For a moment, Harry hung his head for forgetting he was a wizard just because he was surrounded by Muggle things, then placed half the binders back on the shelves. He finished picking up 2 additional binders of each type and said to her when she shot him an exasperated look, I have a lot of Gringotts parchment that I can punch holes in and put in a binder also. They cruised the rest of the store, collecting tabbed subject separating sheets, a dozen notebooks, several types of paper clips, a stapler, fountain pens, ballpoint pens, a case of pencils, and a desk mount sharpener. The pride of place went to a large, long lever 3-hole punch from an office supply case, a large accounting book, and a 12-pack of feathered, fluffy, glittery, girly pink and green ink pens Hermione had espied and thrown into the trolley. When he gave her a funny look about the last, she merely smirked at him. After settling up the tab, they had a trio of heavy, awkward bags to carry. A bit of seclusion, a call to Ypres, a taxi back to Charing Cross Road, and in a very short time the pair were eating a late lunch in the Lakey Cauldron. Harry was quite pleased to suddenly see Mr. Lupin appear where Hermione couldn't see him and give him a thumbs up. During lunch, Hermione tried to wheedle out of Harry the obvious secret plan that involved her, that he was hiding from her. Stern McGonagall impressions, begging puppy eyes, mock begging for hints, nothing worked. Paying the bill to an obviously listening in, grinning Tom, Harry led her towards the magical menagerie. What are we doing here, Harry? You can't have another pet at Hogwarts. The rules specifically state you can have only one pet. Why? Harry actually gently covered her mouth with his hand. I met a friend here the other day, and he told me he was waiting for someone special. Would you like to meet him? Shocked at what Harry had done, she nodded numbly. Walking to the back of the store, he saw his friend sitting in his open cage. Eyeing Harry, the ginger-furred, squash-faced half-Kneazle was in the middle of a classic low front, high hind-end cat stretch when his attention sharpened and without warning bounded from his cage, leapt off Harry's shoulder and landed on the shoulder end of a very surprised Hermione Granger. The rumbling purr from the half-Kneazle could be heard throughout the store. Shocked at what Harry had done, she nodded numbly. Walking to the back of the store, he saw his friend sitting in his open cage. Eyeing Harry, the ginger-furred, squash-faced half-Kneazle was in the middle of a classic low front, high hind-end cat stretch when his attention sharpened and without warning bounded from his cage, leapt off Harry's shoulder and landed on the shoulder end of a very surprised Hermione Granger. The rumbling purr from the half-Kneazle could be heard through the store. The ambush he had laid for his bushy-haired friend had been a great success. While Hermione was lost in scratching, petting and cooing at her old, new, Though she didn't know it yet, familiar, Harry gathered up the supplies he had previously bought. A cat bed, cat food, treats, cat brush, traveling cage, and all were stuffed into her backpack. Harry had been surprised to find out from the owner of Magical Menagerie that Kneazles and Part Kneazles did not seem to like cat toys. Now, the only problem would be getting her parents to agree to Hermione's new pet. Since Harry had not asked for permission prior to buying him for her, he was really going to have to go the begging for forgiveness route. Harry called Ypres to an unoccupied corner of the leaky, and with a pop, the two youngsters and one still ecstatically bonding half Kneazle were standing in her bedroom. Leaving the other two to their bonding, Harry took Ypres down to the kitchen and, although it took some explaining, had the elf create a weatherproof magical, invisible to muggles, cat door, in the small wall space available between the counter and the door frame. Poking around the kitchen, he found the ingredients to make a nice loin of pork dinner for the evening. Even if they throw me out on my ear, they'll have a nice dinner after, he thought. It was 2 hours later when the Granger parents entered the house and followed their noses to the delicious smells emanating from the kitchen. They were a bit surprised to find only Harry busily occupying the space. Seeing the parents casually looking around, obviously wondering where their daughter was, had Harry checking to make sure nothing would burn in the next 15 minutes and, with a sigh, turned his full attention on them. "Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, could you give me a moment please?" At the looks of alarm that appeared on their faces, Harry hurriedly exclaimed, "She's fine. Nothing untold happened to her today." Harry visibly winced at the last. With another obvious sigh, he asked, "Could you please follow me to her room? I promise she's not hurt in any way." Harry found he was going to have to hustle to keep ahead of two concerned parents who, despite his assurances, were positive their baby had been hurt while wandering around in that land where bad foreigners roamed. The land of magic. Almost running, Harry pulled up at his friend's door and politely knocked. "Come in," was returned. Harry swept the door open and promptly slid out of the way as two by now distraught parents charged into the room, determined to save their baby girl. The sight that greeted them halted them in their tracks. Their daughter was sitting on the side of her bed, cuddling a ginger-haired fluff ball in her lap that was mostly covered by her bushy hair. In fact, the color difference was the only way to tell there was something on her lap. That and the purring louder than any cat either had ever heard. She never even raised her head as she spoke. "Isn't he just the most wonderful, adorable, bestest kitty you've ever seen, Harry?" She burrowed into the mass of fur with both hands, eliciting a doubling of the volume of the purr rumble. It was the word, bestest, that really jolted the parents. Their daughter never, ever talked like she was a teenage magazine or celebrity tabloid reading, gum-popping teenager. They had just started to turn to Harry when he motioned them out the door and dazedly they complied. Harry quietly gathered himself and with a last glance through the open door, prepared to lie through his teeth. "Today I thought I would take Hermione to the Magical Menagerie shop. She missed you two so much last year. I hoped she might find a kitten she liked, and if you let her have it, I would buy it for her as an early birthday present. Instead, we found that big half Kneazle furball and it was instant beyond love at first sight." Harry stopped and took a breath, thankful he could return to the truth. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, despite whatever you are thinking about how Hermione is acting, what is occurring is one of the true positive sides to magic. That rather ugly cat has probably been waiting for Merlin only knows how long to meet your daughter. The two of them are forming a familiar bond." Harry was not sure he had understood what he thought he heard properly, but between purrs, he thought he had picked up something about adding to the scars on his face. At their disbelieving looks, he continued on explaining. "One of my magical gifts is to be able to sort of understand what animals are thinking, planning, or sometimes speaking about. Right now, she is gaining an absolute loyal friend. One who will love her unconditionally from now until death parts them." He paused, seeing the disbelief on their faces as they looked between him and the scene through the doorway. "In addition, she now has a guardian who will fight if someone attacks her, and who will die trying to keep her from harm." Harry leaned back against the hall wall and let the parents watch from the doorway as their daughter utterly lost herself in a process she really did not understand, yet accepted wholeheartedly. Harry was a bit surprised when Hermione met him and Ypres at the kitchen door just before 8 on Wednesday morning. She had the newly named Crookshanks in her arms but was ready to go to the manor for another day of magic learning. Her parents had agreed to dinner at Harry's manor because he needed their help. The fact that dinner would be absolutely fabulous had no bearing on the decision. Hermione's raised eyebrow, and quiet huff when they announced their decision was tactfully ignored by the other three. The day was mostly a repeat of Monday, except Lupin taught the spell and potion work from roughly late November of the coming school year. And, at Harry's request, he taught them the advanced Scarpin's Revelaspell charm. Harry wanted some protection against another wit dulling, or worse, potion being given to him without his knowing. Harry ignored the questioning look Lupin cast his way at the unusual request. Once again, Hermione was a demon of concentration. She was obviously taking the challenge of dumping Harry on his ass Friday and getting some answers, very seriously. Crooks was the model of decorum. Mostly. Harry was sure he was the only one who saw the half-Kneazle lying on a nearby chair, staring fixedly at him with one paw extended from which the claws kept extending and retracting. Apparently, Crooks had taken that ugly comment very personally. One of the big pluses of holding dinner at the manor was that the Grangers could quiz Lupin about the familiar bond thing that Harry had talked about. Having another adult rationally explain just what had happened went a long way towards acceptance and stopped the niggling thoughts that Harry was to blame for it. After dinner with the invited Granger parents, a large dining room table became a hub of activity. Harry had Ypres bring all his office supplies, a black-bladed, gold-handled antique dagger for a letter opener, and the 13 boxes, each with their row of elf-sorted Muggle mail. Lupin cast the Geminio charm on the binders and suddenly Harry had all the binders he would ever need. Hector made a comment that Harry must have spent hours of work sorting over 10 years' worth of mail into such a neat set collection by company and date. Harry blushed at the praise but promptly stated that Ypres had done the sorting in less than half a minute. Hermione gave him a look that told him the house elf questions had not been forgotten, merely postponed. Harry was just grateful for the extra time but still puzzled. In fact, Harry would admit to being slightly scared by her non-Hermione actions. It took a few minutes, but with Mrs. Granger and Lupin each ensconced with a book in nearby chairs, the other three set up a production line. Mr. Granger opened the envelopes and gave a couple of pages a quick once-over, then handed the whole statement to Harry, who punched the paper sheets. He handed the punched sheets to Hermione, who placed them in the binder in the proper order. Once they found the rhythm, the first binder started filling up. They had only been working a bit over 10 minutes when Mr. Granger called a halt. "Harry, I think we're not doing this quite right. Most of these firms have sent you quarterly return statements. You probably don't care about quarterly statements from 10, 8, or even 4 years ago. All you really need right now is the year-end statement for the last 11 years." Harry's blank look had Mr. Granger giving a silent sigh that combined both frustration and disgust at the people who had raised Harry to be so ignorant. "It means they sent an updated report on your mother's investments every 3 months. But the important one is the last of the year statement, which is what the government uses when it wants to take your money in the form of taxes." He thought for a moment. "What we really need is a copy machine for the year-end summary sheet, and then we could have a complete report binder and a simplified year-end summary binder." Lupin spoke up from his chair. "You've just seen the spell for it. It's taught in 4th year. Called the Geminio spell." "That would work, Dad," said Hermione. "We can't perform it, but maybe Mr. Lupin can help." With a smile, Remus stood next to Harry, and after Harry punched the holes, he duplicated the needed page and Hermione set the complete statement in one large binder and the single sheet in a smaller binder. Oddly, it was Harry who called a halt after an hour. Everyone was starting to flag, and it was not his intention to work his free labor to exhaustion. He made a point to a pouting Hermione that her parents were still catching up at their dental practice from the vacation, and what they were helping him with was important, but not need done by tomorrow vital. "Besides, you've been neglecting your new friend, and I'll bet he would love a brushing tonight." Hermione whipped around and hurried to His Majesty's chair, where a scoop up and a cuddle soon had the purr machine running at full throttle. Thursday was a day to mostly people watch in Diagon Alley. Harry had Ypres pop him to Hermione's house. When she saw how he was dressed again in his oversized hand-me-downs, she raised an eyebrow. "I know you have much nicer clothes, Harry. Is this poor orphan boy disguise part of your keeping secrets?" Knowing that some comments from his friend were inevitable, Harry had planned an answer. Yes, Hermione, this is part of my disguise that I have to keep for the next 9 days. That there was an end date to all this mystery had her, need for knowledge, all aquiver. Yet, her obviously changed friend was taking his secret so seriously that she was now second-guessing herself to start her interrogation tomorrow as she planned. Harry then had Ypres pop the two of them near the leaky cauldron. They entered the alley through the aged pub and stopped short in surprise. Neither one of them had been in the alley just before the start of school and had never seen such a jostling crowd of witches and wizards of all ages trying to do their shopping. Harry grabbed onto Hermione's arm to keep from getting separated. The sheer noise of people attempting to make themselves heard by their friends over the din of the crowd was exacerbating the situation. Harry had a problem. The size and noise of the mob was starting to panic the not teenager. The press of the herd was becoming stifling. He had not realized his grip on Hermione's arm was strengthening by the moment. She turned at the pain. Seeing Harry's face made her forget her discomfort. He was sweating profusely, panting as though he could not get enough air to breathe, and he looked as though he was about to be sick to his stomach. Oh, Merlin, he's about to have a panic attack, she thought. If he has it here in public, the newspapers will get the story, probably wrong, and the kids at school will be unmerciful. That Malfoy will have a field day harassing Harry with it all year. Reaching over and grabbing Harry's arm, she looked frantically around for succor. There, an oasis in the mob. Fortescue's ice cream parlor. She dragged him over to the only empty table she could see. Plopped him into a chair, and then tried to hold him, yet not look like she was aiding him. She kept whispering what she hoped were calming phrases in his ear. She had to order for both of them when the waiter appeared. A 5-scoop banana split with 2 spoons. That gave her an excuse to keep sitting close, and the mild roar of the crowd noise covered her voice as she slowly talked him down. Harry slowly became aware of where he was and what he was doing. One of the cold spoonfuls of ice cream shoveled into his mouth finally broke through to his conscious mind. Mechanically swallowing the cold confection, he became aware of the soothing voice talking in his ear. She actually was not making much sense with the words she was saying. It was the soothing tone of voice that he realized he was concentrating on. After another couple of minutes, he now understood she was talking to him like he was a distressed 3-year-old, or at least he had dreamed of someone talking as though they cherished him, or like she was trying to soothe Crookshanks. That thought more or less awakened Harry. He shamefacedly started to wiggle out from Hermione's grasp when she clamped down on him with an iron bar. "Don't try to move, Harry," she murmured in his ear. "A couple of kids I recognize from Hogwarts have passed by, and I'm sure they are wondering what we are doing while sitting here looking very friendly. Sorry, Harry. I tried to keep you from getting talked about if you had kept on with that panic attack, but I'm sure the gossip will fly around Hogwarts now." Harry understood what had happened now. It had happened before when Aunt Petunia had been forced to take him to London during a late Christmas shopping trip. He had forgotten about that. And almost happened again in the leaky cauldron when Hagrid was bringing him to Diagon Alley 4 years, last year, whatever, ago. 1. You know, why am I trying to get away from her hug? This feels rather good. Bad Harry. She's your friend, your best friend, and if upper management was right, a true friend. Harry stopped wriggling, and the iron bar became a friendly arm once again, but Hermione did not move. And she had stopped murmuring in his ear. He rather missed that. As his awareness improved, he saw some of the crowd looking at the two of them. A couple of kids Harry vaguely thought he recognized were openly staring. Harry started feeling ashamed. He did not know why he was, and it would take years for him to uncover how, but it stemmed from the Dursleys. For 10 years they had ingrained into him that freaks deserved to be first stared at and then mocked. He tried speaking to her, but could not even make a squeak. Clearing his throat, he tried again. I think I'm all right now. Hermione would not admit to it, but her desperate hug to keep Harry from forever being a target of the day Harry Potter collapsed in Diagon Alley, gossip, had morphed into an embrace she found she did not want to end. The awkward one-armed side hug from the side felt nicer than her usual. Harry deserves a hug. She was in the midst of realizing that her parents had always been a pair of huggers, and had passed the act onto her. But this time, as usual, she had initiated a Harry hug, because he needed one, and now found herself wanting to not stop because it felt so good. You're sure? She murmured, not moving an inch. Harry was torn. His best friend was hugging him as was her norm, but this time he was enjoying the contact more than usual. He reckoned that the first hug from her he was comfortable with was after she had recovered from being petrified. Before her, contact with other people had usually meant pain. Yeah, like you said, people are starting to stare. Her slow withdrawal as she released her hug was almost torture. He really did not want it to stop. And when she was back to sitting squarely in her own chair, Harry felt like something precious had been taken from him. The pair spent a few more minutes listlessly spooning melting ice cream into their mouths before Harry spoke. Let's get on with it. Your books aren't going to wait all day for you. It took Hermione a few moments before she realized Harry had spoken. Her mind was deep in a self-pity party where Harry had somehow rejected her. Numbly she started to stand and was shocked when he reached out and took her hand as he started forging a path through the crowd. To Hermione, it was better than a hug. Lasted longer too. They purchased more potion supplies, more parchment, more ever-filling quills, and finally in a small, out-of-the-way used bookshop they found several Muggle books, including the first 3 Dragon Riders of Pern books that Hermione bought as a belated birthday present for Harry. He decided even if she was clairvoyant, he was not going to try riding a dragon if things got that bad 2 years from now. When they had acquired everything they thought they needed or wanted, he asked Hermione what she wanted to do after lunch. Her reply left him staring. In 5 days, I will go back to hearing Malfoy constantly denigrate everybody, Lavender and Parvati giggling incessantly over boys, and having to endure Ron's abominable eating habits. I think this might be my last chance to blow something up. Take me to your basement. So, he did. And they did. Blow things up, that is. VVVVVVVVVVV. Friday had arrived. Hermione could tell Harry was feeling nervous as he waved to her parents, who as usual, were leaving for work. She waved a little but most of her attention was on her friend. Her best friend, maybe her only real friend. 3 weeks ago, she had been bound and determined to do whatever it took to get her friend to let her in on his secrets. As his friend, it was her right. But now, what she thought of as her right, was looking to her more and more as just being nosy. Yes, she had told herself that all she really wanted was knowledge that could help her be a better friend to Harry. However, as she had replayed all her conversations with Harry this summer, he truly believed that she could betray him to Headmaster Dumbledore and not even know she had done it. She had no idea why Harry had changed his attitude towards Headmaster Dumbledore from last spring, but something had occurred that had changed his worldview and his considerable awe of the headmaster. And considering Professor Dumbledore had probably saved Harry's life a few months ago, that was a huge change. Worse, her own world was tilting off its axis as she now found herself desperately wanting to understand her highly disturbing dreams. They had started the night after her first visit from Harry this summer. One seemed to be of her looking into a pair of yellow eyes, and she wasn't sure what she felt then, but it was a bad feeling. Another was an older her being hit in the by a very painful curse by an evil-looking man during a spell fight somewhere. The worst of her other repeating dreams was the one where she and Harry were attacked by what she now knew was a werewolf, and Harry died trying to protect her in sickening sprays of blood and gore. And, he had told her just how the headmaster and the greasy bat, or Professor Snape, could steal from her mind whatever she thought about. Then, he had given her books on combating the invasion of her privacy, and how to stop it. Today she resolved to question Remus Lupin about help in learning how to clear her mind, as when she tried while on holiday, she could not stop thinking about something when she tried to shut her mind off. However, before finding out all those answers, she has to beat Harry in a magical duel. The two youngsters talked very little as they made their way through the manor in the company of Remus Lupin. He seemed to be regarding them with contemplative resignation. He had tried to have them be more realistic and duel in robes, but Harry had nixed the idea, saying he wanted them to duel in whatever they were comfortable wearing. Hermione had on jeans, half boots, and a plain long-sleeved dark blue t-shirt. Harry's jeans, t-shirt, and shoes were all in black. The two did some loosening up while Remus activated the protection wards around the dueling platform that was elevated 2 steps above the surrounding floor. "Listen up, you two," Lupin said in a serious tone of voice. "No Diffindo and no Depulso charms will be cast. I do not want to have to take one of you to Saint Mungo's with a problem I cannot fix. Go stand on your marks, and I will give the start signal. He fished in his robe pocket and brought forth a white handkerchief. When this hits the floor, draw your wands and start. Harry walked to the far mark, turned, and faced Hermione. He smirked a bit as he saw she was wearing her 6-hex wand holster today. However, he had practiced diligently with his own holster and could now reliably catch his wand as it was ejected. They both watched intently as the white piece of cloth fluttered to the floor of the dueling platform. Harry managed to snag his wand slightly awkwardly and had to take his eyes off Hermione to make sure he now was holding it properly. He was shocked to see a charm erupt from her wand as his ears registered, "Flipendo." How had she drawn her wand so fast? His mind screamed as he desperately dodged right, and then had to drop to the floor as "Locomotor Mortis" burst from Hermione, followed by a scramble left as "Immobilis" erupted from her mouth and wand. Harry leapt to his feet as she didn't cast an immediate spell. Instead, she stood there smirking at him, wand still raised. Mistake, thought Harry. She should have kept casting. Into the small lull, it was now Harry's wand that ejected a spell. Carpe Retractum, with its sparkly blue track zipped towards Hermione. Harry watched wide-eyed as she merely twisted her torso out of the way and Slugulus Eructos, yellow-green hose spray light had him jumping right again. Verimilius Tria, and Taratalagra, were hot on its heels. The only thing that kept Harry out of the leg locker curse was he'd faked dodging back right again, or she would have nailed him. She'd paused again, brushing at the slight burn mark on his cheek that a spark from the green spark's charm had given him. Harry decided that toying with his friend was going to end up with him missing a dodge, and being forced to spill his guts. Wingardium Leviosa, Rictusempra, and Expelliarmus, ripped out of his wand. With his intent powered up, the spells traveled faster than Hermione was used to. She ducked the levitating charm, but the tickling charm caught her shoulder, and as she started laughing, her wand was yanked from her hand and flew to Harry, who caught it deftly. 2. The duel is awarded to Lord Potter, solemnly intoned Lupin. He was still working on controlling his reaction to how well the two 12-year-old, pre-second-year students, who had never dueled before, had performed. Especially, since according to Harry, their Dada class had been miserably taught by someone named Quirrell. Finite, from Harry stopped the hard-laughing Hermione as he walked over to return her wand. She regarded him for a moment, raised her nose in the air, and in her plumiest voice stated, "Well, Mr. Potter, I see you have managed once again to thwart the forces of good, and will not have to answer my questions." Once again, Harry was surprised by the lack of unhappiness from Hermione that she was not going to be able to demand answers until he caved in and gave her answers. The look on his face must have tipped her off as to his confusion. Taking pity on him, she said in a voice that sounded eerily like Dumbledore, "Whether you intended to or not, you have already given me a date after which you said you would no longer have to keep your secrets secret." Her smirk became positively feral, and scary. Hermione, Dumbledore continued. "After that, it's produce some answers, or the consequences will be most dire, Mr. Potter." 3. With a look of almost horror on his face, Harry remembered telling her he needed to keep his secrets until the Friday after they returned to Hogwarts. The relief at not having to placate her today with half-truths and evasions was offset by the realization that meant on Friday next, he was going to have to tell the truth, maybe the whole truth, and very few evasions from the truth. Harry was working himself into a panic when common sense returned to his thoughts. After Friday, he hadn't planned on hiding anything except his journey into upper management's territory, and the whole soulmate thing, and maybe. As usual, when thinking about the soulmate part of his knowledge, he drifted off into his inner mind. How in Merlin's name was he going to find his supposed soulmate without trying to key every girl in Hogwarts? Oh yes, keying. During his dictionary search for what he now knew was a boar spear, he had also looked up osculation. He had briefly wondered if Hermione would maybe let him try out his soulmate key with her. The fact that his face had flushed so red he felt it radiating heat had stopped that line of thinking. Besides, she just wasn't the type of girl who could just be a snogging buddy, even when she became older. Harry returned to the outside world as Lupin was finishing delivering a critique of Hermione's performance in the duel. "You will find, Miss Granger, that as you learn more spells, you need to pick half a dozen or so and drill them into your muscle memory. Stopping to decide what spell you should use next gets you bespelled every time. Pick short incantation spells when possible. Mix shield spells, shield breakers, annoyance spells, and spells that can't be shielded against. Keep your opponent guessing. Lupin turned to Harry. Lord Potter, have you planned anything for the rest of the day? Harry in turn looked at Hermione. She had lost the duel and he was afraid she would just leave in a huff. How about some things we won't get at Hogwarts? She said. Like a history lecture on the rise of he who must not be named, or from Harry's bragging, you can give us another competent potions brewing session, or maybe some more transfiguration. Oh, and I need you to give me some help with my learning occlumency. And so, the late morning and afternoon had passed just as Hermione had outlined, and when Harry left her at her house, she was smiling at the world again. September 1, 1992. Harry had arrived very early at platform 9 3/4, and so was sitting by himself in a compartment impatiently waiting for his best friend to board the train. It was a good feeling to be able to see her knowing she would not interrogate him. He was safe until Friday, and today was Tuesday. He could relax. Sort of. The weekend had passed painfully slowly for Harry. He could hardly wait for the express to depart for Hogwarts. And most of that was because he was not sure he could stand being away from Hermione for slightly over 3 days. Saturday had been the painful part. Literally. Healer Tonks' friend had been free that day to remove his magical core refilling curse. He had flew to the Tonks' house right after breakfast. A curmudgeonly-looking man had rather briskly had him undress and lie down on Ted's examining table before slowly waving his wand over Harry. At the start, he had only muttered quietly, then the mutters had turned to cursing Harry's unknown cursor. There was a painful ripping feeling and then merciful relief. That's done it. I think you'll like the new you, son. The two healers exchanged some quiet words, with Healer Tonks suddenly becoming almost frozen in place before exaggeratedly relaxing. Harry stayed under observation by Healer and Solicitor Tonks until after a delicious lunch whipped up by Mrs. Tonks. Before leaving, he reiterated to Healer Tonks to postpone sending any of his medical information to Madame Pomfrey. He awkwardly tried to explain that he did not want anyone in the castle to have a hint he was seeing other magic users outside of his very small, tight group at school. Solicitor Tonks eventually firmly told Healer Tonks that a small delay in further treatment would not permanently harm Lord Potter. And that he had perfectly valid reasons for his request. Ted must have added some of the clues properly because he suddenly assented to Harry's entreaty, and sent him home with a new supply of palliative potions to continue correcting the decade of abusive neglect by the Dursleys. Only a letter from Hermione that afternoon inviting him and Lupin over to her house for Sunday dinner, and to spend the evening sorting out his regular world financial affairs, kept the day from driving him spare. Remus begged off, stating that his duplicating of Harry's records would probably set the ministry censors off, and even though he could explain everything to any Aurors that would show up, the official squabbling would draw attention to him through gossip if nothing else. And, he told his employer, the last thing Harry needed was official attention directed at him and his facilitator, as the knowledge of him being a werewolf was not that deeply buried. Besides, they needed at least one new Potter post-owl for his use as a facilitator, and today would be a good day to purchase one. After a nice garlic chicken over fried rice dinner, it only took another 2 hours, and almost a ream of copy paper to finish off the categorizing of what were now his investments. Turned out Hector was the only one who had remembered there was a copy machine in his and Helen's office. Hermione wanted to smack herself silly for forgetting that little fact. Harry just shrugged. He had never used a copying machine before. 8 binders of investments in Muggle companies and stocks. 1 summary binder. 1 binder of precious metals trades and purchases starting 12 years ago. 2 thick binders of tax accounts over the same period, and 2 for the missives of a pair of large, well-known London solicitors' firms. It was the summary binder that messed up the magical 13 subjects from Ypres, original sorting. Hector turned to Harry. Do you want a total for what you now are worth? We can go to the office and run a tabulation of the latest summaries on the calculator. Harry thought for a moment and picked up the binder labeled, All Summaries, the 30th of June 1992, and headed towards the hall where the office was. What he did not see was the look her father gave Hermione, freezing her in place. Helen then placed a restraining hand on her daughter's arm and shook her head slightly when the startled girl looked at her. Hector had Harry sit near him so he could see the glowing numbers in the little window on the front of the machine. Do you want a printed total? Or just what the machine adds it all up to? Harry thought for a moment. I probably won't be able to do anything with these accounts until the Christmas holidays, and they will change by then. So, no. Running his finger slowly along the last total on each sheet, he entered the numbers. Harry looked and looked at what seemed to be a ridiculous total. He could not take it in. That made his brain concentrate on. Where did the minus come from? That was an account that bought precious metals. Gold, silver, platinum and whatever. Harry, your mother was very smart, but she bought the precious metals in early 1981 at some of the highest prices ever seen. Within a year, the price per ounce dropped to almost half of what she bought it for, and this part of her portfolio has struggled to make the lost investment back. If she had been able to buy in 1983, it looks like she would have made money. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He could remember Uncle Vernon ranting about how the cost of some metals needed to make really strong or hard drills could go up and ruin Grunning's profit margin overnight. He still thought it had been unfair that he was sent to his cupboard under the stairs without any dinner when this would happen. How much is this in wizard money? I mean, how many galleons? Hector punched the calculator buttons a few more times. Looks like about 58,120 galleons, Harry. That's a lot, even in the wizarding world, isn't it? Harry quietly questioned. Probably. Remus has mentioned that a decent wage in your ministry is somewhere around 2 to 3 galleons per day. Look at it this way, Harry. If you managed to spend 5 galleons per day, you would have spending money for over 11,600 days. Or, over 31 years. Hector made a point of having Harry pay attention to him. Your mother did remarkably well. Remember, she only started this with 24,000 galleons, and a determination not to be destitute if your terrorist Dark Lord had won the war. Harry blinked at that comment. Apparently, Hermione had been talking to her parents about her magical world more than she had let on. The two spent a few more minutes talking as Hector tried to explain a short version of compound interest and rate of return on investment. He followed that by what the term taxation of profits was. Harry could see that the Muggle government would not let him transfer any of his money back to himself without being taxed, never mind if there was Gringotts transference fee. And it might be just as bad as the original Gringotts transfer fee they had stuck his mother with. After an hour or so talking with Hermione, Harry spent most of the evening at home, thinking hard about how brilliant his mother had been. She had covered all the hoops in case the Voldemorts had taken over the ministry and then defeated the goblins. Even if his dad had not understood what or why she was doing, he had just given her over £1 million. Is that part of what love is? He thought. Trusting your partner because you are a team. He fell asleep thinking Hermione was someone he could trust like that. Monday morning, while eating breakfast, Harry had two sudden thoughts. First was that maybe it was time to dangle some bait in front of Tongueripper. He needed to get the goblin to see that working with Harry instead of just tolerating him as an annoying human offspring of those responsible for his fall from grace could be profitable. Rather than having the young Potter as someone he only barely tolerated. After all, he needed a way to remove the soul fragment in his head if he couldn't find his supposed soulmate. Goblin curse breakers might be able to help. Second, if the bad portion of his Potter luck was to rear its head, he was going to need help with disposing of the basilisk carcass without being badly cheated. And unless someone hugely bribed Tongueripper, the account manager would want all of those gleaming galleons placed in a vault under his control. And the sudden thought occurred that maybe a Gringotts curse breaker might be hired to find another way to kill those Horcruxes things. Maybe he could talk to Bill Weasley, and lie that he had seen Malfoy drop it into Ginny's cauldron, and when he picked it up after the fight, it felt bad to him. That way he could let the basilisk sleep on in the chamber, never to slither out to start killing students again. At least until Voldy Shorts got another body and entered. Shitte. I'm doomed to have to enter that damned chamber and try to kill that damned snake. After a couple of hours of a self-pity party, he decided not to quit now. So, he had Ypres pop him to the steps in front of the bank, wearing his, dressed in quality robe and hat, disguise. He made a point of radiating confidence as he strolled through the doors and across the floor to the light-colored wood appointments desk and requested a short meeting with Tongueripper. In only 15 minutes, a young goblin runner had him in front of his account manager's door. After a short round of grumpy greetings from Tongwerripper and oddly cheerful ones from Harry, the young lord opened the conversation with, "I have found I have an inheritance, from my mother, of over 20,000 galleons in the Muggle world. Would you be interested in helping me transfer most of those Muggle pounds into galleons in my vault?" Tongwerripper sat very still as the young lordling stared at him. He had just been made an offer that would make a huge increase in the gold in the Potter vaults. It would put him close to having enough Potter gold under his control to become a senior account manager once again in 3 or 4 years. His belly churned once again as he remembered how the bank's senior management had acted after his fall from banking aristocracy. The sneers, the turned backs, the delays when he requested information. Giving him 3 more accounts that would never amount to much over 5,000 galleons apiece. See if you can turn these Brotlocks into real accounts that could be useful to the bank. Amounts that would never allow him to climb back into the exalted ranks again. This. Tongwerripper grabbed that spike of hope and buried it deep before it showed on his face. "Can I inquire how you found out about this golden rockfall, Lord Potter?" The goblin spoke neutrally. "Remember, I'm Muggle raised. I know you have had some unfortunate experiences with the Potter account, but I have found where some of the galleons went. There is a problem with me being able to properly identify myself to the Muggle equivalent of account managers that I am hoping to solve during the Christmas holiday from school." Harry tilted his head and steadily regarded the grouchy goblin. "Does Gringotts happen to have any contacts in the Muggle banking world that could help with such a transaction? Say, a transfer of some sort in small continuous amounts that would not get the Muggle government tax assessors all excited that lots of potential tax money was escaping out of their hands." Harry went back to the thoughtful look. "Maybe if the bank has some Muggle-born employees, you could get them to tell you how the Muggle Ministry taxes investments of the type my mother made." Giving the goblin a small smile, he finished. "We've time anyway. I'll be back at Hogwarts tomorrow for almost the next 4 months." He sat back in his chair. "Thank you for your time, account manager. Can I get a guide back to the lobby?" Tongwerripper punched a button on his desk. "Oh, and one last thought," Harry said with no expression on his face and no inflection to his voice. "I would consider a transfer fee of 20% to be very excessive. To the point of breaking the deal, excessive. The Muggle government is already going to take 20+% as a withdrawal tax from their side of the divide." Harry put on a serious face. "It would seem everybody in the world wants to take our galleons away from us, account manager." Next Harry took the night's bus to Little Whinging. At number 4 Privet Drive he politely knocked at the door. He was hoping Uncle Vernon and Dudley were gone as it was midday. When his aunt opened the door, she took one look and started to slam it shut in his face. Harry managed to stuff a shoe into the gap before it closed. "Aunt Petunia," he said quietly. "I'm here to talk to you about how I will never have to return here to live, and you will never have to see me again." His aunt eased open the door and looked at him suspiciously. He could see her curiosity as she took in his new, fitting, and probably expensive clothes. "You've been gone for a month, boy. What makes you think we would allow you back in our house? We like not having you here. It is calm, it is peaceful, it is normal," she snapped back contemptuously. Hanging on to his temper, Harry replied evenly, "There is a long-bearded wizard with horrible fashion sense who will force you to take me back unless I can disappear during the holidays from school. If he finds I am not here, he will search for me, and when he finds me, he will force you to take me in again. And neither of us wants that, do we?" Petunia was staring at Harry with a calculating look. "How do you intend to stop him?" She sniffed. "Simple," he replied. "I just have to live among non-magical people. He'll never find me in Norwich. I have friends there." Harry stopped to look nervous. "But to do that I'll need all the paperwork you have about me. Birth certificate, guardianship papers, school physicals, inoculation records, and school records. I need everything that identifies me here in the real world." The last was laying on a bit thick, but Harry already knew she was not the sharpest wedge in the toolbox. He figured his word choice of describing being mundane as being the real world would influence her some, and he was betting on her bigotry and hatred of the magical world, and the chance to be rid of him permanently, to finish swaying her judgment. She told him to wait in the entry hallway and disappeared upstairs. In less than 5 minutes, Harry had a large manila envelope stuffed with every piece of identification he needed to prove he was a live person and was allowed to attend an English comprehensive school. The door sliding open drew Harry out of his memories. As Hermione wrestled her heavy school trunk into the compartment, a smile blossomed on his face. "Oh, fair maiden, perchance might I offer you some assistance?" She shot him an eyebrow-raised, narrow-eyed glare that actually did not have much heat to it. With a huff, she replied, "Yes you may, Sir Knight. Perchance thou might need some maidenly help, though. Perhaps. Wingardium Leviosa." She snatched Crookshank's cage off her trunk as it rose, wobbling, but it rose up and a push from Hermione placed it in the overhead luggage rack next to his already battered-looking last year's trunk. Hermione regarded Harry evenly. A second-year student with the raw power to magically lift a heavy, book-laden trunk. "That's very interesting, Mr. Potter." Harry shrugged. "I've had an almost month of hard tutoring." He was trying hard not to show just how much energy the spell had needed. Actually, he was thankful she hadn't blurted out, "Lord Potter," with the door being open. He closed the door and as he turned around, he was enveloped in a Strength 7 Hermy hug. Harry, having his wand in hand, waved it causing the window curtains to close. The pair stood there, just being with each other for several minutes. Hermione was the first to ease on the hug. Harry instantly followed, and the two retreated to seats across from each other. Harry peered at her noticing she was dressed in what would become her almost signature Hogwarts traveling outfit. White shirt, black skirt, tall gray socks, and sensible shoes. Add her Hogwarts robe, Gryffindor tie, and she would be in her school uniform. "I persuaded my parents to drop me off early as they are still catching up at work. I also reckoned you would be early as you wouldn't want a crowd to gather to watch and gossip about you as you arrived," she said, looking pleased her logic had worked out. Harry grinned back. "Want to help me in my quest to not be a chew toy for any more three-headed dogs we might find this year?" At her nod, he carried on. "I need, to reach out to my peers in this world. I did a lot of thinking while trapped at my relatives this holiday, and concluded I need to find allies. And since the school is where I'll be for the next 6 years, I want to seek out these allies from the other students." Hermione slowly seemed to shrink into herself. "Ronald and I aren't enough." She spoke very softly, refusing to meet his eyes. Harry was about to cavalierly say that, no, he needed other people too, when he realized how the almost tear-shedding girl had taken his words. Quickly springing over to her bench, Harry took both her hands into his. "Hermione, no one will, or can, replace you. You have shown yourself to me to be a true friend. And there is a large distance between an ally, a school classmate, a school acquaintance, a friend, and a true friend. You will always be a true friend to me." Well, that's what Erzelkindis said she was. And since she is the only person who has never abandoned me, I hope she is. Another thought intruded. In fact, maybe I'm her true friend also. Nah, if I was, I never would have treated her so badly last year over her telling McGonagall about the broom. Guess I'm just a friend. Aloud he said, "I thought a lot about this over the summer. I found I have family and responsibilities, and Harry stopped. He realized that he was about to start spilling all his secrets, all his newfound knowledge to her. And she didn't have any occlumency defense. Fumbledurk may not deliberately read her mind if she just avoided him. But Snivelus, he would read her mind if only to find some new way to torment him." Hermione felt his sudden tensing. She lifted tear-filled eyes to his gaze. "I'm sorry, Hermione. But most of this will have to wait. However, there are very good reasons why I need to be better friends with Neville, and why I'm going to try to be more friendly with others. I am going to need allies in this school. Lots of allies." He sighed deeply. "The days of my being able to slide along, trying to act like I'm not famous, or a magnet for gossip and slander will soon be over. I need people who can teach me how this wizard world actually works. I need knowledge, not everlasting drivel about goblin rebellions. And how will you gain this new knowledge?" She almost whispered quietly. He actually smiled at her. "Why, from you and your books, of course. Then we pick the brains of any purebloods we can rope into teaching me. Neville, Percy Weasley, Susan Bones. I'll even bet the gigglesome twosome from your dorm could be a fount of comprehension about why the purebloods often act the way they do, and how to fake it to fit in." She frowned as her face reddened. Why should we have to act differently just to cater to a bunch of prejudiced nitwits like Malfoy? Catering to prejudices like that never solved anything. Why? Harry placed a finger on her lips, shutting of the gathering rant. The reason is, young miss, is that we have entered a foreign country, or world you might say. Simplistically, the only thing we share with this world is an almost common language. Their political, financial, and family leaderships are all mired in the early 18th century like that book, Pride and Prejudice, you so like. My uncle often rants about how aristocrats, plutocrats, and autocrats run the mundane world. Considering how mired in the pre-Victorian age our wizarding world is, they really do run this world. Most everyone else merely tries to get along without attracting the attention of any one of them, as the results are usually bad. And we have been dumped into this maelstrom willy-nilly. Sink or swim. Most people like a sink because we don't learn the real rules that dominate this place. I want to not only swim, I now want to win the Merlin be damned race. Hermione intensely stared at him for a long moment and then fiercely crushed him in a new height of Hermy hug. She may have been only 12 years old, but the boy she desperately wanted to be her friend had just blown the bugle and waved the flag as he proclaimed he was going to lead the attack on those who deliberately, or unconsciously, claimed she was an inferior merely because of who her parents were. Besides, have you ever known Susan Bones, Lisa Turpin, Neville, or even puffed-up Percy to disparage you for your birth? Even your two personal fashion girlies from hell only pick on you for your hair, lack of makeup, and study habits. Not for being muggle-born. Feeling her tense and flinch a bit at each of the things her detractors flung at her to hurt and make themselves feel superior. I felt that, he said gently. Don't pull away. Do you really think I don't hear the idiots and the Malfoy types who always try to tear others down? I think your hair is lovely, you're quite pretty without makeup, and you would not be true to yourself if you weren't a bookworm. And I'm proud you've chosen me to be your friend. That did it. The floodgates opened and Hermione started drenching Harry's shoulder with tears. Harry merely held her, waiting for the shower to stop. It took a few minutes but she eased away from Harry and dipped her hand into her skirt pocket and pulled out a tissue. Pulling out her wand, she pointed and cast a pallium. She now had a cloth like a large handkerchief that she proceeded to wipe her face, clear her nose, and then vanish the cloth. Handier than a wastebasket, he thought. I'm sorry I upset you, Hermione, he said. You didn't upset me, she replied. Those were happy tears. Trying desperately to find a neutral, safe topic, he asked her why her trunk was so heavy. She gave him a disbelieving look. Adopting a bad Spanish accent, she said, My name is Hermione Granger. Prepare to understand, my trunk is a lot of Evie books in it. Harry looked blank for a moment. Wait, movie reference. A quote. At her nod he continued, never saw it. Seeing her deflate a bit, he grinned. Just had to ask. I happen to know you own a fine-looking backpack that will hold dozens of books and has a featherlight charm on it. Hermione looked embarrassed whilst scuffing the toe of her shoe on the floor. That just meant I could bring more books, she said while blushing. Harry's grin widened. Now if you'd used the extra space for clothes, makeup, and fashion magazines, I'm sure Lavender and Parvati would have approved. Hermione went to swipe at his arm but stopped herself before he flinched. Har, Mr. Pot-tar. Just remember that in, she rolled her eyes up as though calculating, 1, 2, 3 days, yes, 3 days, I shall have my revenge. She plastered an evil smile on her face and did an imitation evil laugh. Yes, Potter, soon you will tell me everything. Harry was trying not to show his dread at what was to come when there was a polite knock at the door. His come in was followed by the door sliding open to reveal a head of long, wavy B***owned hair over a pair of large blue-gray eyes. And Harry was pretty sure that was a wand tucked behind her ear. Oh, hello Harry Potter. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was looking for a quiet compartment for the trip to Hogwarts. Harry glanced at his cheap-looking wristwatch and said, it should be mostly quiet for about half an hour. Then Ron will show up sweaty and out of breath, claiming exhaustion from having to rush to get here before the train left. He will then talk about Quidditch, loudly, for the next 4 hours. Do you mean Ronald Weasley? From Ottery Street, Catchpole. Will his sister Ginny be here too? She should be starting Hogwarts also. Harry thought for a second. Yes, I don't know, and I believe so. I did meet her during a Diagon Alley school shopping day where she bought Hogwarts books. Luna blinked once and then realized Harry had actually answered her questions. A smile bloomed across her face as she then recognized she was being gently teased. Maybe even in the way a friend would. Harry smiled back and said, "Oh, where are my manners? Miss Luna Lovegood, this is Miss Hermione Granger, second-year Gryffindor." Hermione, Luna Lovegood, soon to be first year, I'll guess Ravenclaw. Hermione took in the cute, waif-like B** standing in front of her, and for a moment her heart hurt as she saw a cute girl that her Harry was paying attention to. Not only that, it was evident that Harry already knew the girl. When did that happen? The Luna girl took a long step forward and gave the surprised Hermione a gentle hug before stepping back. "If you are a friend of Harry Potter, then can I be a friend to you, also?" The B** said in a hopeful voice, looking at her with her also hopeful large silver-gray eyes. The actions of this Luna were confusing to Hermione. The girl in front of her seemed to be someone like her. Someone who saw just Harry, not the boy who lived. She spent a few moments looking into those wide, innocent-looking eyes but then realized that they were clouding over as the girl seemed to be thinking that Hermione's hesitation was because she was being rejected. The bushy-haired older girl suddenly had the insight that here was another soul like her, who last year had gone away from family for the first time and was terribly afraid she would not find any friends. "Without the troll, without Harry and Ron, where would I be right now?" It was Hermione's turn to pull the younger girl into a hug. "Of course you can be my friend," she said. She was positive she heard a slight sniffle, and it was a few more moments before Luna backed up, eyes suspiciously watery. "Thank you," she said rather airily as though her breath was not functioning properly. As everyone sat down, Hermione opened her cat's cage and gathered the large ginger half-Kneazle onto her lap. "Harry, Luna, this is Crookshanks. Crooks, you know Harry, and this is my new friend Luna." From the look the half-Kneazle gave him, he figured he was still in the cat's doghouse. Both second years were surprised when the big ginger casually leapt onto Luna's lap and demanded a petting. Getting over her surprise, Hermione looked pleasantly at Harry, shifted to an evil smirk, looked at Luna, and asked, "So, how did you meet?" Harry's eyes practically bulged from their sockets at the innocent-sounding question. Before panicked Harry could find his voice, the B***owned waif promptly responded. "We met in Flourish and Blots. Harry was looking for a diary, and I noticed how the black Cheegolies were gathered around that famous scar of his. I helped him find his diary, and we talked a bit about going to Hogwarts." "I see," said an unseeing Hermione slowly. "I don't remember reading about any creatures called black Cheegolies and I've never seen them near Harry. Black Cheegolies are invisible worms that swim through the air and feed on dark magic. I usually only see them around bad wizards. They seem to like swarming their left arm for some reason," she ended on a puzzled note. Over the next half hour, the older two learned that Luna lived near Ottery Street. Catchpole near the Weasleys and the Diggories. A bit of information that hit Harry hard. She knew Ronald but seemed to not particularly like him. Ginny had been her only friend until Ginny's mother had stopped letting the two play together. The train jolted into motion with a scream from its whistle. Her father was the owner and editor of a monthly gazette that commented on just about everything that was of interest to the magical world, although Luna said, "Daddy likes to write about undiscovered magical species. The Quibbler is at the forefront of Britannia Magizoology. We go out every summer looking for new species to discover." No sooner had she said that than an out-of-breath Ron Weasley yanked open the compartment door, and dragged his battered trunk into the compartment, banging it off the door frame a couple of times, and then pushing and kicking it underneath the forward bench seat. He then carelessly tossed the cage-holding Scabbers onto the other bench. He then, without saying a word to anyone or asking politely for space, flopped down on the bench between Hermione and Harry. He did not notice the offended looks glared at him by the now separated duo who had been hipped aside. "What a nightmare gettin' to the platform. Mum spent the whole mornin' yellin' at us, we had to go back twice for things the twins forgot." Percy was yellin' at them the whole time as he blamed them for his prefect badge disappearin'. Ginny kept cryin' because she suddenly couldn't find her favorite. "What's she doin' here? Why's Loony sittin' in our compartment?" "Loony who?" asked Harry in a deceptively mild tone, though his eyes were hardening. "Her. the offended redhead shouted, thrusting his pointing finger at Luna. His arm motion was so violent when he bashed against Hermione's shoulder, he actually knocked her sideways and almost off the seat. "Ronald," remonstrated Hermione. "What?" he yelled viciously back. Then suddenly, since she had not hidden her movement, he saw that she had her wand drawn and was starting to point it at him. His was cut off as Petrificus Totalis zipped across the small space between them. He snapped into a plank of rigidity, with only his head against the back of the bench and his heels on the floor. Luna looked hurt, Harry looked astounded, Hermione wore a satisfied smirk, and Crookshanks looked murderous. Ron did manage to look surprised. After a few moments, when everybody, especially Ron, stayed quietly where they were, Harry spoke. Hermione, did he really hit you that hard?" "Yes, I believe I'm going to have to take some Panadol to ease the swelling and pain later this evening." She sighed, "I really don't want to go to the infirmary for some bruise paste. Madame Pomfrey will want to know how I acquired the bruising, and you know I'm a terrible liar. She'll have the truth that Ron struck me wormed out of me fairly." "Quick, you're afraid he would get in trouble?" She nodded. "So what?" Harry said in a cold, contemptuous tone of voice. "For treating you the way he did, being called on it, and collecting a bit of punishment, might improve his manners. According to their class spell books, the body-bind jinx would not allow any movement by the target." However, Harry was positive Ron's eyes were bulging out ever further as he heard just how unfriendly his best mate had sounded. Silence again descended on the compartment. Harry cleared his throat. "Luna, if you don't mind my asking, do you have problems with other people besides Ron calling you loony?" "Not really," she replied after a moment's thought. "Ronald was the only one who did it a lot when we were younger, and my father and I go to very few parties and meetings with other people who have heard him use the term." Harry glanced at the now flushed red, with bulging eyes, body-bound person next to him. Harry stared downwards, obviously thinking hard. Hermione was starting to get antsy that she had gone too far with jinxing Harry's oldest friend, and Luna dug out a copy of the Quibbler and started reading it upside down. Suddenly, once again there was a knock on the compartment door. At the "come in," Neville Longbottom entered the compartment and started greeting everyone. "Hello, Harry, Hermione, Ron," and he trailed off as he realized that Ron Weasley was under the same jinx Hermione had used on him last year. His eyes nervously flitted across 3 of the 4, looking for signs that someone was going to curse him also. Probably for merely existing. "Ah, Neville, good to see you. Think you could give me a hand?" Harry asked into the silence. "Sure, Harry," squeaked the surprised Neville. "Could you see if there are any empty compartments in this car?" Harry asked in quite a reasonable tone. There was an empty one 3 up from here just before I knocked on your door." Neville nervously replied. "Capital," Harry exclaimed. "Could you get ready to open that door for me? I'll be right there." As Neville withdrew, Harry pointed his wand at Ron and with Wingardium Leviosa, had Ron floating in midair. Easing out of the compartment, he did not see anyone except Neville. Taking care not to bump Ron on anything, Harry eased him out the door, down the passageway, and through the open, deserted compartment door. There he lowered Ron onto one of the bench seats like he was taking a nap. "Neville, how long were you paralyzed by Hermione a few months ago?" "Something less than half an hour," was the shaky reply. Leaning in towards Ron's ear, he whispered something Neville could not hear, then straightened, closed the curtains, and exited the compartment. Pointing his wand at the now closed door, he clearly stated, "Colloportus." There was a squelching sound from the door. "That should keep Malfoy and his ilk from bothering him," Harry said as he led Neville back to the girls. The rest of the trip was uneventful except for Malfoy coming by to taunt them all. The blonde ferret, as Harry thought of him now, jerked open the door of the compartment and proceeded to do his usual, "You are all beneath me," pitch. "Well, if it isn't the loony, the squib, the mudblood and the orphan. Where did you put the weasel?" "In a burrow, somewhere." He looked massively proud of himself as his lumpy bookends chortled. Harry decided then and there this year would be different from his previous 4. He arose, and stretched some kinks out as Malfoy eagerly awaited some reaction from Potter. "Tell me, little Lucius, when are you going to get better script writers? Your insults are lame. When you can be awarded 170 points for an evening's work to win your house. The House Cup, come back and talk to us." With that, he He placed his hand on Malfoy's and pushed him back out into the passageway, slid the door closed, pulled his wand, and said, Colloportus. Closing the curtains on the furious, ranting boy, the last thing he saw was the twerp trying to cast a spell to reopen the door. The four of them kept hearing various thumps and bumps from the passageway, but that soon stopped. Harry! Hermione half-yelled as she wound herself up at what she perceived as an attack by Harry. Harry raised his hand compelling her silence and calmly said, I never used magic on him and a push does not count as a punch. Hermione ran the events through her memory and saw Harry was correct. She sat back with a huff to show her displeasure with his solicitor's view of the rules. The remainder of the trip was uneventful. Harry even solicitously fed the ownerless rat some pumpkin pasty he had bought from the trolley lady. After all, Harry needed the rat alive. He was proud of himself for not feeding the rat to the part Kneazle whose eyes rarely left the cage. Having stashed their haul from the trolley lady and then donning their school robes just before Hogsmeade, the four of them stepped out into the warm, starry night. Furs years or here, came the booming voice of Hagrid. Oh, my. He's a very large person, isn't he? Remarked Luna looking wide-eyed at the half-giant. Yes, he is, Harry commented. But for a gentle, real friend, you won't find one better anywhere else. Yes, friends, she said with a far-away look in her eye. I'm really hoping Ginny Weasley will be my friend again also. I haven't seen her in years. With a thank you to Harry, Hermione, and Neville, Luna headed towards Hagrid, skipping along to the light of his lantern. None of the three said much as they headed to the carriages only Neville and Hermione had used before. As they started up the hill towards the castle, Harry asked why Neville had not told them about the skeletally thin, winged horse-looking animals that were pulling the school's carriages when he came back from Christmas holiday. Harry, said Hermione in a very quiet voice, there are no animals pulling the carriages, they just go by magic. Harry looked thoroughly puzzled. But they're right there. He looked at Neville. Neville shook his head. I don't see any weird horsey things either. Harry huffed and pushed himself deeper into the seat and glared at the front of the carriage until they reached the castle. Hopping out of the carriage, Harry strode up to the animal standing between the shafts of the carriage. He tentatively put a hand on the black, leathery-feeling skin by its shoulder. Surprising Harry, it was warm. The beaked, horse-like head turned towards him and sniffed at him. Not used to large animals, Harry retreated quickly. Using every bit of his now 15-years-old experience, he said nothing and trailed a mass of students heading for the Great Hall. He almost headed over to the fourth-year seating out of habit but swerved at the last moment as he saw Hermione and Neville sitting where the second-years traditionally sat. He had missed this sorting the first time around as he and Ron had crashed his dad's Ford Anglia into the Whomping Willow. They then spent most of the arrival feast being berated by Professor Snape for their stupidity in stealing the car and being photographed by muggles. Thinking of Ron, he looked around and saw him sitting with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan further up the table. Ron picked that moment to look up and stared back at Harry, anger showing on his face. Thinking back, Harry realized he'd just gone along with impetuous, jealous Ron, because for years he believed the redhead knew what he was doing in the magical world. Even today Harry could not believe all the signals he had missed. Except for figuring Colin Creevey and Ginny would be sorted into Gryffindor, he had had almost no contact with the kids only 1 year younger than him. He did not even remember any names. That was sad. That thought led him to the realization that of the older Gryffindor students, he only knew the 3 Weasleys, his other Quidditch teammates and that idiot who ate doxy eggs. That was even more depressing. This time around he was determined to be more social. With no air of Slytherin crap this year, maybe he could turn some people away from unthinkingly believing the lies the prophet spouted about him with unfortunate regularity. Holding the hat and stool, McGonagall led the new first-years into the hall, and placed the hat on the stool, and stood back. Harry saw the rip in the side of the hat open and it began to sing. He followed along as it sang what Harry thought was an almost rehash of the virtues of each house from his first year. He clapped politely with the other students at its end and then joined in applauding each student as they were sorted. Colin Creevey was the first Gryffindor. Abigail Danforth was the next, Michael Galforge followed, and Verbena Kensport was the last before. When his new friend Luna settled onto the stool, and the hat covered her eyes, he had a grin on his face. He was not sure where she would go, but he would put some sickles on Ravenclaw. Suddenly he came out of his thoughts and noticed that the people around him were getting restless. Looking, he realized Luna was in the middle of a long hat stall. Apparently, from the way she was shaking her head and gesturing with her hands, she was not agreeing with the hat's choice of house. A few seconds later, Harry could swear he heard the hat mutter tiredly, "As you wish." Gryffindor. When his new friend Luna settled onto the stool, and the hat covered her eyes, he had a grin on his face. He was not sure where she would go, but he would put some sickles on Ravenclaw. Suddenly he came out of his thoughts and noticed that the people around him were getting restless. Looking, he realized Luna was in a long hat stall. Apparently, from the way she was shaking her head and gesturing with her hands, she was not agreeing with the hat's choice of house. A few seconds later, Harry could swear he heard the hat mutter tiredly, "As you wish." Gryffindor. Harry reacted by flinching in his seat like he had been hit with a stinging hex. No, 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 no. I know she wasn't a lion before. This isn't the same. What did I change by not taking the car? Oh, Merlin, maybe I should have had Dobby close the platform off again and we should have taken the car again. Being attuned to Harry as she was, Hermione noticed that Harry was winding up his nerves just as he had done after Professor McGonagall had stripped away 150 points for being caught being out after curfew last year. As much as she admired the professor, she still believed that 50 points each had been excessive. And the penalty had led to the near ostracization of the trio by their fellow Gryffindors. Especially as no one had lost more than 20 points each for being out after curfew violations all year. Except them. The "why them" had bothered her the rest of the school term and into the holiday. Doing something she felt was wrong, but needed, she whacked Harry on the shoulder. As he turned in startled amazement she said, "Luna said she wanted to be friends." Apparently, she meant really close friends. Harry continued his gape-jawed look at his friend who had just done something he hated. Just then she looked over his shoulder and spoke. Again. "Hello, Luna. Welcome to Gryffindor." The B***owned returned with, "I'm very happy to be sorted as a lion. I look forward to talking later. You'll have to excuse me. I should go sit with my New Year mates." A hopeful smile lit her face. "Maybe I'll find some more new friends." With that, she spun around and moved to sit with the other just sorted Gryffindors. Harry spent the rest of the sorting lost in his thoughts, applauding mechanically for each new sort. The only name that pulled him out of his funk and put a short-lived smile on his face, was that of little Ginny Weasley having a squealing, bouncing reunion with Luna after the hat proclaimed her a Gryffindor. He missed the few strange words spoken by Dumbledore before the food suddenly appeared on the tables accompanied by a few yelps of surprise by the new first years. Hermione was well into gathering food for her own plate when she once again saw that Harry was zoned out in his own world. With a small grimace, she proceeded to load up his plate with what she knew were his favorite foods and then leaned in to whisper in his ear. "It would be best if you started eating, Harry. You keep acting this strange, you will soon draw the scrutiny of Professor McGonagall or the headmaster." That got Harry's attention. Tongue-Ripper, Mrs. Tonks, and Lupin had agreed that after tonight, Harry was Lord Potter, emancipated, and no longer needed a magical guardian. They had also agreed to keep everything a secret until 31 days had passed. The law was a lunar month, but Harry was the one who privately told Tongue-Ripper to leave no loopholes for Headmaster Bumblesnurk, or the chief wizard of the Wizened Maggot or the supreme muggy lump of the ICW to challenge my lordship. Oh, and that idiot Fudge also. He mechanically started filling his stomach with the array of wonderful food Hermione had dished for him. The more he ate, the better his attitude became. After all, the Bumbler had no reason to have one of his private talks with him this early in this, his second year. And he wouldn't see the Snivelus in more than passing until Friday's potion class. Maybe life is better than I think, he mused. At least until Friday. After the feast, Harry and Hermione walked back to Gryffindor Tower without Ron. Many pairs of eyes noted that the trio was at the moment a duo. Everyone was tired and yawns punctuated much of the sluggish talk in the common room. Soon, Harry said goodnight to Hermione and headed up to his dorm room. Nodding at Neville, he dragged his ratty old pajamas out of his battered old trunk. Harry then changed, brushed his teeth, and was preparing to roll into his canopied bed when from behind he came a voice he was starting to dislike. Oi, Potter, why'd you let that muggle-born bint paralyze me on the train? Slowly turning around to give himself time to grab his rising temper with both hands, Harry looked at the red-faced angry redhead. He noted that Seamus and Dean were also giving him the stink eye. All right, how can I keep this from going bad? Ron's hit, unreasonable Burke, way earlier than I remember. Of course, Hermione never called him out on being a pillock before 4th year either. I'll try reason first. Then I'll kill him for calling Hermione a bint. How was I going to stop her when I couldn't even see her around you because you flopped your fat-arsed self down right between us, Harry said as mildly as he could manage. Without even asking if we could budge over because there wasn't enough room between me and Hermione, you just plopped that fat ass of yours down, shoving us sideways, he continued. Past Ron's arm, Harry could see Seamus and Dean looking at each other as though this was news to them. Harry was willing to bet. Ron's whiny story to them had been a lot different. A best mate would have left space for me. A best mate would have unfrozen me, then cursed her, and thrown her into some other compartment, was the angry rejoinder. Ya know, Weasley, I might have considered that, except you hit her hard enough to bruise her when you started screaming at our friend, Luna. How many points would you have lost, and detentions would you have been hit with if Madame Pomfrey found out how she had gotten that bruise? If possible, Ron looked even more mulish. And another thing, Weasley, how do you think the Gryffindor girls, especially the older ones, ya know, the scary ones who know all kinds of nasty curses? How would they react if they found out you hit girls and don't even think to apologize for having done it? Weasley's red face rapidly turned ashen. Glancing around, he could see Dean and Seamus were looking uncomfortable, and Neville was sitting very still. He found it was actually entertaining to watch the redhead shift from foot to foot while trying to think of what to do. Harry let the silence grow. He broke it with, when you decide to apologize to Miss Granger for behavior that I'm not sure Malfoy would have done, then we can talk about being mates again. Harry then walked to right up in Ron's face. If I ever hear you call Hermione a bint again, I will do something that will probably get me expelled. And if you think that doing that just to get me expelled would be worth it, I want you to think about what your face will permanently look like, and how much pain you'll be in because Madame Pomfrey can't fix you if I damage you enough to be expelled. An older, more mature Harry watched as Ron's face again flushed red. He then turned his back, rolled into his bed and pulled the curtains closed. First, he did a detection ward spell Lupin had taught him to wake him if someone tried to pull his curtains open. He had given the cage containing the rat next to Ron's bed a quick disinterested looking over to make sure it was locked. He did not want Pettigrew to get free and disappear. He had plans for that rat shortly. He also used his 3 years of extra knowledge to silence his bed area against the unmuffled engine sound of Ron's snoring. The next morning, Harry was the first in the dorm to finish his ablutions. He then carefully dressed in his older clothes and attire. He wanted Bumblefuck to see that he was being properly tracked. And after a 10-minute wait, Neville was ready and the two headed down the stairs to the common room. Among the thin group of early risers, they found Hermione sitting on the couch in front of the fire, reading her herbology text. Next to her was Luna, reading her first-year charms book. "Good morning, Hermione, Luna," Harry said. "Ready to get some breakfast in our class schedules?" "Yes, we are, Harry. But do you think we could do something first?" the bushy-haired girl said with a smile. "Luna was telling me she wanted to go down to the Great Hall with us because they were so rushed by the prefects, she just doesn't think she can get to the hall alone without getting lost." "The other girls were complaining about the rush in the dorm last night," Luna piped up. "None of us know where we're going. Why don't we ask the prefects?" Harry said looking puzzled. "The 5th-year prefects are Sampson and Weybridge. They're worse than Percy was last year," Hermione said the last in a quiet voice. "So, what do you want to do?" Harry said glancing at Neville before returning his attention back to her. "Gather 'em up and we three will take them to breakfast. Most of them should be awake and dressed by now. We'll give them 10 minutes and then head down. You and Neville go roust out the boys, and Luna here is going to tell the girls that Harry Potter is going to take them down to breakfast," his best friend said with an evil smirk. When Harry looked shocked at the way Hermione was playing with his fame, she merely turned her evil smirk up a couple of notches and cooed, "There's a price to be paid for keeping secrets from me, Potter." Harry's glare just bounced off Hermione's look of revenge, Part 1. Neville looked confused. Luna dashed off to her dorm while Harry, and the bewildered Neville, recognizing Hermione was in one of her unstoppable force moods, went up and opened the first-year boys' dorm door. At the door movement, the boys who were dressing and talking about trying to get to breakfast turned to see who had opened the door. Harry could see from their widening eyes some of the kids recognized him and sighed to himself. "All right, you lot. I'm Harry and this is Neville. You've got 10 minutes to be downstairs before we head for the Great Hall. If you don't want to miss breakfast and go hungry, I suggest you get a move on." With that, Harry closed the door, and he and Neville went back down to the common room. In less than 10 minutes, 11 bright, shiny faces were all looking at the 3 second years. Their school uniform might be askew, and some of them were panting as though they had run a distance, but they were all there. "Right, you lot, pay attention." Harry dug into his primary school rules for being on a trip. Pick someone to buddy up with. Miss Lovegood, you're Miss Granger's buddy. After a few seconds of confusion, everyone got sorted with a buddy, the Muggleborn and Muggle-raised explaining the procedure to the Magicals. As Harry and Neville lead the 2x2 group, he explained in a carrying voice how to use certain pictures as markers to turn or climb a stairway. He showed them the false stir-step in the grand stairway that one's foot would sink into, and it would take a spell from an upper year or a staff member to make it let go. The Gryffindor table was only about a quarter full when the group arrived. A knowing look from Hermione made Harry take note of the fact that the firsties had not sat as a group at the table. Instead, they had arranged themselves around their guides plus Luna. Food was scooped onto plates by hungry young growing children. Harry idly noted that the boys went for eggs and meats, girls went for cereal and fruit. With one exception. Luna was using cut sausages as turrets and toast pieces as walls as she built a castle that seemed to enclose her eggs for the purpose of defending them. Harry reckoned she must have seen Ron at a table sometime. Talk around the table was relatively quiet as hungry children were chewing and Muggleborns were being introduced to pumpkin juice. Ginny had managed to sit next to Luna and was holding an animated one-way whisper conversation with the castle constructing bee owned. Some imp in Harry made him make eye contact with the little redhead and smile. She immediately quit talking, blushed beet red, and took a sudden intense interest in her food. The blinding flash of a magical camera going off almost in Harry's face had him unthinkingly releasing his wand into his outstretched hand before his brain and memories caught up with his reflexes. It was Colin Creevey, of course. Just as last time around, he was taking candid photographs of his idol, Harry. The speed with which Harry's wand had appeared pointed right in the face of the instantly paralyzed firstie had the whole group freeze. Realizing what had happened, Harry disappeared, his wand and pushing his spiked adrenaline down, managed to speak clearly and calmly to the overly enthusiastic photographer whose previous huge grin had become a frozen rictus on his face. "Your name's Colin, isn't it? And your parents are non-magical." Getting a shaky nod, he continued speaking. "Colin, many of us wizards do not take surprise flashes of light well. It usually means someone has just cast a spell, possibly at us." Seeing the incomprehension on the boy's face, Harry thought for a moment. "Colin, imagine you're in your hometown. And your camera as if it were a toy gun that when you pulled the trigger, instead of shooting bullets, it went bang and a little flag popped out. How long would it be before someone, who thought you were shooting at them, became angry because you scared them, embarrassed them, so then they beat you up?" Colin's wide, yet shifty-eyed reaction had Harry thinking something like that had already happened at home before Hogwarts. "So, make sure you ask before setting off that blinding flash. Otherwise, some Muggleborn-hating idiot could use it as an excuse to practice some nasty spells on you." With that admonition given, Harry thought maybe this year Colin wouldn't become a stalker, surprising him constantly. It took 5 more minutes for Professor McGonagall to come over and hand out their class schedules. Neville had a smile as he was excited that a double herbology class was their first class. A smiling Hermione was talking excitedly that their third period class was Transfiguration. Harry's smile was false and glassy as he saw that today's fourth period class was Dada with Lockhart the Incompetent. With his turquoise robes, his truly stupid how wonderful am I quiz, and his unconquerably savage Cornish pixies. Having finished breakfast and giving the first years an extra 10 minutes, the trio gathered up the youngsters and had them lead the way back to the tower. The trip was done in a reasonable time with only 2 almost arguments as to, which way do we go now? After gathering his books needed for today's classes, Harry then pulled most of them out of his book bag and disappeared them into Hermione's backpack. She accepted them without comment, but the look she gave Harry told him another mark had been made in her book of Harry acting strange. With Harry carrying his shabby, worn book bag for one of its last days, the two headed for herbology, their first class of the new year. Harry made a point of having him and Hermione partner up with Neville. Harry now knew the painfully shy boy was an herbology prodigy. Hermione was happy to follow Harry as she remembered Neville being very good from last year. Being with Neville could be particularly important in this lesson. Today was what led to having the all-important Mandrake petrification antidote for later in the year. Harry was sure the antidote would not be needed this year, but if his recall was right, Neville was rendered unconscious by an immature Mandrake scream, and his passing out in the middle of class was another kick in the teeth of his self-confidence. In fact, something Harry had brought up deliberately during a supposedly idle conversation with Hermione at the manor was how if they had persuaded Neville to go with them to save the stone, each of the traps would have had a first-year expert to deal with them. He had not felt that he had to spell out each challenge again for her. He wanted her to reason the clues out for herself, especially as he planned to unsubtly bludgeon her with his new awareness about how rigged the whole adventure had been. Getting Hermione to see how they, and Harry in particular, had been manipulated into every move by the headmaster, was one of Harry's first steps into breaking the near idolatry the girl held for McGonagall, Professor McGonagall, Harry, and Fumbledurk. In fact, after Friday, if he did it right, he could not only get Hermione to understand but support his supposed quickly developed dislike for the headmaster. Transfiguration had gone well. Hermione had done the beetle-to-button transfiguration first, and Harry had been less than a deliberate minute behind her, earning Gryffindor 15 points. Therefore, Harry was feeling no trepidation as after lunch, the Gryffindors walked to the Dada classroom. Changes, changes, changes. This time there was no Colin loudly asking him to sign a photo. Therefore, no excuse for Malfoy the Mouth to start a confrontation in the hall outside the Dada classroom. Harry was able to sneak into the room before Lockhart, so he missed the humiliating lecture about managing his celebrityhood. A bonus was not giving Malfoy a free cast at humiliating Harry for his supposed handing out signed photographs. Ron had a working wand this year. He'd forgotten about that also. He watched calmly as Lockhart ran through his spiel about Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her. 1. Some students laughed. Harry was one of those who just smiled weakly. The Gilderoy Lockhart test was duly handed out, gathered, and then critiqued by the great man himself. Again, only Hermione got all the answers correct. His acknowledging her, and giving her a roguish smile and wink as he announced her feat, had the poor girl nearly combusting from the praise. Now on to business, he bent down and lifted a large, covered cage onto his desk. From there on, the scene played out as Harry remembered. Lockhart pontificating on the danger, Seamus snorting with laughter, when the cover was whipped off. The Cornish pixies going crazy as they saw the children in the room. And then, of course, Lockhart opened the cage door. The resultant pandemonium was just as bad as before. Windows broken, ink tossed everywhere, parchments and books ripped or shredded, most of the class joining their teacher hiding under the desks. One of the few differences was Harry saved Neville from being hung from the room's chandelier, then, with a sigh for his own stupidity, saved a screaming Ron from a similar fate, by casting Immobilis on the pixies attacking both boys. Meanwhile, Hermione was using Immobilis, Petrificus Totalis, and Flipendo charms and recaptured the pixies that had not fled through the broken classroom windows and stuffed them back in their cage. Harry looked around at the devastation wrought by the tiny blue creatures and for some reason felt happy. Yup, some things are still the same, he thought with a small smile. Thursday felt odd to Harry. He was having to work at seeming to be a second year. Keeping his power reined in during Charms class while improving his performance to just behind Hermione's was harder than he thought it would be. In History of Magic, after 5 minutes he quietly asked Hermione which goblin Binns was talking about, and upon hearing Urg the Unclean, said, "Right, led the rebellion of 1172. He lost to a wizard army led by a Black. A lot of families became rich with goblin gold after that war. And promptly put his head down and went to sleep. The stare that was burning against the back of his head should have set his hair on fire. He continued acting normal with Hermione in class and while walking the halls, but after an hour of pondering the feeling, he realized he was missing the presence of Ron at his other side. Which again begged the question. Was the redhead his friend, or was Ron the Prat someone best avoided in the future? A thought occurred to him during his pondering: why had Ron acted so normal during their Diagon Alley shopping trip, yet was such a git during the express trip? He drew Hermione's ire while doing their Transfiguration homework after lunch because he was not concentrating on the homework, merely sitting staring off into space. He begged off after a while, claiming he was going to nap before astronomy class that night. Her return, "You're lying to me, and I don't like that," glare didn't faze him. For the first time since his return, he had no idea what to do, so he fell into his default mode when he thought he was the only person he could count on. He started brooding. All he wanted was for everyone to leave him alone. If they wanted his attention, they could piss off. He had roamed the castle for hours trying to exhaust himself so he would stop thinking. He had been so involved with his inheritance, his lordship, and above all, trying to keep Dumbledore from taking it all away from him, again, that he had forced himself to power through his usual self-doubt. That, and his determination not to let his parents down, had carried him through the summer. For some reason, he had fooled himself into believing that getting back to the castle would make all his anxieties go away. That had not happened. His upcoming talk with Hermione had his stomach tied in knots. The strain of not flashing his 3 years of increased knowledge and power he now had thanks to core binding releases had him overthinking and stressing about his wand work. And lastly, due to upper management's strictures, he keenly felt he had no one to confide in or lean on for help. While the rest of the house went to dinner, he crawled into his bed and pulled the curtains tight around himself. A moderate headache had started while he was roaming the 7th floor west corridor and he desperately wanted some sleep to let it fade away. His napping was more of a light doze as he constantly rethought everything that had happened in the last month. Of course, his thoughts kept circling back to his problem that he had dodged his best friend's questions, and kept secrets from her for nearly a month, and she had not deserted him like Ron the Prat from last year. Or 2 years from now, or whatever. Stupid time travel. After a double potions class in the morning, second-year Griffs would be done for the week. Harry dreaded all that free time being available. Hermione was going to have plenty of time to pry his secrets out like her parents pulling an infected tooth. Without painkillers. Neville, sent by Hermione, had to literally drag Harry out of bed in the morning. "Sorry, Harry. She gave me orders, and she scares me worse than you do," the boy said, shoving Harry into the bathroom. It was a bleary-eyed, hair every which way, school uniform askew Harry who lurched down the steps into the common room 20 minutes later. He stumbled to a stop as 13 pairs of eyes swiveled around to him. Oops. Should have known Mother Hen Hermione would have all her chicks up for another castle tour again this morning. All eyes locked on Harry's bushy-haired friend as she walked up to him shaking her head and tisking to herself. She reached up and retied his tie, straightened his school robe, and started to rake her fingers through his hair in an effort to bring some order to it. As Harry tried to draw away from the last, she promptly grabbed him by the tie and pulled him down to within easier reach. It only took a few seconds for her to realize the futility of her efforts, so she let him go, straightening his tie as she did. Frowning a bit at Harry, she said, "Harry, they have a free period first hour, then history of magic second hour. Could you show them how to get to Bin's classroom on the way to the Great Hall?" At his nod, she announced, "Everyone buddy. Up like yesterday. And pay attention. You'll be getting a bit of a castle tour this time." Potions turned out to be far better than any potions class before. With Ron still being a git, Harry ended up pairing with Hermione to brew the fire protection potion. After a quiet reminder not to look the dungeon bat Professor Snape, Harry, in the eye, Harry found it almost easy not to try to outstare the greasy git in an effort to prove he was not intimidated by him. Harry found that not wanting to accidentally look Snape in the eye was easy as his tormentor hovered over them making his usual insults about the quality of the potion they were brewing. In fact, ignoring the awful instructor actually improved his concentration. As they turned in their potion at the end of class, his surly grunt of, "Adequate," was acceptable to Harry despite his fuming best friend, who complained sotto voce as they left the classroom. He was surprised by her comment about how that abomination of a supposed teacher could mark down their perfect potion. As lunch progressed, Harry's gut started churning as he knew what was coming. Hermione had been the model of restraint once she had been given, albeit accidentally, an end date to Harry's secrets. She was disgustingly cheerful all meal. Even when she noticed him starting to merely push the food around on his plate, she merely leaned in and whispered, "Might as well eat. Nothing will change whether your stomach is full, almost empty, or totally empty because your nerves made you throw up." Harry looked at her in shock. She merely shrugged. "Welcome to my world. You've had my insides twisted in knots for a month. I don't think I'm a bad person for enjoying a bit of petty revenge." She chose that moment to take a delicate bite of her chicken salad sandwich and exaggerated her chewing while maintaining eye contact with him. "Finish your lunch, Harry. You'll need your strength. It's going to be a low-owing afternoon." She merely shrugged. "Welcome to my world. You've had my insides twisted in knots for a month. I don't think I'm a bad person for enjoying a bit of petty revenge." She chose that moment to take a delicate bite of her chicken salad sandwich and exaggerated her chewing while maintaining eye contact with him. "Finish your lunch, Harry. You'll need your strength. It's going to be a long afternoon." The duo was walking side by side headed to one of the few places where they figured they could get some privacy. They had returned to their tower to drop off their books and Hermione had added some items to her backpack including a small satchel that Harry knew contained mostly writing materials she liked to carry while doing research in the library. Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak and grumped to himself that he really needed the Marauders map right now. Maybe Lupin could help. Harry had insisted after they left the tower they only descend to the 5th floor when he stopped and looked around carefully. "One moment, Hermione. Since this is really important to me, I want to make sure we aren't followed." At her nod, he spoke. "May I call for a Hogwarts elf please?" He intoned uncertainly. Ypres had told Harry the morning of the express trip to the school that students could ask for assistance from the Hogwarts house elves. If the called elf thought the call for aid was proper, they would help the asking student. A house elf with the usual large eyes popped into existence next to them, dressed in a clean white tea towel with the Hogwarts crest on the front. "I is Gurna. How may I assist young student Potter and young student Granger?" Harry knelt on one knee so as to be at eye level with the elf, and very seriously said, "Could you please check us and our belongings for tracking and listening charms? We have not yet learned the spells ourselves, so we need help. We believe those who want to track us are not our friends." Gurna seemed to be thinking hard for a moment before abruptly saying, "Hogwarts says I may help young student Potter and young student Granger." He then nodded his large-eyed head and raised his skinny gray arms while looking at Harry. The boy raised his hand and said, "Please check Hermione first." She could see his temper started climbing as Hermione's wristwatch, robe, shoes, socks and her brand new backpack all showed having been tagged. The gray elf turned and faced Harry. Just as at the manor, little blue fuzzy lights appeared on Harry and his stuff. Harry's temper started rising as the fuzzy blue count went up. His glasses now had 2 trackers, old belt 2, old robe an additional 2. His new shoes had a new glow each, and his old, baggy pants had a new addition also. Harry became livid. "Merlin damned broken-nosed old coot. He's so free with the damned things, I wonder if he even realizes he's placing them anymore. It's only been 2.5 days. And then as the little elf also started wiggling his fingers, red fuzzy dots appeared on the nose piece of Harry's glasses and Hermione's hair comb. "Does student Potter want Gurna to remove the findies and listen from office charms from you and your mate?" the small gray-skinned being asked. The young student Granger took one glance at murderous-looking student Harry and stepped forward to kneel by a suddenly nervous-looking Gurna. "Yes, Elf Gurna, we want you to remove every charm you have shown us," she said in the kindest voice she could muster at the moment. A brief hands wave, and all the glows disappeared. "Thank you, Elf Gurna." And with a bow and a pop, the small being disappeared. Hermione took 2 quick steps and wrapped the raging Harry in a hug. She now understood why he had insisted that everyone who entered his manor was swept for bugs by his retainers. He had explained why to her once, but she would not, or could not, believe that the headmaster would do something so invasive of their basic right to privacy. At worst he just wanted to make sure Harry was safe. Didn't he? Really? What other explanation could there be? She was trying to calm Harry down while she herself was releasing a torrent of wrathful feeling magic from being totally upset with the old man's actions. Her emotions whiplashed again as Harry murmured into her hair, "Don't look him in the eye. Remember, don't look him in the eye." She was not sure what she felt at the moment. Anger was foremost. Her trust in the most revered authority figure she knew had been betrayed. Her confusion was rampant. Why would he do such a thing? And finally, bitter realization that this was a part of why Harry had been so unwavering in his denunciations of the headmaster. Hermione was feeling that she and Harry were holding on to each other lest they collapse to the floor. It was a few more minutes before the pair separated with suspiciously red noses and watery eyes. A pair of handkerchiefs were produced from the satchel and used on facial repairs before they walked down to the east wing, third floor, right-hand side. The door that had protected students from the great three-headed Cerberus named Fluffy opened easily when pulled on now. Harry started talking as the time for his interrogation drew nearer. "We, made a small mistake upstairs there," he said nervously. "We should have maybe had the tracking spells transferred to something we could leave somewhere we are supposed to be while we are somewhere else." He ran his hand through his hair as Hermione smirked. She knew he was cracking. Had he relieved some of the old tracking charms on my glasses, belt and other things is that way Dumbledore would think he knew where I was." "That's a very good idea, Harry," she stated, praise showing in her voice. "I would not worry about finding renewed tracking charms to use in your little deception. I'd venture that you will have a whole new set within a couple of days." Suddenly her mien shifted to angry. "I'll have to learn the detection and removal charms for these spells. Especially for that listening charm. What right does he have to listen in on me if I want to have a boyfriend in a couple of years?" As she finished that sentence her eyes widened, and she slapped both hands over her mouth. Her words left Harry happy that he had not done the first action that had occurred to him, which was to laugh in happiness that she was now halfway to seeing Bumblefuck as he now did. However, if he had laughed at the dreams of the young girl, he would have been dodging hexes for a week. Or worse, she probably would have given him the silent treatment for, well, forever. Of course, given what was going to happen soon. Hermione gave Harry a flat look. She then pointed her wand at the floor and wall near a corner and Harry could hear the cushioning spell. She swung her backpack off and reached into it, pulling out a lap table, Muggle notebook and a pen. She pointed at the other side of the corner. "Sit. We will be here a while. Might as well get comfortable." With a thoughtful look she added, "Next time let's pick a room with chairs in it. Sitting on the floor, leaning against a wall is just somehow not suitable for super serious discussion." With pen in hand and her Muggle notebook open, she looked at him expectantly. He had known this moment was coming. He had for days even known what day it was coming. If he backed out now it would gut Hermione. Their relationship could never recover. With the sigh of a man walking to his doom, he neatly sat against his section of wall. "I want to change the method of your interrogation," he said quietly, nervously, not looking her in the eye. "I will tell you what happened, and then I want you to do some research and tell me why it happened." "All right," she appraised him slowly, her eyes narrowing. "And why do you not want to just answer my questions? Are you intending to hide things from me?" She was going for tough female interrogator, but Harry was positive he caught a hint of fear in her voice. And that fear almost broke his heart. She was afraid that he would clam up and end their friendship in order not to answer her. "No, Hermione, you are correct. I don't want to answer all your questions. And, yes, I will still hide a few things from you. However, I am going to give you most of the answers. As I just said a moment ago, I know what happened. If you can discover why it happened, then maybe we'll both have the answers we want. Ready?" He got a firm nod and a poised pen. "Let me tell you about my Hogwarts letter." And so, Harry told the tale. The original letter, the follow-up letters with different addresses. Then more letters. Letters even squeezing under the front door, slotting through the sides. More letters every day until his Uncle Vernon cracked and drove them away from the house. He actually grinned as he talked about driving all over southern England, and how the next morning there had been around 100 Hogwarts envelopes waiting for him at the motel desk. His countenance darkened as he talked about being in a rickety, drafty hovel on a rocky little island during a raging storm waiting for midnight and his birthday. How his now friend, Hagrid, broke down the door, cowed his relatives and fed him for the first time in days. Her friend's voice became mechanical again as he described how the ranting and raving older Dursleys seemed determined to keep him from coming to Hogwarts. I've thought about it for over a year now. They never, ever let a day go by without telling me that I was a burden. How they clothed me, bought the food they fed me, and kept a roof over my head. Harry determinedly kept his head lowered, refusing to look at the girl with the disbelieving look on her face. Which was just as well. Hermione's face was developing a look of pity. Even as she knew he hated that look on other people's faces when they talked to him. What they never spoke of was that the clothes were all hand-me-downs from my cousin Dudley. And you see how they look. The food I ate was about 1/5 of what my baby whale cousin scarfed down. And the roof over my head was the bottom of the staircase, because my room was a broom cupboard under the stairs. You would think they'd be happy to get rid of their burden for 10 months of the year. Even my first letter was addressed to Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Something I don't understand is how did magic, or something, no I was born of magical parents so all I needed, in theory, was my acceptance letter. Yet, then someone sent Hagrid to guide me to Diagon Alley, as though I was Muggle-born. You and Dean both got a visit by the obviously knowledgeable Professor McGonagall. I got the Hogwarts groundskeeper and keeper of the keys, who I now realize was a walking, talking violation of the Statute of Secrecy. Harry finally raised his head to look Hermione in the eye. So, first, why the strange introduction to the wizarding world? Second, I found from reading in my Manners library, that not having at least the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts personally informing me of my acceptance was a gross insult to the most ancient and most noble house of Potter. Harry allowed a smirk to show. If I could get the word out to that scandal rag, the prophet, I bet the headmaster would be asked some questions he would rather not have to answer. Hermione could contain herself no longer. Harry, why are you so suddenly anti-headmaster? A couple of months ago you were grateful he saved you after he who must not be named almost killed you. And when he gave us all those house points, you were as ecstatic as the rest of us. What happened? I will get there eventually, Hermione. But, that is at the end of last year's story, Harry said. Nearer the beginning, is the tale of September 1st last year. My uncle surprised me by walking me into the station. There, he made a point of showing me platform 9 and next to it, platform 10. No platform 9 3/4 here, boy. He then left me standing there, got in the car, and they all drove away laughing. Harry had a look of absolute anguish on his face. I really think they were hoping I would never find the platform and would be left stranded, penniless in London. There I was, scared, lost, and confused in the middle of the busiest rail station in London because Hagrid forgot to tell me how to find platform 9 3/4. Harry could see Hermione was tearing up in sympathy of the young Harry's plight. Suddenly, a red-headed woman with a gaggle of red-headed children appears talking loudly about how crowded it is, packed with muggles everywhere. She made very sure I heard her. And then she loudly asked her daughter, "Where are we going?" "Platform 9 3/4, Mum," the cute little red-haired girl said. She was loud also. And that was how I met the Weasleys. Somehow they were there in just the right place to save me from missing the train because Hagrid didn't tell me how to board the train. I think I'll go visit him in a few days and ask him why he forgot. Hermione looked sharply at Harry and was opening her mouth when Harry held up his hand and said, "Remember, I tell you what happened. You will tell me why." Picking up the thread of his story, Harry continued his narration. After the train had left the station, Ron showed up at my compartment and asked if he could sit with me, because all the other compartments are full. Hermione developed an instant frown at the last. Harry was sure she was remembering passing several empty compartments during her search for Neville's toad. He had noticed a couple while making the trip to the loo. He had been so worried he would not be able to find, or know how to use the loo on the train, he had not paid that observation the attention it apparently deserved. This time when she opened her mouth, she caught herself and closed it with a literal snap. Harry gave her an approving look. Ron spent the next several hours regaling me with stories about being a wizard, with small interruptions about how evil Slytherin House was, how rotten the Malfoys were, and how glorious being a Gryffindor would be. Two things do stand out in my memory despite my brain being bludgeoned with hours of Quidditch minutiae. First, he actually said that if he wasn't sorted into Gryffindor, Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Harry had to smother a chuckle as Hermione's eyes bulged at the thought of Ron Weasley as a Ravenclaw. He wondered if her overstressed brain was about to explode out of her ears at the absurdity of that thought. Second, he really didn't want you to be sorted into the same house as him, Harry finished in a flat voice, and for the first time avoiding his friend's eyes. Seems that by sheer chance the first two people that gave me my earliest views of the magical world were both rabid Dumbledore followers, and the only counter was that complete ass, Draco Malfoy. So, he continued after a few moments. How surprising is it that when the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, I fought and argued and demanded it not put me in Slytherin. I couldn't imagine living in the same place as Malfoy. Hermione's eyes popped wide and her brain nearly short-circuited at Harry stating that the Hat claimed he had all the traits of a Slytherin, but had ended up as a Gryffindor lion. Knowing the bombarda he had just cast into Hermione's worldview, he sat patiently while her mind restarted. As her eyes started refocusing on him, Harry spoke up again. "Don't be too surprised, Hermione. You must have had quite the discussion with the Hat, as I'm sure it wanted to place you in Ravenclaw." It was her turn to blush bright red. "So, I start my Hogwarts time in Gryffindor. I sort of get friendly with Neville. Seamus and Dean are friendly enough, but we seem to have no real common ground. Then there is Ron. Looking back, I see how he decided that being known as my best friend was to be his way to be different from his brothers. A way to be better than them." Harry sighed, beefed up his courage, and looked Hermione in the eye. "Make no mistake, I latched onto Ron just as hard." Harry looked away from her, shame filling his voice. "I had never had a friend before. Not even a casual friend. My cousin, the great bloated whale, made sure that anyone who tried to be friendly with me was threatened with being beaten up, or if they were stubborn, actually being beaten by him and his gang. And for some reason, the parents of the hurt kids seemed to go along with the story that it was their kid's fault for having wanted to talk to the neighborhood freak." He very carefully examined the floor in front of him. "When a complaint was made about Dudley's bullying, by anyone, as soon as my relatives were told about it, I was blamed for having caused it." Harry paused his tail to blink his eyes clear. He would not rub them. That would mean he was crying. He had learned the crying only made things worse at the Dursleys. "I still don't want to lose my first friend. Even when he's being a total git," Harry finished quietly. Hermione dropped her voice into the following silence. "You went Hogwarts shopping with the Weasleys while I was in Italy. You never said anything about him acting a prat then. That's because he didn't. He acted just like you would expect Ron to act on a day where he couldn't eat every 10 minutes and nag me into playing chess when there are other things that have to be done. Thank Merlin for brooms at Quality Quidditch Supplies grabbing every Weasley's interest." Silence fell between the pair again. Harry gathered his courage up in both hands and restarted his narration. "Now that I look back on it, I find it very planned that I go from a primary school where if I am given a higher grade than my cousin, I get yelled at and thrown into my understairs cupboard with no food for a weekend. And the first person who befriends me, doesn't want me to be smart either." In spite of having rehearsed this in his head for days, Harry has to stop as what he is saying seems rather ridiculous even to him. "If I acted intelligent like you, Hermione, do you think Ron would approve?" The question actually baffled her for a moment. He imagined as he watched he could see the shuffling of possibilities going on in her mind as he presented her with thoughts she had not contemplated before. It took a few minutes before she resurfaced from the depths of her mind. She looked at Harry and quietly said, "There are times I've wished you were standing nearby under your invisibility cloak when Ron starts bragging about how he's your best mate, and how he's taught you everything you know about being a wizard, and that you're listening to him coach you on how to be a seeker is why you're so good." Harry looked back at her dumbfounded. He'd missed the red-headed lout trashing him first year and then for the next two. Ron the Burke in fourth year didn't count. That was open jealousy. Hermione's revelation was more like betrayal. "Oh, and you're a loner who really doesn't want to meet a lot of people," she added. When she made that comment, something clicked in Harry's memory. Healer Tonks had told him he had a minor avoid me charm placed on him. But hadn't Urzelkindis said that Mrs. Weasley wanted Ron and Ginny to be his only friends? Could she be pushing her son to do her bidding? This would require more thought. He was thinking so hard, he did not realize he started musing out loud. Now I'm really starting to feel paranoid. First, Mumblemork places me where I have to live isolated from everything magical and everybody who cared about baby Harry. Then I am guided into making for my very first friend the Gryffindor version of intolerant, privileged Malfoy. Then, just like my cousin, he chases off everyone who wants to talk to me. He was so deep into his thoughts he did not notice Hermione opening her mouth to lambaste him for not calling Professor Dumbledore by his title, and then stopping her reflex correction when some instinct screamed, "Don't interrupt." Leaving her again with her mouth open. Huh, Dudley and Ronald are so much alike, why didn't I notice that before? A lot of the same bloody disgusting eating habits also. He fell silent for a moment. Alright, that's it. I'm tired of ignorantly dancing to everyone else's tunes. As soon as I get some teaching from Neville, I'm going to start going Lord Potter all over their asses. There was silence in the room for the next 2 minutes. Harry just stared at something 1,000 yards away. Hermione was sitting with tears leaking out of her closed eyes. That changed when as soon as she opened her eyes, she flung herself into his lap, hugging him fiercely while wetting his shirt with her tears. Harry let the hugging go on. He felt guilty that he was enjoying holding her while his friend was distressed about his past. When her distress eased, handkerchiefs were produced and faces cleaned up. After sitting peacefully for a minute, Harry cleared his throat and asked, "Do you want to keep going?" Hermione merely nodded her head and picked up her notepad. "First-year adventures," he announced. "Last year certainly was exciting, wouldn't you say?" Hermione gave an unladylike snort. "If you mean being nearly killed by a rampaging troll in a girls' loo was exciting, then I guess the year became exciting early on." "No, actually I consider that part terrifying," replied Harry. "I meant the hunt for all the clues to the Philosopher's Stone. It was thrilling adventure. Clues we had to find, research we had to perform, and every time we hit a dead end, another happenstance or a lucky clue would appear." Assuming it was happenstance and luck. Harry paused to regather his thoughts. It had to be chance, didn't it? I mean I was the only person, except Fumbledore. He ignored Hermione's glare, and Hagrid, who knew he had picked up something at Gringotts to bring back to the castle. And then we, find that someone tried to rob Gringotts right after the something had been removed. Next, trying to avoid Filch, we get chased, accidentally, into the very room where, he raised his fingers and made air quotes, the start of the great adventure begins. "Harry, that monster three-headed dog almost ate us," she admonished him. "No," he replied. "While you were looking at the trapdoor, I was noticing he had 3 collars, with 3 chains, that wouldn't let his heads reach the door. We actually had a small safe space in front of the door where Fluffy couldn't reach us." Hermione's eyes unfocused from the world as she replayed the incident from her memory. "You're right," she said in small, wondering voice. By fighting hard, Harry kept his face from looking smug. That chocolate frog card with the mention of Nicholas Flamel and you remembering he was the creator of the Sorcerer's Stone. It sure was lucky that I looked at that card as I gave the chocolate frog to Neville. And that you had sent that card to me as part of your Christmas present. Quite a coincidence, eh? Harry could have sworn he could read the thoughts swirling around Hermione's mind as her fantastic memory took her back to the incident. As we start our fantastic adventure, we learn the odds are truly stacked against the heroic band. Hermione snorted at that description, giving him her best, "Stop fooling around and talk," glare. "The head manipulator, master has left the school. He is absurdly traveling by the slowest magical travel method wizards have, and therefore will inexplicably be gone for hours." He looked inquiringly at her. "You do know that travel by flow or apparition only takes seconds from place to place?" She rolled her eyes, then nodded. "Next we have the deputy headmistress who does not want to be bothered by a bunch of firsties claiming the sky is falling. The same deputy who apparently didn't get the memo on what we found in the Forbidden Forest that night of the absolute insane detention we were given for having been out of the common room after curfew." After a moment of introspection, he started up again using a slightly mocking, bombastic tone. "As Outband starts its great adventure, remember we have me, the great flute player, to soothe the savage beast that Hagrid let slip was a big, cuddly puppy who would fall asleep as soon as someone played him some music." Hermione looked as though she wanted to beat him around the head with her notepad for his delivery. We didn't even have to trust my flute playing. Snape, though actually Quirrellmort and his harp, had solved that problem for us. For the plant room, we should have had that brave Gryffindor plant expert, Neville Longbottom, except he was a bit too noble and some monster left him paralyzed on the common room floor. Therefore, he missed his chance to be a hero as we foolishly fought the Devil's Snare. Harry pretended not to see the glare Hermione was sending his way. Yep, winding her up is a lot of fun. Wonder what her revenge will be for that monster Crack. You know Hermione, I wonder how Neville might have changed if he had been with us all the way. From the look in her eyes, she was seriously considering his thought. Meh, just a thought. Restarting his story with his home team, Plumy, sports announcer's bombast, he said, next we came to the Room of Keys. And once again, a challenge that one of us had a huge talent for. Flying and seeking, that broom in the Room of Keys. It was somehow made to look as old and decrepit as the flying class brooms. It wasn't though. I could feel how much better it was as I flew it. I wonder, considering the room was supposed to be difficult to defeat, why was the broom so good? Mayhap we could ask Professor Flitwick about that. Harry's story paused as he once again was almost overwhelmed by a memory from the Triwizard Tournament. Shaking it off, he resumed, but now his tone was resigned. Ron was our chess master, and that was a big, deadly chessboard. After playing an adult enchanted board to a standstill, he went all noble Gryffindor and sacrificed himself so we could win the game and continue on. Hermione, why has that Ron changed into the prat that seems to hate us both now? The two exchanged a look that told the other nothing. Harry sighed and continued. Next, we find a troll. Fortunately, knocked out. I know we three managed to beat the one in the girls' loo, but I was so relieved to find it unconscious. Even if it meant we were now positive Snape was ahead of us. Harry stopped in his tale and smiled warmly at his friend. This was not his usual lopsided half-ashamed grin, or his happy excited smile. It was a true smile of affection. Now, we come to the place where the Muggle-born witch Hermione Granger steps to the fore. She had ably substituted for our resident herbology expert with the Devil's Snare solution. Now she has a much harder problem. Having to use logic in the face of a culture that, and I quote, a lot of the greatest wizards haven't got an ounce of logic. 2. Hermione's cheeks pinked mightily at his remembering her comment. By using her brains and her Muggle logic, she solved Professor Snape's poisonous potions puzzle, gave her departing hero his first hug ever, and delivered some uplifting words. Her face flared red. Harry pretended not to notice. Our freshly burnished hero, the boy who lived because his mum saved him, strides off to do battle while his friend returns to aid their fallen comrade. He stared at Hermione. You brought help in time so that I didn't die in that room with Quirrell. I will remember your last words to me until I die before I left you for that cursed room. Harry's stare intensified. She could not look away from those glowing emerald eyes. We assumed that Snape had already drank the vial that allowed him to go on. Yet it was filled when we got there. So, it had to be an automatic refilling vial. I think this means one of two things. 1. After I drank, if we had waited, another dose would have appeared in the vial. Harry looked Hermione straight in the eye. I'm happy you weren't with me. I suspect he would have killed you immediately as you were in excess to his needs, a spare one might say, or tortured you to get me to do anything he wanted. You know I would have, too. Hermione dropped the intense eye contact first. Or 2, perhaps the original plan was to allow another person to drink the refill, which meant there would be 2 people in the mirror room. The thief and Hermione shivered as she processed his last unfinished sentence. She could swear his eyes were blazing as his mouth opened to state the question she was positive would dynamite her worldview. Why was that bottle set up to refill, Hermione? We assumed that Snape had already drank the vial that allowed him to go on. Yet it was filled when we got there. So, it had to be an automatic refilling vial. I think this means one of two things. 1. After I drank, if we had waited, another dose would have appeared in the vial. Or 2. Allowing another person to drink the refill, meant there would be 2 people in the mirror room. The thief and Hermione shivered as she processed his last unfinished sentence. She could swear his eyes were blazing as his mouth opened to state the question she was positive would dynamite her worldview. Why was that bottle set up to refill, Hermione? He had broken her. From her expression of betrayal mixed with disbelief, Harry was becoming horrified that he had harmed his best friend. As her expression morphed to absolute anguish, and she started to collapse into herself, he rolled over to her and gathered her against his. It took many minutes for Hermione to cry herself out this time. Harry thought he understood why. The trust that they as children had given the supposed greatest hero of the wizarding world had been betrayed. And Hermione's absolute belief that authority figures automatically gained respect, because, well, they were authority figures, had just been blown sky high. Many times, Harry had wished he had his friend's absolute belief in adults being dispensers of swift and fair justice. But his experiences with the adults in Little Whinging had discouraged him of any grown-ups helping him. Neither teachers or neighbors has ever helped him. Almost all had preferred to believe his aunts and uncles' lies. 4 years of dealing with the many odd and ineffectual teachers at Hogwarts had done nothing but reinforce his belief that most adults when dealing with him as Harry Potter were at best ineffectual, or at worst outright enemies. McGonagall had lost a lot of placement in his respect line from her draconian enactment of their punishment for being caught after their help in sending the baby dragon away. The brush-off she gave the trio when they warned her about the attempt to be made to steal the stone had then removed her farther down the queue. And then upper management had gifted him with the knowledge that Forrest Quillermort had killed him due to Hogwarts adult stupidity. As he held her, Harry reflected he had had more examples for Hermione, but that was from his 3 extra years of Dumbledore's. "You are not old enough to understand, Harry," or, "There is nothing I can do about this, Harry." Those useless platitudes delivered in a regretful, world-weary voice were usually trotted out just before or after Harry had put his life in terrible danger. So, he sat there and in his now vast maturity, at least as he thought of it, he would hold his friend as long as needed because he was the cause of her anguish. As Hermione's crying jag continued, Harry had a thought that came out of nowhere. He must not be a very good friend, because, like Ron, he always seemed to make her cry. He lost track of time before she managed to reduce the loss of one of the largest props of Hermione whirled to hiccups and snuffles. "It was a setup, wasn't it?" She snuffled. "Yeah, I think it was," Harry said quietly, reflectively. "When we started it was almost a lark. Fluffy was sleeping, the devil's snare was easily taken care of, and the key was, well, sorry, kind of fun." He felt her stiffen in his arms. He would have bet that for a moment she wanted to drive some common sense into him by beating him about the head with one of her beloved books. "The chess set was actually dangerous, I think. If the White Queen had to move so I had a clean cast at the king, then she had a straight cast at me. Instead, she picked Ron, who was our leader at the time, and had the king in check at that point. We also have no idea how Quirrell got past the chess set. Any damaged pieces would recover and reset just like an ordinary wizard's chess set. For all we know, he just blasted his way through." Hermione remained silent as Harry gathered his thoughts. "Looking back, I remember that we were happy not to have to fight the troll. But, it was unconscious. Not killed. He told me he had a special gift with trolls. Maybe that was the last of his humanity showing up. We both know what happened in the potions puzzle, and I told you last spring what happened in the last room," he said, raising his hands and staring at them. "If it hadn't been for my mother's protection that she gave me that night long ago, Voldemort Quirrell would have killed me. Good thing that in the castle he wasn't wearing gloves and a heavy cloak. He'd already killed me once in the forest, right? I can't remember how he did it. Everything just went black," Harry thought. "And part of the reason why I was in that room was because all those obstacles were dumbed down. Even if we're really good at." "Hermione, what's the word for someone young who's very smart and fantastic at something?" She frowned for only a second. "Prodigy. Yeah, that's it. As I said before, why we're a group of first years, even if we were prodigies at something, able to overcome Hogwarts professor-made obstacles that were supposed to stop or severely slow down a very powerful dark wizard." Harry waited to see how Hermione would handle in his mind connected, 2 assumptions. Zelkindis, and his notes, had been correct about everything so far. While Harry sat holding her, another vagrant thought flitted through his mind. He figured that no matter how much time spent there, she was going to find no answers in the library. Research was not going to help. This was instinct mixed with logic. And his instinct and logic were screaming that any possible help had been removed from the library a year ago. Feeling Hermione starting to shift, Harry loosened his hug, which enabled her to slide over to her backpack. Reaching into its depths, she pulled out a couple of parchments. She still was not saying much, when she suddenly gave a heavy sigh and silently handed the parchments to Harry. There in her neat, tiny script, were all the questions Harry had been dreading, but she had not asked. It had been out of character for her not to have broken out the bright lights, manacled him to an uncomfortable chair, and become the bad Bobby when he took her to the manor. And with his memories of fourth-year Hermione learning about house elves, when she had been introduced to Ypres and Pima, the fact that she had not immediately interrogated him about everything he knew about the new and hitherto unknown magical species should have been a stronger warning. The Harry list. 1. Harry appears to be unhappy, even angry with Professor Dumbledore. 2 months ago, he was saying how grateful he was that Dumbledore had managed to save him. What has created this sudden change in Harry's attitude? He is upset, yet seems to have a plan. Harry has a plan. The world must be ending. 2. Also, he has become confident in himself. Until danger reared its head, or Malfoy opened his mouth, Harry has mostly abased himself. 3. Where did he learn about the night bus? I have never heard of it, or read anything about it. 4. Where was Harry staying before he found his manor? From the way he talked last year, his relatives never let him out of the house to go anywhere. 5. Why did he have me checked? In fact, insisted I get checked for tracking charms on my first trip to his manor. Why would someone want to apply them to me? 6. Harry is practically thrumming with power. How did he get so much more powerful in 5 weeks? 7. How did we change the 2 house elves when we fed them magic? And why did one of them use me as a source of their power up? Why did they call him Master Harry? And me, Mistress Hermione? 8. To repeat myself, he has talked as though Gringotts goblins and house elves are the only people he has spent time with, yet he has undergone a drastic personality change. Case in point, he brought homework for me to check at my house during summer holiday, without me nagging him about doing it. 9. Part of his change is he sounds and acts older than he did only 5 weeks ago. He has started using adult words during explanations. Another part is the confidence to buy his own clothes. Last year I never saw him wear a piece of new clothing except for school uniforms. Yet he seemed to have money for little luxuries last year. 10. He's initiated holding me or my hand me several times these last weeks. Harry never touches anybody except by accident. 11. Somehow he has developed some very fast Dada reflexes with his wand. Was Lupin that good a teacher? 12. Why is Harry hiding his new trunk, clothes, and backpack from everyone? 13. It may be minor, but when has Harry ever known the answer to a history of magic figure? Particularly a goblin leader. Harry read the list as fast as possible. He looked up into the face of his friend just as she was finishing cleaning her face with a handkerchief hauled from her backpack's side pocket. In case you were wondering, she said, there was no point in asking about the money you have inherited. It's obvious you knew nothing about it until this summer. And from the way you talked about it that first visit to my house, Headmaster Dumbledore had something to do with your ignorance. Or possibly, everything. And as much as you were trying not to blab your secrets, you've told me many of them. I assume that you were scared the headmaster would find out about them. After all, he was the one you kept mentioning when you talked to me about having to virtually hide from him. She stared at him intently. Harry just looked back, absolutely brain-muddled, his rising panic thoughts ricocheting around in his skull. What does she know? He thought wildly, does she know enough to figure out I'm older? Or that I came back from the dead? Or there is an up? With a sigh, she started. The first time you visited, you were emphatic that Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape could read my mind if it was not protected. That's a skill called legilimency. You even knew the person who can perform it is called a legilimencer. She frowned at him. Don't try to explain it by saying you read about the skill or who can do it from your wonderful library. During your first visit to my house, you left to go to your relatives. The second time you said that you were going to start living in your house the night after you took me to your manor for the first time. So, from what library did you find out those two could do mind reading? He opened his mouth and then snapped it closed when realized he could not tell her the answer. The truth. Second, she continued as it became apparent to her he was not going to answer. You showed me your Potter Lordship ring. I now know the fact you have that ring is a very big deal. Your library is very informative. Why you kept that a secret, and are still keeping it a secret, I don't know. Yet. Third, you told me you were influenced by a potion and a curse last year. What you didn't tell me, again, was how you found that out. She made a small face. I've made the assumption that becoming Lord Potter is how you found out about owning your manor. And of course, there was our duel. The speed your spells traveled caught me by surprise. They hadn't traveled that fast during our practices. I've read several books that say spell speed is directly related to our magical power and intent. Your spell speed is way faster than a 12-year-old should be. Why do I suspect that you were holding back during our lessons with Professor Lupin? With that, she fell silent, stopped looking at him, and leaned back into her cushioned bit of wall. Harry, you've told me what happened and you want me to tell you why it happened. Don't you think that you should return the courtesy and tell me why you have done these things this summer and why they happened? She gave him a raised eyebrow and a small off-center smile. Look on the bright side, Harry. At least you already answered parts of questions 4 and 5. Only 11 and a half answers to go. With the last, she leaned back against the wall and regarded him steadily. The only thought that kept circling through Harry's mind was how much of his supposed secret information he had unwittingly babbled to Hermione. And now his loose lips were coming back to haunt him with a vengeance. Refocusing on the list in his hands started slowing Harry's thoughts. Well, he could fake the first two, or maybe even tell her the truth about Dobby. He started talking quietly. Just before my birthday, I had what's the word for a life-changing thought? She frowned as she thought. An incident. An epiphany. That's it, an epiphany. Both my parents were considered very smart, very talented students while at Hogwarts. Let's be honest, I have not been performing in class nearly as well as my pedigree says I should. He lifted his head to look at her. You know I have a cousin my age. She nodded. We were in the same class at primary school. If I came home with a better grade than he did, I was screamed at and told I was a worthless freak who must have cheated. That was no way I could possibly be smarter than Darling Duddekins. And when I was stupid enough to say I hadn't cheated, I was called a liar and thrown into my cupboard to be locked away for days with no food. Harry stared back at the floor again. I soon learned to become dumber than my cousin. The few times I slipped up, I was swiftly punished, so I learned to do poorly better. And here at Hogwarts, my first friend has an allergy to studying and merely does just enough to keep from failing his classes. I spent last year going along with his attitude. I didn't then, and still don't want to have him angry at me, because I'm a better student than he will ever be. Harry looked up at Hermione. Unfortunately, since I've decided I am going to become intelligent this year, I figure angry Ron is going to be around for a while. Hermione wanted to jump up from the floor and high-five herself. She had suspected Harry was being abused at his relatives. Now that he had confirmed it, much of how he interacted with his classmates became more reasonable. Not right, she thought, but more understandable. So, I think answering your list of questions is a list will be almost as boring as a Binns Goblin Rebellion lecture, Harry said with one of his trademark off-center grins. How about I recap my summer and we can fill in what I accidentally skip over later, or if you want more information at a later time. After all, I still want to know the why of what happened. As soon as an eager Hermione had her pen and a new sheet of paper ready, Harry started talking. He told her about Dobby and how the elf had intercepted his mail and told him about some terrible event that was to occur at Hogwarts this year. Instead of Dobby elf apparition he had a letter from Gringotts, that the elf had intercepted, tell him about how to use the night bus to get to Diagon Alley. He spoke about his goblin account manager and how he was definitely not a friendly person, goblin. His stay at the Leaky Cauldron and his vault searches were mentioned but glossed over. Harry skipped the list of houses he now owned and the huge amount of books that were stashed in the family vault. Right now, he didn't need her distracted by thoughts of even more old and rare tomes and scrolls she might get to read. He was only a little sorry when he had to nullify the avid look in her eyes as he described his mother's journal and its wonders by telling her it was charmed to only be read by someone named Potter. She immediately blushed bright, almost glowing red. Harry just passed it off as frustration. Actually, Hermione was intensely embarrassed by the instant thought that if her name became Hermione Jean Potter, that might give her access to that journal. He ascribed his seeming bloom in maturity to having promised on his parents' memories that he would change. That he would become someone worthy to be known as their son. Her teary-eyed look changed to looking at him as though he was insane as he described his supposed second trip on the night bus to find Potter Manor. He then explained the elves nearing death due to magical starvation. He had found out from them that if the manor had not been built over the intersection of two minor ley lines, Ypres and Pima might have died before he found them. He flat told the excited young girl that there were some things he did at the manor that day that were secret, and no matter how hard she badgered him, he would not talk of them. It was Lord Potter stuff, he told the pouting girl. As for his new magical power, he seemed to have, well, while she was enjoying being a tourist in France and Italy, he had put in over 2 weeks of intensive spell practice. And yes, Lupin was a very good teacher. And of the last things you wanted to know was why am I still dressing like Harry Potter of last year? And hiding anything that shows I now have access to money. Harry said somewhat wearily. He had been talking for over an hour straight. She could see he was growing tired of all this explaining about his life stuff, and it was time to take the information he had given her and try to produce some whys to his what happened. Because until tonight, it was possible for certain well-connected, powerful individuals to contest my ascension to being Lord Potter, and with enough chicanery and bribery to rescind my emancipation. Then if they could become my magical guardian, they would control me and my house. The last was said in a tone that spoke to his rising temper. Hermione wondered where this fervor for his house had come from. No longer will I allow others to take advantage of my name or status. He stood, which indicated to Hermione that their Harry List talk was over for the day. On Monday everyone will understand that I am now Lord Harry Potter. The next morning, as they finished breakfast, Hermione announced she was off to the library for some research. Harry, who had made it a point that the two of them sat next to Neville, leaned over and quietly asked if he could have a private talk with the suddenly worried-looking sandy-haired Gryffindor. Harry figured they had time as it was Saturday. The pair made their way to the grand staircase's 5th floor, where Harry stopped and did a repeat of yesterday. Gurna was the elf who appeared, and when asked if Neville or he had any tracking or listening charms on him or his clothes, did his arm waving, and suddenly the boy's shoes, belt, and wand glowed with pale blue lights. Harry had gained 3 new glows that day. He had deliberately worn yesterday's glasses, belt, and shoes, and each one had a new tracker attached. This time he was prepared. He had brought his first-year astronomy text, and another transfigured silver and acromantula silk pouch to hold the text. He politely asked Elf Gurna to place the trackers on the book, which Harry put in his pouch as the elf popped away. All this went on while Neville looked in shock. Rather than explain in the corridor, Harry steered the boy down to the 3rd level and into the X-Fluffy room in silence. After doing the cushioning charm thing with the floor and wall, he eased the still in shock boy down and then sat on the other side of the corner facing him. Sorry for all the secrecy, Nev, but you have just seen part of the reason why I've started taking precautions. Someone with an entirely too long, crooked nose seems to have an unhealthy need to know everything about me. From all those blue glows it looks like you're in his line of cast also. At that point, Harry took a hold of his almost 3 years of extra maturity and went quiet. In a couple of minutes, Neville spoke. Those were tracking charms. Yep. And you somehow got that house elf to remove them. Yep. How did you know they were there? My head elf found me covered from head to toe in the damn things this summer. I had him remove them. Yesterday, I brought Hermione here just like I did you. We both had a fair few show up on us. A week ago, my new facilitator and tutor showed me how to detect them, and then remove them. He shrugged. Frankly, the elves do a better job of removing and transferring them to something harmless. I've not shown Hermione how to do either yet, Harry continued with a touch of fear in his voice. And I'm really hoping she finds out how to do both while she's doing some research for me. If I have to tell her that I could have done what the elf did for the 3 of us, well, you did say she scares you worse than I scare you. Welcome to the club, mate. Looking at Neville, Harry saw the moment when the Heir Longbottom started connecting the dots. You have a house elf. And a facilitator. And a tutor. Before I answer those questions, Heir Longbottom, may I inquire as to whether you have any forms of occlumency shields? Neville gave Harry a wide-eyed stare. According to my gran, I can detect a legilimency attack, but not keep out a determined attack. She said that I could keep out a quick surface attempt. Neville's voice was puzzled as he kept speaking. Harry, occlumency is a skill that should be taught to every heir of a house. Houses all have secrets that they expect the heirs to keep. Didn't any of those tutors you had at your castle try to teach you occlumency? Harry did a facepalm. When he looked up again, Neville flinched at the hardened expression in his eyes. Heir Longbottom, please tell me you don't believe that those books that portrayed me as living the adventurous life of some child hero have any truth to them. You saw how I dressed and acted last year. Did I act like an overindulged, catered-to-boy hero? Harry's voice was starting to rise. Don't you think I would have brought at least one of my adventurous companions to Hogwarts with me? Or brought a couple of those marvelous tutors into Hogwarts so I wouldn't have to put up with Binns or Snape? Neville just looked back in bewilderment and then dropped his eyes in embarrassment. Heir Longbottom, I've been raised by muggles who hate magic and have treated me worse than purebloods treat squibs. Wasn't the way I dressed in obvious cast-off clothing a clue as to how I was living before Hogwarts? Not really, the flaming red-faced boy muttered. We all know the Potter family is one of the old, wealthy families in Britannia. Everybody except Hermione finally concluded you were just making some sort of fashion or lifestyle statement. He struggled but managed to look Harry in the eye. I've heard my gran talk about how when anyone who knew your parents asked Dumbledore, "How is Harry Potter doing?" he always says you are well and happy. Neville looked away from Harry. I guess you don't know that there are several people that my gran knows who have been very unhappy with how Professor Dumbledore has hidden you away for years. Comments from Erzelkindis about his needing allies floated into his mind. When Hagrid picked me up and took me to Diagon Alley for my school supplies on my 11th birthday, that was my first contact with anyone from the magical world. Anyone, Neville, he emphasized with a snarl at the floor. Heir Longbottom, can you tell me who are these people who were interested in my welfare but have been stonewalled by the headmaster? Startled by Harry's reaction to his comment, and his return to formality, Neville stuttered a bit before speaking. G.G. Ran has said that Madame Bones, Lord Cornfoot, Lord Lovegood, and Lords Ogden, Greengrass, and Castleward have all tried at one time or another to get to see you. Apparently, with no one seeing you, and no tutors having said they had worked with you, rumors about where you have been seen, or what you have been doing, are widespread and some of them are crazy. Gran says that the crazier the rumors are, the more people seem to believe them. And of course, all those books about you. They were really, really popular. Lots of wizards think they might be real, and almost every young witch wants them to be real. Gran says it's because no one knows anything about you that anything is believable. The pair sat in silence, each contemplating a patch of floor in front of them for a few minutes. Neville, did you ever write your grandmother about me? I mean about things I was involved in last year like Hermione and the troll that almost killed her. Or when my broom was cursed in the first Quidditch match, or when we lost all those points saving Hagrid's dragon. It surprised Harry that Neville pondered his question before answering. No, Harry, I have not, Neville replied in a slow, thoughtful manner that somehow belied his young years. And now that you have mentioned it, I should have been. My gran wanted to know everything I could tell her about you at the beginning of the year. She wants to restart the Potter Longbottom Bones McKinnon alliance. The what? Was Harry's confused response. House Longbottom and House Potter are two houses of several that have had a long-standing alliance. Gran has certainly harped enough about it. The alliance has become inactive due to your parents being killed and mine are. Well, you know, Neville's voice trailed off into incoherence. The even more confused Harry opened his mouth to say, no, he didn't know, when the look of anguish on Neville's face stopped him cold. Whatever, you know, it must be bad. Harry decided that silence was the best course at the moment and just let Neville sit and ponder. Harry only lasted 5 minutes before he shifted, which brought Neville's eyes to him. Clearing his throat, Harry decided that the day had become painful enough. He stood and extended his left hand to pull Neville up. Harry willed his Lord of House ring into visibility. Neville, as Lord Potter, I request a boon from Heir Longbottom. I need a tutor in the forms and expectations I will need to use, and meet, on Monday when I reveal my taking up of my lordship. Neville stared at the ring for a moment and then expostulated, Merlin on a stick, Harry. You don't do anything by halves, do you? He paused for a moment. How have you managed to claim your lordship without everybody knowing about it? Paid the goblin some, Extra fees, to ensure quiet filing of the parchment work. Neville winced. Must have been some very healthy extra fees. Gringotts goblins do nothing out of the goodness of their non-existent hearts. My account manager and I have an understanding, Harry said with a small smirk. He doesn't try to bugger me, and I'll work with him to get his senior account manager status back. Harry frowned as he said the last. I'd appreciate it that little arrangement didn't get around, Herr Longbottom. The return of formal language warned Neville that Harry was trying to act like he thought Lord Potter should act. Neville agreed with a rather formal reply invoking House Alliance to keep Lord Potter's secrets. After being still for a few moments, Neville drew himself up, at least as tall as the somewhat pudgy 12-year-old could, and formally, officially, Herr Longbottom spoke to Lord Potter. Lord Potter, is there some driving reason behind your wanting to make your new lordship public on Monday? I seriously do not believe I can turn you into a lord, or at least someone who will not embarrass himself without more time. Harry thought for a few minutes. It's not like Monday is a critical day. Whether I announce it, or let it slide a few days, the time has passed where the great Fumbledurk can have my lordship annulled. And the thought that the ferret will probably say something supremely stupid that I can then force lowly Herr Malfoy to grovel and apologize for does have its attractions. Lupin did say that the most ancient and most noble house of Potter was much higher on the social and prestige scale than the merely 74 years in existence noble house of Malfoy. I think Lupin figures I could pull off a massive prank against Draco that would also leave no doubt that I am Lord Potter. It will announce to the school to not mess with me, or I will bury you. I'll take as many days as you can give me, Neville. You're probably correct when you think that I will be a disaster at trying to copy Malfoy as a role model. It was half an hour before curfew when Harry was waiting out by the Guardian Hog statues near the main gate hidden under his invisibility cloak. There was a slight pop as a dirty, rag-dressed house elf popped into existence. Hello, friend Dobby. How are you this evening? Those words almost gave the meeting away as the elf started to run at Harry to embrace him. Dobby, stop. If you touch the wards, there will be an alarm. Fortunately, Dobby stopped before running straight into the Hogwarts wards, which would have set off an alarm, bring one or more professors to the gate. Now, friend Dobby, let's talk about Halloween night. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.